Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 514. A sweeping torrential sea of blood. When he had gone through the first 6 halls of the divine martial hall, Luo Yunyang had experienced thousands of battles and come up with 3 mystic techniques: the world-engulfing finger, the universe-breaking snap, and the chaotic whole light wave. Even if it was hard for Luo Yunyang to obtain victory, these 3 moves would still enable him to retreat with relative ease. However, the moment the world-engulfing finger swallowed up the sword light, an unprecedented look of surprise appeared on Luo Yunyang's face. There was only one reason he looked like this. The sword light that had originally been swallowed by the world-engulfing finger had actually broken through the black hole formed by Luo Yunyang's finger. Most importantly, the world-engulfing finger came from the fundamental base of the internal galaxy within Luo Yunyang's body. That immense absorbing power was actually the power of the black hole within Luo Yunyang's body. Before breaking the laws of the black hole, that sword light had also left a deep scar on the black hole power in Luo Yunyang's internal galaxy. How powerful! Regardless of whether he was willing to admit it or not, the power of the person who had attacked him made Luo Yunyang feel inferior. Thus, without any hesitation, he took off in the opposite direction. Luo Yunyang could manage to streak through the void. In just a flash, he had already traversed beyond 9 successive solar systems. The instant Luo Yunyang faded away, the silhouette of the primeval underworld monarch appeared at the spot where the 2 of them had exchanged strikes. The primeval underworld monarch's gaze lingered on the spot where Luo Yunyang had vanished. With a sneer, he rose into the air and headed in the direction Luo Yunyang had gone. Given the primeval underworld monarch's strength, streaking through the void was naturally child's play for him. In just a moment, he had already followed Luo Yunyang's aura and landed on a planet a great distance away. Luo Yunyang's aura was even stronger now. The primeval underworld monarch knew that he was getting closer to Luo Yunyang. He definitely wouldn't let the person who had slain his own brother get away. He streaked through the void once again. Run, flee, escape. Luo Yunyang fled frantically. Although he was really fast, the primeval underworld monarch's speed didn't seem slower than his. Once, twice, thrice. Luo Yunyang had already forgotten how many times he had ripped through the void. He couldn't even remember how many stars and planets he had passed. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about hiding on a star. However, considering the primeval underworld monarch's power, if he got close to his hiding spot, he would surely discover him. Thus, the only thing he could do now was flee. Close, closer, closer. The primeval underworld monarch could sense Luo Yunyang's presence, while Luo Yunyang could sense the primeval underworld monarch's presence. After passing a planet full of gloomy, cold lights, Luo Yunyang suddenly stopped. Running incessantly wasn't an option either. This sort of passive action didn't feel good. Therefore, Luo Yunyang prepared a counterattack. The moment he came to a halt, he retracted his aura. In the blink of an eye, the primeval underworld monarch appeared not too far away from Luo Yunyang. Die! The primeval underworld monarch shouted when he caught sight of Luo Yunyang. His eyes were filled with a deadly stillness. However, while his white-boned sword was sweeping in that direction, Luo Yunyang suddenly glanced over. The primeval underworld monarch immediately felt his entire body stop. Luo Yunyang currently had a white eyeball in the spot between his brows. It was the space-time eye. If Luo Yunyang had used his space-time eye under normal circumstances, it would have only lasted for 1 second. However, Luo Yunyang had converted all his adjustable attributes into points for the space-time eye. Therefore, its duration now was 3 seconds. Although the primeval underworld monarch was very powerful, he was still locked within the void due to the effect of this mystic ability. His white-boned sword, along with everything else of his, had frozen in midair. Luo Yunyang definitely couldn't miss such an opportunity. At practically the moment the primeval underworld monarch was locked in the void, Luo Yunyang immediately started attacking, using the universe-breaking snap against the primeval underworld monarch. Although the primeval underworld monarch didn't move, when Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking snap landed on him, all that appeared on his body was a cut. Even though this cut wasn't big, when he saw the cut appear, Luo Yunyang put his head down and charged over frantically. He immediately made rapid adjustments to all his attributes. By using his speed and wind-based laws, Luo Yunyang ripped through the void and disappeared without a trace. The primeval underworld monarch finally regained his mobility after 2 seconds. The cut on his body had also healed up rapidly. However, he couldn't care less about anything else right now. His body flickered as he rushed over in the direction Luo Yunyang had left in. This time, he had to slaughter Luo Yunyang, no matter what. However, when he appeared on another planet, he discovered that Luo Yunyang had already disappeared. Even he couldn't find the slightest trace of him now. As various thoughts filled his mind, a vast sea of blood rose from the primeval underworld monarch's body. Although the image of this sea wasn't real, it could substitute origin source law and control the space it shrouded. As the controller of this sea of blood, the primeval underworld monarch was the one in control of this expanse of space. In a short moment, his sea of blood had already pervaded half a solar system. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single trace of Luo Yunyang within this solar system. Great, great, great. The primeval underworld monarch sneered and shot out like a bolt towards the 9th successive galaxy. Although he couldn't find Luo Yunyang, if Luo Yunyang wanted to return to the human tribe's domain, he would have to pass through the 9th successive galaxy. The boundless sea of blood once again rose and filled the 9th successive galaxy. Although he was a great distance away, Luo Yunyang could still sense that boundless sea of blood fill up the 9th successive galaxy. He wasn't very close to the 9th successive galaxy, as it would be too dangerous. Luo Yunyang knew that he couldn't deal with the primeval underworld monarch for the time being. He was an existence beyond the consummate boundary, so his cultivation base must have probably reached the extreme boundary. Although Luo Yunyang's space-time eye could lock him in place for 3 seconds, dealing any serious damage to the primeval underworld monarch was still an extremely difficult task. Completing 1 billion achievements and good deeds within 100 years seemed to have become much harder because of the primeval underworld monarch. Luo Yunyang kept waiting. He knew that the primeval underworld monarch's motive was to seal off his path of return to the human tribe's domain. However, he also knew that the Divine Union would never allow this sort of tyrannical action and would surely send people to break the primeval underworld monarch's seal. Then, Luo Yunyang would return, just as Luo Yunyang had thought. 2 days after the primeval underworld monarch had sealed the 9th successive galaxy, the Divine Union responded. 5 out of the 8 galaxy monarchs were dispatched. They all had an omnipresent stance as each of them stood outside the sea of blood. There was a huge devil with a sword that could split the heavens, a massive tree full of boundless vitality. Primeval underworld monarch, countless people will die if these rivers of blood fill the skies. All parties have to comply with the rules, said a 6-headed giant snake made of light and shadows that had taken shape behind the green scale monarch. Although he wasn't the strongest member of this group, he wasn't blamed for speaking on behalf of the Divine Union. I am waiting for someone at the 9th successive galaxy. I haven't violated any rules. If you aren't happy, you can bite me. The primeval underworld monarch's voice was cold and eerie. The green scale monarch's expression changed, while the all-encompassing 6-headed giant snake started to thrash about wildly in the void. Each of its 6 heads could swallow a star. Although it didn't attack, this threatening gesture was terrifying. Hee, primeval underworld monarch, you should know that by acting this way, you are provoking the Divine Union. Why bother? The golden bat monarch advised him. Come fight me if you aren't happy. The primeval underworld monarch said icily. If you aren't going to attack, then scram right this instant. His words were clearly laden with contempt. As soon as the primeval underworld monarch spoke, the green scale monarch was the first to attack. Although the silhouette behind him was a giant 6-headed snake, his attack was clear and powerful. A sharp sword sliced through. As the green scale monarch made his move, the endless sea of blood swept through the void. Nobody could see clearly what was going on in the 9th successive galaxy. Even though he was very far, Luo Yunyang could also sense that the primeval underworld monarch's sea of blood was becoming stronger by the minute. At this rate, even the forms of the 5 monarchs dispatched by the Divine Union were difficult to discern. Primeval underworld monarch, I will either get revenge or die. A furious roar shook the void as the green scale monarch flew out frantically from the sea of blood. However, he was only left with half a body at the moment. Although the green scale monarch, who was a galaxy-grade entity, had already reached the consummate boundary, he hadn't suffered such a setback in many years. The form of the giant snake that could substitute condensed origin source laws had been engulfed. It could get better with cultivation, but the situation that had befallen them had terrified him. That's the extreme boundary. Your cultivation path has already reached the extreme boundary. The Golden Bat Monarch, who had also rushed out of the Sea of Blood, didn't seem to be in good shape either. Although he hadn't suffered as much as the Green Scale Monarch, this situation also made him slightly fearful. The other 3 Divine Union Monarchs had also charged out. Each of them had suffered varying degrees of injuries. When the Golden Bat Monarch shouted, most of them remained silent. I just achieved it recently, the primeval underworld monarch said indifferently as his body rose up. His gaze scanned the entire 9th successive galaxy as he said coldly, I will never leave the 9th successive galaxy if I don't slay Luo Yunyang and avenge my brother. If anyone helps me slay Luo Yunyang, I will owe him a favor after I ascend to the celestial domain grade. His voice permeated the void. In just the space of 10 short breaths, it had already spread throughout the entire Bloody Space River. Chapter 515. Slaughtering thousands under the demonic sky. This was crazy. The huge Bloody Space River was now in a frenzy. This wasn't because the primeval underworld monarch had raised his cultivation Dao to the extreme boundary while he was at the galaxy grade. It was because of a promise made by the primeval underworld monarch. To a galaxy grade powerhouse, the gap to becoming a celestial domain grade was a pit that was very difficult to cross. However, for the primeval underworld monarch, this pit didn't exist. His Dao had already achieved perfection. As long as he was willing, he could ascend beyond the galaxy grade and gain a celestial domain grade cultivation base. How could such a person promise this kind of undertaking? This proposition was just too tempting for most martialists. After all, even the absolute strongest existences within the galaxy grade would encounter problems that couldn't be solved. A promise by a celestial domain grade powerhouse was really important to them. Of course, getting a celestial domain grade powerhouse to do something was very difficult. How could anyone acquire this sort of qualifications? Still, a celestial domain powerhouse had actually publicly made a promise. In a short while, Luo Yunyang's name made countless people go crazy. Powerhouses from the Bug Tribe and the Mechanical Tribe of the Bloody Space River moved out right away. Even though some people's cultivation bases were far from allowing them to be called powerhouses, even though they were considered powerless, they still rushed madly to join the search parties. They might not be able to slay Luo Yunyang, but they could search for his tracks. Perhaps they might also obtain some rewards by showing any clues they discovered to the experts. Amongst these people were also humans. Half a year went by in a flash. Lots of news about Luo Yunyang appeared and many people fell while trying to track down and slay Luo Yunyang. A Divine Union spacecraft zipped through the void. On board were 5 Divine Union martialists, each one preparing items that they would need in combat. These martialists included 3 Demigod Tribe Galaxy Grade entities, a Giant Slab Tribe Galaxy Grade entity, and an Evergreen Tribe Galaxy Grade entity. The combat prowess of their team was extremely strong. Generally speaking, they should be able to deal with most dangers. Damn it, just a bit more and that green sacred sky fluid would have been mine. The demigod martialist seated to the left punched the air bitterly. His grumbling made the others look up. The giant slab martialist snorted. Our strength was considerably weaker. Even if we had obtained the green sacred sky fluid, I think that we wouldn't have been able to hold on to it. The demigod martialist groaned. This comrade's EQ was really low. He had just been feeling dejected. Why did he have to rub FC King salt all over his wounds? What was the meaning of that? Just as he was about to flip out from irritation, the martialist who seemed to be the captain spoke up. All right, what is the point of wasting your breath here? Both of you stop talking. As he said that, he waved his hands dismissively and quickly changed their spacecraft settings to receive communication. What's wrong, boss? The irritated martialist that had been grumbling asked when he noticed their leader's suddenly solemn expression. Something happened. We can't pass through the 9th successive galaxy anymore. Then, the demigod captain added, we can't return to camp right now. The other demigod tribesmen turned towards their captain with inquiring gazes when they heard this. The primeval underworld monarch has blocked the entire 9th successive galaxy. The 8 galaxy monarchs joined forces. But the primeval underworld monarch seriously injured 2 of them. How can that be? The Divine Union martialists that had just exchanged information were all dumbfounded. They just didn't know what to say. A short while later, that demigod martialist grumbled. Why doesn't Sir make a move? Normally, someone of Sir's caliber would safeguard and maintain the order of the Bloody Space River. How can Sir remained unconcerned after being pushed around this much? He wanted to complain more, but the captain stopped him. Shut up. When was it ever up to you to criticize Sir's decisions? The giant slab martialist then said. Luo Yunyang actually survived an attack by 3 monarch-level existences. How impressive. When did the human tribe produce such an individual? The martialists that had been complaining non-stop jested. What do you mean? Isn't he being chased to his wit's end? I even heard that one of his arms was incinerated by the Blaze Titan. Plus, look at how much trouble he's caused us. We are unable to return thanks to him. You better shut your trap. The demigod captain berated them furiously. Luo Yunyang is a member of the Divine Union. Even if he has caused us trouble, this is also the Divine Union's problem. If you keep talking rubbish, don't blame me if I forsake our brotherhood. After a round of berating, just as he was about to continue speaking, the demigod captain suddenly exclaimed, "Careful! Enemies ahead, prepare for battle." Upon hearing these words, any discontent between the 5 men vanished right away. Practically in an instant, the 5 of them rushed out of the spacecraft. This spacecraft wasn't a top-tier craft, so it was easy for it to be targeted by other spacecrafts. When they rushed out, they discovered a number of metallic strongholds. Each of these strongholds, which floated in the void, was around the size of a moon. The demigod captain's expression turned extremely sour when he saw this. The Divine Union and the mechanical tribe have always minded their own business. What is the meaning of all this? The demigod captain took a deep breath as he shouted sternly. We are minding our own business. I am not interested in small fries like you, said a tall, large robot at least 90 meters tall that seemed to be made out of black metal. Disclose Luo Yunyang's whereabouts and you shall pass. If you guys aren't tactful enough, then you can all go meet your maker. The faces of the 5 Divine Union martialists filled with fear when they heard this ear-splitting voice. However, what made them afraid was that, even though this was the first time they were seeing this person, they weren't unfamiliar with his reputation. This was the mechanical tribe's tyrannical Divine Marquis, a subordinate of the Blaze Titan Emperor and a Divine Marquis-level entity. He was someone who possessed many methods of massacring people and had slain countless enemies. We just entered this area. We do not know where Luo Yunyang is. Getting information about Luo Yunyang from us is pointless. The tyrannical Divine Marquis smirked coldly and said in a machine-like voice, either you get used, or you are useless. If you do not know anything, then you have no use. As he spoke, the tyrannical Divine Marquis's massive palms moved and countless cannons were raised up, immediately locking onto the 5 men. Even though they had been through countless life and death situations, they all believed that they were going to die at the moment. However, anyone who fought for the bloody space river never held their hands up in surrender. Even if they had to die, they would go down fighting. As they were prepared to go all out, they suddenly noticed a blue flash in the eyes of the tyrannical Divine Marquis. A blue glint had appeared, betraying his fear. What was this? What was going on with the tyrannical Divine Marquis? As these thoughts popped into their minds, they saw a silhouette appear beside the tyrannical Divine Marquis. When that silhouette moved, a finger came into contact with the body of the tyrannical Divine Marquis, which was made from some unknown metal. In an instant, the tyrannical Divine Marquis body crumbled in the void. A ray of light as bright as day shone from within the body of the tyrannical Divine Marquis. It obviously wanted to flee towards the stars. Unfortunately, it hadn't gone far when that figure rushed ahead of the bright ray of light. Luo Yunyang, if you kill me, the Blaze Guardian Emperor won't let you get away. The tyrannical Divine Marquis voice shrieked from within the sacred source that looked like white light. However, he had barely spoken when Luo Yunyang destroyed this sacred source with one finger. Instantly, the sacred source vanished within Luo Yunyang's black hole. Go quickly, Luo Yunyang told the 5 men before ripping through the void and vanishing without a trace. Although this situation was a little puzzling, the demigod captain still decided to retreat rapidly. Their spacecraft was like a streak of light traversing many miles in an instant. I'm afraid the spacecraft is going to break apart, the martialist from the giant slab tribe said with a pained expression. Due to their rapid escape, the spacecraft's efficiency had been set to the max. Now, the hull of the craft was starting to come apart. We still have 3 more ships. We can just move to another, the demigod captain said. Evacuate immediately. The martialists evacuated the spacecraft very quickly. After moving to another spacecraft, they quickly turned on their communication devices. The tyrannical Divine Marquis is dead. This is the 13th seraphic Marquis slain by Luo Yunyang. In just a day, he has slain 13 seraphic marquis from the Bug tribe, the Mechanic tribe, and the Purgatory. The demigod captain froze when he read the information on his device. At first, they had been astonished when Luo Yunyang had slain the tyrannical divine marquis. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that Luo Yunyang, who was a target of many people, had actually slain 13 divine marquises. Although there was an insurmountable gap between divine marquis and monarch-level entities, each divine marquis was of great value to their respective tribes in the galaxy. Losing 13 divine marquises in such a short time infuriated the three tribes terribly. Luo Yunyang, I will kill you. A massive roar reverberated through this expanse of space. Quick, run, it's the Blaze Titan Emperor. The demigod captain said gravely. Although he is a great distance away, it still wouldn't be wise to get in the way of his frenzy. The spacecraft flew quickly, only slowing down after a day of speeding. However, as it came to a stop, yet another furious roar reverberated throughout the void. Another king was roaring. Chapter 516. The two-layered chaotic whole 10th day, 3rd month, year 1,463,291 of the demigod calendar. Luo Yunyang slew the bewildering divine marquis of the Bug race in the bloody space river. 21st day, 3rd month, year 1,463,291 of the demigod calendar. Luo Yunyang killed the soaring divine marquis of the Machine Empire in the bloody space river. 30th day, 3rd month, year 1,463,291 of the demigod calendar. Luo Yunyang executed the Blood Lion divine marquis of the Purgatory in the bloody space river. News kept coming in incessantly and was constantly being announced. The Divine Union was shocked. The Bug race, the Machine Empire, and the Purgatory were shaking in fear. Luo Yunyang had become a piece of delicious juicy meat in everyone's eyes when the primeval underworld monarch had made a promise about improving his own cultivation. The people tempted by this pledge weren't limited to acclaimed monarchs or marquises, but also included average martialists from different tribes. They all wanted to track down Luo Yunyang in order to get a share of the pie. However, when Luo Yunyang massacred more than 70 divine marquises in just a span of 3 months, his brilliant accomplishment really changed things. Many martialists who had come over to search for divine sky sources were afraid of getting involved in the pursuit of Luo Yunyang. Thus, they all maintained a distant attitude towards anything related to Luo Yunyang. They wouldn't listen to, mention, or say anything about Luo Yunyang. What had seemed like an omnipresent, inescapable net now seemed to be riddled with holes after Luo Yunyang's counterattack. However, the top monarch-level entities didn't give up. They were still frantically gathering information about Luo Yunyang. While the primeval underworld monarch was suppressing the 9th successive galaxy, he divided himself into 9 clones to search all over the place for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position on a planet that had been completely abandoned due to the search for divine sky source. The moment the primeval underworld monarch had issued that killing order, Luo Yunyang had realized that he would need to give an immediate response. Otherwise, things would get increasingly dangerous as more and more people tried to kill him. Eventually, he might not have any place to hide, even in the farthest reaches of this system. Therefore, even though Luo Yunyang was aware of the danger, he still decided to cruelly massacre anyone who searched for his whereabouts in the divine marquises that were moving about solo. Despite Luo Yunyang's astonishing results, there had also been times when the situation had been so dangerous that he had been left with lingering fear. Luckily, his world-engulfing finger and universe-breaking snap techniques were very versatile. He also had his attribute regulator, which could target the weaknesses of these divine marquises and ensure the success of each of his attempts. Of course, there were several times when he had encountered monarch-level elites and found himself in perilous situations. However, even when he had fought the Blaze Titan monarch and lost an arm, Luo Yunyang still hadn't used the Silver Tower. Not because he didn't want to use it, but because it wasn't time yet. Considering this current crisis, Luo Yunyang's priority was to improve his strength. After killing quite a number of divine marquises, his combat awareness and overall energy had improved significantly. However, this still wasn't enough for him to duke it out with a monarch-level fighter. If Luo Yunyang wanted to defeat a monarch, he only had 2 choices. The first was to ascend to the galaxy grade. If his cultivation base ascended to the galaxy grade, he would definitely compare to a monarch-level existence. However, he wouldn't be facing the wrath of the primeval underworld monarch then, but the wrath of the celestial world's supremacy. Luo Yunyang had to assume that certain consequences would accompany the convenience afforded by the celestial world's supremacy. If the celestial world's supremacy needed something in the divine martial hall, Luo Yunyang had to absolutely find it. His second choice would be to cultivate his great chaotic whole path until the consummate boundary. According to Luo Yunyang's estimation, reaching the consummate boundary would be akin to attaining a double black hole. After forming the first black hole, Luo Yunyang had understood a little. The black hole wasn't just made of a single layer. Thus, when the second layer was formed, even though there had been no significant increase in power, his world-engulfing finger and universe-breaking snap would increase in power hundredfold. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend and form the two-layered black hole. No one should be disturbing him in the next 10 days. Hence, it was time for Luo Yunyang to try out the divine sky source. After retrieving the purple divine sky source from his storage bracelet, Luo Yunyang infused it directly into his body. He felt pain spread in his body the moment he came into contact with the divine sky source. Although this kind of pain was very uncomfortable, Luo Yunyang also felt a peculiar sense of intimacy with the world around him. Some things that had been indistinct became very clear now. However, when Luo Yunyang tried to examine this mystery further, the strange pain vanished completely. Power: 4,915 Mind, 1,002 Speed, 1,107 Constitution, 1,850 Origin Source Law, 2,541 Wind, 602 Earth, 596 Fire, 810 Water, 455 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 1 Space-Time Eye, 1 The numbers on the attribute regulator appeared swiftly in Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang was delighted when he saw the changes. His four basic attributes, power, mind, speed and constitution, had all increased by a golden digit. Meanwhile, his wind, earth, fire and water origin source laws had improved by 3 golden digits. Although this increase wasn't that large, all his attributes had improved. Without hesitation, Luo Yunyang went ahead and fused the second purple divine sky source with his body. Then, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Luo Yunyang had accumulated more than 400 pieces of divine sky source after killing so many divine marquises. If he exchanged this divine sky source with merit points, he would receive plenty in return. However, his priority was to improve his own strength. When Luo Yunyang was done swallowing the 203rd divine sky source, he decided to stop. Not because he wasn't willing to use them, but because the purple divine sky sources were no longer useful to him for now. Power: 4,985 Mind, 1,081 Speed, 1,211 Constitution, 1,924 Origin Source Law, 2,914 Wind, 705 Earth, 693 Fire, 901 Water, 512 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 1.1 Space-Time Eye, 1.1 The more than 200 purple divine sky sources had not been wasted. Luo Yunyang had made great progress both in terms of his physical condition and origin source law comprehension. Now that the purple divine sky source was useless, Luo Yunyang was ready to try the golden divine sky source. However, he had to leave this place now. There hadn't been any trouble during the past 3 days. Although Luo Yunyang knew that the chances of him being discovered were too low, he still decided to play it safe and change his position. Instead of using a spaceship, he continued to cross the void with his own strength, traveling like a ghost that accelerated constantly. A day later, he reached a deserted planet. This planet had an aura of vitality, so it was obviously a deserted land that had already had its divine sky source harvested. Before Luo Yunyang entered the planet, he observed it in detail. He would be using the golden divine sky source this time, so he was extra careful. While Luo Yunyang was drawing out the golden divine sky source, he ordered the silver tower that he carried to help him escape if he was in a dangerous situation, no matter what. Luo Yunyang only had half a piece of golden divine sky source. He had obtained this piece from Balanzi. If had not been for him, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been constantly pursued wherever he went. However, he didn't regret cutting down Balanzi. When Balanzi had appeared, killing him had been the most obvious decision. There was no path of retreat for Luo Yunyang when he had to face such a person. When he fused the golden divine sky source with his body, a sharp pain attacked his nerves. This pain filled both Luo Yunyang's heart and mind. However, the moment the golden divine sky source entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt his mind transcend beyond this void. He saw a primordial chaos, the division of heaven and earth, the collapse of the sky, and the birth of various elements. Luo Yunyang got addicted to this. He felt as if he was in a rolling, irreversible river. It was no wonder that the four factions slaughtered each other over the divine sky source. Its value was astronomical. After an indefinite amount of time, when Luo Yunyang realized that he had found a path to creating a second black hole, the intoxicating world he was in cracked apart in the void. Luo Yunyang opened his eyes but did not immediately check for any changes in his body. Instead, he used his mind to sense the changes that had just occurred. However, even though he was extremely attentive, what had appeared in his mind began to slowly become blurry. After exhaling deeply, Luo Yunyang turned on his attribute regulator. He wanted to see the changes that the golden divine sky source had made. Power: 5102 mind, 1213 speed, 1321 constitution, 2001 origin source law, 3451 wind, 815 earth, 800 fire, 1000 water, 710 origin source mystic ability, 1.3 space-time eye, 1.3. Luo Yunyang was overjoyed by these massive changes. Although he still had some difficulty incorporating a two-layered black hole to his finger, he had found another way that allowed him to match up to a monarch-level entity. As he thought about this, a pair of precious rings appeared in Luo Yunyang's hands. These rings were the black and white pole yin-yang rings. Luo Yunyang rarely used this pair of cosmic rings that he had gotten from the Electric On tribe, as they had limited his progress in the past. However, this pair of treasure rings had become a weapon in his hands now that he had comprehended what had happened in his mind. Luo Yunyang felt more and more confident as he fiddled with the rings. When he turned on his communication device, he saw over 100 figures tied to star pillars. Although not many of them were from the human tribe, most of the figures shared a prominent trait: they were all from the divine union. Luo Yunyang, I will kill one person for each day you don't show. The Blaze Titan Monarch bellowed madly through the video. Chapter 517. A staggering blow. Unlike the Divine Union, which was made up of a multi-racial alliance, the Machine Empire was made up of families of different sizes. According to the distribution method of the Machine Empire, each powerhouse could recruit up to 100 subordinates to form a family. These subordinates could also recruit 100 subordinates to form their own small families. The branching of the bigger families into smaller families had formed the present Machine Empire. The relationship between the subordinates of the Mechanical Empire and the head of the family could be described as extremely strict. In many cases, if the head of the family was in danger, the subordinates would desperately sacrifice themselves on their behalf without any consideration. The Blaze Titan Monarch had risen from the Bloody Space River, so his subordinates were mostly in the Bloody Space River. In his bid to pursue Luo Yunyang, 6 of his subordinates had perished. At first, the Blaze Titan Monarch had had more than 20 divine marquises. Losing 6 of them in such a short space of time was extremely infuriating for him. He wanted to grab hold of Luo Yunyang, crush him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. However, Luo Yunyang was like a slippery loach. He disappeared shortly after making an appearance, always causing the Blaze Titan Monarch to return empty-handed. Out of desperation, the Blaze Titan Monarch decided to use the most primitive method available, which was also the method that would help quell his rage. He would kill the explorers of the Divine Union. In the past, he wouldn't even have cared about the life and death of these normal galaxy-grade martialists. However, all he wanted now was to vent his anger. Tall star pillars were towering in the sky. Each pillar was made entirely out of G-fire steel and was engulfed by a blazing flame. Damn you, Blaze Titan Monarch. You'll suffer a fate worse than death. A demigod tribe elite roared while writhing in the purple flames. The demigod tribesmen were famous for their extremely tough physical bodies. However, the true star flame broke down the being's body rapidly. Even though the demigod elite was a tough man, watching his own limbs get turned to ashes by the flame was more than enough to terrify him. This was only the beginning. Eventually, the flame would turn his body and soul into ashes. Blaze Titan Monarch, please let me go. My father is an important member of the Thunder Ray tribe. If you release me, I will. My arm, Luo Yunyang, you damn be***starred. Why are we facing the wrath of the enemies that you provoked? Die, die, die. These miserable wails and screams were like music to the Blaze Titan monarch's ears. The man laughed heartily and told the Thunder Ray tribe martialist, yes, blame him. Blame him some more. If you please me, I'll let you live a day longer. Ha ha ha. When the Blaze Titan monarch surveyed his prison-like surroundings, he felt much better. However, this method might not always work. As a monarch, the Blaze Titan monarch was naturally no fool. He knew that the possibility of Luo Yunyang showing up thanks to his methods was very slim. He was helpless, though. He couldn't think of any better ideas to lure Luo Yunyang there. At the very least, his current method would allow him to vent his frustration. Curse him, expand all your energy and curse him. I want to hear who hates him the most. I'll reward that person with a day of reprieve. Although many scorned the Blaze Titan monarch's words, there were also a lot of Divine Union martialists who could not stand this torture. In order to lessen their suffering, they cursed Luo Yunyang loudly. A ringing tone was suddenly heard from the Blaze Titan monarch's body. His brows twitched slightly before he connected his communication device. On the communication device was a weird-looking winged mechanical robot that was about 100 meters tall and had 3 pairs of wings on its back. Ha ha ha, listen to this, big brother. Pleasant music, ain't it? The Blaze Titan monarch pointed to the columns of the star pillars. The big, tall purple machine man snorted coldly and said, it's useless for you to do this. What a waste of time. After this matter is over, the powerhouses of the Divine Union will be hostile to you. You may not know this, but I heard that the Divine Axe Monarch of the Divine Union has already appeared. You'll be in deep sh*t if he decides to look you up. The Blaze Titan Monarch's face fell when he heard the name of the Divine Axe Monarch. They had exchanged blows in the past and he had ended up losing. Let him come at me then. I'll make sure he suffers a tragic end if he appears before me. The Blaze Titan Monarch bellowed furiously. Big brother, don't you know that he's a freaking sewage rat? He's just a rat. If he appears, I'll guarantee that more than 10 monarch-level martialists go looking for him. The purple machine man did not say anything else. After a minute, he said, you're on your own then. The Blaze Titan Monarch hung up. At the moment, he felt some loathing for his big brother. How could he be so apprehensive about the Divine Union, which was facing so much suppression from all fronts? The Divine Union wasn't the only alliance with powerful support. The Machine Empire had its own support too. How could being a scaredy cat that acted way too cautiously convince the masses? The Blaze Titan Monarch knew the powerful supporter of the Machine Empire very well. He knew that no matter what happened, this supporter would definitely take responsibility for him. The Blaze Titan Monarch's eyes flashed with anger as he stared at the figures struggling on the star pillar. When he glanced at the 10 struggling martialists, the flames around them instantly flared up. If those guys were reluctant to speak, they could go to hell. As the Blaze Titan Monarch silently enjoyed watching the twitching, writhing bodies, the detection apparatus in his body notified him that a spaceship was fleeing over frantically. Although this wasn't a big deal, that spaceship was carrying a Divine Union martialist. The detector even told him that this was a Divine Union martialist from the human tribe and showed him the person's face. It was a member of the human tribe, damn it. Without hesitation, the Blaze Titan Monarch flew directly towards that spaceship. Although the spaceship was traveling really fast, it couldn't hold a candle to the Blaze Titan Monarch's speed. His hands acted like the sharpest blade in the world as they tore through the spaceship, revealing the body of the human man. The man wasn't very tall. In his eyes, he was just a small bug that could be easily squashed. The Blaze Titan Monarch's eyes glowered even more. He wanted to walk over to the human slowly to intimidate him and make him crumble in fear. It would be even better if this person went crazy. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The Blaze Titan Monarch was 10 meters behind the human. The human suddenly raised his guard and turned his head over. The man hadn't turned his head very quickly. The Blaze Titan Monarch was slightly disappointed. He also didn't see any signs of fright, anger or despair when the human turned his head. The Blaze Titan Monarch saw a forehead and a pair of eyes. That fellow gave him a rather charming smile. It was a charming smile indeed. The Blaze Titan Monarch had sensed it the moment the man had turned his head. The Blaze Titan Monarch also felt that this face was rather familiar. However, just as he had this thought, he suddenly realized that his surroundings had come to a standstill. While time and space were at a standstill, he was also unable to move. He finally remembered who this man was. He was Luo Yunyang, the fellow he couldn't forgive, the guy he had always wanted to catch, the person who had made him very angry. 6 of his divine marquises had been killed by this man, who had actually just fallen in his trap. Although he had heard about Luo Yunyang's ability to freeze time, he wasn't too concerned, as he had great confidence in his body's defensive abilities. Luo Yunyang couldn't kill him. Once the Blaze Titan Monarch took the initiative, Luo Yunyang would meet his end. He was sufficiently confident that this would happen, so he felt no fear. Luo Yunyang would definitely be killed by him that day. However, just as he was locked in his spot, a black ring and a white ring of light appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. When Luo Yunyang threw the 2 rings of light, a terrible, frightening power was condensed within them. He wouldn't have been afraid of this power if there had only been one. However, there were 2 of these overwhelming powers. He wanted to evade them, but his body wouldn't budge an inch. Thus, he conjured the armor inside his body to take the hit head-on. As the blow struck his body, the Blaze Titan Monarch's body started to crumble within the void. A vast origin source turned into a bright light and shut off into the distance. He couldn't be bothered capturing Luo Yunyang, neither could he be bothered dealing with those star pillars. His physical body had collapsed, so survival was much more important. As Luo Yunyang watched that vast amount of origin source try to escape frantically, he shook his head. Then, he reached out and called back his yin-yang rings. Luo Yunyang wanted to kill the Blaze Titan Monarch, but he was too powerful. Thus, he had adjusted his attribute regulator to execute these 2 attacks, which had resulted in him overloading the rest of his powers. Without this, he wouldn't even have been able to break the Blaze Titan Monarch's body. 4 seconds was the limit of his space-time eye. It was also Luo Yunyang's limit. According to his estimations, it would take him a few days to recover from using the space-time eye. Without hesitation, Luo Yunyang hurriedly absorbed the Blaze Titan Monarch's broken physical body and metallic storage bracelet into his own storage bracelet. Of course, his main focus was the storage bracelet. Luo Yunyang discovered that there were 9 gold divine sky sources in the bracelet. These were the treasures the Blaze Titan Monarch had accumulated over the years. Luo Yunyang laughed heartily. He believed that, thanks to the silver little tower, it had all been worth his time in disguise. Without further ado, Luo Yunyang went ahead and collected most of the loot before rushing towards the star pillars. A day later, the news that the Blaze Titan Monarch had been ambushed spread throughout the entire Bloody Space River. Chapter 518. The chaotic 4 Origin Beast Monarch level elites were amongst the best in the Bloody Space River. After all, the big names of the 4 factions basically wouldn't even lift a finger or engage in lowly matters. Hence, Monarch-level existences were the strongest in most cases. However, the Blaze Titan Monarch had suffered a huge loss. Although Luo Yunyang had managed to kill off a divine marquis while being pursued, he could only flee when he encountered a Monarch-level entity. However, the Blaze Titan Monarch's physical body had just been destroyed and his origin source had escaped. Although the Blaze Titan Monarch insisted that he had been ambushed, nobody could determine the truth. Furthermore, only another monarch could ambush a monarch. Luo Yunyang had become a monarch. This was a problem that many people were aware of. Although there were many similar rumors, no one had actually verified this. However, ever since the news of the Blaze Titan Monarch's incident had spread everywhere, no one weaker than a divine marquis had attempted to pursue Luo Yunyang. Although the primeval underworld monarch's promise was comforting, one still had to remain clear-headed and weigh the pros and cons when it came to a life-and-death matter. For example, the Blaze Titan Monarch had failed to obtain the primeval underworld monarch's promise, and his precious body, which he had painstakingly built over so many years, had been smashed to bits. This was an outcome that the Blaze Titan Monarch had never expected. This time, he had paid a heavy price for his misjudgment. Although Luo Yunyang had been following closely the news on the outside, he knew that it was more important that he digest the gold divine sky sources that he had obtained from the Blaze Titan Monarch's body. 9 gold divine sky sources would definitely allow his great chaotic hole path to form a 2-layered black hole. Once this 2-layered black hole was formed, he would be able to prevent opponents like the Blaze Titan Monarch from escaping. After traversing through several solar systems, Luo Yunyang decided to stop in an interesting system. This time, he chose a deep-sea trench as his hiding spot. There were all sorts of fierce-looking marine creatures inside this trench. It was a pity that these marine creatures were too weak to pose a threat to Luo Yunyang. Without making a sound, Luo Yunyang entered the deepest area of the trench. Unlike last time, Luo Yunyang was way more careful. He set the tiny tower down on the trench floor before entering the training center of the silver cultivation base. When all the preparations were finished, Luo Yunyang took out a gold divine sky source and fused it into his body. Thanks to his prior experience, Luo Yunyang was ready the moment the gold divine sky source was integrated into his body. When the divine sky source entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt like his body was on the verge of being torn apart. Compared to his previous experience, the power of the divine sky source was much more intense this time. In the divine union, quite a number of people had died because they had abused the usage of divine sky source. There had also been a few elites among the people who had perished. According to the divine union's research, the people who had died after using divine sky source were classified into two groups. The first group were the ones that couldn't take the energy brought forth by the divine sky source and had died because of self-implosion, while the other group had had their minds destroyed. Luo Yunyang had not paid much attention to these two situations some time ago, as there had been no threat at all when he had used the purple divine sky source. Besides, he had only had half a piece of gold divine sky source at the time, so he hadn't been too concerned. The violent pain made Luo Yunyang feel as though his own blood was on fire. The image of the birth of the primordial chaos that was reflected in his mind became more and more distinct by the second. The absorption of divine sky source had a massive effect on improving the mind and constitution. However, based on research conducted in the divine union, the person absorbing should only absorb one aspect. If a person was required to attend to both aspects, it might not be possible to obtain either one. On the contrary, this could result in a loss of life. Focusing on just one aspect was much easier. Although Luo Yunyang hoped to focus on both aspects simultaneously, he had already made a decision by the time this unbearable pain appeared. He wanted to first comprehend the scene contained within the divine sky source, which showed the birth of primordial chaos, and use it to hopefully attain the consummate boundary of his cultivation path. If he reached the consummate boundary, he would be able to execute the two-layered black hole and face monarch-level opponents without fear. However, just as Luo Yunyang started to comprehend the scenario of this creation, a vortex appeared inside his mind. The vortex was spinning rapidly towards the image of the primal chaotic creation while trying to absorb it. The image struggled mightily against this vortex before being torn into pieces and getting absorbed by the vortex. Only after most of the image was absorbed did Luo Yunyang realize what the vortex was. It's the chaotic four-origin bead. Luo Yunyang had been awaiting the birth of the chaotic four-origin beast for a long time. Unfortunately, there had been no movement within the chaotic four-origin bead after it had entered his mind. Luo Yunyang had checked a lot of ancient books, but he had found no record of the chaotic four-origin beast. This naturally meant that he could get no help with regards to the chaotic four-origin beast. However, in the blink of an eye, the image of this creation had flowed into the chaotic four-origin bead swiftly. Unfortunately, the devastating pain was still present. Luo Yunyang, who felt helpless about it, decided to switch his focus to cultivating his power by using the divine sky source. Small blazes sprouted up continuously on Luo Yunyang, further strengthening his body, which was already stronger than star alloy. However, as Luo Yunyang started to appreciate the pain inflicted by the divine sky source, a fervent sense of hunger filled his thoughts over time. This feeling of hunger made Luo Yunyang extremely uncomfortable. If the pain caused by his physical enhancement felt like having his bones scraped, then this hunger felt like a bunch of worms digging into his bones. He felt itchy and numb, yet he couldn't scratch this itch. He really felt like drawing a blade and cutting into his own bone. Beads of perspiration dripped down Luo Yunyang's forehead. He felt as though he had really bitten more than he could chew. Actually, this was an unexpected misfortune. He should have focused solely on his comprehension of origin source laws, yet he had unexpectedly activated the chaotic four-origin bead. Luo Yunyang had originally wanted to fight this deeply rooted nagging pain. However, after enduring it for a while, he eventually had to choose an easier approach. He took another piece of gold divine sky source out of his storage bracelet, swallowed it like a famished ghost and focused on the mental aspect this time. 1, 2, 3 divine sky sources. Luo Yunyang felt increasingly famished. Meanwhile, he also felt his resistance weakening. He had swallowed 9 gold divine sky sources, yet when the last piece entered his body, the chaotic 4 origin bead acted like a greedy little kid that had eaten to its limit and no longer wanted to move. However, Luo Yunyang had just satiated this side, so every cell in his body felt like it was being bombarded with countless wind swords, flaming blades, frost, and thunder. The power of the 9 divine sky sources had been applied to his body. When things reached this point, Luo Yunyang realized that he had no other choice. Hence, he quickly turned on his attribute regulator and allocated all his attribute points to his constitution. Power: 1 mind, 10 speed, 1 constitution, 7,651 origin source law, 3,451 wind, 815 earth, 800 fire, 1,000 water, 710 origin source mystic ability, 1.3 space-time eye, 1.3 the golden number beside his constitution attribute had been adjusted to the highest level. If his origin source law attributes and origin source mystic attributes had not been different from his constitution, he would have converted them over as well. After doing all this, Luo Yunyang just lay there quietly, submitting to his fate. He believed that he might be the first person ever to be stuffed to death by incorporating so many divine sky sources. The 7,000 constitution points did lessen his pain and suffering. The reduction of his mind attribute also meant that he would not be able to sense the changes on the outside. At the moment, he could only lie down on the cultivation ground within the silver pagoda and wait in silence. He would either get overwhelmed by the massive evolution energy, or he would survive it. While Luo Yunyang struggled between life and death, he was also struggling with himself. As a result, after a long time, he felt the pain in his body slowly weaken. Although he still didn't relax, this sensation made him realize that he had survived. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator again and slowly adjusted the various attributes of his body, particularly his mind attribute. Ever since he had familiarized himself with the usage of mind power, he had never liked dropping his mind power to such a low level. Just as Luo Yunyang's mind power started to return to normal, he suddenly felt as though something in his mind had broken. When he was about to determine what it was, his mind went blank for a second. Then, a ray of black light shot out. The ray of light expanded rapidly on the cultivation ground. In an instant, the black light transformed into a huge, 30-meter-tall beast covered in purple scales. The beast also had 4 large claws. However, the most attractive thing about this behemoth was not its power, which could tear the void with a wave of its claws, but rather its eyes. It had a pair of eyes that contained 4 colors: red, yellow, blue and green. These 4 glowing colors spun rapidly in the beast's eyes, eventually forming a massive vortex. It's the chaotic 4 origin bead. When Luo Yunyang saw this huge beast, he immediately determined its origin. However, when his eyes met the beast's, he suddenly sensed that the chaotic 4 origin beast was actually a person. Actually, it was a whole entity. Delighted to meet you. I'm also Luo Yunyang, the chaotic 4 origin beast said with a gentle swing of its claw. Chapter 519. The Invincible Grade Satellite. There were currently 2 displays in Luo Yunyang's mind that made him feel like he was bursting with joy. One of the stats displayed belonged to him, while the other belonged to the chaotic 4 origin beast. Power: 6,124 mind, 1,102 speed, 1,721 constitution, 3,140 origin source law, 3,451 wind, 815 earth, 800 fire, 1,000 water, 710 origin source mystic ability, 1.3 space-time eye, 1.3. Although his original attributes, power, constitution and speed had increased greatly, his origin source laws hadn't improved. 9 gold divine sky sources had been enough to raise 3 of Luo Yunyang's attributes by almost 1,000 points. In the past, Luo Yunyang would never have been able to improve so greatly, unless he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. His constitution and power had already surpassed those of ordinary nebula-grade martialists. Thus, every upgrade was very difficult. However, the 9 divine sky sources had helped Luo Yunyang achieve what could be described as a massive leap. Unfortunately, this kind of leap still couldn't compare to the chaotic 4 origin beast nurtured by the 9 gold divine sky sources that contained the power of primordial chaotic creation. Power: 10,032 mind, 4,256 speed, 1,024 constitution, 12,358 Origin Source Law, 4,125 Wind, 1,021 Earth, 1,001 Fire, 1,087 Water, 1,024 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 3 Chaotic Whole Transference, 1.5 Heaven Earth Engulfing, 1.5 The chaotic 4 Origin Beast was indeed a top-notch beast that was valued greatly by the 4 Supreme Saints. Although it only had a star-grade cultivation at birth, its various attributes had already crushed Luo Yunyang's Nebula Grade 1s. The power of the chaotic 4 Origin Beast would be unimaginable if it were to mature. Furthermore, the chaotic 4 Origin Beast still had its bloodline memory intact. Although the bloodline memory had only been aroused, its defensive constitution technique called Supreme Chaotic Body and its offensive Chaotic Ripping Strike both seemed to contain infinite mysteries. Of course, this was only the start of the chaotic 4 Origin Beast's bloodline memory. Deeper memories would only awaken after it went through further evolution. However, compared to the chaotic 4 Origin Beast's powers, Luo Yunyang was mostly excited about his attribute regulator. He had discovered that he was able to adjust his attributes interchangeably with the chaotic 4 Origin Beast by using his attribute regulator, even though the adjustments were limited to the same attribute. In other words, Luo Yunyang's power attribute could only transfer points to the chaotic 4 Origin Beast's power attribute, not to its constitution or any other attributes. Similarly, the chaotic 4 Origin Beast's power attribute could only transfer points to Luo Yunyang's power attribute. Luo Yunyang was a little dismayed by this limitation. However, simply possessing the chaotic 4 Origin Beast was still like having a wonderful treasure trove of limitless uses. His power, mind, constitution and everything else could have a super upgrade. However, for now, Luo Yunyang's priority was to get familiar with switching between himself and the chaotic 4 Origin Beast and quickly familiarize the chaotic 4 Origin Beast with the surrounding world. The chaotic 4 Origin Beast had quickly become Luo Yunyang's ultimate trump card, one that was not inferior to the attribute regulator. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with the chaotic 4 Origin Beast in the cultivation center, made a tap with his finger towards the sky. Although the tap wasn't very fast, a black light appeared soon. Actually, it was a black hole. However, this black hole had 2 layers. Not only had the 2-layered black hole's power been doubled, but its might had also improved tenfold. Even monarch-level elites would find it hard to evade this 2-layered black hole. At first, it had been difficult to execute the 2-layered chaotic hole by relying on just Luo Yunyang's own strength. However, thanks to the addition of the chaotic 4 Origin Beast's origin source laws, Luo Yunyang was able to execute the 2-layered black hole directly. Because of his 2-layered black hole, Luo Yunyang felt more confident about facing a monarch-level, galaxy-grade martialist. However, he still decided to let the chaotic 4 Origin Beast familiarize itself with its surrounding for 10 days before heading out to hunt some purgatory monarch-level elites to replenish his stash of divine sky source. Although Luo Yunyang could already execute the 2-layered black hole, he would never miss out on the opportunity to improve his cultivation methods. While Luo Yunyang was training in seclusion, the huge bloody space river was bubbling with commotion. The reason was the Blaze Titan Monarch. The higher-ups of the Machine Empire had given a direct response after the severe injury of the Blaze Titan Monarch. They were going to send out the only 3 invincible-grade satellites of the Machine Empire, which had a search range that could cover the entire bloody space river. Luo Yunyang had killed a dozen divine marquises, crushed the Blaze Titan Monarch's body and gone back to hiding in the shadows, which made it extremely hard to guard oneself against him. Now, the 9th successive galaxy was blockaded by the primeval underworld monarch, while the other exits of the bloody space river were also blockaded by the Machine Empire and the other factions. Once the invincible grade satellites, signals covered the entire bloody space river, Luo Yunyang would be found, even if he tried to hide in the dust. The Machine Empire's 7 Titan monarchs had already gathered. The Purgatory's 9 great monarchs had gathered. The Bug Race's 6 great monarchs had also gathered. Countless divine marquises from all over had also gathered along with the monarchs. They used to fear Luo Yunyang's unpredictable movements and sightings, so they had not dared make any moves against Luo Yunyang. However, the gathering of more than 20 monarchs gave them hope about killing Luo Yunyang. Although they might not necessarily be the first to get the job done, being able to participate in this mission itself was already a form of glory for most people. Besides, during the showdown between these elites, one might be able to luck out and obtain something nice. One of the primeval underworld monarchs. Clones is already on its way here. We must present ourselves in front of him. That's right, although we may not necessarily be able to kill Luo Yunyang, as long as we present ourselves in front of the primeval underworld monarch, say a few words and let him know that we are concerned about our elders, I believe that he will definitely remember this good karma. Ha ha, yes, if we were to see him while traveling in the bloody space river, he would definitely not kill us. More and more people had similar intentions. As they were talking about killing Luo Yunyang, they were also watching the pyramid, which was as large as 10 stars combined. The signals of this invincible-grade satellite covered the entire bloody space river. Aside from its exceptional searching and scouting abilities, it also had astonishing offensive capabilities. 22 monarchs had gathered atop the invincible satellite, ready to strike whenever Luo Yunyang appeared. I heard that the satellite signal covers this entire expanse of space. Is it true? Asked the warrior from the purgatory while speaking to the elite from the Machine Empire. The elite from the Machine Empire, who was very proud of his own empire's invincible-grade satellites, replied haughtily, "Ha ha. The signal enveloped the entire expanse 3 days ago. This is only the first level of scouting. According to my friend, who is working on the invincible satellite, the scouting is only at the 2nd level, which is still pretty far away from the 9th level that it is capable of. However, we have already located the position of all the divine marquises and the weaker martialists of the entire Divine Union. The monarchs just issued instructions to all the elites of the Divine Union through the invincible satellite. They ordered them to come over and await further investigation." The elite from the purgatory inhaled violently. Although he did not have a favorable impression of the Machine Empire under normal circumstances, the silver giant satellites still frightened him. How much power was this if it could control an entire galaxy? The Machine Empire elite was just about to speak again when the originally calm satellite was heard. "Bloody Blade Monarch, we have discovered your position. Report immediately to our location within 3 days. Otherwise, you will be executed with no chance of parole." The mechanical voice was very stiff, yet its tone was overbearingly oppressive. The Bloody Blade Monarch, who was a monarch of the Divine Union, was also the person with the highest status in the entire bloody space river. Although he could not return to the base camp of the Divine Union, he undoubtedly represented the face of the Union. The fact that the Machine Empire had used such a method to notify him was undoubtedly a heavy smack across his face. The Bloody Blade Monarch did not say anything. He understood the situation he was in. However, soon after this announcement, the stiff voice came again from the huge pyramid. "Divine Axe Monarch, we have detected your location. Please do not hide in that small meteorite. It is useless. From now on, your actions are under our supervision. You have 3 days to report to us. Otherwise, you will die." The Divine Axe Monarch, who was atop a meteorite, was fuming. When was the last time he had suffered such a humiliation? The current situation was dire, so he had no other choice. Although he was reluctant, he knew that he ultimately would be the one to suffer if he resisted. If he had known that this was coming, he would have returned to the Divine Union's territory when the 8 monarchs had attacked the 9th successive galaxy. Remain calm, especially in a situation like this. The Bloody Blade Monarch's voice was heard over the Divine Axe Monarchs. Communication device. As the names of the Divine Marquises of the Divine Union were called out in succession, the extent of the invincible satellite's scouting seemed to intensify. Eventually, even a Divine Marquis who was exceptional at hiding was found in the abyss of a star. However, there was still no news about Luo Yunyang. Although many people were being scouted, there was still no news about him. However, everyone in the bloody space river knew that if the scouting intensified, Luo Yunyang would eventually be found. Chapter 520. A Furious Blade Divine Axe Monarch, Bloody Blade Monarch, Wave Breaker Monarch. Both in the Divine Union and their own tribes, anyone bestowed with the monarch title was considered a powerhouse. The Divine Union valued monarchs a lot and believed that they were bound to reach the celestial domain grade. Their tribes valued them even more, because they would become the people who would fly the tribe's flag high. However, the 3 proud people were currently standing emotionless beneath a shattered star, watching the huge silver satellite looming in space. In fact, this was Invincible number 3. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. If that big shot hadn't given me an order, I would have gone all out with them. The Wave Breaker Monarch said. He was from the Tianhua tribe, which was one of the 18 primary tribes. The Wave Breaker Monarch, who was a very proud man, now felt like an arrested hooligan awaiting his trial. How was one supposed to feel good about this situation? Right now, he was seething with rage. The bloody blade monarch's gaze was as incisive as a blade. He shot a cold glance at the wave-breaker monarch before retorting, "Do you want to die?" His rebuttal was brutally awful to listen to, but it was surprisingly effective, as the wave-breaker monarch quickly settled down. The wave-breaker monarch didn't want to die. However, this darn invincible No-3 had eliminated any escape options he'd had. No point thinking too much about this. The current situation isn't very favorable for the Divine Union, the Divine Axe monarch said before adding coldly, "Do not assume that they wouldn't try anything on us." While the three of them were conversing, a loud roar erupted from afar. "Yuan Tongming, you are abusing power!" screamed a divine marquis from the Divine Union who was very famous in the human tribe. Yuan Tongming was a purgatory martialist who looked very much like a human if one ignored the pair of black bone blades that grew out of his hands. "So what if I'm abusing power? Marquis Zhang Yun, what an impressive name. Do you remember berating me and telling me to scram? I bet you must have been elated back then," Yuan Tongming said scornfully. "However, you've landed in my hands now. I've heard that a captured phoenix is nothing more than a chicken. Besides, you weren't a phoenix to begin with. If I said that you couldn't even be compared to a sow, I would actually be insulting the sow." Yuan Tongming roared with laughter. "Skin him. I suspect that bandit Luo Yunyang is hiding under his clothes. Anyone that dares defy me will die." Yuan Tongming cackled hysterically along with the hundreds of martialists that came from the three factions, causing everyone to tremble. "This is going too far." The wave-breaker monarch snorted as he was about to step forward. However, before he could, a huge menacing pressure enveloped him. "Move and you'll die," said a voice that came from the huge satellite. The wave-breaker monarch shivered momentarily in fear upon hearing that voice. He could sense the killing intent of over 10 other monarchs on him. If he made a move, he would only initiate a fight he was bound to lose. To do something, or not to do something. "Endure, wave-breaker monarch." The Divine Axe monarch bellowed as he rushed over. They'd had a rather friendly relationship in the past, so he did not wish to see his comrade die in vain. However, the wave-breaker monarch was unable to swallow this down. His eyes blazed with killing intent. "I'm going to kill you, you piece of trash," Marquis Zhang Yun screamed as he wielded his blade and slashed towards Yuan Tongming. Although he knew that this was a trap, he had no regrets at the moment. A smile appeared on Yuan Tongming's face. It was a sly smile, a smile that made it seem like everything was in his palms. His goal was to anger Marquis Yunfeng and make him take action before killing him like a dog. He didn't have to fear anything. Although he knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge Marquis Zhang Yun's attack, there was no need to dodge either. There was quite a number of divine marquises around, so they would definitely save him. They had already discussed this beforehand. Given the cultivation base of those martialists, he believed that they would be able to rescue him in time. However, as he was feeling pleased with himself, the blade had already reached his neck and severed it along with the galaxy within his body in two. He couldn't believe this, yet it was all true. How could this be? Why had everything turned out this way? Why hadn't everything gone according to plan? He had been supposed to be safe. Marquis Zhang Yun was shocked. Although he regretted making a move and not trying hard, he also knew that his chances of success had been really small. He had never expected that he would succeed when there was such a small probability. Could the divine marquises that had surrounded Yuan Tongming have been going easy on him? However, the chance of something like this happening wasn't high. Marquis Zhang Yun knew that someone must have been supporting Yuan Tongming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been acting in this manner. The person who supported Yuan Tongming would never allow him to be killed, or their reputation would be gone. Sure enough, Divine Marquis Zhang Yun was right. The Divine Marquis martialists who surrounded Yan Tongming appeared angry when they witnessed Yan Tongming's death. The anger they felt came from the depths of their hearts. It was a rage that stemmed from humiliation. It was unresigned fury. Could the trapped monarchs have made their move at the same time? Divine Marquis Zhang Yun shifted his gaze to the Divine Axe Monarch and the others. He had been aware of the position of the Divine Axe Monarch and the others all along. He also knew that, although the Divine Axe Monarch and the other monarchs looked like they had more freedom, their position was much direr than his. They were being detained by the invincible No-3 and over 20 monarchs, so they were in a way worse situation. If they made a move, perhaps. Beep. Beep, beep. Luo Yunyang has been detected. Luo Yunyang has been detected. A sharp piercing sound echoed across the void. Then, paths of light shot out of the huge tower and formed a huge cage-like shape with an incisive point. Marquis Zhang Yun, who was outside this prison-like light encirclement, saw a figure inside. He felt regretful when he saw the figure inside smiling at him. If Luo Yunyang hadn't made a move, he wouldn't have been exposed so soon. If he had been exposed, then, as these thoughts went through Marquis Zhang Yun's head, 22 massive auras came flying down from that huge silver satellite. They were all staring at Luo Yunyang. The overwhelming atmosphere was like a torrential wave. When all of them arrived at the same time, it felt like countless shadow projections had appeared in the void. Although these 22 auras couldn't compare to the primeval underworld monarch's bloodied sea of bones, their powers were also pretty impressive. Some of them were from the purgatory, some from the machine empire, while there were also some giant worms that dwarfed stars. The power gathered within these shadow projections was earth-shaking as they all headed towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's expression was exceptionally calm. He acted as though these boundless waves of energy weren't heading towards him. Luo Yunyang, this is indeed the first time that someone with your divine marquis abilities was treated in such a manner in the entire bloody space river, said one of the Titan monarchs, who was clad in full purple armor. He was the leader of the rest of the Titan monarchs and the commander-in-chief of this operation. Because of the primeval underworld monarch, the purgatory was the strongest force around. However, no one dared refute what the purple metal Titan monarch said. Luo Yunyang's appearance in the sky was quickly broadcasted to the 9th successive galaxy by Invincible Number 3. As the primeval underworld monarch looked at the proud Luo Yunyang, his eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. According to his own intuition, Luo Yunyang was slightly different from when he had first seen him. However, he couldn't really tell what was different about him. Just as the primeval underworld monarch activated his clones and made them move towards Luo Yunyang's location, the human tribe's martialists also saw Luo Yunyang's situation, which was broadcast by Invincible Number 3. The golden bat monarch, the green scale monarch and the others were glowering at the purple metal Titan monarch. In the past, they had been opponents who had fought against each other. However, there was a huge feeling of defeat in their hearts at the moment. Luo Yunyang had been found. Although they knew that Luo Yunyang would be found sooner or later thanks to the appearance of Invincible Number 3, they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. It didn't seem like there would be any disadvantages for the Divine Union if Luo Yunyang died. After all, this temporary alliance would be dissolved with his death. However, after Luo Yunyang died, the entire reputation of the Divine Union would be tarnished. "Let's go find Sir and ask him to act," the green scale monarch shouted at the golden bat monarch. Although the golden bat monarch appeared calm, his voice was gloomy. "There's no use in going. If Sir acted, the top powerhouses of the other three factions would make a move too. Eventually, it would be a futile attempt. We wouldn't even get past the primeval underworld monarch's defense." While the two of them were conversing, on the screen, Luo Yunyang eyed the purple metal Titan monarch and said nonchalantly, "Is it just the few of you? You're still far from succeeding." Chapter 521. Anger fills the galaxy. This lad has a nasty tone. The celestial world supremacy said in a frosty tone while watching Luo Yunyang from the shattered world. Mo Lin, who was attending to the celestial world supremacy, realized that his master wasn't in a bad mood. Thus, he replied instantly, "Supremacy, His Highness Yunyang is in a very dangerous situation right now. I think that His Highness's cultivation must have improved. It would be a pity if he died this way." The celestial world supremacy shot a cold glance at Mo Lin before saying, "He will only obtain that item for me if he manages to escape from the bloody space river. Why would I need him if he can't even do that?" Mo Lin wanted to continue, but eventually chose to shut his mouth. He wanted very much to speak up for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had limitless potential after all. If he spoke up on Luo Yunyang's behalf at such a crucial moment, Luo Yunyang would definitely remember him. Of course, he had to do so while also looking out for his own interests. Now that his master had already expressed his attitude towards this situation, whatever he said would no longer be beneficial. Besides, his master would feel uncomfortable. As a servant, he shouldn't talk too much or criticize the decisions his master made. It seemed like Luo Yunyang was doomed this time. Even Mo Lin would find it hard to dodge a combined attack from 22 monarchs, let alone Luo Yunyang, who hadn't even become a monarch yet. Meanwhile, the primeval underworld monarch, who was situated in a sea of blood in the 9th successive galaxy, had a cold expression on his face. The image of Luo Yunyang was reflected in the primeval underworld monarch's eyes through a display before him. If looks could kill, then the primeval underworld monarch would have killed Luo Yunyang a dozen times by now. Impudence. The purple metal Titan monarch was the leader of all the Titan monarchs in the Machine Empire. Actually, in terms of status, he was not much lower than the pre-peak primeval underworld monarch. However, the gap between them had widened after the primeval underworld monarch had reached the extreme boundary. The purple metal Titan monarch wasn't happy about acting on the behalf of the primeval underworld monarch. An insolent brat that he had wasted so much effort searching for had actually dared speak to him in such an impudent manner. This made him boil with anger. You must have a death wish. The purple metal Titan monarch raised his fist and blasted a punch towards Luo Yunyang. Compared to the attacks of the elites from the Purgatory and the Divine Union, the purple metal Titan monarch's punch didn't seem all that mighty. However, those in the know were aware that one should never compete with someone from the Machine Empire who was at the same level. The Machine Empire had a different cultivation path, so its members' improvement relied heavily on high-grade ores. For example, unlike the martialists of the Divine Union, they could not cultivate a galaxy in their bodies. Hence, they would use pieces of star cores to form a galaxy within their bodies. Although it was difficult for them to cultivate, this way, they were still much stronger than self-cultivated galaxy-grade martialists in terms of power. After all, a machine was much stronger than a human most of the time. Luo Yunyang looked on as the purple metal Titan monarch swung his fist. Without hesitation, he threw a punch that met the purple metal Titan monarch's punch head-on. The combined power of Luo Yunyang and the chaotic four-origin beast had a total of more than 16,000 attribute points. All these points were contained in the punch that Luo Yunyang had blasted out. Power was the strongest when concentrated. Both Luo Yunyang and the purple metal Titan monarch knew this theory. Hence, they didn't hold back. However, the purple metal Titan monarch's fist was the size of a small mountain, while Luo Yunyang's was only the size of an ordinary human fist. Shockwaves rippled when the two fists collided. However, when they collided, the purple metal Titan monarch felt his body get pushed by an enormous force. He was immediately sent flying back at a high speed. The sensors on him were rapidly sending information about his body back. His power was inferior, and the galaxy core in his body had cracked. Although he did not have any human emotions, he still found it hard to believe that this was happening. He was obviously an elite of the Machine Empire who had a clear advantage. How had things turned out this way? The purple metal Titan monarch wasn't the only one who was in shock. The 20 other monarchs had wanted to act on behalf of the purple metal Titan monarch when he had been about to throw his punch. Despite their intention, they hadn't dared snatch away this opportunity from the purple metal Titan monarch. After all, Luo Yunyang had been scouted out by the Machine Empire's invincible satellite, and the Machine Empire had suffered the most losses. Everyone believed that Luo Yunyang was overestimating himself. However, when his fists collided with the purple metal Titan monarch's, Luo Yunyang only fell back 5 steps, while the purple metal Titan monarch was blasted away. The spectators, who were confused, wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. He made the purple metal Titan monarch fall back. He has the strength of a monarch. The Bloody Blade monarch said in a trembling voice. In the Bloody Space River, every monarch was extremely important to their race. Despite Luo Yunyang's brilliant battle statistics in the past, he hadn't been a monarch. However, he had just displayed powers that had been able to suppress a galaxy-grade monarch. This guy is sick. He's only a nebula-grade martialist, yet he defeated the purple metal Titan monarch by using his strength. The Wave Breaker monarch's voice trembled as he said, if he were to become a galaxy-grade. Although the Wave Breaker monarch didn't finish his sentence, it was easy to understand what he meant. Almost immediately, the Wave Breaker monarch turned on his communication device, ignored his situation and directly sent out his thoughts. The Wave Breaker monarch, strongly urge that Sir rescues Luo Yunyang. If he reaches the galaxy grade, he definitely won't be any weaker than the primeval underworld monarch. He is a peak-level existence that could bring enormous benefits to the Divine Union. The Wave Breaker monarch's request was broadcasted rather than sent individually. When the Bloody Blade monarch saw the message, He turned his head at once and reprimanded him angrily, "You're crazy." "I'm not crazy. I know what I'm doing. However, if the Great Sir doesn't act, I won't bear to watch helplessly while Luo Yunyang dies." While the Wave Breaker Monarch was speaking, another message appeared. This time, it was from the Divine Axe Monarch. "It's time to let Master know what we're thinking," the Divine Axe Monarch told the Bloody Blade Monarch resolutely. The 8 Galaxy Monarchs were the pillars of the entire Divine Union in the Bloody Space River and thus acted in the manner that they should. While the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others presented their plea to their master, the elites from the Purgatory and the Bug race were staring at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. "He's a Nebula-grade martialist with a monarch's power. He has to die," said an elite monarch from the Purgatory. The few Titan monarchs standing behind the purple metal Titan monarch were also staring at Luo Yunyang coldly. Their eyes, which were made up of various gemstones, would change color according to their gaze. "Boss, are you okay? If you're not, we can attack together and kill this brat," the Thick Earth Titan Monarch told the Purple Metal Titan Monarch. Before the Thick Earth Titan Monarch could finish his words, he and the other Titan Monarchs received a signal at the same time. The signal was actually a message. The message stated that the Purple Metal Titan Monarch should be allowed to have one more shot at attacking. If the Purple Metal Titan Monarch couldn't kill Luo Yunyang, then he should stop being willful and accept reality. "Luo Yunyang, you must die today," the Purple Metal Titan Monarch said emotionlessly. However, as he spoke, he put his hands together. When his palms separated again, a shining purple blade had appeared in them. Its purple aura galaxy. When the Bloody Blade Monarch saw the purple blade light, he tensed up like a panther ready to pounce. The Bloody Blade Monarch was a monarch who used the word blade in his name, so he was well aware of the power of purple aura galaxy. He was afraid that Luo Yunyang would be unable to handle a blade strike, so he prepared to take action. However, just as his body started to produce a trace of intention to accumulate power, 7 or 8 other auras engulfed him. The auras had come from the monarchs of the Purgatory and other Titan monarchs from the Machine Empire. Although they had yet to make a move, they would be ready to intervene if the Bloody Blade Monarch attacked. "Do not be reckless." The Wave Breaker Monarch grabbed hold of the Bloody Blade Monarch, hinting at him to keep waiting. Luo Yunyang remained the epitome of calmness, even after the purple blade light had appeared. As Luo Yunyang faced the purple blade light directly, instead of appearing afraid, it seemed like he was excited. He felt excitement indeed. His strength wasn't inferior to the Purple Metal Titan Monarchs, so he was now able to use his 2-layered blade hole. Hence, one could say that he had sort of reached the extreme boundary. He had nothing to fear under the circumstances. He just wanted to see the difference in power between him and the Purple Metal Titan Monarch. Therefore, when that dozen-feet-long purple blade light appeared, instead of falling back, Luo Yunyang actually stepped forward. Die. The moment Luo Yunyang stepped forward, the Purple Metal Titan Monarch made his move. The purple blade light in his hand moved along with him and turned into a purple galaxy of massive length. Stars shone within the galaxy, each one flashing in the void as if it was real. Everyone watching felt like there was indeed a galaxy sweeping down from the void. The Bloody Blade Monarch's eyes were staring at the overwhelming blade light. However, his eyes dimmed rather quickly. Although he refused to admit it, this blade light had already surpassed his abilities. He would be injured seriously if he was on the receiving end of that blade light. Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was only at the nebula grade. Could he handle it? Chapter 522. The 9th level Heaven Quivering Waves. Linlong sat in his room, watching the siege on Luo Yunyang through the huge image displayed by his communication device. Although he was separated by the screen and looking at only a projection, that galaxy-cleaving blade made Linlong feel extremely uncomfortable. Linlong spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly realized that he had unconsciously adjusted the playback quality of the broadcast to the medium setting. People of his level should be watching the broadcast at the lowest setting. He was upset. He knew that the Purple Metal Titan Emperor was also a galaxy-grade entity like him, but there was a huge difference between galaxy-grade entities. This was like comparing a rabbit and a tiger that had both lived for 10 years. Although they had been alive for the same amount of years, they were miles apart. Plus, Luo Yunyang was also a human. How did he cultivate? One would never know how much they lacked in cultivation if they never stepped foot into the Bloody Space River. One would also never know that there were plenty of outstanding figures if they never stepped foot into the Bloody Space River. Although Linlong had always felt this sentiment, it only erupted now. However, he was more anxious and worried about how Luo Yunyang was going to avoid the blade. If he were the one facing the blade, he might not even be able to retaliate before being severed into pieces by that blade light. However, Luo Yunyang was different. He had killed the primeval underworld monarch's younger brother, which already made Linlong feel like this was a dream. However, he knew very well that if he'd had the necessary power and been aware of the consequences of killing the primeval underworld monarch's younger brother, he would have gone ahead with it as well. Not because he liked to kill, but because he had no other choice. The blade light was still shining brightly. Linlong didn't feel good about watching the blade light, yet he continued to eye the display closely. Luo Yunyang seemed tiny before the galaxy-like blade light. However, just as that mighty, void-rending blade light came crashing down, Luo Yunyang stuck out a clean white finger. When his finger jabbed gently towards the void, a hole of dark light appeared. The enchanting purple galaxy gushed toward the black light hole. Although it was overwhelming at first, as it rushed to the light hole, it started to rapidly shrink at the front. Linlong was not surprised by Luo Yunyang's move. However, he still started to sweat. Is that the world-engulfing finger? Luo Yunyang had executed this move before him in the past. Unfortunately, he had failed to break the move, and so had some divine marquises. Would the world-engulfing finger still be effective in the face of a way stronger existence than him, especially an overwhelmingly stronger existence? Just as Linlong got confused, someone in the platform he was connected to had started to discuss this. Linlong didn't dare rebut the person who posted, as it was the Golden Bat Monarch. Luo Yunyang is going to lose. He is paying the price for messing with the wrong person. The Golden Bat Monarch's voice was slightly resentful, as he'd had high hopes for Luo Yunyang. His world-engulfing finger is really mysterious. Basically, as long as an attack does not exceed 10 times his own power, he will be able to devour it directly. However, the blade light that he is fighting against is simply too strong. Yunyang is basically holding a container that is invincible against divine marquises. However, against even stronger existences, or an elite who is multiple times stronger, his move will only feel like a restriction or nuisance to the opponent. As the Golden Bat Monarch was speaking, the Purple Metal Titan Monarch bellowed, "These are puny little tricks. Take my ninth order heaven quivering wave." With a loud roar, the blade light that had originally looked like a long galaxy turned into 9 layers of huge waves. The blade wave, which was both forceful and extremely incisive, surged. The Golden Bat Monarch, who had been commenting, stopped. Obviously, this meant that he was no longer optimistic about Luo Yunyang's chances. Luo Yunyang's body looked like a small boat floating in a turbulent ocean of rolling blade waves. It was extremely difficult for Linlong to watch Luo Yunyang's condition. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately still chose to improve the playback's quality. When he saw Luo Yunyang's clear and crisp expression, he felt as though there were countless huge hammers crashing down on his spirit. These massive hammers made him so uncomfortable that he felt like crumbling to pieces. The exceptionally strong power of this great path, which contained an unceasing energy, struck people's spirits right away. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the other 2 individuals outside the roiling galaxy sea were quiet. They all stared at the Purple Metal Titan Monarch in awe and fear. Although they had all been bestowed the Monarch title, only now did they discover the large gap between them and the Purple Metal Titan Monarch. If the Purple Metal Titan Monarch was determined, his single blade strike would be enough to defeat the 3 of them. "I want to see how this brat is going to die," one of the opposing monarchs watching gloated. Elites from the Purgatory and the Bug race watched the Purple Metal Titan Monarch intently, wondering how they would have dealt with his move if they had been the ones in that spot. As all sorts of thoughts went through their minds, the first layer of blade waves entered the black hole formed by Luo Yunyang's finger. In most people's opinion, even if Luo Yunyang's black hole was able to devour the blade light, it would have a problem devouring the first layer of blade waves. Cracks would either appear on the black hole, or the blade waves would penetrate it directly. However, when the first layer of blade waves was sucked into the black hole conjured by Luo Yunyang's finger, Luo Yunyang was unaffected. There were also no changes on the black hole. The expressions on a number of people's faces turned somewhat stiff. However, shortly thereafter, everyone thought that maybe because this was just the first layer of blade waves. The strongest level of that rolling galaxy river blade was the 9th layer. This was just the beginning after all. The waves would arrive in succession, and when 9 layers of waves had gathered, the strength would increase 9-fold. 2nd layer, Third layer, fourth layer. The brilliance in the purple metal Titan monarch's eyes started to change. The purple metal Titan monarch was confident in himself. After all, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was only at the nebula grade. However, as the 7th level of waves entered Luo Yunyang's black hole without any reaction, the purple metal Titan monarch started to feel that something was amiss. He no longer had any other means to use. Thus, he could only hope that the next 2 levels of blade waves would break Luo Yunyang's defense. The 8th level blade wave is coming. This chap is really the Bloody Blade King, who did not know what to say, could only admire Luo Yunyang. Just as the Bloody Blade King lamented, the last level of blade waves was absorbed by Luo Yunyang's black hole. Luo Yunyang's expression was as calm as ever. Meanwhile, that black hole didn't seem to have changed at all. It seemed as if the purple galaxy river had never appeared. However, even though Luo Yunyang appeared relaxed, this had been by no means effortless for him. The furious blade waves that had entered the 2-layered black hole conjured by his fingers were crashing about like a raging tsunami within. However, even though they were very powerful, they couldn't break the constraints of the 2-layered black hole. "Let's attack and kill Luo Yunyang together," roared a dark-looking mechanical powerhouse who was standing afar. His voice immediately elicited agreeing replies from others. Almost all the monarch-level elites from the 3 factions rushed toward Luo Yunyang at the same time. They weren't fools. Luo Yunyang's performance had terrified them. Being able to perform at such a level despite having a lower cultivation base was astonishing. If they let Luo Yunyang attain the galaxy grade, then the primeval underworld monarch alone was already too much to handle. They would never allow a new peak-level existence to surpass them. The first who rushed towards Luo Yunyang was the Dark Shadow Monarch from the Purgatory. His speed wasn't very fast, but his attack was extremely precise. In an instant, the Dark Shadow Monarch had already appeared before Luo Yunyang. The long black sword in his hand transformed into countless shadows in the void and slashed towards Luo Yunyang. Actually, the Dark Shadow Monarch had found the perfect opportunity to strike, as Luo Yunyang had just absorbed the 9th level of blade waves of the purple metal Titan Monarch and was unable to react in time. Just as the Dark Shadow Monarch started having a good feeling about his attack, Luo Yunyang's finger, which had just suffered the blade wave of the purple metal Titan Monarch, suddenly flicked towards him. Although his movement wasn't very fast, with a flick of his finger, a trail of purple galaxy river shot directly towards the Dark Shadow Monarch. Thanks to the 9 levels of blade waves, each one much stronger and faster than the previous one, it was much faster than the purple metal Titan Monarch. The Dark Shadow Monarch wanted to employ other means, but it was too late. In an instant, the purple blade waves had already broken through all his sword shadows and started closing in on him. The Dark Shadow Monarch retreated hurriedly. Although he was quick, the blade waves were faster. Thus, they quickly crashed into his body. However, as a monarch, the Dark Shadow Monarch had very powerful means of life preservation. When he waved the long sword in his hands, it transformed into a halo that enveloped his entire body. Because of it, his body formed a ball that bounced away upon touching the blade wave. Just as Luo Yunyang was preparing to take advantage of the moment, dozens of attacks began pouring in from all directions. The most dangerous part of this fight was only starting now. Chapter 523. Fractured Voids and Fallen Monarchs. Luo Yunyang could not be allowed to live. This was the thought on the mind of every monarch who participated in this operation. They were all very afraid of the consequences after seeing Luo Yunyang's performance. Hence, every strike thrown his way was one of their most adept techniques. They used boundless blade mountains, heaven-splitting sword strikes, and domineering punches that could shatter voids. Luo Yunyang appeared even more relaxed as he faced all these various attacks. He knew that he couldn't allow himself to be caught up in this multi-directional siege. If that happened, even his 2-layered black hole would suffer severe pressure while facing attacks from all sides. Hence, the moment the countless attacks approached, Luo Yunyang quickly made some adjustments by using his attribute regulator. Of course, his priority was to adjust most of the attribute points, especially the speed points, of the chaotic 4-origin beast to the max. Luo Yunyang went all out with his wind origin source law. Although he did not systematically learn any top-level movement technique, his understanding of wind origin source law had already made him much faster than the average person, let alone someone who also used an attribute regulator. The first impression of the people attacking Luo Yunyang was that he was very fast. Before their attacks could close in on him, he had already disappeared without a trace. Those overwhelming attacks actually collided. Although they were all monarchs and the control of their attacks had reached its peak, the fact that their attacks hit and cancelled out each other was somewhat infuriating. Where do you think you are running to? The Dove Rock monarch from the purgatory instantly transformed into his first form and thundered towards Luo Yunyang. As the acclaimed fastest monarch of the group, his mission was to bog Luo Yunyang down. He didn't think that would be too difficult. The Dove Rock monarch's wings flapped incessantly while they cracked the void, constantly using this means to seal the space around Luo Yunyang. In an instant, they both transformed into streaks of light in the void. As their speed increased, their movements started to blur. The Dove Rock monarch, who felt that he was getting closer to Luo Yunyang, was prepared to execute his strongest attack once Luo Yunyang was in range. He definitely had to receive the primeval underworld monarch's promise. However, just as he was about to claw at Luo Yunyang, he suddenly realized that Luo Yunyang had disappeared completely. A bad premonition instantly crept up the Dove Rock monarch's spine. He couldn't believe this. How could that strange Luo Yunyang be faster than him? As the Dove Rock monarch was staring ahead in disbelief, a fist appeared eerily behind him and a finger jab struck him. It was the universe-breaking snap. The Dove Rock monarch was instantly torn apart by the two-layered black hole. If the few powerhouses flying behind him had not been protecting his soul, he might have perished due to Luo Yunyang's attack. Void Severing Secret Technique. The moment that Luo Yunyang struck the Dove Rock monarch, several monarchs from the bug race waved their hands at the same time, conjuring numerous half-human, half-bug beings with white wings that rushed out of a queen's nest. These bug-like beings did not seem built for battle, as there were no armor plates on their bodies. However, they flapped their 6 pairs of wings at the same time upon appearing, forming a strange energy. Luo Yunyang sensed the strange energy and took flight in a split moment. However, even though his speed was fast, he met a thin golden wall after traversing a few thousand miles. From the outside, it seemed like the thousands of miles of space between Luo Yunyang and the others were separated by a thin layer of golden light. Ha ha ha, where are you trying to run to? The purple metal titan monarch roared while rushing towards Luo Yunyang. It could be said that the purple metal titan emperor had failed completely when he had fought with Luo Yunyang. When Luo Yunyang increased his speed, he did not even get the chance to face him again. Luo Yunyang's speed advantage made the purple metal titan monarch extremely sullen. He felt like a cornered beast that was still trying to fight. However, the several monarchs from the bug race had separated an area of space and confined Luo Yunyang's movements. This undoubtedly delighted the purple metal titan monarch. He understood such boundary-severing techniques, so he knew that the space available would be compressed further. When that happened, the space that Luo Yunyang could use to evade would decrease as well. The purple metal titan monarch and the elites from the purgatory were rushing over at Luo Yunyang frantically. They already had the advantage, so they wanted to kill Luo Yunyang when the confined space got smaller. The Bloody Blade monarch and the others had solemn expressions on their faces, especially the Bloody Blade king and the Wave Breaker king. After pondering this for a moment, they both took flight almost simultaneously and dashed towards the bug race. They were both seasoned veterans who understood that, in order to free Luo Yunyang, they would have to break this space-severing technique. However, as the three of them charged out, 6 figures appeared in the void, stopping them in their tracks. Bloody Blade monarch, are you trying to help? Die, shouted a monarch from the purgatory, who was 100 feet tall and drenched in magma, as he wielded a giant pillar about 10 feet thick and rushed towards the Bloody Blade monarch. The Bloody Blade monarch's face stiffened up when he faced this opponent. He had suffered significantly the last time he had faced off against the giant magma monarch. However, he still dashed towards the giant magma monarch without a second thought after seeing the trapped Luo Yunyang. Ha ha, you must have a death wish, Bloody Blade monarch. Just as the Bloody Blade monarch's blood blade, which was full of boundless blood light, was sent flying towards the giant magma monarch, someone appeared strangely behind him. It was a monarch from the Machine Empire, whose physical body was vastly different from the purple metal titan monarchs. If the purple metal titan emperor had been a giant, then he would have been a speck of dust in comparison. The soaring shadowless titan monarch, who was only a foot tall, laughed hysterically as he zipped like a streak of lightning towards the Bloody Blade. Monarch's blood light. The Bloody Blade monarch's blood light moved like a thread, blocking off the soaring shadowless titan monarch, who was approaching. However, the giant magma monarch's flame-filled pillar was sent crashing towards Luo Yunyang. In the blink of an eye, the Bloody Blade Monarch got involved in a tough battle. This battle wasn't limited to the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Wave Breaker Monarch and the Divine Axe Monarch were also held back by others. Thus, it was equally difficult for them to assist Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang did not show any form of anxiety, despite the increasingly tightening space. On the contrary, he was excited. His body zipped around constantly, evading the attacks of the Purple Metal Titan Monarch and the others time and time again. However, the 6 monarchs from the bug race were constantly reducing the space they had severed. In 15 minutes, the 100,000-mile radius of space was reduced to only a 10,000-mile radius. A radius of 10,000 miles was very large for ordinary people. However, elites like Luo Yunyang found it rather difficult to dodge anything in such a small space. The combined barrage of attacks of the Machine Empire were particularly difficult for Luo Yunyang to dodge. Attack! A monarch from the purgatory with a triangular face, 3 feet and 4 hands swung his 4 blood-colored blades in a frenzy. His blades were moving at astonishing speed. In an instant, they all transformed into a blade rain that descended on the void. Every drop of blood-red blade rain contained a deadly killing intent, while the blade rain covered a radius of 30,000 feet around Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who had been fighting with his back to the wall, came to a stop before an eye suddenly appeared between his brows. It was the space-time eye. The monarch from the purgatory had never thought that Luo Yunyang would suddenly stop in his tracks. What was this guy up to? Although he was distracted for a split moment, Luo Yunyang's eyes quickly locked onto the martialist's body. At the moment, Luo Yunyang could stop time for 4 seconds. In the past, the attribute regulator had only been used on Luo Yunyang himself. Even if he exhausted the origin source laws in his body, he could only manage to freeze his opponent for 3 seconds. However, Luo Yunyang would also be under enormous restraints while freezing his opponents. For example, he wouldn't be able to use his strongest attacks. Now, Luo Yunyang didn't even need to use his origin source laws, as he was using the attributes of his chaotic 4-origin beast. Thus, he naturally wouldn't face the restrictions he had faced before. The moment the eye froze the Purgatory Monarch, Luo Yunyang had already appeared near him. His finger gently jabbed forward, using the universe-breaking snap. If his body hadn't been frozen, the monarch from the Purgatory would have blocked the attack, he would have dodged, he would have. However, his body was frozen in place, so he could only look on helplessly as Luo Yunyang jabbed a finger into his body. Boom! His body shattered into pieces. The monarch's eyes were filled with hatred. However, just as he was thinking of how to take revenge on Luo Yunyang in the future, Luo Yunyang jabbed his finger towards him again. This time, he used the world-engulfing finger. As the black hole appeared on the tip of Luo Yunyang's finger, the shattered pieces of the monarch's body were devoured by the black hole. A monarch had fallen. Chapter 524. Borrowing strength. The people that were bestowed the title of a monarch were considered the highest level of existence in their factions. Each and every one of them had the ability to slaughter hundreds and thousands of elites of the same grade. Even some of them that were of a higher grade might not have ample confidence in dealing with them. However, one of the monarchs of the Purgatory had just fallen. Although the Blaze Titan monarch had been smashed into pieces, most people believed that it was because he had been ambushed. However, the fallen monarch from the Purgatory had shocked the people pursuing Luo Yunyang, as well as those who were watching the battle. The Blood Cloud Monarch has actually fallen. This is unbelievable. The Golden Bat Monarch lamented while watching the Divine Union's broadcast. The Golden Bat Monarch was rather familiar with the dead Blood Cloud Monarch. It could even be said that they were old pals. Of course, they were old pals who had fought a lot. During their fights, they had been equally matched. Yes, this was the proper way to describe their fights. However, an evenly matched opponent like him had actually been killed by Luo Yunyang. Hence, not only was the Golden Bat Monarch shocked, but he also sympathized with his old pal. They were rather similar after all. The Blood Cloud Monarch had died. Didn't this mean that he would be no match for Luo Yunyang either? Linlong and the other people who had accompanied Luo Yunyang in the search for divine sky sources were both shocked and ecstatic. Luo Yunyang had killed a monarch. This meant that he was a monarch as well. However, he was a monarch that had yet to enter the galaxy grade. There was now a greater probability of him surviving an attack from the monarchs. The watching primeval underworld monarch instantly stood up when he saw the blood cloud monarch die. The shadow projection glowing behind him had already disappeared without a trace. The Divine Union martialists in charge of monitoring the 9th successive galaxy could only see a shadow of the primeval underworld monarch before he disappeared into the void. The primeval underworld monarch has left. He's heading towards the battlefield. Although the martialist's cultivation was much lower than the primeval underworld monarch's, he was pretty quick-witted. In a few seconds, he managed to deduce and send out the viable direction and route in which the primeval underworld monarch would probably be heading in. Luo Yunyang, who was currently in battle, was also able to receive the information right away. The primeval underworld monarch had left the 9th successive galaxy. The news made the weary monarchs from the 3 factions who were pursuing Luo Yunyang more determined. Given the primeval underworld monarch's speed, he would be able to arrive soon. Once he did, it would be much easier to kill Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had also received the news through his own communication device. This news had exceeded his expectations. The reason the primeval underworld monarch was in the 9th successive galaxy was because he wanted to prevent Luo Yunyang from escaping back into the Divine Union's base camp. If that happened, even though the primeval underworld monarch's cultivation was sky-high, it would still be useless. However, Luo Yunyang was currently surrounded by 20 monarchs. Thus, not rushing over would be a big blunder. Break. Luo Yunyang looked at the shrinking space and jabbed his finger hard towards it. This jab was the universe-breaking snap. All his attributes had already been adjusted. Thanks to the power of the 2-layered black hole, the space-severing technique executed by the 6 monarchs of the worm tribe started to crack. However, this power was also causing Luo Yunyang's body to shake violently. If he used brute force and smashed through the severed space, he would have to pay a hefty price for it. Thus, Luo Yunyang decided to dash towards the purple metal titan monarch in a flash. Purple metal titan monarch, you'll never get to see the primeval underworld. Monarch, die. The purple metal titan monarch turned rigid when he saw Luo Yunyang dashing over. He very much wanted to delay this until the primeval underworld monarch's arrival. However, Luo Yunyang was eager to kill him. He also did not have a lot of confidence in fighting Luo Yunyang single-handedly. Therefore, he shouted at his fellow comrades, 6 in 1, Titan extermination. Following the purple metal titan monarch's roar, 5 other titan monarchs took flight. As they did, their bodies started to release a devastating killing intent. This killing intent gathered in the void before tunneling towards the purple metal titan monarch. Suddenly, a purple ray of light shot from the top of the purple metal titan monarch's head and instantly became one with the killing intent within the void, forming a robot nearly as large as the confined space. Go to hell. The robot waved his huge, mountain-like fists and blasted them towards Luo Yunyang. The bug race's severed space had also started shrinking even more furiously as the purple metal titan monarch began to attack. Obviously, the 2 factions were cooperating to ensure that they would take Luo Yunyang's life. Luo Yunyang's expression turned grave. Although he already planned to deal with this, he was still surprised by the combined efforts of the purple metal titan monarch and everyone else. However, his attack was already in motion. There was no turning back anymore. World-engulfing finger. With a tap, the collective attack that contained the power of 6 titan monarchs entered the black hole formed at Luo Yunyang's finger. At first, that mass of energy wasn't able to do anything to Luo Yunyang. However, after absorbing 2/3 of it, cracks started to show on the black hole. The eyes of the purple metal titan monarch and the fellow titan monarchs beside him turned red. At the moment, they all wanted to kill Luo Yunyang in one joint attack. However, despite the cracks forming on it, the black hole still remained intact. After all the energy had entered the black hole, Luo Yunyang swiftly changed the direction of his finger and jabbed at the severed space. This jab had expanded all of Luo Yunyang's power. All the power that came from the purple metal titan monarch and the others was redirected onto that severed space. Boom! When the walls of the severed space cracked, the monarchs who had conjured the barrier spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the bug-like beings that had been summoned by these monarchs all disappeared. Their bodies were reduced to ashes before they were scattered away into the darkness. Luo Yunyang finally escaped from the confined space and managed to adjust his speed to the maximum. In an instant, he ripped through the void. Luo Yunyang is trying to escape. One of the monarchs from the purgatory screamed. Compared to the 2 other factions, the martialists from the purgatory were undoubtedly the ones who yearned to kill Luo Yunyang the most. After all, the primeval underworld monarch was from the purgatory. However, they suddenly saw Luo Yunyang appear behind a bug race monarch. The monarchs of the bug race were very skilled in expelling insect swarms during a battle, and they even used these bug hordes as a form of attack. However, they had suffered greatly when Luo Yunyang had broken out of the confined space. Besides, they simply hadn't thought that Luo Yunyang would do anything to them before the primeval underworld monarch arrived. You can't. Before the monarch from the bug race could finish his sentence, Luo Yunyang's finger had already landed heavily on his body. The monarchs of the bug race were not skilled in battle to begin with, so their physical defense was rather weak. Hence, this finger was enough to make the monarch's body crumble in an instant. Luo Yunyang's bloodthirst had been awakened. He did not wish for it to be wasted, so he jabbed with his finger again. World-engulfing finger. This sequence of actions merely took a few seconds to execute. During those few seconds, Luo Yunyang broke the severed space of the bug race and slaughtered one of their monarchs. How dare you kill our monarch? We'll fight you till our last breath. One of the elites of the bug race began to conjure his queen nest, summoning tons of fighting beetles around him and his partners while screaming hysterically at Luo Yunyang. Till your last breath. This is your last breath. As he spoke, Luo Yunyang glanced in the direction of the 9th successive galaxy. The primeval underworld monarch was approaching. After pondering this for a moment, Luo Yunyang made a decision. He took flight and dashed towards the Bloody Blade monarch and the others. The light waves of his chaotic whole scattered, suppressing the people who were attacking the Bloody Blade monarch and his comrades. You guys return first, I'll be here. The layers of light wave from the chaotic whole had improved along with Luo Yunyang's cultivation. At the moment, Luo Yunyang was capable of conjuring 6,400 layers of chaotic whole light waves. Although the monarchs could still move despite the influence of the chaotic whole light waves, their movements were as slow as if they were walking in a swamp. The Bloody Blade monarch, the Divine Axe monarch, and the Wave Breaker monarch all glanced at Luo Yunyang at the same time and told him to take care. Then, the three of them shot off into the distance like arrows released from a bow. They were 3 of the 8 monarchs of the Divine Union, so they were naturally very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished into the void. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the endless void. Meanwhile, a crack appeared at the end of this expanse of space. What an extraordinary speed! While Luo Yunyang had this thought, his finger pointed towards the void. With a gentle stroke, a crack appeared before him in space. Luo Yunyang took a step and vanished into the crack. The purple metal titan monarch and the rest of the monarchs from the bug race had hateful looks on their faces. At the moment, none of them dared do anything to Luo Yunyang or try to prevent him from leaving. When Luo Yunyang's space crack disappeared, a piece of white bone appeared where it had just been. Chapter 525. A bloodshed is a just cause. The primeval underworld monarch sat coldly on his throne like a god, overlooking his surroundings. However, he had an ugly look on his face that made him look extremely livid. Where is Luo Yunyang? His killing gaze landed on a monarch from the purgatory. The lava monarch was wielding a flaming bronze pillar as he replied awkwardly. He walked away. Walked, not ran. The word, walk, reflected everyone's attitude towards Luo Yunyang. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang was already on equal footing with them. Actually, he might even have surpassed them. The primeval underworld monarch shifted his gaze to the purple metal titan monarch and asked, Purple metal titan monarch, can you track Luo Yunyang? The purple metal titan monarch's eyes flashed rapidly. In the past, he wouldn't even have waited for instructions from the primeval underworld monarch to track down Luo Yunyang. However, things were different now, so he couldn't reply as straightforwardly as he had before. Although it was necessary to foster a good relationship with the primeval underworld monarch, he really did not want to offend Luo Yunyang either. Luo Yunyang had already surpassed the monarchs. Once he obtained the galaxy grade, he would become an uncontainable calamity. How would the purple metal titan monarch fight earnestly against someone who had already surpassed the monarch level just to please the primeval underworld monarch? That was a crazy idea. The few monarchs from the bug race shared this opinion as they looked at the primeval underworld monarch. Actually, they felt worse than the purple metal titan monarch. The bug race was considered a very strong force in the bloody space river. However, it had the smallest number of monarchs. Hence, Each monarch's death was crushing for their race. They were dying to tear Luo Yunyang's corpse into pieces, but they were also very afraid of Luo Yunyang's unpredictable moves. Would the 5 remaining monarchs be able to escape Luo Yunyang's slaughter if animosity was developed between them? The purple metal titan monarch pondered this for a moment before finally making a decision. The animosity between him and Luo Yunyang had already formed. If he went against the primeval underworld monarch, he would make enemies on both ends. Hence, he had no other choice. We'll search for him now. The huge satellite was activated as soon as the purple metal titan monarch made his decision. This time, the satellite's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the figure of every human tribe martialist was reflected onto the purple metal titan monarch's communication device. We've located the Bloody Blade monarch and his 2 companions, but we've yet to detect Luo Yunyang's movements. The communication device projected a screen onto the void as the purple metal titan monarch spoke. In an instant, the images of the Bloody Blade King and the others were shown. They're really good at escaping, a monarch from the purgatory said, sounding slightly angry. The primeval underworld monarch glanced at their location. They had escaped little more than a star system away. They can't escape, he sneered. As he said that, the primeval underworld monarch's throne vanished gradually into the void with a wave of his hands. This action was way more superior than ripping the void. The purple metal titan monarch felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. He had seen this sort of method before in the past. However, it had only been used by legendary individuals. He had never expected that the primeval underworld monarch would reach such a cultivation level. The Bloody Blade King and the others would be dead meat if the primeval underworld monarch was able to catch up to them. Although this was just his own estimate, the purple metal titan monarch was extremely confident about it. Primeval underworld monarch, are you trying to vent your anger on the innocent? A cold voice resonated in the void all of a sudden. The primeval underworld monarch, who had been leaping through the void, stopped upon hearing the voice. His gaze fell on a very ordinary communication device. The communication device was projecting a video of Luo Yunyang, who was glaring at the primeval underworld monarch coldly. Luo Yunyang's image was etched into the primeval underworld monarch's mind. His eyes flashed with anger the moment he saw Luo Yunyang. Concurrently, the purple metal titan monarch commanded Invincible number 3 to immediately sniff out Luo Yunyang's location. So what if I'm venting my anger? What can you do about it? The primeval underworld monarch sounded very calm as he continued to traverse the void. Let's talk about this after I've killed the 3 of them. When the primeval underworld monarch finished his sentence, Luo Yunyang started to clap. Very well, you go ahead then. The primeval underworld monarch would not hesitate if Luo Yunyang stopped him. However, Luo Yunyang's abnormal behavior made him pause for a moment. He glared directly at the screen and snorted coldly, "Are you sure?" "Of course, you're the primeval underworld monarch. I can't stop you from doing anything. I don't want to either. However, you aren't the only one that can vent his anger through killing," Luo Yunyang said firmly. "I can't save the Bloody Blade monarch and the others, but I'll pay you back tit for tat. I have to make sure that they die without regrets. I definitely can't kill you, but I'm very good at killing people at a lower level than you. For example, all the martialists in the purgatory, the bug race and those metal blockheads. I'm sure the Bloody Blade monarch and the others wouldn't complain to me if I gave them companions in death." Although Luo Yunyang sounded nonchalant, the purple metal titan monarch and the others shivered from the bottom of their hearts as they listened. Luo Yunyang had slaughtered 2 monarchs in front of their eyes. Hence, it would be impossible for them to stop him if he really could assassinate everyone else. Besides, Luo Yunyang was intending to kill the most ordinary galaxy-grade elites. "Are we still unable to track Luo Yunyang's position?" The purple metal titan monarch asked Invincible number 3 impatiently. "Target is moving at a high speed. Target possesses detection deterrence objects on his body. It is difficult to determine his current position." Invincible number 3's familiar mechanical voice was heard, triggering the purple metal titan monarch. The primeval underworld monarch sat silently on his white bone throne. After mulling this over for a moment, a hair-raising smile emerged on his face. "Do you think I give a damn?" His words made the monarchs from the bug race, the purgatory and the machine empire tremble in fear. "If you don't give a damn, then neither do I," Luo Yunyang replied readily. The atmosphere and space surrounding the primeval underworld monarchs seemed to freeze. The divine marquises felt as though a cold wave had engulfed their hearts. Most of them only had one thought. Stronger beings were using them in a game of chess. They were nothing more than betting chips that had no right to participate. Maybe the monarch elites were able to protect themselves, but what about them? They were only divine marquises. Although the primeval underworld monarch remained silent, the somber, desolate aura coming from his body was growing stronger. Luo Yunyang was silent as well, yet suddenly a cold smirk crept up on his face. The cold smirk was faint. It was the kind of smirk that struck fear into people's hearts. Great, let's see who's quicker at killing then, the primeval underworld monarch finally said before his body melted into the void. Although Luo Yunyang was still silent, the communication device exploded in the void as the primeval underworld monarch's figure disappeared. Any negotiation between the two of them had failed. This failure meant that a crazy massacre would ensue in the bloody space river. However, both their targets were the martialists in the bloody space river. The purple metal titan monarch and the other monarchs of the bug race were petrified from fear. As dominant beings of their respective factions, they had never thought that they would one day become cannon fodder during someone else's argument. The purple metal titan monarch had received several inquiries from a few machine empire monarchs. However, he was helpless. Both of you head over now. A voice echoed in the void just as the purple metal titan monarch started going crazy. Then, a huge face appeared in the seemingly endless void and occupied half the nebula. The appearance of this face made the purple metal titan monarch and the monarchs of the bug race weak. They all felt the urge to bend their knees. Although they didn't recognize this person, they felt that the laws of everything around them were already under this person's control. He could shatter the galaxy within their bodies with just a thought. Emperor Lord, everyone present greeted almost at the same time. Although the person in question did not belong to their tribe, they still had to pay their respects. The primeval underworld monarch's figure appeared once again in the void. He sat on his white bone throne, fusing rapidly with the bloodied sea. Although the bloodied sea was still raging, its size was only that of a small planet, so it was much smaller than the face that occupied half the sky. However, the primeval underworld monarch was standing tall before this immense pressure. Luo Yunyang also reappeared in the void. He had originally left, yet that invisible power pulled him back into this space. The two-layered black hole was beaming with a black light as it circled Luo Yunyang's body. Although the black hole was only a foot wide, Luo Yunyang remained unaffected by the human face that seemed to alter the origin source laws. Golden Armor Emperor Lord, the primeval underworld monarch cupped his fists in salute as he greeted the face. The Golden Armor Emperor Lord nodded before turning towards Luo Yunyang and saying, "So you're Luo Yunyang." Chapter 526. The Blood Source Mountain. Luo Yunyang knew about the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's identity. He was the bug race's figure of authority in the bloody space river. Luo Yunyang did not feel relaxed at all upon seeing the Golden Armor Emperor Lord. Although the Golden Armor Emperor Lord wouldn't stoop so low as to attack Luo Yunyang still felt that the Golden Armor Emperor Lord wouldn't leave the matter as it was. After all, Luo Yunyang had murdered a bug race monarch. "Yes, I'm Luo Yunyang," Luo Yunyang replied while still pondering his next course of action. The Golden Armor Emperor Lord shot a glance at Luo Yunyang and sized him up for at least half a minute. Although this was only a short time, the Golden Armor Emperor Lord had already replaced the origin source laws in his surroundings. His gaze seemed like it contained the entire will of the heavens as it crashed down on Luo Yunyang's body. The two-layered black hole circling Luo Yunyang's body was working extra hard to devour all the energy that was swarming him. Although the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's energy was exceptionally overwhelming, it still wasn't enough to cause any significant harm to him. "Luo Yunyang, you're indeed the pride of the Divine Union. Seems like you're the only person from the Divine Union around here that is worthy of being something." As these words exited the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's mouth, the pressure didn't let up one bit. The few monarchs from the bug race were secretly delighted as they saw the Golden Armor Emperor Lord pressure Luo Yunyang with his power. However, upon hearing the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's generous praise, they felt somewhat conflicted again. After all, the Golden Armor Emperor Lord was an extremely important figure in their tribe, and not too long ago, Luo Yunyang had slain one of their monarchs. "Thank you for the compliments, Emperor Lord," Luo Yunyang said calmly. The Golden Armor Emperor Lord smiled faintly as he rebutted, "I'm not showering you with compliments. The primeval underworld monarch is a rare talented individual that only appears once in thousands of years. How can I compliment you when you were willing to purge the bloody space river because of your personal grievance with him? Purge the bloody space river. The Golden Armor Emperor Lord sounded very serious. Luo Yunyang did not defend himself. Although his verbal exchange with the primeval underworld monarch wasn't as serious as purging the bloody space river, his intent was still somewhat similar. Furthermore, the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's attitude didn't seem friendly at all. Thus, explaining himself would be futile. The primeval underworld monarch remained silent as usual while he watched Luo Yunyang indifferently. Although there wasn't any killing intent coming from his body, he still gave off a rather peculiar vibe. The grievances between the two of you shall remain between you. Although there's no restriction on killing in the bloody space river, I wouldn't hesitate to obliterate both of you if you went too far. As these words left the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's mouth, an overwhelming, crushing disk appeared in the boundless void. Although the grinding disk had yet to move, the stars surrounding Luo Yunyang and the others looked like tiny bits of rice in a mill. When the primeval underworld monarch shot a glance at Luo Yunyang, both of them could see the solemnness in the other party's eyes. They could feel the threatening intent behind the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's words. Although they were both geniuses supported by an Emperor Lord, they would never dare provoke the Golden Armor Emperor Lord. Of course, we have to give you both time to settle your grievances. 10 years from now, on the day when the blood jade flower blooms, you will settle the score with each other once and for all on the Blood Source Mountain. The victor will be able to receive a Blood Divine Sky Source. When he heard about the Blood Divine Sky Source, the primeval underworld monarch's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of radiance. He cupped his fist in salute as he replied, "Yes, Emperor Lord." The Golden Armor Emperor Lord's huge face then turned towards Luo Yunyang. Although the Golden Armor Emperor Lord did not say anything, his intent was rather obvious. 10 years from now, on the day when the blood jade flower bloomed. "I have no objections," Luo Yunyang replied. "Good. The two of you are not allowed to engage in any sort of mindless slaughter within the bloody space river for the next 10 years. Otherwise, you'll face death without pardon." After saying that, the Golden Armor Emperor Lord shot a hard look at the 5 monarchs from the bug race and said coldly, "The 5 of you, follow me." The 5 monarchs from the bug race knew very well what was going to happen to them. However, they didn't dare resist. As the 5 of them dashed towards the Golden Armor Emperor Lord, the huge face that engulfed the skies began to shrink rapidly in the void until it eventually disappeared without a trace. Although the Purple Metal Titan Emperor and a few other monarchs from the Machine Empire were looking at Luo Yunyang angrily, they didn't dare speak their mind. At the moment, they felt like they were not qualified to run their mouths off. "I'll definitely kill you in 10 years, the primeval underworld monarch said rather softly. However, he said so with umpteen confidence, the type of confidence that would shake anyone's heart. With a thought, a white bone throne appeared in the void and disappeared in an instant. "Luo Yunyang, shouldn't you say something?" the Purple Metal Titan monarch said with a tinge of provocation as he glanced at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang pointed at the Purple Metal Titan monarch and smirked cheekily as he replied, "I really dislike metal trash like you. I'll make sure I give you a good beating every time I see any of you." The Purple Metal Titan monarch was in a bad mood, as he had failed to gain any advantage and ended up worse off than he had been originally. Hence, he spoke in a rather unsatisfied manner. He had never thought that Luo Yunyang would be so arrogant. If he had just been arrogant, so be it. However, saying that he would beat them up every time he saw them was very hoodlum-ish. All 5 of the Titan monarchs glowered at Luo Yunyang. However, they still retracted their shimmering gazes eventually. Luo Yunyang was no longer someone they could provoke. The Purple Metal Titan monarch waved his hands as he said, "Pack up. We're leaving now." "What, you're leaving? Not so fast." With a move, Luo Yunyang appeared in front of the Purple Metal Titan monarch and blocked his way. "Ha ha, what a small world, we are meeting again." Although the Purple Metal Titan monarch was a block of metal, he was no fool. He instantly understood what Luo Yunyang meant. He glowered at Luo Yunyang again and said, "The Golden Armor Emperor Lord just said that you're not allowed to kill us." The Purple Metal Titan monarch almost burst into flames from anger. He was a monarch. He was the Purple Metal Titan monarch. It felt as if his pride and everything else had disappeared without a trace along with that sentence. Luo Yunyang smirked as he replied, "I respect the Golden Armor Emperor Lord's decision and have no qualms about it. I will never kill a single one of you. I'm just honoring my word. I'll beat you lot every time I see one of you." The purple metal titan monarch wanted to curse out loud. This was ridiculous. This was downright bullying. Although he wanted to duke it out with Luo Yunyang, he clearly knew as well that the 5 of them were no match for Luo Yunyang. Don't push it, Luo Yunyang. 10 years will fly by in the blink of an eye. You still have a deadly match with the primeval underworld monarch. If you don't want to die, you better go train yourself. The purple metal titan monarch added, although we're inferior compared to you, we can definitely make sure that neither of us wins if we go all out. By then, you'll have lost to the primeval underworld monarch and died. By the time the purple metal titan monarch had finished laughing, Luo Yunyang had already started chuckling. Am I not already at a dead end in your opinion? Since I am, let's go all out and make sure that neither of us wins. Using the 5 of you as sacrificial victims will make me feel better anyways. The purple metal titan monarch was at a loss for words. His threat was rendered useless by Luo Yunyang, who didn't seem pissed off. Luo Yunyang, what are you trying to do? The purple metal titan monarch waved his hands towards his companions, signaling for them to stay put. Even if I had no enmity against you in the Machine Empire, I would not let you off that lightly after the way you chased after me. Luo Yunyang stared at the purple metal titan monarch as he said, although the Emperor Lord forbade killing you, I don't think he would mind if I gave all of you a good beatdown. Ha ha ha, pieces of scrap like you deserve a good beating. The purple metal titan monarch knew that saying anything would be futile as he watched Luo Yunyang getting ready to make his move. After pondering this for a moment, he responded, Luo Yunyang, since you did not suffer any harm from our pursuit, I think that we should drop the matter. Of course, we can compensate you what you deserve. The purple metal titan monarch felt his heart bleeding as he mentioned compensation. They had lost a dozen divine marquises, the blaze titan monarch had suffered a serious injury and they also had to compensate Luo Yunyang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Luo Yunyang pointed at the few monarchs as if he was counting numbers. Then, he demanded, bring me 60 golden divine sky sources and I'll let this matter rest. 60 golden divine sky sources. The purple metal titan monarch's eyes were fuming as he bellowed, impossible. Come get your beating then. With a thought, Luo Yunyang's body and fingers had already appeared beside the purple metal titan monarch. He used the world engulfing finger. That finger made the purple metal titan monarch find it extremely difficult to move. The monarchs bellowed at the same time and rushed towards Luo Yunyang as if they were crazy. When Luo Yunyang's body flashed rapidly, all sorts of offensive attacks were unleashed. Although the monarchs were strong, they were slowly losing and taking a beating. Crack! When one of the monarch's arms was shattered by Luo Yunyang's finger, the purple metal titan monarch immediately halted the rest of their attacks. Luo Yunyang, it's impossible for us to hand you 60 golden divine sky sources. We'll give you 40, you better know when to stop. If you insist on getting 60 divine sky sources, then our only option will be fighting you to death. The purple metal titan monarch spoke with slight trepidation as he watched Luo Yunyang. After mulling this over for a bit, Luo Yunyang smiled and said, hand them over. I didn't see you today, so I'll take them. The purple metal titan monarch was cursing silently in his heart. He knew that Luo Yunyang wasn't going to call it quits. However, after thinking for a moment, he still replied, all right. Chapter 527. The 9 Crystal Transformation Stone. The Bloody Blade Monarch, the Divine Axe Monarch, and the Wave Breaker Monarch were very relieved. If Luo Yunyang could anticipate that there was a possibility of them being assassinated, they would be able to sense it too. Hence, they were exceptionally careful throughout the whole journey. For example, all their communication devices were permanently off, so that they would not catch the attention of Invincible Number 3. After moving stealthily for more than a month, they finally reached the 9th successive galaxy without any obstructions. For them, this was a successful attempt, as they wouldn't have to be afraid, even if the primeval underworld monarch was standing in front of them. This was because they had entered the Divine Union's territory. The primeval underworld monarch would be committing suicide if he dared do anything to them. This is tough. The Bloody Blade Monarch sighed. The Divine Axe Monarch and the Wave Breaker Monarch both nodded their heads in agreement. They had faced adversity before, yet such a helpless situation was really rare. Damn it, one day, I will fight the primeval underworld monarch. The Wave Breaker Monarch muttered to himself firmly. Although the Bloody Blade Monarch and the Divine Axe Monarch both remained silent, there was a firm look of resolution in their eyes. What happened to the three of you? Why aren't your communication devices turned on? A voice was heard from afar. Upon hearing this voice, the Bloody Blade monarch's and his partner's expression changed. However, they soon breathed a sigh of relief when they realized who it was. It was the Golden Bat Monarch. This fellow was on friendly terms with the trio. Damn it, we almost died this time, so cut your sarcastic crap, UPR*CK. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the Golden Bat Monarch were really close, as they had gone through thick and thin together in the past. The Divine Axe Monarch's relationship with the Golden Bat Monarch was not perfect, so he only smiled slightly. The Golden Bat Monarch grinned as he watched the trio behaving suspiciously. When he realized that they were creeped out by him, he finally said, "Did you guys sneak over here? You are so easily startled. Are you looking for a beating?" The Bloody Blade Monarch slapped his hands across the Golden Bat Monarch's shoulders as he said, "Are you laughing at our misfortune, or are you just mocking us? You guys brought this on yourselves. In fact, you wouldn't have needed to sneak back here if you had turned on your communication devices. Who let the lot of you become monarchs?" The Bloody Blade Monarch was stunned. The Golden Bat Monarch's word surprised him so much that he asked in bewilderment, "What's going on now? Isn't the primeval underworld monarch going to do anything to us?" The primeval underworld monarch is already training in seclusion. Your lives were indeed hanging by a thread. The Golden Bat Monarch hastily explained what he knew to the trio. Upon hearing that their lives had been used as bargaining chips in a betting game by Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch in the Bloody Space River, the trio felt grateful and even more emotional. As the saying went, every man was out for himself. However, what made Luo Yunyang such an admirable figure was that he never acted selfishly. He was able to consider the welfare of the trio while going head-to-head against the primeval underworld monarch. "What about Mr. Luo?" the Bloody Blade Monarch finally asked in a solemn manner after mulling this for a moment. The Golden Bat Monarch thought for a moment before replying, "He's been summoned by the Emperor Lord to the Divine Origin Palace. Seems like the Emperor Lord wants to train him." The Bloody Blade Monarch and the Divine Axe Monarch exchanged glances before the Bloody Blade Monarch asked, "Did the Emperor Lord mention any chances of Luo Yunyang beating the primeval underworld monarch?" "The Emperor Lord said that there is only a 10% chance of that," the Golden Bat Monarch said gravely. "However, I think that the percentage should be higher. After all, Luo Yunyang's cultivation speed is incomparable to ordinary people's." The Bloody Blade Monarch was silent. Although he hoped that Luo Yunyang would win, he knew very well that, after reaching a cultivation level like Luo Yunyang's, progress was very slow. Sometimes, even improving a little would take hundreds of years. In retrospect, 10 years was too short a time for any major changes. Luo Yunyang was currently in the Divine Source Palace, a palace that was suspended in the sky. Under normal circumstances, no one was able to see its existence due to the formation arrays in place. Inside the palace, the beautiful demigod tribe women were busy with their own tasks. Meanwhile, their laughter filled the gorgeous palace with vitality from time to time. At the moment, a piece of golden crystal was in front of Luo Yunyang. Although it was considered a single piece, it was in fact the size of a small hill. Even though the crystal was a non-living thing, it was emitting a boundless vitality. This was the 9-crystal transformation stone. If Luo Yunyang absorbed a 9-crystal transformation stone, his cultivation would immediately reach the nebula grade and he would become a galaxy grade ruler. Although Luo Yunyang was far ahead of his peers and ordinary galaxy grade martialists in terms of cultivation, he was still only at the nebula grade. Besides, this was only a small benefit. The biggest benefit was that it could thoroughly remold him. Actually, it could change his origin. If Luo Yunyang absorbed this 9-crystal transformation stone, his human constitution would transform into a demigod's constitution. In other words, he would be bestowed with the divine body of the demigod tribe and the supreme techniques that came with that divine body. This was the greatest advantage of the 9-crystal transformation stone. The price of the 9-crystal transformation stone in the divine union was trillions of star dollars. To make things worse, such expensive items were on high demand, but there was no supply. There weren't many of them to begin with after all. According to the legend, a crystal stone only formed from condensed mind power after the death of thousands of demigod elite martialists. Only individuals with exceptional, incomparable potential could be given such a precious opportunity by the demigod tribe. However, the 9-crystal transformation stone was currently right in front of Luo Yunyang's eyes. As long as he was willing, he could absorb it in an instant. It wouldn't be very difficult for Luo Yunyang to enter the galaxy grade. However, the benefits of attaining the demigod tribe's constitution couldn't be acquired via training. Luo Yunyang's chaotic four-origin beast's constitution was envied. Even though Luo Yunyang was currently at the nebula grade, his various attributes were still very far behind those of the chaotic four-origin beast. Although a demigod's constitution couldn't be compared to the chaotic four-origin beasts, it would still result in a lot of improvements across his various attributes. However, even though the lofty Emperor Lord didn't mention any conditions, Luo Yunyang was able to vaguely sense that this 9-crystal transformation stone wouldn't just change his constitution, but many other aspects as well. By using his communication device, Luo Yunyang was able to search for many of the martialists who had used the 9-crystal transformation stone. Although it didn't seem like those martialists had undergone too many changes, Luo Yunyang felt that something was amiss. No matter which tribe the martialists had previously been from, after obtaining the demigod tribe's constitution, they had become extremely loyal to the demigod tribe. They had acquired a type of loyalty and devotion that preceded the importance of their own life. There had to be something wrong with all this. Luo Yunyang hesitated. He had confidence in his mind power and attribute regulator, yet at the same time, he felt that this was too risky. Although no good rewards came without risk, if the demigod tribe was able to transform a person entirely, this meant that this object wasn't that easy to break through. Luo Yunyang felt that it wasn't necessary to take this risk. After repeated consideration, he finally made up his mind. He slowly stood up from the floor and told the demigod tribe woman who was standing by his side, "Please convey my appreciation and gratitude to the Emperor Lord." The demigod tribe woman was 20 meters tall, yet she was very pretty. She had been very confident that Luo Yunyang would accept the offer and consume the 9-crystal transformation stone. After all, the benefits were too good to ignore. She had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually reject the offer. Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's negative answer, she was astonished. She immediately told Luo Yunyang, "Mr. Luo Yunyang, I strongly advise that you reconsider. After all, this sort of opportunity is almost impossible to come by. After you become a member of the demigod tribe, your potential will multiply several times and you will also receive help from the entire demigod tribe. You should know that the demigod tribe is the divine tribe of the entire divine union. Countless people from various tribes have sacrificed their lives in order to become one of our inferior tribesmen. What is presented in front of you is the path to heaven." Luo Yunyang glanced at the proud woman, whose eyes were shimmering with pride, and replied faintly, "Thank you for your kind proposition. However, I don't want my eventual victory against the primeval underworld monarch to be due to borrowed strength. I believe in myself." As soon as he said that, Luo Yunyang's expression turned solemn. The reason he had refused to use the 9-crystal transformation stone was because he didn't want to be bound to the demigod tribe. However, it was best to keep this to himself before things fell apart. Hence, his reluctance to depend on borrowed strength became Luo Yunyang's best excuse. The woman felt disdainful when she saw Luo Yunyang's resolute expression. Although she knew that she was very far behind Luo Yunyang in terms of strength, she still looked down on his pride. "If you insist, Mr. Luo. However, I believe that you will regret your decision sooner or later," the woman told Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Instead, he turned and walked out of the huge palace. The moment he stepped out of the palace, Luo Yunyang felt as if he had been relieved from a burden. This relief stemmed from his decision to reject the 9-crystal transformation stone. If pie fell from the sky, there would probably be a pit on the ground. How could Luo Yunyang be this easy to fool? As Luo Yunyang was leaving the palace, the fact that he had rejected the Emperor Lord's kind offer spread far and wide. Some people believed that Luo Yunyang's strength of character was commendable. However, most people snorted disdainfully at his resolution. Chapter 528, Condensing 4 Divine Sources, Entering the Nebula Grade. Yunyang, I think that you should not decline the goodwill of the Emperor Lord. Linlong, who was next to Luo Yunyang, said solemnly. There were many others who had said this before, yet Linlong was the most sincere of them all. Luo Yunyang looked at Linlong and said in all seriousness, "Why is that?" The demigod tribe is continuously evolving and their rate of evolution is about 100-fold the human tribe's rate. It is not only easy for them to engage in training, but their combat power is also much stronger than ours. Even with the same techniques and cultivation, a typical team of 3 from the human tribe is usually no match for an individual fighter from the demigod tribe. There was a faint struggle in Linlong's tone by this point. I am not trying to say that the human tribe should also follow the demigod tribe's way of evolution, but right now, the enemy that you are up against is the primeval underworld monarch. As he watched Linlong get all worked up, Luo Yunyang gently patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Lin, I know that you have my best interests at heart, but do not worry. I have this whole situation under control. Just rest assured." Linlong stared intensely at Luo Yunyang, as if he was trying to decide if Yunyang was lying. Luo Yunyang was much stronger than he was. However, he was still somewhat apprehensive. Thus, he cautioned him, "Yunyang, right now, you are the pride and joy of the human tribe. You alone are our defender against any sort of danger. I have already reported this matter to the other path masters and they will contact you about it. I do not know your reasons for turning down this goodwill, but if you did so just to upkeep a certain image, then I think that you should not decline. After all, this is a battle of life and death." After sending Linlong off, Luo Yunyang slowly settled down. He would not listen, despite Linlong's continuous nagging. However, there was one point that had hit the nail on the head. This was a battle of life and death. It would be a battle to the death for either him or the primeval underworld monarch. Although he had declined the chance offered by the demigod tribe, it was unknown whether the primeval underworld king had access to other resources. After all, the valuable assets of the purgatory were no less precious than those of the divine union. Luo Yunyang thought a lot. In his opinion, there were only 2 ways to increase his combat power right now. The first one was to make use of the golden divine sky source to increase his own basic attributes so that he could use the 2-layered black hole just by relying on his own cultivation base. The second method was to increase the cultivation level of the chaotic 4-origin beast. The chaotic 4-origin beast was still at the star grade. Once it was able to reach the nebula grade, the shortcomings of his own abilities would naturally disappear. Furthermore, it was actually not difficult to increase the cultivation level of the chaotic 4-origin beast from the star grade to the nebula grade. On the whole, this could be summarized in 4 words: huge quantities of resources. Just like the demigod tribe, the initial stages of advancement of the chaotic 4-origin beast were not too difficult to achieve. As long as one had a massive amount of resources, one could increase the cultivation level of the chaotic 4-origin beast just by cultivating. Although there were plenty of resources in the Bloody Space River, requesting too many resources would definitely attract other people's attention. The best way for the chaotic 4-origin beast to advance to the nebula grade would be to temporarily leave the Bloody Space River to accumulate a large amount of resources from the area and rely on the techniques embedded in the bloodline memory of the chaotic 4-origin beast to condense 4 major master divine stars. Luo Yunyang eventually made his final decision. When he returned to the human tribe to participate in the declaration regarding the sky books of the 9 paths, the rejected Emperor Lord did not pressure him in any way. He merely told Yunyang that he would definitely be able to make it back in time. The Bloody Blade Monarch, the Divine Monarch, and all the other monarchs and formations came together to bid Luo Yunyang farewell. Although he had yet to defeat the primeval underworld monarch, Luo Yunyang was someone that the martialists respected deeply. "Yunyang, the 9 sky books of the human tribe fit you, but the Divine Mountain Sky Division also encompasses knowledge of a similar power," the Bloody Blade Monarch said while giving a piece of jade to Luo Yunyang. Then, he added, "This is my token. I have already passed my instructions down to my family. You can go down once to take a look." The Divine Mountain Sky Division of the Bloody Blade Monarch's tribe was like the sky books of the 9 paths. No outsider ever got a chance to browse through this content. The fact that the Bloody Blade Monarch was now willing to generously give Yunyang the opportunity to view this item definitely showed how much Yunyang meant to him. Upon seeing the actions of the Bloody Blade Monarch, the Divine Axe Monarch immediately made eye contact with the Wave Breaker Monarch and they both unanimously made a decision to do the same for Luo Yunyang. Everyone else, including a few monarchs from the demigod tribe, the Golden Bat Monarch, as well as the Green Scale Monarch, hesitated for a moment and said nothing. Thanks to his current elevated status, Luo Yunyang was able to borrow a high-grade spaceship and use that spaceship to return to the Milky Way in just a month's time. This time, Luo Yunyang was not too flamboyant about his return. After a short meeting with his family, he had the Bloody Massacre Path Master take him to the deepest part of the treasury in the Blood Spirit Sky. The treasury had a total radius of about 3 million miles, and there were many large mountains made of books of different source origins. Looking at the sheer size of the treasury made one dizzy. Surrounding these mountains was a river made out of different gemstones in liquid form. The gemstones followed a structured flow through the river courses, making the whole place bustle with life source. This is one of the places where the human tribe gets its knowledge from. The Bloody Massacre Path Master said solemnly, "If you still do not have sufficient training resources, I can go ahead and borrow some materials from the other 8 paths." Luo Yunyang noticed that there were hundreds of fundamental planetary sources in the sky. He recalled staking his life in order to acquire just one fundamental planetary source. Right now, he could use these hundreds of fundamental planetary sources at will. "I just want materials on the 4 elements, earth, water, wind and fire," said Luo Yunyang before adding, "Path Master, if you do not object, I would like to close out this area so I can use it exclusively." The Bloody Massacre Path Master laughed and said, "All right, this treasury belongs to you alone from now on. Please do not decline. Based on your contributions to the human tribe, it would not mean much even if I gave you a few more treasuries." Luo Yunyang considered this silently for a moment. He knew that if he wanted to lead the chaotic 4 origin beast to the next grade, he would definitely need all the materials he could find over there. "Thank you, Path Master." Before leaving, the Bloody Massacre Path Master patted Luo Yunyang heavily on the back and said, "Yunyang, I know something is definitely wrong with the Divine 9 Crystal Transformation Stone. However, if the need really arises, maybe you should use it. After all, preserving your own life is more important. The people who have used this stone over the years did not suffer many side effects besides becoming slightly more loyal to the demigod tribe." Luo Yunyang glanced at the Bloody Massacre Path Master. He could tell that every single word he uttered came from the bottom of his heart. "I should be all right, Path Master." After the departure of the Bloody Massacre Path Master, only Luo Yunyang was left in this land of massive treasures. As he studied the heaps and heaps of precious treasures that formed mountains, as well as the many fundamental planetary sources, Luo Yunyang immediately activated the galaxy within his body and started absorbing these items into his body. The chaotic 4 origin beast that resided in Luo Yunyang's body slowly began to notice this influx of foreign resources and immediately took the chance to have a go at it. The chaotic 4 origin beast possessed a portion of Luo Yunyang's consciousness. That explained why Luo Yunyang did not have to use the spirit division control when using the chaotic 4 origin beast. After the chaotic 4 origin beast consumed a number of fundamental planetary sources, Luo Yunyang went on to retrieve a golden divine sky source from his pouch. Given that he now had sufficient divine sky sources, the most important thing at this point in time was to ensure that he could use the 2-layered black hole independently. This was not his first time using a divine sky source, so Luo Yunyang did not hesitate. He immediately integrated the divine sky source into his body. Earth-shattering sensations stirred in Luo Yunyang's heart. The pain that each divine sky source brought about no longer mattered much to him. 1, 2, 3 divine sky sources. As Luo Yunyang's mind power increased, so did the nature of the 4 established laws. However, the one that improved the fastest was Luo Yunyang's comprehension of the chaotic whole path. The different scenarios across the sky books of the 9 paths helped along the comprehension of the divine sky sources, which continually validated themselves in Luo Yunyang's mind. Every single validation was a decent improvement for Luo Yunyang. However, there were diminishing returns with the use of every good item. When Luo Yunyang had used up the 30 divine sky sources, the earth-shattering and sky-shattering sensations he had felt earlier did not seem like a big deal now. The best thing Luo Yunyang could do now was take everything he had learned over the years and combine it with his memories of the chaotic 4 origin beast. Crack! While Luo Yunyang was in the midst of serious cultivation, he heard a sound. Luo Yunyang awakened from his cultivation and found out that the chaotic 4 origin beast had grown about 10 times. It was about 30 meters tall and had a body length of about 300 meters. Although the chaotic 4 origin beast still remained in Luo Yunyang's body galaxy, a majestic might began emanating from its body. Its scales became more unadorned, yet its decorative design began developing into an array formation that even Luo Yunyang did not understand. Its large rigid claws, as well as the bones growing on its back, were. Even Luo Yunyang felt a faint feeling of terror while watching the chaotic 4 origin beast at the moment. That was right, he felt terrified. However, In comparison to the exterior of the chaotic four-origin beast, what made Luo Yunyang truly terrified was the space within the chaotic four-origin beast. Right now, inside the space of the chaotic four-origin beast were four massive stars of the earth, water, wind and fire elements. Their rays of light radiated and illuminated each other throughout the body of the chaotic four-origin beast, not giving way to any of the others. According to the memory of the chaotic four-origin beast, this was the last step needed before it could advance from the star grade to the nebula grade. Once this step was taken, the chaotic four-origin beast would be able to break through to the nebula grade. Thanks to his own memories of breaking through to the nebula grade, as well as the bloodline memories of the chaotic four-origin beast, Luo Yunyang knew that the timing was drawing nigh. When he mouthed the word, condense, many layers of rays of four different colors began joining within the body of the chaotic four-origin beast. These rays started transforming into four mini-shadow projections of the chaotic four-origin beast in the void. Four colored rays shot out of the mouths of the mini-chaotic four-origin beast projections, instantly becoming just like a scorching sun that illuminated all four directions. Chapter 529. The blossoming blood jade flower in the blood spirit sky. The bloody massacre path master and everyone else stood outside the secret treasury. They were all waiting anxiously for Luo Yunyang to exit it. The reason they were doing this was simple. They had just seen a video clip regarding the primeval underworld monarch. 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. How is that even possible? The deep earth path master said in disbelief. As he spoke, several streaks of blood-colored rays appeared in the void of the display. Within these blood-colored rays were many blood-colored swords. This was a battle between the primeval underworld monarch and another monarch. During the battle, the other monarch definitely didn't hold back. He motioned with both his hands and formed a giant crushing millstone. The primeval underworld monarch wedged in between the millstone transformed himself into a bloody ray. 3,000 sword lights immediately began forming a circular shape as they were moving at a high speed. The crushing millstone did not seem to have any dominance against the sword lights. In fact, anyone watching would think that the millstone was suppressed by the sword lights. The bloody massacre path master and everyone else thought that every single sword light seemed to conceal some sort of supremacy, and every single sword light made them feel equally helpless. During this exchange of blows, they all felt as though they were insignificant individuals. The primeval underworld monarch is a rare genius from the purgatory that only appears once in many years. If he's reached such a level, he must naturally have been able to shorten the learning curve involved by successfully mastering the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas, said the acute Metal Path Master. The acute Metal Path Master eyed the bloody massacre Path Master and said, even if we combined the 9 sky books to form one, our help to Luo Yunyang would perhaps still be insignificant. The bloody massacre Path Master nodded. Yes, our sky books are still far from perfect. They are definitely no match for the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. However, I think that Luo Yunyang should have some confidence in himself. He isn't a reckless individual after all. The fiery sun path master surveyed his surroundings before saying, Yunyang should have confidence in the primeval underworld monarch, who has yet to master the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. This move has raised him up to this high level. Given his current cultivation base, Luo Yunyang is inferior to the primeval underworld monarch. Thanks to the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas, Yunyang's chances of victory are very slim, said the fiery sun path master solemnly. That is why we have to let Yunyang use the 9 crystal transformation stone this time. When the fiery sun path master said that, everyone around him grew quiet. The 9 path masters were the leaders of the human tribe. Therefore, they would always think through things from the most dangerous perspectives. They knew that there was definitely something fishy about the plans of the demigod tribe. However, they felt that they did not have much of a choice. Although the 9 crystal transformation stone would allow Yunyang to transform himself completely, the demigod tribe has now changed its mind. It insists that Yunyang kneels over and begs them before they allow him to integrate the 9 crystal transformation stone. Based on my understanding of Yunyang, he would rather go to battle and die than kneel before them. They are far too naive if they actually think that he would come begging at their door, the acute metal path master said coldly. Although the bloody massacre path master did not say anything, he agreed with these words deep down. The autumn water path master did not complete her sentence. Even though she wanted to, she was feeling extremely apprehensive about the demigod tribe. The demigod tribe, which oversaw the entire divine union, had so much power that it could oppress the entire second-tier human tribe just by raising a finger. Luo Yunyang could have possibly found a solution thanks to the celestial world's supremacy. The fiery Sun Path Master mulled this over for a bit before speaking out. Eventually, all discussions died, as they all knew that these comments would ultimately lead to nothing. After all, the only one who was able to decide was Luo Yunyang himself. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. After an unknown length of time, a shadow began walking out of the depths of the secret realm. Its speed wasn't fast, yet the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others felt as though this shadow didn't even exist. This feeling was extremely mysterious and indescribable. However, they knew that there was not something wrong with what they sensed. This was just a change of source laws. The presence of a galaxy-grade martialist could affect the surrounding origin source laws, while a celestial domain-grade martialist could even use their own path to replace the surrounding source laws. Although none of the people present were at the celestial domain grade, they could feel the similarities between Luo Yunyang, who was walking out, and the other celestial domain grade martialists they had encountered. The 9 Path Masters exchanged glances and saw looks of triumphant celebration in each other's eyes. Luo Yunyang's progress meant that he was yet another step closer to victory. "How is the secret training going, Yunyang?" The Bloody Massacre Path Master asked earnestly. "Almost there." Luo Yunyang smiled. These casual words alone made the Bloody Massacre Path Master feel extremely pleased. Luo Yunyang had always been a careful, meticulous person. He would never make empty promises regarding anything unless he had complete confidence in his abilities. The Bloody Massacre Path Master was able to push aside the anxiety in his heart. Although Luo Yunyang was still at the pinnacle of the Nebula grade and had yet to enter the Galaxy grade, he had great confidence in him. "Yunyang, this is leaked video footage from the Purgatory. Have a look at it." The Bloody Massacre Path Master opened the 30-second footage and handed it over for him to see. It was a video of the 3,000 swords and the giant ice fire millstone. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up while he watched the exchange silently. While he walked out of seclusion, many martialists from the human tribe's 9 paths watched. There didn't seem to be much of a difference in his appearance. "Yunyang, an order came from the Bloody Space River yesterday, stating that you have to leave this place in 3 days max," the Bloody Massacre Path Master said as he handed a document that had been endorsed with the seal of the Great Obscured Emperor Lord. The Great Obscured Emperor Lord, who stood guard over the Bloody Space River, had sent Luo Yunyang a piece of 9 crystal transformation stone. Luo Yunyang did not say anything. He merely calculated the time required to set off for the Bloody Space River and realized that there wasn't much time left. "Various Path Masters, the envoy from the demigod tribe is here. Let His Highness Luo Yunyang go out and welcome him." A Bloody Massacre Path disciple's respectful voice came from outside. The Bloody Massacre Path Master's expression changed when he heard this. He got up quickly and prepared to welcome the guest. Luo Yunyang waved at the Bloody Massacre Path Master before he immediately set his eyes on the disciple and said, "What else did they say?" "They have brought the item you wanted the most. If you don't welcome them, then they are going to leave for good. It would be too late, even if you changed your mind." There was a hint of displeasure in the disciple's voice. It was obvious that the high and mighty attitude of the demigod envoy earlier had been much worse than he had conveyed. "Get them to scram then. I do not need what they have," Luo Yunyang said right away. The Bloody Massacre Path Master and the other 8 Path Masters stood up at the same time. "Yunyang, now is not the time to let your emotions cloud your judgment. This is a life and death situation, so how much do you think our face value is actually worth? The 9 crystal transformation stone is crucial for your victory. After all, the primeval underworld monarch's 3,000 swords of bloodied seas isn't a move you can go up against right now. The 9 of us shall go and welcome him with sufficient respect. The demigod tribe is also relying on you for this battle, so I believe that they would not go overboard either." Luo Yunyang, who was aware of the intentions of the 9 Path Masters, waved his hands and said, "It isn't easy to negotiate over this. I cannot simply use anything the demigod tribe gives me. All you have to do is just convey my message to the envoy." 3 minutes later, a thunderous voice boomed, "Luo Yunyang, this is your final chance. You are going to regret this." The hollering voice of the envoy of the demigod tribe was so loud that it was heard through the entire Bloody Spirit sky. Several demigod tribe martialists who were just there to watch heard it as well. The 9 Path Masters had crestfallen expressions on their faces. They knew very well what this shouting meant. Luo Yunyang simply replied blandly, "Get lost then." His disdainful attitude had obviously riled up the emotions of the hollering envoy of the demigod tribe, whose face turned darker. "You are not showing any respect, even though we are respecting you. I would really love to see how you will walk out of the Blood Source Mountain alive this time," the demigod envoy said bitterly. The envoy then left, and so did the people who had initially gone there to spectate the whole incident. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang was flying in the spaceship, heading to the Bloody Space River. 2 days after Luo Yunyang left the Milky Way, the news that the primeval underworld monarch was using the 3,000 Swords of Bloodied Seas technique had already started to circulate rapidly throughout the entire Divine Union. Top-tier fighters from the other tribes, as well as normal fighters, now also knew about the primeval underworld monarch's combat prowess. Some people even started analyzing the battle that was about to take place between the primeval underworld monarch and Luo Yunyang. Unlike the normal people who were just there to spectate the whole incident, those who had to bow their heads to the human tribe due to the sudden emergence of Luo Yunyang had begun to bid their time to stir trouble. Although these actions were really small and insignificant, as the representatives of the human tribe, the 9 Path Masters obviously felt some of the pressure mounting. Suddenly, a small sapling began to drill out of the rigid land atop the Blood Source Mountain. In 1 day, the sapling had already grown into a 10-meter tall shrub. In 2 days, the sapling had already grown to about 340 meters tall, while boundless blood lights emanated from it. By the 3rd day, the size of the tree had already increased 100 times. It had now become a massive mountain that covered half of the other massive trees around. Blood-red rays radiated into the sky for miles. At the top of the massive tree was a budding flower that was about 30 meters wide. Countless people came to the Bloody Space River from everywhere. Although many of them did not have the right to participate in the battle, the rays emitted by the budding flower had filled them with greed. The surroundings of the budding flower were filled with many different origin source laws. Their layers surrounded the budding flower just like a ripple. The blood-red rays emitted from the insides of the flower bud also enveloped the void around the Bloody Source Mountain for many miles. Although the distance was very big, they could still clearly see the flower bud that kept growing and feel the blood rays it was emitting. Everyone who saw the budding flower knew one thing: the blood jade flower was about to blossom. Chapter 530. The proud heavens converge and shine upon the space river. The Bloody Space River was actually forbidden grounds for many martialists. This was because there were countless dangerous beasts and disasters in this region. Most importantly, this was a killing ground for the 4 different factions. However, thanks to the blossoming blood jade flower, the 4 factions had lifted the prohibition on entering the Bloody Space River. The martialists from the 4 different factions were not supposed to fight before the upcoming battle took place. Of course, being able to spectate the battle came with rules as well. Should anyone not follow the given set of rules while spectating the match, they would immediately be expelled on the spot. The total number of rules one had to follow to prevent getting expelled was over 30. However, even so, there were still many spectators who came from all directions just to watch. The 4 major powers had erected viewing platforms for spectators within a 1,500 kilometer radius of the void around the Blood Source Mountain. Every single viewing platform was made of many buildings of several different levels. There were also seats of different sizes on each platform. The view from the bottom levels was the worst. Most people there were crowded to the point that they even rubbed shoulders with one another. Even the larger spectators had to squeeze into the small area they were given. Despite this, in order to view the battle from the bottom level, one still had to fork out a whopping 100,000 star dollars. In comparison to the lower levels, the viewing pleasure got much better as one moved up, especially if one reached the top levels. The view at the top levels was almost akin to viewing a landscape from a park pavilion. 1,000-year warm jade served as a floorboard, and many ancient trees had been transported over by the Evergreen tribe. Many pots of rare flowers and plants also decorated the surrounding environment, giving it a blissful fairyland theme. A group of more than 10 young men and ladies from the demigod tribe sat poised on the platform made out of a mysterious jade while they engaged in casual chatter. "Everyone, I heard that Luo Yunyang actually rejected the kind offer of the demigod tribe. He really does not know the dire situation he is in," a young man from the demigod tribe groused. Upon hearing this, another young demigod man with a slim face added, "This news already spread widely a while ago. The one who spread the news was actually my cousin. He really thinks that he is somebody big. So what if he is a disciple of the celestial world supremacy? The outcome will still be the same. He is doomed this time around. The primeval underworld monarch doesn't even care. Suddenly, the man with the slim face began pointing and gesturing with his hands as he said, "The might of the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas is known to everyone here. Based on what I see, the only one who can rise up and defeat the primeval underworld king in the demigod tribe is the brilliant sun sage." "You are wrong. He is perhaps the only one in the entire divine union," said another young man from the demigod tribe as he laughed. Faint displeasure appeared on other man's slim face. He was in the midst of talking, yet he had suddenly gotten interrupted. How dare this person interrupt him before so many people? Was he trying to embarrass him? Although there was anger in his heart, the young man decided to control his temper. After all, the subject involved the brilliant sun sage. The brilliant sun sage was not somebody he could offend. In the center of the crowd was a beautiful lady from the demigod tribe who was over 20 meters tall. Upon hearing someone mention the brilliant sun sage, the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile. Her beautiful smile managed to placate the anger of everyone around her. "All right, everyone, please stop arguing. According to the calculations of the elders of our tribes, there is only 1 hour left before the bloody jade flower blossoms. Although we cannot get the divine sky source hidden in the center of the bloody jade flower, when the flower blossoms, we could have a great opportunity to evolve many different origin source laws. We have to focus and make full use of this so that we do not waste a good opportunity like this one." Once the lady spoke, the dozens of young men and ladies from the demigod tribe replied in unison respectfully, "You have our deepest gratitude, Lady Maiden, for pointing this out and guiding us. We will definitely do our best." The Lady Maiden waved her hands dismissively. "You are all elites of the demigod tribe. Although you are the equivalent of divine marquises in the bloody space river, we still shouldn't be too relaxed during cultivation. Heaven Lady, I think that Luo Yunyang should not even be allowed to participate in this battle. He is doomed to fail and risk his life, as well as the divine sky source." The slim-faced demigod man then added, "I think that he should be stripped off the right to represent the divine union in battle. We should let the brilliant sun sage enter instead. After all, the blood-colored divine sky source is of paramount importance." The beautiful gaze of the Lady Maiden fell on the face of the young man before she said, "This is a decision made by the higher-ups. What can we do about it?" The young man's eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "Lady Maiden, I have thought of a solution." The rest of the demigod men, who had all begun to understand what was happening, looked at their slim counterpart with eyes full of jealousy and hatred. They felt unbearably uncomfortable about letting him steal away such a good opportunity. That was why, after exchanging glances with one another, they simultaneously stepped forward and said, "Lady Maiden, we feel the same way about this matter." The lady known as the Heaven Lady smiled. She was about to say something when a massive blood-colored spaceship appeared in the void and cruised over. The blood-colored spaceship was majestic. The moment it charged and stalled near the viewing platforms, all the platforms began shaking non-stop. How repulsive. The purgatory is obviously doing this on purpose. The slim man cursed. He felt thoroughly insulted. The ravishing Lady Maiden did not say anything. Her eyes had already darted across the void and made contact with another gaze in the blood-colored spaceship. This gaze also belonged to a beautiful lady. Even though the Heaven Lady was hard to resist, this lady was like an angel that had descended from heaven. Her beauty radiated in every direction. "Hee hee, so it's the Lady Maiden. We have not met in a long time. How have you been?" said a gentle voice, uttering every word in an enticing fashion. The brown eyes of the lady exuded youth and charm, while her features were so finely detailed that several geniuses from the demigod tribe could feel their heartbeats increase from just hearing her voice. "Princess Medusa, long time no see," the Lady Maiden said as faint killing intent flashed across her eyes. However, her voice remained gentle. "Big sister, did you know? A while ago, some guy from your tribe known as the Brilliant Sun Sage actually sent someone to my tribe to ask for my hand in marriage. It was truly a fun, silly incident. Did he actually think he was the ruler of the universe or something?" The lady said gently. There was a cold glint in the Lady Maiden's eyes. If she could, she would rip apart the devilishly beautiful Princess Medusa right away. "The Brilliant Sun Sage needs concubines and maids while he cultivates, so I instantly thought of my younger sister." The gentle exchange between the two beautiful ladies was full of implied meanings and hidden agendas. These subtle attacks were felt by everyone that was listening to their conversation. Everyone remained silent, as they did not want to get dragged into a fight like this. Why not have a wager with me, sister? Let's see who wins this upcoming battle. If your side wins, I shall marry the winner and become Luo Yunyang's concubine. On the other side, if we win, you shall become the primeval underworld monarch's concubine. How does that sound? Princess Medusa smiled sweetly after saying that. Her eyes, which were cute, alluring and attractive, were curved like crescent moons. After drawing back and forth, she started provoking the other lady once again. Unless you don't dare take this bet, sister Lady Maiden. The soliciting Moon Maiden was in a predicament. She knew very well in her heart that she had been cornered and pressured due to the presence of so many people. She really did not dare bet on this battle. After all, the primeval underworld monarch had already trained until he had mastered the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. Even if the demigod tribe's brilliant sun sage himself took part in the battle, the soliciting Moon Maiden wouldn't dare take this wager. Why would she do so when an unworthy competitor like Luo Yunyang, who lacked the constitution of a demigod, was their representative? Why are you keeping quiet, sister? Does your silence mean that you consent to my wager? In that case, I will definitely help the primeval underworld monarch make the necessary preparations. Princess Medusa's voice was seductive yet confident, as she was sure that she would win. However, the soliciting Moon Maiden felt nothing but anger as she heard these coy words. You are far too naive, younger sister. The soliciting Moon Maiden retorted as she tried her best to restrain herself. However, her fists were already tightly clenched together. She was livid. Anyone who knew the soliciting Moon Maiden knew that it was a great source of insult and embarrassment for her to be cornered by Princess Medusa during such a large tribe gathering. This insult made her really uncomfortable. Laughter that sounded like jingling bells was heard before the blood-colored spaceship began departing. So did the mesmerizing figure that had been standing in front of the crowd. What a disgrace. The demigod tribe is obviously much stronger in terms of power than the guys from the purgatory. We have only Luo Yunyang to blame for this. If hadn't been for him, Our Lady Maiden would definitely not have been mocked by that beautiful demoness. The slim young man had sensed the wrath of the soliciting Moon Maiden instantly. After sighing, he told his fellow counterparts, I believe that there is no need to let him participate in this upcoming battle when he will surely lose. If we let him, we will end up embarrassing ourselves. Men of the demigod tribe, follow me. His words lightened the soliciting Moon Maiden's words greatly. The men of the demigod tribe who hadn't intended to participate also stood up now. The soliciting Moon Maiden did not stop any of these actions. Instead, she looked into the distance. Although she still did not see anything, she believed that the brilliant sun sage would make it in time eventually. This was not just about victory. However, even if this was about the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas, the brilliant sun sage would still have to rush to make it back. Half an hour later, a pleasant fragrance started emanating from the blood jade flower on the blood source origin mountain. This scent began to diffuse across the void, while the origin source laws that had been faintly discernible initially began to form into something more sequential. The source of this fragrance was the sparkling flower bud that was blooming. Suddenly, a shadow appeared 5,000 kilometers away. At first, it looked ordinary. However, it approached very rapidly. The primeval underworld monarch had arrived. Chapter 531. A crushing power. At this age he had reached the extreme boundary at just the galaxy grade. After 10 years in isolation, his use of the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas could actually be considered on par with a celestial domain grade entity. The primeval underworld monarch had become a legend among the 4 great factions. One of the reasons for the huge turnout of people this time was the blood-colored divine sky source produced by the blood jade flower. However, a second reason was that everyone wanted to watch the primeval underworld monarch. He was a martialist who had attained the extreme boundary of his cultivation path. Although he was not a celestial domain grade entity, he could take on one. As the primeval underworld monarch entered this void, countless eyes turned towards him. The vast majority of them watched him with respect, awe and a slight dose of fear. However, there were also some gazes of clear dislike. Amongst these people stood a tall, big-sized man whose entire body was sky blue. He was a martialist from the Machine Empire. Beside him stood the purple metal Titan monarch, as well as other powerhouses from the Machine Empire. However, the purple metal Titan monarch and the others just stood there as if they were the tall man's aides. Tell me, if I were to use the light beam obliteration, would I be able to get rid of him? asked the Sky Blue Machine Empire powerhouse as he turned to face the Purple Metal Titan Monarch. The Purple Metal Titan Monarch did not know how to respond to this question. Although he was at the galaxy grade, this matter was entirely out of his scope of control. I am not sure, the Purple Metal Titan Monarch said after hesitating for a moment. Suddenly, the Purple Metal Titan Monarch felt a crushing pressure fill his heart. This was due to a strong killing intent. This intent made his whole person crumble to the ground. That pressure came from making eye contact with the primeval underworld monarch. As he thought about crumbling under this strong pressure, the Purple Metal Titan Monarch felt his heart tremble. Meanwhile, he also felt a sense of sorrow. After all, the primeval underworld monarch used to stand side by side with him in terms of power. However, he had already improved by leaps and bounds and surpassed him by far. Hee, this is quite something, said the giant Sky Blue Titan from the Machine Empire haughtily. The Purple Metal Titan Monarch didn't just feel a sense of fear. He also felt slight jealousy for this Azure Blue giant robot. That was right, he felt jealous. The underlying foundation of the Machine Empire involved evolving their bodies, as well as using various precious treasures to help upgrade themselves. For example, the body of the Purple Metal Titan Monarch had been made by carefully forging precious purple gold, while the body of the Sky Blue giant robot had been made from a divine blue gold about 100 times stronger than his own. This was because when he had been born, he had actually been slightly lower on the ability list compared to this Sky Blue lifeform. That was why the Sky Blue mechanical giant always received the best forms of training. Basically all the best resources were invested into his development. For example, he would have to fight with his life and win at the bloody space river before he could have access to the golden divine sky source. However, the Sky Blue machine giant just got to use it without doing anything. The only way he could beat the Sky Blue giant in this lifetime was by following the footsteps of the primeval underworld monarch and undergoing a drastic transformation from a caterpillar into a butterfly. This kind of transformation was extremely difficult. However, the Purple Metal Titan Monarch clenched his fists tightly. The primeval underworld monarch pulled his eyes off the mechanical giant and instead looked at the blood-colored blood jade flower, which was about to bloom. The blood-colored divine sky source produced by the blood jade flower was the true treasure of the bloody space river. It was a treasure that was only produced once in 1 million years. In the past, whenever the blood jade flower had been about to bloom, the martialists from the 4 factions across the bloody space river would all gather together and have a massive battle. Most of the time, less than half of the participating martialists would survive. Right now, due to the power and rise of this fellow, this opportunity had fallen into his lap. He would avenge his younger brother and earn this one-of-a-kind opportunity. The primeval underworld monarch took one step forward and landed right in front of the layers of origin source laws. Only by crossing over these origin source laws would the primeval underworld monarch be able to scale the blood source mountain and go up the sky cliff. The primeval underworld monarch, who did not have any inhibitions, began scaling across the origin source laws. As he did so, layers and layers of bloodied whirlpools began forming behind his back. These whirlpools were about 9 meters in total. Basically all the origin source laws that rushed towards these whirlpools disappeared due to his strong power. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Following the arrival of the primeval underworld king on the blood source mountain, the strength of the origin source laws gradually increased. However, despite this increase, the surroundings of the primeval underworld monarch remained unchanged. The many eyes watching the primeval underworld monarch suddenly turned serious. There were even some people who were stunned by just looking at him. Amazing, he is actually able to substitute the laws in the void. This is a power only a celestial domain grade entity should possess, said a unique lady with 6 pairs of transparent wings. Although her words were full of praise, her eyes were filled with a longing for battle. Standing beside the lady weren't any other monarchs from the bug race like her, but 6 other massive bugs at the peak galaxy grade. Although these bugs appeared lifeless and sluggish, they were just tools at the disposal of this lady. The soliciting Moon Maiden and Princess Medusa from the Purgatory also had their eyes fixed on the primeval underworld monarch. The 2 of them had aloof expressions on their faces, so nobody was able to guess their thoughts. As the petals of the blood jade flower blossomed, the blood source mountain had already turned blood red. Standing right outside these blood red rays was the primeval underworld monarch, who looked resplendently divine at the moment. Where is Luo Yunyang? The primeval underworld monarch is already here, yet he still isn't. If he is afraid, then he should just surrender, shouted someone from the Purgatory's viewing terrace. Actually, he should first offer his head before surrendering. These words were yelled towards the Divine Union's viewing terrace. The crowd on the Divine Union's side now looked towards the human tribe. Now that the human tribe had become a second-grade tribe, it had the right to get 2 seats on the viewing terrace. However, there was nobody currently there. There was a faint look of delight on the soliciting Moon Maiden's face. Although she didn't speak, she believed that those people would have definitely gotten the job done. However, she wasn't too sure if the brilliant Sun Sage could actually beat the power of the primeval underworld monarch. Still, the soliciting Moon Maiden began to feel that her fears had been groundless after all. The brilliant Sun Sage had been personally groomed by the demigod tribe for many years. In fact, he was well poised to lead the next generation of leaders of the tribe. The thought of the brilliant Sun Sage gave the soliciting Moon Maiden more confidence in him. Her face broke into a gentle smile. Are the people from the Divine Union fearful? Hee, if you are, then you can just kneel on the ground and surrender, shouted another martialist from the Purgatory. The powerhouses from the Machine Empire and the Bug race didn't react. However, they also looked in the direction of the Divine Union. Ha, it looks like they really are scared. Damn, that is why I said that the people of the Divine Union are just a bunch of spineless cowards, said a blazing giant who was covered in rocks from head to toe. His voice sounded as sturdy as his body. Luo Yunyang obviously knows that he is no match for the primeval underworld monarch, so he must have decided to back out. Hee, in his place, I would not dare come either. This is the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas we are talking about. How would Luo Yunyang even be able to handle a blow like that? Even if he managed to dig a hole to hide underground, he would at most be able to survive for a couple more days. He might have been able to hide this time, but what about the subsequent future? He killed the younger brother of the primeval underworld monarch. How could the primeval underworld monarch ever forget that? Many different voices shouted in the direction of the Divine Union. The various tribes of the Divine Union felt kind of hurt by all those comments. The soliciting Moon Maiden slowly stood up, cast her eyes towards the highest point of the viewing terrace, and said solemnly, Senior Brother Brilliant Sun, the Divine Union's reputation is going to be destroyed if Luo Yunyang does not show up for this event. I hope that you will participate on his behalf, Senior Brother. The dozens of demigod tribesmen standing behind the soliciting Moon Maiden also faced the high stage and echoed respectfully, We sincerely hope that Senior Brilliant Sun Sage will participate. Suddenly, more than 30 martialists from the 18 primary tribes also called out simultaneously, We sincerely hope that the Brilliant Sun Sage will participate. Although the high stage was huge, unlike the other cramped viewing galleries of this height, it only contained one person. Standing atop the high stage was a demigod tribesman who looked just like the sun god. This was a perfect martialist from the demigod tribe who stood at about 30 meters and had perfect features that made one feel divine upon seeing him. His appearance caused many people from the Divine Union to cup their hands towards him and say, Please enter the fight, Brilliant Sun Sage. We really hope that the Brilliant Sun Sage can help the Divine Union. Brilliant Sun Sage, we definitely must not lose our dignity. There was still no contestant from the human tribe at this point in time. As a human from the bloody space river, Linlong tried very hard to keep everything in order. The Brilliant Sun Sage had felt some anxiety about Luo Yunyang after the remarks of the Purgatory. However, now that he was asked out of the blue to participate in this battle, he did feel slightly unprepared. Objectively speaking, Linlong also felt some sense of confusion. If Luo Yunyang chose not to participate eventually, then naturally there wouldn't be that much danger. However, Luo Yunyang's reputation might just be. While Linlong was pondering all this, the Brilliant Sun Sage turned to the primeval underworld monarch and said, I will fight you. Many of the martialists from the Purgatory recognized the Brilliant Sun Sage. Although they had faith in the primeval underworld monarch, the new opponent made them feel slightly uneasy. After all, this was the Brilliant Sun Sage. The primeval underworld monarch also cast his sight unto the Brilliant Sun Sage before saying blandly, As you wish. The primeval underworld monarch's words angered the Brilliant Sun Sage. He was, after all, a distinguished fellow in the demigod tribe. How dare the primeval underworld monarch reply in such a casual manner? Waves after waves of pure white flames began rising out of his body. The initially high stage that he had been standing on immediately got reduced to ashes. Then, he began advancing slowly into the open skies. However, he had merely taken a few steps and approached the perimeter of the blood source mountain when a voice said, "The blood jade flower has not even fully bloomed yet. What is the rush?" Following these words, a human tribe spacecraft flew over. Luo Yunyang stood calmly on top of it. Chapter 532, Blood and Darkness. Luo Yunyang had come. The primeval underworld monarch's lips curled when he saw Luo Yunyang. However, this was a cold grin rather than a happy smile. It was the coldest smile one could form. Although he did not reject the battle against the brilliant Sun Sage, it was Luo Yunyang he held a vendetta against, so it was Luo Yunyang whom he wanted to kill. The soliciting Moon Maiden's expression was ugly. The subordinates who had been sent to intercept Luo Yunyang were obviously trash. Actually, they were even more detestable than trash. They had initially vowed to intercept Luo Yunyang, yet they had failed in the end. Having them around was completely useless. Although her heart was burning with hatred, she tried her best to restrain herself. How could she handle such a difficult chap? The brilliant Sun Sage, on the other hand, still had a tranquil expression on his face. He continued to advance like a king, without taking Luo Yunyang into any consideration. He was, after all, a sage of the demigod tribe. He was not far away from becoming a lord of the demigod tribe. He could even be considered one of the people wielding power within the tribe now. He probably was one of the top 10 fighters in the tribe. Compared to the arrogant younger generation, he was too far ahead in terms of skill. That was why even the tribe leaders of the 18 primary tribes treated him with considerable respect when they dealt with him. He always did whatever he said he would do. Everyone else had to give in to him, regardless of who they were. That was why he did not mind. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others signaled at Luo Yunyang, hinting to the situation by using their eyes. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang did not stand a high chance in this battle, so it was better that he did not take such a risk. It would definitely be good if the brilliant Sun Sage won the battle. However, even if he lost, it would mean that the primeval underworld monarch had consumed a large amount of energy during the battle. Either way, Luo Yunyang would be at a disadvantage. Luo Yunyang had seen the looks the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were giving him. However, he couldn't care less. He continued to traverse in his spaceship at his original speed, moving towards the Blood Source Mountain. The brilliant Sun Sage's expression changed. He had thought all along that Luo Yunyang would back down and not risk offending him in his attempt to enter the battle. He would never have expected that this young chap would not appreciate the kind gesture bestowed unto him. "Return this instant," the brilliant Sun Sage said as he turned his head towards Yunyang. His arrogant, bossy attitude made it seem like he was giving orders to his subordinate. This tone was usually used to berate the servant before him. Luo Yunyang remained expressionless. He just ignored the brilliant Sun Sage completely and continued advancing on the spaceship. The brilliant Sun Sage's expression turned ugly. He glared coldly at Luo Yunyang like a ferocious tiger ready to devour its prey. It seemed as though he was going to charge towards Luo Yunyang at any moment. "Luo Yunyang, you were unable to get here on time, so the brilliant Sun Sage replaced you to save the Divine Union's reputation. Instead of repaying his kind gesture with gratitude, you are causing trouble here. Return this instant," said the soliciting Moon Maiden. The soliciting Moon Maiden's words garnered the support of various young people from the demigod tribe, as well as the other primary tribes. Of course, they all wanted to get into the good books of the soliciting Moon Maiden and the brilliant Sun Sage. However, they also thought that Luo Yunyang had gone too far this time. After all, the brilliant Sun Sage's participation had been mainly caused by the taunting members of the Purgatory. Although Luo Yunyang was not late to the battle, it still felt like he was being completely ungrateful despite what had been done for him. "Hee, what did you say?" Luo Yunyang shouted as he took to the sky. The layers of black rays around him made him look like a divine being. When he glanced at the soliciting Moon Maiden coldly, she felt a slight sense of fear. She was afraid indeed. This trepidation made the soliciting Moon Maiden feel ashamed and angry at the same time. How could she fear a guy who didn't even know his own limits? Just as the soliciting Moon Maiden was pondering the reason behind her fear, she glanced at Luo Yunyang's surroundings. Suddenly, her expression changed for the worse. Her expression was now a mixture of anger, fear, and terror. Everyone else saw the same thing the soliciting Moon Maiden had seen. As Luo Yunyang rose up, layers and layers of black whirlpool-like rays formed shadow-like figures behind him. She was no stranger to these shadows. These shadows were, after all, the arrogant disciples of the demigod tribe she had sent to stop Luo Yunyang from participating in this deadly match. However, these people were no longer spirited. All of them gritted their teeth, while their faces were filled with defeat. They all wore expressions of anger, shame, and fear. This fear came from the deepest recesses of their hearts. "It is Yadalong," one of the demigod tribesmen said in astonishment when he recognized his comrade. Yadalong was one of the arrogant geniuses of a clan of the demigod tribe. He had already received an elder position within his clan at a very young age, so one could say that he had the ability to decide whatever he wanted to do. He was an object of envy for many others, so a lot of people wanted to just get a chance to rub shoulders with him. At least 1 out of 4 demigod spectators could recognize Yadalong. This was a young man who had managed to step to the top of the hierarchy. However, right now, he was kneeling at the feet of a mere mortal. "Big brother, what happened to you?" a female demigod martialist shouted as she hurriedly ran towards her brother, who was kneeling on the floor. The louder she shouted, the lower her brother's head moved. The other people who were kneeling down were also quickly recognized by many people. Some demigod tribesmen even charged out towards Luo Yunyang, shouting, "Release them now." The demigod tribe was considered the most reputable of all tribes. Although many people felt that the demigod tribe had been humiliated this time, most people still chose to remain silent. Ha ha ha, the demigod tribe was actually subdued by a human. A guy from the purgatory shouted. Although it was really vulgar of him to taunt the demigod tribe in that manner, he still managed to successfully provoke the demigod tribesmen. The elite fighters of the Machine Empire and the Bug race did not say anything, yet their disdainful looks left the demigod tribe feeling uncomfortable as well. Soliciting Moon Maiden, "Don't you think that you should explain why these people actually ambushed me on my way here?" Luo Yunyang said coldly. The soliciting Moon Maiden looked terrible. Although she had always been eloquent, she just did not have a suitable excuse to justify herself at the moment. Could she refuse to admit this? How would the people on the ground perceive her if she did? Wouldn't that be tantamount to getting rid of them once their use expired? However, what if she did admit to it? How would she answer to the divine union then? There were just too many repercussions involved. The brilliant Sun Sage's expression was cold as ice as he stared at Luo Yunyang with undisguised killing intent. Luo Yunyang continued to ignore the brilliant Sun Sage as he kept heading in the direction of the Blood Source Mountain. "Rescue me, brilliant Sun Sage," pleaded a demigod tribesman who was kneeling on the ground. Although this was a disgrace to him, it was still much better than getting forced to kneel there. The brilliant Sun Sage, who was watching those elites, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Release them now." "So you are saying that these people were sent by you? What if I do not release them?" Luo Yunyang met the brilliant Sun Sage's gaze. "You." A wild rage engulfed the brilliant Sun Sage as he charged towards the summit of the mountain. Instantly, layers and layers of golden rays rose up from his surroundings. Scram! A cold voice rang out before the brilliant Sun Sage even reached Luo Yunyang. The voice belonged to a being with a giant face who had strangely appeared in the void and shouted at the brilliant Sun Sage. It was the Golden Armor Emperor Lord, the member of the Bug race who had announced the battle between Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch was also there to witness the battle. This berating word left the brilliant Sun Sage looking worse than ever. As a peak galaxy-grade martialist, he should not have needed to fear the Golden Armor Emperor Lord, who was at the Celestial Domain grade. However, he had no chance of defeating the Golden Armor Emperor Lord. After all, the Golden Armor Emperor Lord was also considered a strong martialist among the Celestial Domain grade martialists. Most importantly, if he engaged the Golden Armor Emperor Lord, the other witnessing martialist would definitely retaliate. This would mean certain death for him. The brilliant Sun Sage finally decided to take several steps back. These few steps made him feel very ashamed. However, he could only endure this great shame. Luo Yunyang simply flew past the brilliant Sun Sage. He just could not be bothered dealing with the already furious sage. Based on the attitude of the few demigod tribesmen, Luo Yunyang already knew that, unless he really bowed down to the demigod tribe and became one of its lackeys, he would always be suppressed by the demigod tribe. Rather than remain a coward, he preferred to show who was stronger right from the start. Upon entering the Blood Source Mountain, Luo Yunyang immediately released the punks from the demigod tribe. Although he did not want to let them go, the Blood Source Mountain would not allow them to enter. "Luo Yunyang, you certainly do not disappoint. the primeval underworld monarch said while glaring frostily at Luo Yunyang. At his words, the initially 10-meter blood sea immediately grew in size and transformed half of the blood source mountain into an ocean of blood. The eyes of the primeval underworld monarch, who was standing in the midst of the blood ocean like the embodiment of Poseidon, were filled with murderous intent. Luo Yunyang said nothing, he just took another step forward. When he did, the boundless chaotic whole light waves formed a blanket of black light that enveloped the remaining half of the blood source mountain. In a moment, black and red engulfed the entire blood source mountain. The origin source laws released into the atmosphere by the blooming of the blood jade flower were compressed into a tiny area with a radius of just 3 meters. Chapter 533, This is my cosmos, this is my cosmos. The strange circumstances on the blood source mountain astonished many people, while a lot of people were thoroughly shocked. The bug race elite, the massive blue robot from the machine empire, the brilliant sun sage, the soliciting moon maiden and the others were all left flabbergasted. Their cultivation bases allowed them all to possess similar power. However, Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch's techniques had really shocked them. The primeval underworld monarch had already reached the extreme boundary of his cultivation path. Thus, the brilliant sun sage and the others weren't surprised that he could produce something like this. The problem was that Luo Yunyang was actually standing toe-to-toe with the primeval underworld monarch. They were knocked down rightly. The soliciting moon maiden lamented. She was naturally talking about the demigod elites that had been pushed to their knees by Luo Yunyang. The brilliant sun sage glared icily at the demigod elites, who were gritting their teeth, before finally turning his gaze to Luo Yunyang. All right, take this blow. The primeval underworld monarch's warring gaze intensified as he stood in that surging sea of blood. His body rose upwards and the vast blood waves coiled up around him. He rose higher before throwing out a punch. Luo Yunyang didn't move, however, he had an eager look in his eyes now. He also threw a punch. The two fists clashed hard in the void. This fight didn't seem any different from a fight between two of the most ordinary martialists in the world. However, the massive blood waves spanning thousands of miles and the immovable mountain of black light were like two millstones continuously grinding against each other in the void atop the blood source mountain. Boom! At practically the same moment, the primeval underworld monarch and Luo Yunyang separated quickly. The primeval underworld monarch, who was within the sea of blood, flew back about 1,000 meters before forcefully stabilizing himself. Luo Yunyang, whose feet were planted on the blood source mountain, didn't appear to have undergone many changes. However, the mountain peak beneath his feet seemed to have been pressed until it was half its original height. Although there weren't any signs of cracks or damage on the peak and it didn't seem to be any different, everyone present realized that this exchange of blows had shrunk that mountain peak in half. Everyone around had basically heard about the degree of sturdiness of the blood source mountain, so their expressions changed dramatically. On the broadcasting platform, people had started to explain about the blood source mountain. The person who explained was an older individual. Although his cultivation wasn't too high, he seemed like someone who was very knowledgeable. Everyone may disapprove, but the blood source mountain's peak is different from its body. According to the legend, the blood source mountain isn't a mountain, but rather the remains of an unknown entity. Based on my textual research, I believe that it should be a massive space beast. Suddenly, the older person's voice sounded slightly more worked up. Furthermore, I believe it is a peak-grade space beast. Although we don't know why this space beast actually fell here, there is something that everyone must remember. In the Bloody Space River, once a cultivation base exceeds the celestial domain grade, the person or entity in question will be suppressed by some unknown power. Furthermore, once this suppression encounters intense backlash, the blood source mountain and the entire Bloody Space River will crumble. This is also the main reason the four great powers only dispatch galaxy-grade entities and nebula-grade entities here. As the old man spoke enthusiastically, a helper standing next to him reminded him that he was veering away from the topic. Although he seemed displeased to be interrupted, the old man still rapidly returned to the topic. What I just said proves how sturdy the peak of the blood source mountain actually is. Let me put it this way. I have a friend who once struggled on the blood source mountain for quite some time. According to him, even if his cultivation base reached the galaxy grade, a full forced strike by him would at most create a small, 3-meter wide and deep hole into the blood source mountain. This is also why the blood source mountain contains such great quantities of divine sky source that nobody extracts. The old man was clearly very excited. Although he wanted to speak more, everyone's attention was still focused on the battle. The primeval underworld monarch and Luo Yunyang were both people who didn't speak much. When there was no clear victor after this exchange, the primeval underworld monarch moved his hands and many seal imprints that contained immense power flew forth from his hands. These seal imprints were followed by a long blood-red sword. The instant this long sword took shape in the void, a profound mysterious link appeared. It was the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. Although everyone present had seen the formation of the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas before, when they actually saw it right now, many people couldn't help but feel a slight tremble in their hearts. While the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas made their bodies tremble, it also seemed like a whole domain of its own that came like a massive shock to their spirits. It felt as if their own consciousness was situated in an endless sea of blood swords. Right now, the sensation Luo Yunyang felt was much more severe. After all, he was the person directly facing the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. By the time the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas took shape, Luo Yunyang already felt as though he had been swallowed by a sea of swords. Thus, besides adjusting his attributes with the attribute regulator immediately, Luo Yunyang also took a step towards the primeval underworld monarch. Then, he raised a finger in midair. Thanks to his attribute regulator, he could use the power of the chaotic four-origin beast as well as his own. By combining those two powers, Luo Yunyang unleashed the world-engulfing finger. Countless sword lights shot furiously towards Luo Yunyang's finger. As streaks of sword lights entered his finger, the primeval underworld monarch had a haughty look in his eyes. This was the sort of arrogance that being in control of everything created. When the primeval underworld monarch grinned, cracks started to appear on the black hole produced by Luo Yunyang's finger. When at least half of the blood-colored swords had been absorbed by the two-layered black hole, the black hole started to crumble. Can't be blocked. Princess Medusa sighed pitifully. Luo Yunyang is also a gifted individual. However, he still has a nebula-grade cultivation base. That really isn't wise. There was quite a number of people who shared Princess Medusa's opinion. They all believed that Luo Yunyang was a genius, but a lot of them reckoned that his perseverance was laughable. Why hadn't he used the demigod tribe's methods to obtain a demigod tribesman's divine body? Although he might still not have been able to beat the primeval underworld monarch, he would at least not have been defeated so miserably. The black hole started crumbling. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Just as it appeared like it would, Luo Yunyang once again jabbed with his finger. This time, he unleashed the universe-breaking snap. The surging power of the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas blasted out from Luo Yunyang's black hole. Although it was even more furious, it was considerably lacking in profoundness compared to the primeval underworld monarch's 1,000 swords. Therefore, when the sword lights clashed, both sides ultimately cancelled out each other and eventually dissipated in the void. A boundless bloodied aura converged again and formed a sea of blood behind the primeval underworld monarch. Although his 3,000 swords of bloodied seas had been broken, the primeval underworld monarch stared at Luo Yunyang indifferently. He acted as if this hadn't been his own attack. You aren't too bad. You were actually able to break my 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. You are much better than I was 10 years ago, the primeval underworld monarch said arrogantly as he looked at Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, I am not the person I was 10 years ago. Although the primeval underworld monarch spoke very calmly, his words sounded terrifying to any young divine union powerhouse who heard him. He meant that he had already been strong a decade ago. Thus, 10 years later, his power would be even greater. When Luo Yunyang jabbed with his finger twice, the black chaotic hole light waves behind his back seemed to diminish slightly. However, his expression still didn't change. If you're not the person you were a decade ago, how could I have met your past self? Aren't you a little too confident in yourself? What a sharp mouth you have. To be honest, I really wish to make friends like you. Unfortunately, you are my bitter foe. The primeval underworld monarch then added indifferently, ever since I was born, my younger brother and I have always depended on each other. Although he might have been a little silly, without him, I wouldn't be the person I am today. You killed him, so I must kill you. Suddenly, the primeval underworld monarch's hands formed seals once again and blood-red sword lights appeared within the sea of blood once more. Why is he using the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas again? An aristocratic lady from the demigod tribe exclaimed in slight disdain. However, she received angry looks from the brilliant sun sage and the soliciting moon maiden. These angry looks were meant to chide her. Meanwhile, the primeval underworld monarch's hands had started to move quickly, and the surging 3,000 swords of bloodied seas all around started to gather within the void. In just an instant, the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas had already converged into one sword in the void. There was just one sword indeed. This seemed to be the world's most beautiful and precious scarlet sword. It was only about a meter long, and it didn't radiate any might or power. However, when it appeared, the eyes of the brilliant sun sage glowed with thirsty longing and raging shock. He felt the delight of meeting an opponent, the thrill of the hunt, and the impulse to challenge someone. 3,000 swords in one. That's really impressive. Princess Medusa had a strange look in her eyes when she saw that long blood-red sword. However, when the blood-red sword took shape, the primeval underworld monarch waved an arm towards the roiling sea of blood, and a streak of white light flew out of its center. The white light turned into a long white bone sword when it landed in the primeval underworld monarch's hand. Although the white bone sword didn't give off any aura either, many people instinctively shuddered when their gazes fell on it. Not only was this white bone sword in no way inferior to the 3,000 swords in one, but it actually seemed even greater. White bone blood sea, I will use these two swords to send you back today. I have no regrets. The primeval underworld monarch pointed the swords at Luo Yunyang as if he was the ruler of this domain. Chapter 534. Sweep all living forms, Dream Crusher, White Bone Blood Sea, both complement one another. This is really outstanding, the Celestial World Supremacy said with a faint groan. A simple sentence by the Celestial World Supremacy, let alone some direct praise, was something even emperor-level individuals would be extremely honored by. Molin stood respectfully at the Celestial World Supremacy's side. Right now, he could view the battling situation between Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch through the ripped void. Although he didn't have much of a favorable impression of Luo Yunyang, at least Luo Yunyang was someone his own master viewed highly. As a subordinate, Molin had the ability to read and understand what his master thought. Thus, upon hearing the Celestial World Supremacy's praise for the primeval underworld monarch, Molin carefully asked, Supremacy, if the primeval underworld monarch was led into the divine martial hall, would he be able to obtain the object you seek? If the primeval underworld monarch's cultivation base was at the nebula grade and he had this kind of strength, then he would have a 90% chance. The Celestial World Supremacy pondered this for a bit before muttering, however, he only has a 10% probability now. Although the primeval underworld monarch was so powerful, he actually only had a 10% chance. Molin's expression appeared a tad dim. His gaze landed on Luo Yunyang as he said, Supremacy, what about Luo Yunyang? Although Luo Yunyang will probably fall at the hands of the primeval underworld monarch, he was still able to deal with the primeval underworld monarch's previous strike. If he enters the divine martial hall, he should have more than a 50% chance. Actually, he should have a 70% chance. The Celestial World Supremacy said softly. A faint flash of excitement flashed across Molin's eyes. He was the trusted aide and confidant of the Celestial World Supremacy. If the Celestial World Supremacy could successfully obtain that object, then Molin's influence would be prolonged for many more years. Then you definitely have to save Luo Yunyang, Supremacy. Right. Molin watched the Celestial World Supremacy with slight anticipation. He could no longer hide his expression. The Celestial World Supremacy thought for a bit before replying. I will act if things reach a crucial point. However, I hope he won't make me take action. After all, if this becomes a matter of life and death, it would be better if he escaped. This way, he would make a small breakthrough. Molin didn't dare say anything else when he saw his master's solemn face. However, his heart was very tense. Regardless of anything else, if the Celestial World Supremacy made a promise, Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't die. Meanwhile, he had a headache just thinking about the divine martial hall. An existence like the primeval underworld monarch would only have about a 10% chance of success. This was too little. As Molin was pondering this, he saw Luo Yunyang actually grin somewhat strangely. It just so happens that I have also made progress during these 10 years. What a coincidence that you are here to test it out, primeval underworld monarch. Luo Yunyang said confidently. This self-confidence seemed very familiar to Molin. He had always been this self-confident. However, the main reason he possessed this sort of self-confidence was the godly Celestial World Supremacy that stood behind him. Why was Luo Yunyang still so confident? The Celestial World Supremacy also raised an eyebrow. Although they were separated by many thousands of miles, everything that he had to see could be seen clearly. Just a moment ago, Luo Yunyang's world-engulfing finger and universe-breaking snap had reached the peak of what Luo Yunyang could achieve. Did he really have some other methods left at this juncture? This is a bluff. The soliciting Moon Maiden had a disdainful expression on her face. However, when she looked at the primeval underworld monarch, her gaze turned to deep fear. Although the primeval underworld monarch's 3,000 swords of bloodied seas was universally shocking, the soliciting Moon Maiden believed that she could handle it completely. However, besides the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas that converged to one sword, a white-boned sword had also emerged from the depths of the boundless sea of blood. It appeared to be of the same make and origin as the blood sword, yet its might seemed to be much greater. If these two swords were combined, how could Luo Yunyang hope to match their might? Many people had the same thought. Even the brilliant Sun Sage watched Luo Yunyang with a slightly cold gaze. Linlong, the Golden Bat Monarch, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others watched Luo Yunyang solemnly. They were all very worried about him under the current circumstances. Luo Yunyang once again chose to make some adjustments by using his attribute regulator. His previous adjustments had been all about his power. However, he now made the best adjustments he could with his regulator. Power: 7011 mind, 1520 speed, 1916 constitution, 3542 origin source law, 4219 wind, 958 earth, 1009 fire, 1206 water, 820 origin source mystic ability, 1.5 space-time eye, 1.5. Luo Yunyang was extremely clear about the attributes of his own body. During his cultivation over the past 10 years, his various attributes hadn't soared. However, they had still made significant improvement. Unfortunately, when his own body's attributes were compared to the chaotic four-origin beasts, the difference was too great. The chaotic four-origin beast, which had already advanced to the nebula grade, could already be considered to be at a frightening level. Power: 121,458 mind, 32,584 speed, 5,421 constitution, 25,440 origin source laws, 10,214 wind, 2,725 earth, 2,841 fire, 2019 water, 2,541 origin source mystic ability, 10 chaotic whole transference, 5 heaven earth engulfing, 5. Ever since it had ascended from the star grade to the nebula grade, the various attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast had improved at least tenfold. This substantial increase had given Luo Yunyang's combat strength a boost that he was very confident about. Of course, this was one of the reasons Luo Yunyang was confident enough to fight the primeval underworld monarch this time. His power, mind and constitution were quickly adjusted. Upon doing this, Luo Yunyang felt his own strength become many times greater. As a peak powerhouse, the primeval underworld monarch's perceptive abilities were top-notch. While Luo Yunyang was speaking, he had already sensed a massive threatening feeling coming from Luo Yunyang's body. However, as he felt this, the primeval underworld monarch's intent to fight intensified. He was the gifted primeval underworld monarch. The primeval underworld monarch didn't lose. Without making any more shocking changes, the primeval underworld monarch gently slashed with the blood sword and white bone sword in the void. Although this movement was very simple, practically everyone watching the battle had already sensed that the space around the entire blood source mountain had been cut by these two swords. The two slashes, one horizontal and one vertical one, weren't linked. However, once they were unleashed, they looked like a cross from every single angle. This cross seemed to contain an extremely profound, mysterious power. Luo Yunyang had a grave expression on his face while he watched this abstruse cross. He could sense the profound mystery of this cross-like shape, as well as the destructive power of being able to cut through anything. Sweep all living forms, the primeval underworld monarch said with a prideful expression. He was proud of using this technique. This pride, which came from the depths of his heart, couldn't help but make others shudder. The brilliant Sun Sage lowered his head. So did the blue mechanical sage. Even the elites of the bug race lowered their heads. Don't watch this technique too carefully, or it will harm you all. A demigod powerhouse shouted loudly. Although his voice echoed around, not many people listened to him. This was not because they didn't believe his words, but rather because they were filled with curiosity regarding this technique. Practically everyone hoped to be able to comprehend something useful by watching this move. Thus, many people widened their eyes. Some people even released their mind power to sense the extreme boundary of these white and red lights. Ah! A young martialist grabbed his own head as he wailed. One of his eyes was now red, while the other was white. In an instant, he crashed to the ground. He was dead. This powerhouse with unbounded potential, whose cultivation base had reached the peak of the nebula grade, had just died on the viewing platform following the sword technique of the primeval underworld monarch. The demise of this young person startled many people. However, at the same time, a number of them felt that nothing had happened to them. As person after person tried to comprehend some of the mysticism of the technique and collapsed to the ground, more and more people tactfully retracted their gazes. Although their hearts longed to watch the might of this move, it would be useless if they lost their lives in the process. Anyone on the viewing platform that was able to watch turned their gaze to Luo Yunyang. They wanted to see how Luo Yunyang would respond now. Would he use the world-engulfing finger or the universe-breaking snap? As many eyes watched him in anticipation, Luo Yunyang raised an arm in a simple motion. His finger jabbed in the direction of the red and white two-colored sword light. This was just a simple tap that had no elaborate effect. It didn't even seem any different from the world-engulfing finger to most people. However, as this finger jabbed, a layer of black light appeared within the void. The black light enveloped the red and white dual lights just like a black curtain that blocked everything. The moment this happened, some people felt slight disdain. The sky blue robot gave an impolite evaluation. That's specious. The purple metal titan monarch and the others didn't find anything wrong with this single word of evaluation. They had already sensed the might of the primeval underworld monarch's technique. How could this black light match the two extreme boundary sword lights? What they wanted to see next was the sword light piercing the black light and slicing up Luo Yunyang's body. However, as they watched with eager eyes, that surging black light started crumbling within the void. The black light crumbled into little pieces about the size of a baby's finger. These pieces floated within the void like several black sword lights that couldn't be obstructed and swarmed towards the primeval underworld monarch. The primeval underworld monarch was slightly stunned when a trickle of blood flowed out of his eyes. He now had an appalled expression on his face. He didn't dare believe that what was considered his strongest move had been so easily broken by Luo Yunyang. However, it was difficult for him to change anything now. What kind of technique is that? The primeval underworld monarch asked as he stared at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't answer him immediately. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared between his brows. It was the space-time eye. After quickly adjusting his mystic ability attribute until it could last 10 seconds, Luo Yunyang quickly scanned the primeval underworld monarch. The color drained from the primeval underworld monarch's face. He had quickly realized that things weren't looking good. Due to the power of the space-time eye, which contained massive willpower, it was too late to try and escape. Black light rapidly shrouded the primeval underworld monarch. When the primeval underworld monarch's body was completely covered and only his head remained, Luo Yunyang said, "Dream Crusher." Chapter 535. The Blood Lotus Golden Blade Supremacy's crushed dreams left no traces. The primeval underworld monarch, who was wrapped within the black light, finally said a word. Justified. Although this word was simple, it encapsulated the primeval underworld monarch's feelings. He didn't have many regrets about falling at Luo Yunyang's hands this time. The 3,000 swords of bloodied seas and the white bone blood sea had startled everyone present and made them admire the all-powerful primeval underworld monarch. In countless people's opinion, the primeval underworld monarch couldn't be defeated. However, the primeval underworld monarch had lost and gotten defeated in an extremely miserable fashion. Because he had failed and lost, his own life was forfeit. The primeval underworld monarch had had his dreams crushed on the Blood Source Mountain. How is that possible? The Purgatory's Princess Medusa, who was ashen-faced, exclaimed in shock. Princess Medusa no longer cared about her poise or grace. She wanted to leap into the air and rush towards the place where the primeval underworld monarch's dreams had been crushed. However, she ultimately had to stop herself. The Golden Armor Emperor's aura had already stifled her. If she dared try anything rash, not only would she be unable to save the primeval underworld monarch, but she would also be slain a long way from the Blood Source Mountain. Naturally, the brilliant Sun Sage and the others wouldn't try to save the primeval underworld monarch. However, they all felt sympathy for the primeval underworld monarch, who was bound by that layer of black light. If the primeval underworld monarch lived, he would be an important adversary, but they hoped that he would die. The primeval underworld monarch died before them. He had been killed so convincingly that all of them were feeling a little sorrowful. If the primeval underworld monarch had just fallen at Luo Yunyang's hands like this, then what about them? How dare you? As everyone waited silently for the primeval underworld monarch to die, a roar erupted in the void. This voice was followed by a crack in the void above the blood source mountain. A blood-colored lotus flower appeared suddenly and circled Luo Yunyang's black light. This lotus flower was only about 30 centimeters large. However, when it appeared, everyone had the same thought. This wasn't a lotus flower, but an entire realm. The blood source mountain was shaking. Cracks started appearing on the blood jade flower that had been blooming vigorously. Meanwhile, everything started shaking even more violently. Everyone was starting to go crazy. After incubating the chaotic 4-origin beast and using massive amounts of resources to make the chaotic 4-origin beast break through to the nebula grade, Luo Yunyang felt like he had finally found a stable footing in this world. However, before the beautiful blood jade flower, he felt rather insignificant. Although this insignificance wasn't like a mayfly compared to a great oak, he felt that the difference between him and the blood-colored lotus flower was just too great. This difference was difficult to describe with words. Luo Yunyang couldn't block it. His dream crusher wouldn't be able to block it. Although he really hoped that the primeval underworld monarch wouldn't survive, he knew that as long as that blood-colored lotus descended, the power of his dream crusher would be completely negated. Blood lotus, what are you trying to do? As an icy voice rang out, a long sword ripped through the void and slashed down at that blood lotus. The blood lotus had been en route to Luo Yunyang's dream crusher. However, when that sword light slashed down, the lotus shook and its 36 blood-red petals revolved like 36 little daggers before they collided heavily with the sword that had ripped through the void. Shenluo supremacy, you just have to oppose me. A furious voice rippled above the blood-red lotus flower. By this point, Luo Yunyang had already guessed this person's identity. It was the blood lotus supremacy, the head of the purgatory's 4 supremacies. According to legend, his original body had been a lotus flower in the purgatory's sea of blood. He had only reached his current state after countless years of cumulative experience. The blood lotus supremacy, who had been quietly cultivating for many years, had rarely left the purgatory. However, this existence was one of the ultimate powers of the entire purgatory. The Shenluo supremacy was a top existence in the demigod tribe. Although he couldn't be considered the number 1 of the 5 great supremacies of the divine union, he was the number 1 of the demigod tribe. Even though he hadn't come, his laughter had rung out from the long sword that had ripped the void. Blood lotus supremacy, you are also someone who makes rare appearances. Why are you actually trying to twist words and bend logic at such a time? What sort of agreement was made back then? You should know that barging into the bloody space river is destructive for this place. The long sword vibrated as the voice rang out like gold. I advise you to leave immediately. This way, the bloody space river won't be affected too much. As the two voices conversed in the void, layers of origin source law powers clashed frantically. The planets caught in these collisions started to crumble. Following these clashes, beams of light shot upwards from the collapsed planets. Green, red, gold. Some people who had never been to the bloody space river didn't know what these lights were. However, anyone who had been to the bloody space river knew exactly what was going on. Damn it, it's gold divine sky source. There are actually hundreds of it. It's too many people who had struggled to find divine sky source couldn't help but lament. Many of them had searched fervently for hundreds of years but hadn't been able to find a single divine sky source. However, they now stared as piece after piece of divine sky source crumbled. This was a great waste. Let the primeval underworld monarch go and the purgatory will back off from the bloody space river. The blood lotus supremacy said straightforwardly without hesitation. Everyone present was aware of the importance of the bloody space river. Many people inhaled sharply when they heard what he had said. Although they were shocked by the blood lotus supremacy's spirit, they were even more astonished by the primeval underworld monarch's status in the purgatory. Princess Medusa didn't want the primeval underworld monarch to die. However, she felt a little envious. Do you think that I could possibly accept that? The long sword swayed in the void and slashed at the blood-red lotus flower. The blood lotus supremacy had already expressed his utmost sincerity. When he saw this strike, he snorted and beams of blood-colored light shadows whirled in the void. Eventually, They formed a whirlwind and locked the green sword light within. When the sword and the lotus flower clashed, the blood source mountain started to split. Countless mountain peaks crumbled instantly. Leave quickly. We can't stay here much longer. The golden armor emperor enveloped the spectators from the bug race as they rushed out frantically. As the golden armor emperor acted, the emperor lords of the machine empire, the divine union and the purgatory also protected their factions before rushing out. At the moment, Luo Yunyang was also anxious. The revolving blood lotus and the long sword that swept in every direction both seemed to be out of his league. He actually thought that he would die if even some of the fallout of this clash of opposing forces stuck him. Luo Yunyang didn't wish to die. What he wanted to do most now was leave immediately. However, leaving wasn't easy. He still had to control the Dream Crusher and he needed to kill the primeval underworld monarch. Kid, kill the primeval underworld monarch and leave immediately. The voice coming from the long sword rang out in the void once again. Luo Yunyang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt an immeasurably fearsome danger in his heart. This sense of danger made Luo Yunyang's entire body want to crumble. He wanted to use his own power to resist it, but he felt really insignificant against this wave of massive power. When he turned his head, Luo Yunyang saw a weapon flying straight at him. It was a black metal rod. In the past, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have found this sort of weapon impressive. However, when he saw this metal rod, he realized that his own techniques wouldn't be of any use. He didn't know if his small silver tower would be enough either. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he prepared to make a move. A silvery rope-like light appeared from the void and bound the metal rod. The sky was crumbling, and the earth was cracking. As that massive rod shook and the silvery rope kept binding the void, the blood source mountain crumbled. Meanwhile, the ground Luo Yunyang stood on was shrinking rapidly. Compared to the vast blood source mountain, he was now left standing on a small part of land. Countless divine sky sources exploded as innumerable lights disintegrated. The void was collapsing and everything was crumbling along with it. He definitely had to leave this place. Only death would await him if he remained here. Go. At that thought, Luo Yunyang urged the power of his Dream Crusher on. As the layers of black light dispersed, everything that remained of the primeval underworld monarch in this world turned to dust. The instant the primeval underworld monarch died, Luo Yunyang got ready to rip the void and leave. However, as he prepared to perform a space jump, a great flash of blinding light erupted. The blood jade flower had bloomed. A crystal of about 30 centimeters had appeared in the center of the blood jade flower. The scarlet crystal flickered with a dazzling, inextinguishable light. Without hesitation, Luo Yunyang grabbed the crystal and leapt through the space crack he had created. Chapter 536. Condensing into a treasure. After rushing out the other end of the space crack, Luo Yunyang felt like his body was on the verge of tearing apart. Although this feeling was extremely painful, Luo Yunyang had rushed out, so he felt extremely relieved. He had escaped. It had really been dangerous this time. Luo Yunyang couldn't help breaking into a sweat just thinking about the things that had just happened. If the innate mystical ability of the chaotic four-origin beast had not torn through space, Luo Yunyang would have suffered way more. Despite his injuries, he now knew slightly more about those supremacies. Regardless of whether he faced the Blood Lotus supremacy or the Shenluo supremacy, he wouldn't stand a chance, nor would he be able to withstand their power. After taking a deep breath, Luo Yunyang turned his attention to the blood-colored crystal he had obtained from the blood jade flower. The crystal was about the size of an adult's fist. When Luo Yunyang's eyes landed on it, he sensed that the crystal seemed to contain a life. The blood-colored divine sky source only appeared once in a million years. Thus, the thing it contained would surely be something special. What Luo Yunyang did not know was that the blood divine sky source was different from the blood divine sky sources that had appeared in the past. Those past divine sky sources would only absorb a strand of origin source blood essence from the blood source mountain and form the bloodied aura of the blood source mountain. On the other hand, this piece of divine sky source had absorbed the entirety of the blood source mountain's blood essence while the mountain was about to be destroyed. It could be said that the value of this divine sky source was the equivalent of more than half the entire bloody space river. In the past, several people had wanted to obtain this divine sky source but had been unable to face the suppression of the remnant willpower within the bloody space river by only relying on the blood jade flower to obtain it. For the sake of saving the primeval underworld monarch, the blood lotus supremacy had caused the entire bloody space river to collapse and made that blood essence flow into the blossoming blood jade flower. Luo Yunyang stored away the divine sky source properly and studied his surroundings. He was outside the borders of the bloody space river. He clearly remembered passing through this area when Molin had sent him to the bloody space river all those years ago. As he recalled this place, he suddenly realized that a massive spacecraft had stopped not too far from where he was. It was a standard demigod tribe spaceship. When Luo Yunyang looked at it, over 10 figures appeared on top of the spaceship. It was the brilliant Sun Sage, the soliciting Moon Maiden, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others, who had retreated from the bloody space river. Luo Yunyang, it's great that you managed to get out. I thought that you'd still be trapped within the bloody space river. The Bloody Blade Monarch was the first to come over. Although Luo Yunyang and the Bloody Blade Monarch weren't that close, Luo Yunyang could still tell that the Bloody Blade Monarch was a warm-hearted person. He chuckled heartily and told the Bloody Blade Monarch, I dared not stay too long in the bloody space river while those supernatural beings were fighting. The Bloody Blade Monarch nodded. Ordinary people also considered him a peak entity. However, he was little more than a grain of sand compared to the extremely powerful existences that could make a galaxy collapse with just a wave of their hands. The bloody space river has been destroyed. What a pity. As Luo Yunyang and the Bloody Blade Monarch were conversing, a few other massive demigod spaceships hurtled out of the void. Many of the people on board gazed at Luo Yunyang with respect and admiration. After all, the fight between Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch had really astounded them. Although many of them weren't ordinary, they were inferior compared to Luo Yunyang. Besides slight hostility, the brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden also felt clear trepidation when they looked at Luo Yunyang. The soliciting Moon Maiden looked particularly afraid. Luo Yunyang definitely wasn't going to show her any respect. The prostrating demigod martialists had been a smack to her face. However, she was terrified in the face of Luo Yunyang. After all, Luo Yunyang's fight had scared her witless. She was unable to understand. Just as the soliciting Moon Maiden started to head back to the ship, her ornamental bracelet suddenly lit up. The bracelet was composed of 10 pearls strung together. 9 of the pearls were snow white, and 1 was blood red. If one took a careful look at those pearls, they would discover that this wasn't any jeweled pearl, but a blood-colored divine sky source. When the blood jade flower bloomed, the divine sky source produced would cause many fights. The pearl the soliciting Moon Maiden had in her hands was emitting a dazzling glow. The soliciting Moon Maiden, who was also an intelligent person, thought of something and immediately cupped her hands towards Luo Yunyang. I haven't paid my respects to Brother Luo, she said. Not only have you slain the primeval underworld monarch, but you have also obtained the divine sky source from the blood jade flower. Upon hearing her mention the divine sky source, many people once again turned their gazes to Luo Yunyang. A divine sky source was a treasure that could raise one's cultivation base. The divine sky source within the blood jade flower had always resulted in bitter fights between the 4 great factions. This time, following the destruction of the bloody space river, the blood-colored divine sky source had already reached an astronomical value. Furthermore, this was something with endless demand but no supply. Many demigod powerhouses looked at Luo Yunyang. If he hadn't managed to slay the primeval underworld monarch, perhaps they would have disregarded the demigod tribe's morality and forcibly seized the divine sky source. Brother Luo, what you have obtained should be the last blood divine sky source to ever exist. If my senses are to be trusted, that piece of blood divine sky source should contain even more power after the collapse of the blood source mountain. Perhaps, there might even be a sort of blood essence within it. There was a slightly cold glint in the soliciting Moon Maiden's eyes as she said, Brother Luo, the demigod tribe needs the blood divine sky source and hopes that you will grant us this favor. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't determined what was contained within this piece of blood divine sky source, he knew that it was certainly something extraordinary. Now that the soliciting Moon Maiden had said this, even if she wanted the blood divine sky source, how could Luo Yunyang possibly grant her request? He glanced at the soliciting Moon Maiden coldly and replied indifferently, I have seen many shameless people, but a person with such thick skin is rare. Don't irritate me, just hurry up and scram. The soliciting Moon Maiden knew that she couldn't suppress Luo Yunyang on her own, so she had brought the entire demigod tribe. Even though Luo Yunyang had rejected her, she had prepared numerous other methods. However, she had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually say such a thing so directly. The soliciting Moon Maiden's face flushed from humiliation. She had an ugly expression on her face, and she felt an impulse to kill someone. Do you know what you are saying, Luo Yunyang? Do you think that you can cut yourself out of the divine union? There was clear menace in the soliciting Moon Maiden's voice. Her words made their surroundings go still. A few demigod powerhouses that had suffered at the hands of Luo Yunyang all glared icily at him like eagles watching their prey. They had believed that it would be difficult to get redemption after suffering such humiliation. However, they now felt that there was hope for getting payback. If the brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden worked together, then Luo Yunyang wouldn't have any hope. The brilliant Sun Sage, who hadn't uttered a word, stood beside the soliciting Moon Maiden and said icily, "The items in the bloody space river belong to the divine union. Luo Yunyang, you might have killed the primeval underworld monarch, but you better not try and be too smart." These words showed clearly the demigod tribe's domineering intention. Luo Yunyang glanced at the godly-looking brilliant Sun Sage and replied nonchalantly, "So what if I am? What will you do about it? Anyone who disobeys the demigod tribe's orders will be killed." The brilliant Sun Sage said frostily, "The rise of the human tribe depends on you. Perhaps in a few centuries, the human tribe could become a first-grade tribe. However, you have already reached your limits. I could give you a chance. Become my vassal and I give you my word that in 5,000 years, I will make the human tribe one of the 18 primary tribes." One of the 18 primary tribes? In 5,000 years, Linlong furrowed his brows. This sounded slightly long. However, as a human tribe powerhouse, Linlong understood the divine union's situation very well. In his opinion, the best that the human tribe could hope to achieve in 10,000 years was to become a second-grade tribe of the divine union. If there weren't any massive changes, it would be very difficult for the human tribe to become a first-grade tribe in 10,000 years. Becoming a primary tribe was simply impossible without the support of a strong existence. If Linlong was there, perhaps he would accept for the sake of the human tribe. However, the person involved wasn't Linlong, but Luo Yunyang. After slaying the primeval underworld monarch, Luo Yunyang had also become an elite genius within the entire divine union. Luo Yunyang watched the haughty brilliant Sun Sage as he said indifferently, "I will obtain that position among the 18 primary tribes by myself. If you think I would ever become your vassal, you are delusional. Given your cultivation base, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to become your subordinate." The brilliant Sun Sage's expression turned extremely unsightly. When he turned to meet the soliciting Moon Maiden's gaze, both of them had faint looks of apprehension on their faces. After witnessing the battle between Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch, they weren't that certain about coming out victorious against Luo Yunyang, even if they attacked together. "Luo Yunyang, hand over the blood divine sky source. That divine sky source doesn't just belong to you. It should be allocated accordingly by the divine union." A menacing voice resounded across the void. The bloody blade monarch, Linlong and the others froze when they heard this voice. They knew that things had gotten troublesome. This voice belonged to the demigod Emperor Lord that watched over the bloody space river. The lofty Emperor Lord was someone the bloody blade monarch and the others couldn't disobey. He was basically the divine union's ruler in the bloody space river. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the vast starry sky. This figure was one of the 4 rulers of this space. Chapter 537. The world flower blooms, the supremacy arrives. Although the holy extermination Emperor Lord looked slightly younger than the brilliant Sun Sage, he was actually already over 20,000 years old. The instant he appeared, the holy extermination Emperor Lord seemed to be overlooking everyone. Practically everyone subconsciously lowered their heads beneath his intense gaze. When the brilliant Sun Sage looked up at the holy extermination Emperor Lord, his gaze was filled with respect. The soliciting Moon Maiden also slowly bowed politely. However, the focal point of the holy extermination Emperor Lord was Luo Yunyang. His glare felt like frosted icicles as he looked at Luo Yunyang. It could even be said that there was the intent to exterminate something in his eyes. The object of this intent was naturally Luo Yunyang. "Hand it over." The holy extermination Emperor Lord got unhappier as he met the gaze of Luo Yunyang, who was still standing proudly with his chest puffed. The killing intent around him intensified. The holy extermination Emperor Lord was already very displeased that Luo Yunyang had rejected his kind offer. This obstinate fellow had actually obtained the divine sky source. In the holy extermination Emperor Lord's opinion, this should be even stronger than the various divine sky sources that had been obtained from the blood source mountain in the past. He absolutely couldn't permit such a divine blood source to fall into Luo Yunyang's hands. Luo Yunyang remained really calm despite this penetrating stare that seemed to contain a furious intent to exterminate him. "You can't take away what is mine," he said nonchalantly. There was no anger whatsoever in his tone. Actually, he sounded as though he was just having a normal conversation. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang act opinionated, as though he was in the right, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord got really mad. In the Bloody Space River, his word had always been the law. He hadn't felt too humiliated when Luo Yunyang had declined his offer because he had let Luo Yunyang make a choice at the time. However, things were different this time. Luo Yunyang had actually dared disobey him publicly. Furthermore, he had done so without even batting an eyelid. This thought caused a blaze to stir in his heart. Although he was on the verge of exploding, he only mouthed one word. Die. At just this one word, the void in a 1,000-mile radius around Luo Yunyang started to break down. Every organism within this space vanished within the void. This was the single-word extermination of the annihilation path. Celestial domain-grade powerhouses could use their own cultivation paths to substitute the origin source laws in their surroundings. Causing an area of the void to fragment was easy for them. However, as this expanse of void was breaking down, layers of black light rapidly emanated from Luo Yunyang. The power of the annihilation path was quickly absorbed by that black glow. A black circle about 30 meters wide appeared around Luo Yunyang. It was like some sort of magical dirt that just couldn't be removed from the void. The fire in the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord burned even brighter. Although he knew that killing Luo Yunyang with one word was simply impossible, Luo Yunyang remained unmoving, as though the fact that they were equals thoroughly displeased him. "You might have some techniques, but just relying on them won't be enough." As he said this, two black blazes shot out of the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's eyes. The blazes streaked forward and lengthened before converging into two long, massive rivers of fire that started to wrap themselves around Luo Yunyang. The Bloody Bad Monarch, the Golden Bad Monarch and the others scowled when they saw those rivers of black flame. Their bodies also started trembling slightly. As the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's subordinates, they weren't unfamiliar with these techniques. Back in the Bloody Space River, the 8 Galaxy Monarchs had actually initially been the 9 Galaxy Monarchs. The reason they had become the 8 Monarchs was because one of them had fallen. The monarch in question had fallen because he had offended the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord. The blazes that shot out of the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's eyes had turned him into ash instantly. Luo Yunyang's expression turned extremely grave as he faced the surging rivers of black flames. Although the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord was very relaxed now, based on the might of those black flame rivers, Luo Yunyang felt that these flames weren't inferior to the primeval underworld monarch's bloodied sea and pale bone swords. This celestial domain-grade entity was worthy of his title. Luo Yunyang practically had no other choice at the moment. He rapidly made some adjustments to his various attributes in order to reach his peak state. His finger gently tapped the void before he used the Dream Crusher. Under the circumstances, Luo Yunyang had no other choice. He had to use the move which had defeated the primeval underworld monarch right away. The black screen of light enveloped the rivers of black flame and flew towards the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord. The shroud of black light converged with the two rivers of black flame in an instant. Then, it rushed on towards the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord. The brilliant sun sage and the soliciting moon maiden turned pale with fright as they shouted out nearly simultaneously, "Emperor Lord, be wary of his Dream Crusher." The two of them realized that they had lost a little of their self-control after shouting out. They had made a big fuss over a minor issue. After all, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord must have witnessed the battle between Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch. Thus, he would definitely have the most appropriate response. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord sneered. Just as the black glow covered his body, a fist blasted out towards the black glow. This strike contained an immense annihilation intent. Everything touched by this fist light was fragmented in an instant. The black power of the Dream Crusher also crumbled. However, as the Dream Crusher crumbled, the black fragments once again rushed towards the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord and enveloped him. "The Emperor Lord is in danger," a demigod monarch exclaimed in alarm. Even though the person before their eyes was the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord, this was also a celestial domain-grade entity who could substitute the origin source laws around with his own power. How could this sort of powerhouse be defeated? However, They had witnessed Luo Yunyang's dream crusher and knew how truly frightening it was. The skies and earth shook as the void trembled. Cracks appeared on the massive demigod spaceship that had stopped a big distance away. "You vile being, you are asking to die." With that explosive, furious roar, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord charged out of the black glow. However, he was now missing half his left ear. Although an ear wasn't that important for a demigod being, missing an ear hurt the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's dignity. Having half his ear chopped off by a subordinate who wasn't even a galaxy-grade martialist was a humiliation even worse than death for the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord. There were many people here, so he knew that word of this incident wouldn't be contained. This would be something people would laugh about for the rest of his life. As he flew into a rage fueled by humiliation, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord moved his hands quickly and light filled with an explosive force gathered rapidly before him. Some of these explosive rays rushed out straight from the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's body. However, more of them came from the void, moved in all directions and converged within the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's hands. All these lights gathered into a dense red cloud in the void. On top of this red cloud was a purplish-black flower. The instant this flower appeared, Luo Yunyang felt his heart tremble. Although he hadn't reached the celestial domain grade, he knew what was most important for a celestial grade entity. Celestial domain grade entities could already use their own path to create a world that belonged to them, which was also known as a celestial domain. However, when this celestial domain was derived, every celestial grade powerhouse would form a world flower. Celestial domain grade powerhouses considered the world flower their whole life. Once the world flower fell apart, their cultivation base would be destroyed and there would be an extremely high chance that their lives would also be forfeit. Therefore, even if they met a sworn enemy, they would rarely use their world flower. However, once they used the power of the world flower, their following attacks would be shockingly powerful. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang raised all his attributes to the max by using his attribute regulator. He focused particularly on his constitution. Luo Yunyang also adjusted all the attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast and transferred them into his own body. The world flower didn't attack Luo Yunyang right away, as a small imprint was slowly taking shape above the purplish-black world flower. The moment that little imprint appeared, it seemed like a seal of supreme authority. The imprint had countless veins on it, which all seemed to contain a strand of destructive origin source laws. "Do not look at that imprint," the Bloody Blade Monarch shouted when he noticed some of his subordinates looking at the small imprint. However, his shout didn't stop them in time. A subordinate on a demigod spaceship crashed to the ground before going limp. This was soul-extinguishing. The brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden now had very solemn looks on their faces. Although deep down they didn't feel any pity for Luo Yunyang for facing that small imprint, their fear for the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord and the admiration they felt for celestial domain grade powerhouses intensified. Luo Yunyang, who had already made some preparations with his attribute regulator, was ready to move at any moment. In his heart, he knew that he would have to fight for his life. Just as Luo Yunyang got ready to unleash yet another dream crusher, a voice reverberated throughout the void. A snort was heard as many cracks started to appear on the black imprint above the floating purplish-black flower. Cracks had even started to appear at the top of the purplish flower. A few powerhouses who were near the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord realized that some scars were also forming on the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's forehead. "Greetings, Celestial World Supremacy," the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord exclaimed deferentially into the void, even though his tone was reluctant. "Do you still consider me a supremacy? What is this? Are the strong bullying the weak?" A figure stepped into the void at a leisurely pace. When this person appeared, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's furious manner dissipated immediately. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord actually bent his back and bowed straightaway. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord pays his respects to the Celestial World Supremacy. Although Luo Yunyang felt relieved upon seeing the Celestial World Supremacy, he still instinctively turned to look at him. Chapter 538. The number one person in the Divine Union. The Celestial World Supremacy was no different from when Luo Yunyang had first seen him. He watched the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord without saying anything. On the demigod tribe spaceship, many people were looking at the Celestial World Supremacy fearfully at the moment. After all, this was a top existence in the entire Divine Union. So what if they were demigod tribesmen? Although they thought that they ranked high in the Divine Union, their arrogance was gone as they faced the celestial world supremacy. The celestial world supremacy was a top existence in the whole divine union. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord, who was still bent over, wanted to straighten up. However, if the celestial world supremacy did not say anything, he didn't want to disrespect him in any way. Do you know who Luo Yunyang is? The celestial world supremacy finally said. There was no mention of dispensing with the formalities. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord, who was not given permission to ditch any formality, could only continue to bow. However, he was no longer very afraid following the celestial world supremacy's question. There was even a hint of unyielding toughness in his tone as he replied, Luo Yunyang is your disciple in name. However, he is also a martialist under the Divine Union's flag, so he should make the Divine Union his priority, no matter what he does. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's words allowed the brilliant Sun Sage and the others to lift their heads a little higher. The demigod tribe was indeed the leader of the Divine Union. Even the celestial world supremacy couldn't break the Divine Union's laws at will. These are your words. The celestial world supremacy wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled calmly at the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord had a look of staunch resolution on his face. This is the Shenluo supremacy's order, he said firmly. The Shenluo supremacy was the demigod tribe's #1 man, so his words had an extraordinary impact in the Divine Union. Rubbish, the celestial world supremacy said coldly. His words made all the demigod beings stiffen up. They felt insulted. If it had not been for the celestial world supremacy's great reputation, someone would definitely have called him out. Supremacy, the Shenluo supremacy has always treated you with respect. Isn't criticizing him like this too much? People like the brilliant Sun Sage could remain silent in this sort of situation, but the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord could not. He looked directly at the celestial world supremacy, as if that was the only way he could express his resolution. I wasn't referring to that, the celestial world supremacy said nonchalantly. What I'm saying is that the Shenluo supremacy is very trashy. The whole demigod spaceship nearly went blank. They all felt that the situation had exceeded their cognitive limit. Even though the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord had been trying to use the Shenluo supremacy's name to pressure the celestial world supremacy, the celestial world supremacy had just slapped the Shenluo supremacy in the face. This wasn't even an average slap, it was like repeated slapping with the sole of a shoe. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord was stunned. He had a bad feeling about this. He actually felt that things wouldn't get better in any way. Causing two supremacies to be on bad terms was an unforgivable deed in itself. Both the Shenluo supremacy and the celestial world supremacy were important individuals in the Divine Union. If news that the two of them were at odds were to spread, the whole Divine Union would shake or even disintegrate. God MNIT. Luo Yunyang was just a freaking troublemaker. As the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord glared at Luo Yunyang, he felt the urge to rip Luo Yunyang to shreds. He felt like he was going crazy at the moment. However, he knew that he needed to stay calm, especially when emotions were surging during a big event like this. If the supremacy says I'm trash, then I must be trash. However, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord's brain was working at a high speed. He knew that if he switched the focus to himself, his reputation would be damaged. However, as long as the confrontation between the two supremacies was averted, he could accept it. Being called trash by someone like the celestial world supremacy was in a way a form of honor. The brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden heaved a large sigh of relief. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord must have thought what they thought as well. Although this matter did not really involve them, they were present after all. If someone challenged them for the position of the Sage or Maiden and tried to use this against them, they probably would not be able to explain. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord drained this cup of humiliation and solved everyone's biggest problem. The martialists who were evacuating the bloody space river all seemed relieved and relaxed. This matter was going to be resolved. Luo Yunyang was undoubtedly the most relaxed person around. The celestial world supremacy's overbearing manner made Luo Yunyang a bit more like his in-name master. Although he knew that the celestial world supremacy wasn't doing this for him, he still felt delighted deep inside. One day, he'd make it this far in the Divine Union too. Just as Luo Yunyang was thinking that, the celestial world supremacy spoke again. You aren't fit to be called trash by me. The trash I was referring to was the Shenluo supremacy. Isn't that right, respected Shenluo supremacy? The Shenluo supremacy was already there. The Holy Extermination Emperor Lord felt his entire body tremble when he heard this. He had initially wanted to resolve this matter, but he had never imagined that the situation would get out of his control. What made things worse was that the Luo supremacy was also there. A fight between the two supremacies could be triggered at any moment. If they did fight, regardless of whether the Luo supremacy was victorious or not, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord would not be able to avoid getting blamed. After all, it had been his clever idea to push a supremacy onto another supremacy. Ha ha ha, brother Celestial World, what's the point in making things difficult for a junior? He did make some mistakes on this matter, so I'll punish him strictly when I return. A gentle voice was heard as someone from the demigod tribe appeared in the void. This person, who had demigod tribe wings on his back, had a light blue hue. If one carefully observed these wings, it would appear as though each feather concealed a block of space. Although this person's facial features were half identical to the brilliant Sun Sage's, he was much stronger than the brilliant Sun Sage. Emotion flashed across the brilliant Sun Sage's eyes when he saw this figure, whom he could only see in the ancestral hall. This was his ancestor. Although he was just a number in the Luo supremacy's memory, the brilliant Sun Sage was still incredibly emotional. I'm just asking you, are you trash or not? The celestial world supremacy asked unyieldingly, not leaving the Luo supremacy any dignity at all. By now, many people felt that the Luo supremacy would certainly have been extremely furious if he hadn't been a pushover. A battle between the two supremacies was inevitable. Luo Yunyang was looking forward to this battle. He might have seen supremacy-level existences fight before in the bloody space river, but that had been too dangerous, so he had only taken a rough glance. Now that the celestial world supremacy was present, the battle probably wouldn't be too dangerous for him. While Luo Yunyang was eagerly anticipating it and the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord was terribly afraid, the Luo supremacy laughed out loud. This is just a trivial matter. Why say this when there are so many young people over here? Ha ha ha. Celestial world, the bloody space river was destroyed this time, and your disciple gained the most benefits. You must educate him well. If you do, maybe he could become your successor. As the Luo supremacy spoke, he eyed the brilliant Sun Sage and the others, waved his sleeve and said, disperse. Getting involved in the feud between the two supremacies would be a catastrophe for the demigod tribe martialists. However, they did not dare hide. They would only relax when they heard the Luo supremacy's words. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed off in different directions. The celestial world supremacy watched the demigod tribesmen scattering and said coldly, Luo, I hope you keep this in mind. Don't let there be a next time. Yes, there absolutely won't be a next time, the Luo supremacy said with a hint of fury. Then, he left rapidly with the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord and the others. The celestial world supremacy turned to Luo Yunyang. Do you know why the Luo supremacy doesn't dare fight with me? The divine union is part of the reason. However, the main reason is that, although the Luo supremacy is good, he isn't on par with me. Thus, he can only wag his tail between his legs before me. Luo Yunyang hadn't expected the celestial world supremacy to tell him this. As he pondered how to reply, the celestial world supremacy said, I have already seen you perform this time. When you enter stage 2 of the Divine Martial Hall, you will probably have a 70% certainty of completing it. Unfortunately, that isn't enough. You will need to visit some places with me and observe some things. After you digest all this, it will be time for you to enter the Divine Martial Hall. If you succeed in getting that thing for me, you will become my personal disciple. When that happens, you will have an exceptional status in the Divine Union, as well as among the 4 great factions. Luo Yunyang, who had been prepared to re-enter the Divine Martial Hall, realized that he could not avoid it when he heard the Celestial World Supremacy's words. However, he hadn't expected that the Celestial World Supremacy would say that he only had a 70% chance of completing it. He had thought that he should at least have a 100% probability. You must have gained a lot from the battle with the primeval underworld monarch. What you need most right now is to find a place and comprehend what you learned from the battle in seclusion. Come with me. The Celestial World Supremacy waved his sleeves and the two of them disappeared into the void in an instant. Chapter 539. The first embodiment. Luo Yunyang sat in a lotus position on a green rock. As he sat there, he felt his spirit become very distinct. Actually, his spirit was extremely calm, extremely comfortable and extremely clear. The origin source laws all around him seemed like chains in the void. As long as Luo Yunyang wanted, those chains would be clearly displayed in his mind. The returning origin enlightenment stone was the ultimate treasure of the Sky Vault Path, one of the 5 great sects of the Divine Union. It was a cultivation treasure the first Sky Vault Path sect master had obtained when he had stumbled into an inhabited expanse of space. Usually, the returning origin enlightenment stone was kept in the depths of the Sky Vault Path. Even the top brass of the Sky Vault Path could only get the opportunity to cultivate on the returning origin enlightenment stone in exchange for contributing to the sect. Luo Yunyang wasn't from the Sky Vault Way, and neither was the Celestial World Supremacy. However, when the Celestial World Supremacy had brought Luo Yunyang to the Sky Vault Way and asked to use the returning origin enlightenment stone, the sect master of the Sky Vault Path had actually agreed right away. On top of that, he had interrupted a celestial domain grade elder who had been at a crucial juncture of his cultivation and made him come out of the cultivation chamber. Being treated with such great respect made one feel good. Luo Yunyang, who was puzzled, also asked the Celestial World Supremacy in secret whether he was the benefactor of the Sky Vault Path. The Celestial World Supremacy smiled and casually remarked, "Yes, I have really saved them. A long time ago, they angered me, but I did not exterminate them." This imperious reply left Luo Yunyang flabbergasted. The Celestial World Supremacy really wasn't a good conversational partner. However, the effects of the returning origin enlightenment stone hadn't been exaggerated. After sitting on the returning origin enlightenment stone and replaying the battle and various technique exchanges with the primeval underworld monarch in his mind once, Luo Yunyang could vaguely feel that he had already gained some new understanding concerning the 4-layered black hole. As it acquired more layers, the black hole would become even stronger. In the end, it would be extremely powerful. However, the various sorts of origin source laws required would increase more. This sort of increase wouldn't be a simple addition. Otherwise, given Luo Yunyang and the chaotic 4 origin beasts' power, he could have forcibly used the 3-layered black hole already. Various mystic arts that Luo Yunyang had studied before kept appearing in his mind as different cultivation methods and techniques flashed through his head quickly. Many aspects experienced an upgrade while he sat on the returning origin enlightenment stone. Power: 7061 mind, 1523 speed, 1919 constitution, 3542 origin source law, 4825 wind, 1225 earth, 1209 fire, 1417 water, 1001 origin source mystic ability, 1.6 space-time eye, 1.6. Luo Yunyang was delighted when he opened his attribute regulator and saw the changes. Even though the changes to his mind and constitution were limited, his origin source laws had actually risen by over 600 points. However, Luo Yunyang believed that the best benefit of this comprehension was that he was able to link up and comprehend some of the things he had learned and experienced before. Some techniques that had been used by his opponents could also be studied. Luo Yunyang thought that he would be able to use these techniques as he pleased in battle. After sucking in a deep breath, he pushed aside the attribute regulator and entered the chaotic 4 origin beast's body in his mind. The chaotic 4 origin beast was within Luo Yunyang's internal cosmos. Due to the protection of the black holes, even the Celestial World Supremacy wasn't able to sense the existence of the chaotic 4 origin beast. It could be said that the chaotic 4 origin beast was Luo Yunyang's strongest fallback. As Yunyang's consciousness entered the body of the chaotic 4 origin beast, he saw a drop of blood with a crimson glow. This was the primeval underworld monarch's essence blood that Luo Yunyang had kept when the primeval underworld monarch had been slain. This drop of essence blood might not be of much use to an ordinary martialist. However, it was very useful to Luo Yunyang. Its powerful physical quality aside, a chaotic 4 origin beast was able to become an apex star beast due to an innate mystical ability contained within the chaotic 4 origin beast's body. This innate mystical ability was the evolution clone. As Luo Yunyang understood more about this innate mystical ability, he felt that he had been extremely lucky to have acquired the chaotic 4 origin beast. Every chaotic 4 origin beast could give rise to 4 clones that would grow along with the chaotic 4 origin beast. As long as the chaotic 4 origin beast didn't die, those 4 clones wouldn't die either. Every chaotic 4 origin beast could freely choose what sort of clone to create. As long as a drop of the target's essence blood was obtained, the chaotic 4 origin beast could create the person chosen. Of course, the person created wouldn't have the memories of the original person. Naturally, the clone formed by the chaotic four-origin beast would possess all the chosen person's innate talent, their full cultivation base, and their every mystic ability. This meant that by using this drop of essence blood, Luo Yunyang could create a primeval underworld monarch in the body of the chaotic four-origin beast. Although this primeval underworld monarch wouldn't have the memories and emotions of the original primeval underworld monarch, any cultivation techniques, innate skills or anything else the primeval underworld monarch had possessed would be a part of this clone's body. This mystic ability could even defy natural order. It was also because of this that, even though Luo Yunyang longed to create clones, he had to choose meticulously. The primeval underworld monarch was the first clone Luo Yunyang had selected. When that drop of essence blood was swallowed by the chaotic four-origin beast, Luo Yunyang started to use this innate mystic ability. Because this was the first time he was doing so, Luo Yunyang was very careful. When that drop of blood entered the chaotic four-origin beasts, Luo Yunyang felt a turbulent void appear in its abdomen. When the primeval underworld monarch's essence blood entered that void, it quickly became a scarlet gemstone. Although that scarlet gemstone was only about the size of a finger, Luo Yunyang could faintly see a vast sea of blood within this essence blood, as well as a white bone mountain. However, even though the gemstone had already taken shape, it would still take at least 36 days before the first clone was completely formed. After leaving behind a strand of consciousness to observe the chaotic four-origin beast, Luo Yunyang's consciousness returned to his own body. He pondered this for some time before drawing out the blood-colored divine sky source. When he withdrew this divine sky source from storage, Luo Yunyang actually shuddered atop the returning origin enlightenment stone. It felt as if the blood-colored divine sky source was greeting him. The blood-colored divine sky source hadn't undergone any changes. As Luo Yunyang studied it, many thoughts went through his mind. This blood-colored divine sky source was definitely much more powerful than the golden divine sky source. Otherwise, the Holy Extermination Emperor Lord wouldn't have tried to seize it without a thought for his own reputation. Luo Yunyang would use this blood-colored divine sky source straightaway. The bloody space river naturally hadn't been a good place to use it. However, this was the secret domain of the Sky Vault Path and he had the protection of the unrivaled celestial world supremacy, so he was extremely safe. Thanks to the effect of the returning origin enlightenment stone, this was naturally the best opportunity to use it. Luo Yunyang made a cut on his skin and incorporated the blood-colored divine sky source into his body. Although he felt that his constitution was many times stronger than before, it still hurt as though 10,000 knives were continuously slicing through his body as the blood-colored divine sky source entered his blood. Every inch of skin and muscle, every single cell, every particle was furiously swelling. When all his swelling parts gathered together, he felt a ripping, immeasurable pain. As he experienced this pain, Luo Yunyang realized that he had been a little impatient. To put it bluntly, he should have prepared properly. However, this thought was just tossed to the back of his mind. Luo Yunyang kept a slight hold on his consciousness so that he would not pass out from the pain. Thanks to this bit of clear-headedness, Luo Yunyang felt his body continuously crumble and reform. Each crumbling motion and each formation were very clear. His blood vessels were burned to dust by a massive power each time new blood vessels were formed. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang finally felt this pain slowly weaken. However, he suddenly felt a little disappointed deep down. This blood-colored divine sky source had allowed Luo Yunyang's body to evolve by leaps and bounds. However, what he wanted most was the true intent contained within that blood-colored divine sky source. Although his body was evolving, he hadn't obtained any comprehension yet, which made Luo Yunyang feel somewhat disappointed deep down. Just as he was wondering whether there had been some kind of problem, he suddenly felt his vision turn dark. Then, a scroll with a picture appeared in his mind. As this scroll unfurled, it revealed thousands of tentacles that were 10,000 fathoms long. In its center was something that looked like a ball before an organism. Luo Yunyang stared through the eyes of that organism as the picture unfurled slowly. Chapter 540, Shattering Heavens. It was powerful. Astoundingly powerful. There was a slight hint of fear in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he saw the organism that looked like a ball. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, the celestial world's supremacy was already a peak existence. However, he felt his own heart shudder as he looked at this unknown organism. If Luo Yunyang wasn't able to slightly withstand the celestial world's supremacy, then he believed that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a glare from this monster. One glare would be enough to turn him into ash. Stepping into the nebula grade and obtaining the chaotic four-origin beast had made Luo Yunyang think that, even though he wasn't considered a peak existence, he would at least have his own place in the world. However, he now realized that his scope of imagination had been too naive. Although there were existences even more powerful than the celestial world supremacy, he hadn't seen any before. Had the celestial world supremacy seen any before? These thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind before they vanished completely. What was important was that Luo Yunyang viewed the scene depicted. Anything else could wait a little. There wasn't any sky or land in the picture scroll, only something that seemed like a black ball of primal chaos. By using the unknown beast's eyes, Luo Yunyang saw that ball of primal chaos crumble. As it did, countless light rays shot out in all directions and headed into the void. These rays were as quick as shooting stars. Some rays were scarlet like fire, some were filled with killing intent, some were thick and heavy like mountains, and some as illuminating as a brilliant sun. Various powers of laws formed long lines in the void. When these lines collided frantically and the various source powers clashed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Everything was crumbling. Every creature was. Upon seeing this, Luo Yunyang only had one thought in his mind. This was extensive, broad and powerful. This was something that couldn't be. As countless thoughts flashed through his mind, Luo Yunyang suddenly felt many things appear in his head. He was watching the void crumble through the eyes of that beast when the beast suddenly raised its head. As it did, a massive light shadow appeared within the void. A light shadow was being shattered. This light shadow was formed with mind power, the power of the light shadow that simulated destruction and creation. As Luo Yunyang watched the light shadow, he understood what this was. It was a method that monster came up with to observe the crumbling heaven and earth. This method used mind power to simulate the destruction. Luo Yunyang didn't know how this method got so powerful so fast, yet he could tell that this technique wasn't normal. He quickly remembered, whatever he comprehended at the moment. He had a feeling that the most useful thing contained within this blood-colored divine sky source was this cultivation technique that used mind power to simulate the shattering cosmos. The instant Luo Yunyang memorized this cultivation technique, he felt his body leave the beast's body. Then, the picture scroll in his head crumbled right away. When he was awakened from the power of the divine sky source, Luo Yunyang realized that he was still seated on the returning origin enlightenment stone. However, everything around him was a mess. Things were strewn all over the place. All sorts of items were laying all around him in a haphazard fashion. However, his flesh and blood felt like a baby, and his various senses surpassed an ordinary being's by far. Although he hadn't checked the information on his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang could tell that he had experienced yet another evolution. This had been an incomparably pivotal evolution. Golden body and jade bones, immortal flesh and blood. Luo Yunyang instantly thought of many words to describe this. However, he didn't open his attribute regulator to check his body's progress. Instead, he quickly pondered over the comprehension of the supreme mind technique that the mysterious beast had comprehended while witnessing the destruction of the sky and earth. That creature didn't seem to have given this technique a name. Thus, Luo Yunyang simply named it Shattering Heavens. An hour, a day, 2 days, 10 days passed. As time ticked by, Luo Yunyang remained seated on the returning origin enlightenment stone, neither speaking nor moving. Meanwhile, the glow coming from the returning origin enlightenment stone kept getting brighter and brighter. The celestial world supremacy and a white-haired demigod elder were playing chess on the tallest mountain peak of the sky vault path. Although the celestial world supremacy had a calm expression, the wizened demigod elder would subconsciously turn his head to glance at the mountain peak on his left from time to time. The mountain peak on his left had a green glow that lit up the sky and land. This green light made people feel as if that mountain peak had already fused with the void. Supremacy, it has already been more than 40 days. If you let him rest, you could teach your disciple this way. The elder said as he put down the chess piece in his hand. However, as soon as he said this, he felt beads of perspiration appear on his forehead. Although there was a cold glint in the celestial world supremacy's eyes, it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Why, can't bear to. Upon seeing the smiling celestial world supremacy, the elder's heart trembled and he quickly waved his hands dismissively. No, sir, that's not what I meant. The returning origin enlightenment stone is a mysterious treasure of this world. Letting it get destroyed like this would be a big pity. After saying this, the elder's expression became fear-stricken. There was even a slightly imploring touch in his tone. The celestial world supremacy smiled faintly and said, "It's just an object, that's all there is to it. If it is destroyed, then so be it. If you really find that so heartbreaking, I have an idea that could stop your heartache. Dead men don't have any feelings, after all." The wizened elder immediately begged for forgiveness. "Supremacy, your humble subject is at fault. I admit as much." The celestial world supremacy eyed the fearful elder and said nonchalantly, "If you put it this way. When this disciple of mine comes out, anyone below the celestial domain grade can challenge him. If someone can withstand 10 moves from him, I will compensate them with a treasure not the least bit inferior to the returning origin. Enlightenment stone." The wizened elder's heart trembled violently. The celestial world supremacy was going to give away an item. Was he tired of living? "Sir, I was wrong. If that returning origin enlightenment stone is destroyed, then so be it. I am to blame for not being broad-minded enough. I implore you to forgive your humble subject." The celestial world supremacy waved a hand. "All right, I won't take your words to heart. However, what I just said still counts." As the wizened elder studied the celestial world supremacy's serious manner, he knew that he could no longer decline. If he declined, then this temperamental big shot might just raise his hands and obliterate the Sky Vault Path. Although the Sky Vault Path had a lofty reputation in the Divine Union, this reputation depended on whom they were dealing with. In the face of an unrivaled entity like the celestial world supremacy, the Sky Vault Path didn't really amount to much. "Yes, sir." The wizened elder made the right choice. Suddenly, the green light rushing to the sky intensified. In a second, the light had already turned into a column of light as dazzling as day. The elder watched this illuminating green light with a grieving expression. Meanwhile, in the Sky Vault Path, the returning origin enlightenment stone that had been handed down for who knew how many years emitted its strongest glow. After the glowing light rays passed, what awaited this returning origin enlightenment stone was destruction. Just as the elder felt gloomy deep down, that green light suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless light spots that shot out in all directions. The moment the green light disintegrated, a shattering layer appeared above the mountain peak. It was a void that looked like actual space. There was a hint of delight in the celestial world supremacy's eyes when he saw that shattering void. "Oh, not bad indeed." When the wizened elder first saw the shattered void, he was shocked. Then, a layer of perspiration formed on his forehead. He had already sensed how tremendous this shattered space was. "Ha ha ha!" Hearty laughter reverberated all around. The celestial world supremacy's smile grew brighter when he heard this. The wizened elder, on the other hand, had a pained expression on his face. However, he still sent a voice transmission to his sect. Due to cultivation requirements, the returning origin enlightenment stone has already been damaged by this friendly little newcomer. Now, the Sky Vault Path has a chance to obtain compensation. Any martialists below the celestial domain grade can try to withstand 10 moves from our little friend, who damaged the returning origin enlightenment stone, to gain compensation. The elder's tone wasn't high-pitched. Actually, his words were gentle and subdued. However, his intent was quickly transmitted to the entire Sky Vault Path. Most Sky Vault Path disciples were from the demigod tribe. Although they had originally had a sort of high and mighty attitude, it now felt like they had been bullied and could only suffer miserably. Thus, the moment the elder finished his message, someone announced loudly, "Sect Master, this humble disciple wishes to take on this challenge." "Sect Master, this disciple will definitely make the person who destroyed the returning origin enlightenment stone compensate us." "Uncle Master, please permit this disciple to fight. The returning origin enlightenment stone was the Sky Vault Path's treasure. We can't just let it be destroyed like that. Teacher, this disciple is willing to fight to the death." Many people immediately voiced their willingness to fight in succession. The more resounding their voices were, the harder the wizened elder's heart trembled. He was afraid that the disciples would utter even more impassioned words. After all, the celestial world supremacy was still sitting there. Luckily, the celestial world supremacy didn't seem to be the slightest bit angry about these challenges. Actually, he seemed somewhat contented. Did he have a well-thought-out plan? When the wizened elder studied the celestial world supremacy's manner, a sense of fighting spirit was stirred up in him. Even though he knew that this youngster would surely be way out of everyone's league, he didn't feel that the entire young generation groomed by their sect wouldn't be able to take even a single blow. How could that even be possible? Chapter 541. a godly figure, Luo Yunyang didn't pay any attention to the Sky Vault Path's circumstances. He was currently looking at the attribute regulator in his mind. While he was satisfied when he viewed the figures displayed on the attribute regulator, he was also feeling some regret. Power: 9824 Mind, 4210 Speed, 2541 Constitution, 5012 Origin Source Law, 6241 Wind, 1625 Earth, 1531 Fire, 1619 Water, 1421 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 1.7 Space-Time Eye, 1.7 The blood-colored divine sky source had helped Luo Yunyang make massive progress. Given his current boundary, he would be able to hold off the primeval underworld monarch without relying on his attribute regulator. What made him feel disappointed was that the chaotic 4 origin beast stats hadn't changed much on the attribute regulator. Even the primeval underworld monarch's various stats hadn't appeared on the attribute regulator. Power: 121,558 Mind, 32,596 Speed, 5,423 Constitution, 25,460 Origin Source Laws, 10,214 Wind, 2,725 Earth, 2,841 Fire, 2,019 Water, 2,541 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 10 Chaotic Hole Transference, 5 Heaven Earth Engulfing, 5 Innate Mystic Ability, 4 Origin Clone, 10 Besides the golden purple words of the innate mystic talent, the other attributes didn't seem to have undergone any changes. What Luo Yunyang had been anticipating most was the appearance of the derived clone of the primeval underworld monarch on the attribute regulator. This would have been a massive leap for him in terms of strength. However, what Luo Yunyang had hoped for obviously hadn't happened. As he was thinking about this, a sea of blood flew out of the top of the chaotic 4 origin beast's head. A white bone throne rose from within that sea of blood. Seated on it was a body clad in a suit of white bone armor. Luo Yunyang's consciousness was in this body. Thus, he could sense the massive power within the body. He sensed the profound mystery of the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas as well as the utilization of the white bone and blood sea swords. Thanks to the support of the nebula-grade chaotic 4 origin beast, Luo Yunyang sensed that the strength of this clone wasn't much weaker than the actual primeval underworld monarchs. However, he couldn't sense the presence of the attribute regulator on this body or make any adjustments to the attributes. Luo Yunyang pushed aside the primeval underworld monarch's clone before letting the chaotic 4 origin beast resume its deep slumber within his own body. It was only afterwards that he had any time to survey his current circumstances. Then, he saw some stuff that looked like molted skin. Luo Yunyang thought for a second before he waved his sleeves and blazes reduced all of it to nothing. The returning origin enlightenment stone had cracked into 9 pieces. When Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on the returning origin enlightenment stone, his heart shuddered for a bit. He was well aware of the usefulness of the returning origin enlightenment stone. He also had an idea of what the value of a precious treasure like this was. He had destroyed this precious treasure. Thus, he could imagine what the entire Sky Vault path was going through. As he picked up a piece of returning origin enlightenment stone, Luo Yunyang shook his head. He had already sensed that this returning origin enlightenment stone was just an ordinary piece of rock. Any mysterious powers that could aid the comprehension had already vanished completely. After casually chucking the fragmented rock aside, Luo Yunyang tidied up his appearance and walked out of the cave he had been holed up in. Outside the cave were 2 pairs of vicious eyes that were staring at Luo Yunyang. They looked like 2 ravenous wolves waiting to rip him to shreds. Ultimately, the 2 angry men didn't throw themselves at him. Instead, the person who seemed like a Thunder Ray man in his 40s said, "Luo Yunyang, the sect master wishes to see you. Come." As he said this, the 2 men turned and moved towards the tallest peak. It seemed as though just uttering that sentence had made them extremely miserable. Luo Yunyang shook his head, but he felt more at ease deep down. It seemed like the celestial world's supremacy really hadn't been exaggerating. He did indeed have the power to terrify the entire Sky Vault path. Otherwise, no matter how good the temperament of the Sky Vault path members was, they would have gone all out when their sect's ultimate treasure had been destroyed. In a short while, Luo Yunyang had already reached the spot where the celestial world's supremacy was playing chess. The wizened Sky Vault path elder was still holding a chess piece with a pained expression on his face. Based on his appearance, it seemed like he really didn't know what to do next. When Luo Yunyang walked over, the Sky Vault Path Grand Elder turned to look at him in a slightly strange manner. He had interacted with the Returning Origin Enlightenment Stone for many years, so he could sense the breath of the Returning Origin Enlightenment Stone on Luo Yunyang's body. The Celestial World Supremacy glanced at Luo Yunyang very calmly, as though he didn't really care that Luo Yunyang had arrived. Luo Yunyang, you destroyed the Returning Origin Enlightenment Stone. I just spoke with the Sky Vault Path. If the Sky Vault Path's Celestial Domain grade and lower grade martialists can take 10 moves from you, I will compensate them with a treasure of equivalent value to the Returning Origin Enlightenment Stone. You mustn't disappoint me. The Celestial World Supremacy's voice was light and gentle, but it contained an unquestionable hint. Luo Yunyang met the Celestial World Supremacy's gaze and said at once, "Don't worry, Master. This disciple definitely will not let you down." The Celestial World Supremacy's temper was difficult to discern. Luo Yunyang didn't dare make him lose an ultimate treasure because of him. As far as the Sky Vault Path was concerned, now that the Celestial World Supremacy was here, Luo Yunyang didn't really take it seriously. The wizened elder gazed at Luo Yunyang carefully for a bit before shaking his head. Forget it. This time, the Sky Vault Path concedes. Fury filled the eyes of the two martialists that had led Luo Yunyang there. The two of them exclaimed almost simultaneously, "Sect Master, we are willing to challenge him. Even if I have to die 1,000 times, I definitely won't back off." The crisp sound of a bell resonated throughout the mountain range. As soon as it did, many Sky Vault Path disciples rushed over from all directions and gathered beneath the mountain. The Celestial World Supremacy's smile brightened slightly as he saw this. Then, he told Luo Yunyang gently, "Don't think that they are strong just because there are so many of them. Not a single one of them will be able to deal with 10 moves from you. However, if you can defeat them, all with 3 moves, I will give you a weapon no inferior to the Returning Origin Enlightenment Stone." The Celestial World Supremacy's promise made Luo Yunyang feel a rush of excitement. Even though the Returning Origin Enlightenment Stone had already been destroyed, he knew the sort of value a treasure like this had. Although the Celestial World Supremacy wanted to use Luo Yunyang's strength to obtain an item from the Divine Martial Hall, Luo Yunyang still didn't reckon that the Celestial World Supremacy would magnanimously give him a weapon. "Thank you, Master. It would be impolite of me to refuse." Luo Yunyang cupped his fist and saluted the Celestial World Supremacy. Beneath the Sky Vault Path mountain, 100 Sky Vault Path disciples were glaring at Luo Yunyang furiously. Most of them weren't unfamiliar with him. After all, they had all seen the battle between the primeval underworld monarch and Luo Yunyang through the broadcast. Many people actually revered Luo Yunyang deep down. However, by destroying the Returning Origin Enlightenment Stone, Luo Yunyang had given them all an important opportunity. This had made a large number of them hate Luo Yunyang to the very core. The conversation between him and the Celestial World Supremacy had only riled them up. At the moment, practically everyone was thinking the same thing. They had to show off the entire might of the Sky Vault Path by using the weapons in their hands. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Although it wasn't clear who shouted out first, countless cries soon echoed from the mouths of all the Sky Vault Path disciples. Besides fury, their voices also contained a strong fighting intent. The wizened Great Elder appeared gratified upon hearing all these furious roars. Although deep down he really didn't dare offend the Celestial World Supremacy, the fighting spirit of his sect's 100,000 disciples was like a united will that was heartwarming. "Young friend Luo, please be careful when you make your move," the elder told Luo Yunyang after thinking for a bit. Luo Yunyang watched the wizened old man, whose cultivation he wasn't able to determine, and replied respectfully, "Thank you, elder." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the young martialists who were itching to devour him. He could sense the unbending will of these martialists, as well as their anger. However, he now needed the Celestial World Supremacy's reward. Therefore, without the slightest bit of hesitation, layers of black light waves emanated from his body when he took his first step. These layers were like a massive black net that covered everything below the mountain peak. The furious Sky Vault Path disciples weren't inexperienced fighters. Thus, they sensed that something wasn't right the moment Luo Yunyang took his first step. Bravery alone wasn't enough when one faced someone stronger than oneself. In practically a split second, a sweet voice instructed, "Luo Yun and the other 10 senior brothers will meet the enemy head-on. The rest of us will use the Sky Vault Divine Breaker together." As this was said, 10 glowing figures rushed up from the base of the mountain. Every single one of them possessed a peak celestial domain grade cultivation base. It could be said that they were the core of the Sky Vault Path's combat strength. As these 10 rushed up, layers of black chaotic whole light waves enveloped their bodies. The 10 peak celestial domain grades that streaked through the sky like lightning all looked as though they were wading through swampland as they faced Luo Yunyang's chaotic whole light waves. The chaotic whole light waves diverged, increased and sped up. In the end, layers of chaotic whole light waves formed a black screen of light that trapped the 100 Sky Vault Path disciples inside the black chaotic hole. Light wave net. The Sky Vault Path disciples who had been using their techniques felt layers of formless power make their bodies weak. Some of them couldn't even stand up straight, even if they tried. The 10 peak celestial domain grades kept falling. Meanwhile, the martialists who were preparing to unleash the Sky Vault Divine Breaker crashed to the ground one after another. As she watched her fellow disciples fall in succession, the beautiful lady that had commanded the joint strike struggled to stay upright, despite the support of her sword, which was stuck into the ground. However, her eyes were filled with respect and admiration for the godly figure that was leisurely walking down step by step. Chapter 542, Abandoning the Past, Reaching the Galaxy with a Step. This was practically the most humiliating day for any Sky Vault Path disciple. It was so bad that if anyone mentioned this day, their eyes would burn with anger. 100,000 people were suppressed so forcefully that it was difficult to even use any techniques. Some Sky Vault Path disciples even felt an impulse to make a kamikaze attack. They wished to use this method to break the suppression of that godly figure. Unfortunately, in the face of those layers of chaotic whole light waves, they couldn't even do as much. Some people felt like they didn't have a single ounce of strength left. "All right, we concede," said the wizened elder, who watched the thoroughly crushed disciples. A flicker of delight appeared in the celestial world supremacy's eyes. He was fully satisfied with Luo Yunyang's performance. "Thanks for the graciousness." As Luo Yunyang smiled at the wizened elder, the layers of chaotic whole waves rapidly gathered behind his back, finally forming a black circle of light that suspended high above his head. "Kill!" Some Sky Vault Path disciples shouted maniacally at Luo Yunyang the instant they were released. Quite a number of them were bloodthirsty and livid. Some of them felt such a maniacal rage that they couldn't care less about anything else. In their opinion, the Sky Vault Path disciples wouldn't be disgraced if they surrounded Luo Yunyang and attacked him together. However, they didn't even get the chance to make a move before they were forced to the ground by their opponent. "Can't accept defeat. All of you get down. There is always someone more talented than yourselves in this world. Return and write this sentence 100,000 times. The wizened elder scoffed as his majestic aura thoroughly suppressed the disciples that were about to rush out. After the Sky Vault Path disciples dispersed, the celestial world supremacy chuckled heartily. "Your cultivation training went very well this time. I wanted to take you to a few more places, but it seems like there is no longer any need. This is for you." While he spoke, the celestial world supremacy casually swung his hand back and tossed something. A weapon that looked like a long sword flew towards Luo Yunyang. Then, the celestial world supremacy turned to the wizened elder and said, "I am very satisfied this time around. The Sky Vault Path can use my name once." Using his name once didn't sound like something inconceivable. However, the wizened elder and the others appeared ecstatic. The Sky Vault Path's top brass, who were standing behind the wizened old elder, looked particularly happy. Their eyes were literally glowing when they heard this. "Thank you, Supremacy." The celestial world supremacy's gaze returned to Luo Yunyang as he said, "In 30 days, the power of the Divine Martial Hall will weaken. I will be waiting for you at the Divine Martial Hall. Oh, I forgot, you aren't to cultivate during this period. You must find a balance between work and rest. Take some time to relax properly." Once he said that, the celestial world supremacy vanished into nothingness. Luo Yunyang was slightly surprised when he heard the celestial world supremacy's instructions. After all, this didn't seem like the supremacy's style. However, thanks to his own many years of experience, Luo Yunyang knew that what the celestial world supremacy had said was very true. At this stage, it really wouldn't benefit Luo Yunyang to cultivate. "Young friend, the Sky Vault Path has a solar system used totally for entertainment. How about I get some of the younger disciples to accompany you and have fun?" The wizened old man said, trying his best to flatter Luo Yunyang. The elder knew Luo Yunyang's identity. Although Luo Yunyang was only an in-name disciple, he would officially become the celestial world supremacy's disciple once he came out of the divine martial hall. Given the celestial world supremacy's status, any disciple of his definitely wouldn't have a low status in the divine union. As far as the danger of the divine martial hall was concerned, the wizened elder reckoned that this simply wouldn't be a problem given the might displayed by Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a second before speaking. "Thank you for your kind offer, elder. However, I still want to return and visit the Milky Way. I wonder if your honor knows of any paths that lead back to the Milky Way." The Grand Elder, who really didn't know the answer to that question, hurriedly instructed his subordinates to find out. Soon, they discovered that a channel that led straight back to the Milky Way existed on a huge star in a system not too far away from the Sky Vault path. Thanks to this channel, as well as the help of the Milky Way 9 Paths top brass, Luo Yunyang returned to the Da Alliance within 2 days. Luo Donger, Yunxi and his own mother were cultivating in seclusion, so Luo Yunyang didn't contact anyone when he arrived back in the Da Alliance. In no time, he returned to Donglu Town after many years. Compared to other areas of the Da Alliance, Donglu Town was the place where Luo Yunyang had made the most memories. After all, his youth had been spent in Donglu Town, so this was where many of his dreams and aspirations had been created. Donglu Town retained its original state. However, the surroundings of this small town were filled with martialists with high cultivation bases. Luo Yunyang saw at least 10 planet-grade martialists, as well as 3 martialists that had recently reached the star grade, in Donglu Town. However, these martialists didn't discover his presence. While walking leisurely down Donglu Town's main street, Luo Yunyang transformed his armor into the Da Alliance's most common clothes. This way, he looked like just an ordinary youth going out for a stroll. "Hurry up, in 2 minutes we will be able to reach the former residence of Martial Empress Luo." A youth with hair dyed in 3 colors enthused. Walking alongside this youth were 2 boys and 3 girls. They all had excited expressions on their faces after hearing what the other youth had said. Luo Yunyang thought about this for a second. He already knew the place they were talking about. It was the place where he had lived back then. Although his former home had been destroyed by the Great Cataclysm, an exact replica of the house had been constructed where his house had been previously. Luo Yunyang felt some nostalgia when he saw the reconstructed house. Although the house had been reconstructed, the builder had been very diligent. Every part and item in the house was at exactly the same spot as he remembered. This was either the work of his mother or his younger sister. "Martial Empress Luo, bless me so that I will pass this exam and manage to enroll at the Great Snow Mountain Martial Academy." The youth with the tri-colored hair knelt on the ground and prayed piously. No one was surprised by these actions. Actually, some other youths joined the kneeling and kowtowed as well. "Martial Empress Luo, please bless me to get into the Great Snow Mountain Martial Academy." "I won't be trying to get into the Great Snow Mountain Martial Academy. It is too difficult. Great Martial Empress Luo, letting me get into the Chang'an Sacred Martial Academy will do," a chubby youth said with gusto. Then, some other kids hit the little fatty jokingly while others said, "Fatty Zhu, you are asking for this. Don't you know what sort of place the Chang'an Sacred Martial Academy is?" The ruckus these kids made put a smile on Luo Yunyang's face. Although he hadn't returned for years, he knew that the Chang'an Sacred Martial Academy was the best academy in the whole Da Alliance. The little fatty's words were really deserving of a spanking. As he watched this bunch of kids, who were brimming with youthfulness, Luo Yunyang's spirits started to rise. He felt as though he had returned to the Donglu town of the past, back when he had been cultivating the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart. That wretched train in Zhu Yan had brought him to Chang'an City. Ji Qianxin, who was as sweet as a flower. Thoughts and scenes flashed back in Luo Yunyang's mind. In just a moment, he felt as though he had traversed through the void, traversed through time, traversed through space, traversed through everything. Everything emerged in Luo Yunyang's mind. As all these things went through his mind, some of the things he was recalling mentally appeared in his surroundings and made them very weird. The sky and the earth were changing. Meanwhile, countless laws appeared within the void. These laws were like a storm that revolved around Luo Yunyang. "What's going on?" someone shouted in panic. The countless experts standing guard all around Donglu town rushed frantically towards Luo Yunyang's position. However, when they were within 300 meters of him, they felt as though they were being obstructed by an impenetrable wall. All the figures that had been originally around Luo Yunyang were expelled far away by mysterious waves of power. In just a minute, experts at other places had already received this information. The message was simple. They were to immediately evacuate everyone within 3,000 miles of Donglu town. Although no reason was given, many people could guess that something had happened. The Flame Emperor, the Eagle King, Lu Qubing and the others, who were god-like figures within the Da Alliance, had all come. They wished to welcome Luo Yunyang, yet they now discovered that the distance between them and Luo Yunyang was great. Although Yunyang hasn't distanced himself from us, he is actually a long way ahead of us. All these layers are collapsible space, said Lu Qubing. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor and the others were thinking of all sorts of methods to awaken Luo Yunyang. However, they ultimately discovered that any methods they thought of didn't seem to have the slightest bit of use. Ultimately, Lu Qubing and the others gathered on a spacecraft within the void and waited quietly for Luo Yunyang to wake up himself. The news of Luo Yunyang's return had been quashed by Lu Qubing. Even the strange happenings were blamed on a large-scale array formation. 21 days later, Luo Yunyang slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Lu Qubing and the others, who were on the spacecraft, and joined them with a single step. What Lu Qubing and the others felt upon seeing Luo Yunyang was something that could be seen clearly but could never be touched. "Yunyang, what is this?" Lu Qubing asked Luo Yunyang carefully. "Nothing much. While I wasn't paying attention, I broke through to the galaxy grade." Luo Yunyang flashed a faint smile as he met Lu Qubing's gaze. Chapter 543. Great Changes in Galaxy Moves. What was a galaxy grade? Galaxy grades were meant to rule. Upon reaching the galaxy grade, one's cultivation base increased tenfold and one was also able to influence the origin source laws in the surroundings through one's cultivation path. For example, a top exponent that practiced a metal cultivation path could make the metal-based origin source laws in the surroundings extremely powerful, which could be a huge blow to a martialist at or below the nebula grade. The reason Luo Yunyang could handle galaxy grades while he was still at the nebula grade was due to his powerful body, as well as the Great Chaotic Whole Path. The Great Chaotic Whole Path could absorb various origin source laws. Naturally, this sort of dominating origin source law techniques wouldn't be very useful against him. However, it would be an absolute calamity for any ordinary nebula grade that faced it. As long as a galaxy grade thought about it, no ordinary nebula grade martialist would have any way of resisting. Similarly, advancing from the nebula grade to the galaxy grade wasn't something easy. Many powerhouses tried all sorts of methods in hopes of breaking through to the galaxy grade. For example, among the human tribe's 9 paths, only 1 out of every 100 nebula grades would be able to become a galaxy grade. According to the Divine Union, each and every galaxy grade martialist had the right to watch over a region. There were even some third-grade tribes that relied on a single galaxy grade martialist. Once a tribe no longer had a galaxy grade martialist, it would immediately be expelled from the Divine Union. This expulsion wouldn't mean that a tribe would die out, but that it would lose out on various important resources and wouldn't be able to keep up with the other tribes. Thus, galaxy grades were really important. Based on what Luo Yunyang knew, there were only between 100 to 200 galaxy grades in the entire human tribe. This had been a crutch that had helped the human tribe advance to a second-grade tribe. The accomplishments of each of their galaxy grades were celebrated by the human tribe. Even in the 9 paths, the emergence of every galaxy grade was a cause for pompous celebration. This sort of celebrations were rumored to only occur once in 100 years. There were many benefits to becoming a galaxy grade, including longevity and body evolution. It could be said that these sort of benefits could make one go crazy. However, thanks to Luo Yunyang, who could battle against a celestial domain grade while he was at the nebula grade, the advancement of the human powerhouse with the most potential made quite a number of people knit their brows. For example, Lu Qubing's eyes widened when he was the first to hear the news about Luo Yunyang's advancement. He gazed firmly at Luo Yunyang and said, You didn't mean something else, right? Or are my ears playing tricks on me?" Lu Qubing had a look of slight worship in his eyes as he spoke. The Flame Emperor, the Eagle King and the others also felt numb as they stared at Luo Yunyang, hoping that the news they'd heard was false. Had he broken through to the galaxy grade? This was a great upgrade to Luo Yunyang's cultivation base that also gave the entire human tribe more confidence within the Divine Union and made their position among the second-grade tribes rise considerably. However, even though there was a whole wealth of benefits, there was still a drawback. This drawback was related to the Divine Martial Hall. Luo Yunyang's advancement meant that the difficulty of the divine martial hall would increase considerably. Hadn't the reason Luo Yunyang had obtained the favor of the celestial world supremacy been because he had gotten through the first 6 halls of the divine martial hall? Thanks to the accumulated experience of the bloody space river, he would complete the latter 4 halls practically without any effort. Luo Yunyang would become a formal disciple of the celestial world supremacy without much difficulty. Thanks to the celestial world supremacy's favor, anyone within the divine union that wished to provoke Luo Yunyang would have to reconsider. However, this advantage had now vanished. Would a galaxy-grade Luo Yunyang be able to pass through the divine martial hall? And how would the celestial world supremacy react when he found out that Luo Yunyang had reached the galaxy grade? This was the first question that Lu Qubing and the others thought of. Not only would Luo Yunyang determine the fate of the entire human tribe of the Milky Way, but the existence of the Da Alliance also relied on him. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly at Lu Qubing. You haven't heard wrongly, Viceroy. I am now at the galaxy grade. Deadly silence spread all around. Practically everyone's eyes were fraught with shock and worry. Alas, why couldn't you have broken through a few years later? Lu Qubing exclaimed loudly after a few moments of silent thought. As Lu Qubing and Luo Yunyang were speaking, the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others heard this news. The Bloody Massacre Path Master had been in seclusion before receiving this news. This had been a very important secluded cultivation for him. However, now that Luo Yunyang had ascended to the galaxy grade, the Bloody Massacre Path Master couldn't care less about his cultivation. He came out right away before contacting Luo Yunyang along with the other 8 Path Masters. How have you? The Bloody Massacre Path Master had always been very polite to Luo Yunyang. However, this time, there was clearly some agitation in his tone. Luo Yunyang could understand where the Bloody Massacre Path Master was coming from. Thus, he replied with a gentle smile, I sort of had a feeling and realized that I advanced when I worked up. This reply left the Bloody Massacre Path Master stumped. He understood that this sort of natural ascension was one of the best methods of ordinary cultivation and advancement. However, in the Bloody Massacre Path Master's opinion, this breakthrough had come at the wrong time. Many things had come to his mind when he'd heard this news. Are you still able to make up for it? He asked Luo Yunyang somewhat urgently. Luo Yunyang replied calmly, even if I self-sever my cultivation, the Divine Martial Hall will still be based on my galaxy-grade cultivation base. This reply made the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others become increasingly solemn. This was a big deal after all. Before this had happened, Luo Yunyang had already been more or less at the peak of the nebula grade and had been capable of beating almost everyone who was at the same grade. However, he had now advanced to the galaxy grade. Although this was an extremely huge improvement, the Bloody Massacre Path and the others believed that the opponents that Luo Yunyang would face would have even higher cultivation bases. Then, has the Celestial World Supremacy already heard this news? The Bloody Massacre Path Master felt his mouth going dry after he said this. Luo Yunyang shook his head. I don't know. Luo Yunyang wasn't lying. He really didn't know. Given the massive distance between him and the Celestial World Supremacy, the Celestial World Supremacy shouldn't have heard the news of his advancement. However, an existence of the Celestial World Supremacy's level would definitely possess some magical abilities. Perhaps before leaving, the Celestial World Supremacy might have left a little something on his body. If that were the case, he would probably know that, if you went to the Divine Martial Hall now, would you be confident about succeeding? The Acute Metal Path Master, who was standing next to the Bloody Massacre Path Master, asked. The Acute Metal Path Master's words were blunt and straight to the point. Luo Yunyang didn't get angry. He understood what the Acute Metal Path Master was trying to imply. He wanted to emphasize the future difficulties or situations that might occur. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a bit before replying decisively, it won't be a big problem. Luo Yunyang's reply made the Acute Metal Path Master's expression lighten slightly. Without any reservations, he said, Yunyang, this matter concerns the rise and fall of the entire human tribe. You mustn't have any reservations. Please do not worry. I can say this because I have sufficient confidence, Luo Yunyang also replied earnestly. The 9 Path Masters exchanged a look but didn't say anything. When the communication was ended, they all frowned. A storm is coming, said the Deep Earth Path Master. The wrinkles on his forehead were already profound from all that frowning. The news of Luo Yunyang's breakthrough was like a whirlwind that enveloped the entire Divine Union. Luo Yunyang was a rather well-known figure in the Divine Union, perhaps because he was the in-name disciple of the celestial world supremacy, or because of the massive battle between him and the primeval underworld monarch. It could be said that the entire Divine Union knew the reason why the celestial world supremacy favored him. Who knew how many people wished they could be Luo Yunyang's substitute and enjoy this sort of treatment? However, they knew that no one at the Nebula grade could measure up to Luo Yunyang. Now, it seemed like things were no longer the same. Although Luo Yunyang had gained plenty of accumulated experience at the Nebula grade, he was still a newly ascended galaxy grade. The success rate of a newly ascended galaxy grade who wanted to enter the Divine Martial Hall was really low. Meanwhile, in the demigod tribe, the brilliant sun sage roared with laughter and the soliciting moon maiden smiled deviously when they heard the news of Luo Yunyang's advancement. The Thunder Ray tribe, the Electric On tribe, the Evergreen tribe, the Giant Slab tribe and the other large tribes among the 18 primary tribes all received the news in the quickest time possible. The Evergreen tribe's reaction was rather calm, whereas the Thunder Ray tribe's special envoy in the Divine Union had already started watching the human tribe's envoy with a murderous look. In the Thunder Ray tribe's domain, a tall burly Thunder Ray tribesman with a head full of grizzled white hair was kneeling respectfully on a planet of thunder. There was some excitement in his voice as he said, "Great Ancestor, this is the best chance for us to wash away our humiliation. Luo Yunyang is going to lose the celestial world supremacy's protection. The humiliation we suffered will be washed away immediately. This time, we will make the human tribe fall back to being a third-grade tribe and never give them a chance to rebound." The elder muttered for quite a long while as a vast sound of thunder echoed all around. While the thunder blustered, a faint look of delight emerged on the elder's face. "Don't worry, Great Ancestor, this disciple knows what to do." In the Electric On tribe's territory, an old Electric On man was having a conversation with an old man with a man's head and an eagle's body. "You won't have any territory soon. Ha ha, but the human tribe does. Your territory is close to the human tribe. You can go and get it. Aren't you a first-grade tribe? Luo Yunyang has already ascended to the galaxy grade. Do you think that they will still be able to receive the protection of the celestial world supremacy? How can one let this opportunity slip by?" The being with the eagle-like body nodded his head at the old man. "Your subordinate understands." Chapter 544, Supreme Fury. What could make one most angry in life? Feeling all excited while entering the bridal chamber and preparing for the passionate throes all night, only to discover that one's wife had run away with someone else. Even the most tolerant person wouldn't be able to keep his cool in such a situation. At the moment, the celestial world supremacy felt even worse than that. In the celestial world supremacy's opinion, Luo Yunyang's attempt at the second stage of the Divine Martial Hall with his Nebula grade cultivation base would have at least a 90% chance of success. If Luo Yunyang was careful, there wouldn't be any mishaps. His long-awaited dream of so many years was about to come true. This was something extremely important to the celestial world supremacy. However, before this was accomplished, just as the celestial world supremacy was in high spirits, Luo Yunyang ascended into the galaxy grade. The celestial world supremacy understood how Luo Yunyang had ascended to the galaxy grade. This was an enlightenment of a sort. This kind of breakthrough was natural. For a martialist, this sort of breakthrough was extremely important, as it could improve a martialist's cultivation base tremendously. However, for the celestial world supremacy, this was simply a merciless blow. It was a blow indeed. The celestial world supremacy was absolutely furious. If Luo Yunyang's success rate if he were to enter the Divine Martial Hall had been 90% previously, it had now dropped to 10%. 10% was also quite considerable. However, compared to 90%, the difference was just too great. An item he had yearned for so long had been within his grasp before this mistake had occurred. As he thought about it, the celestial world supremacy felt an impulse to kill someone. He wanted to murder someone, he wanted to vent his fury, he wanted to dismember Luo Yunyang. In his fury, he took to the skies. Molin and the other servants of the celestial world supremacy all acted like frightened animals. They were so afraid that they prostrated themselves on the ground in fear that the celestial world supremacy would turn his fury onto them. It had been many years since the celestial world supremacy had exhibited this sort of temper. Molin had followed the celestial world supremacy for so many years that he had lost track. According to his memory, the celestial world supremacy had only lost his temper similarly once during the last 100,000 years. At the time, a primary tribe had been exterminated directly and a vast domain of space had been turned into a region of death and stillness. Countless geniuses and elites had fallen like shooting stars. Even some powerful beings from the demigod tribe had only trembled when faced with this fury. Luo Yunyang was really good at provoking people. As Molin and the others panicked and guessed what frightening things were going to happen, the fury that scared them witless slowly dissipated. Then, the celestial world supremacy's voice reverberated. Inform everyone that I will be entering seclusion for 20 years. During these 20 years, anything that happens in the divine union will have nothing to do with me. Molin had never expected that, despite his thunderous fury, the celestial world supremacy would actually decide to head into seclusion. Of course, Molin didn't have the right to say anything regarding a decision his master had made. However, he couldn't help but shiver as he thought about the celestial world supremacy's decision to enter seclusion. Supremacy, if Luo Yunyang. Molin didn't finish saying what he wanted to say. However, the celestial world supremacy understood what his stuttering words meant. Although the celestial world supremacy didn't appear, Molin felt an immense fear, as though the world was about to crumble. This has nothing to do with me. The celestial world supremacy's voice echoed once again. Molin didn't have any objections against Luo Yunyang. Upon hearing the celestial world supremacy say this, he couldn't help but sigh. This matter had already exceeded his capabilities. Without the celestial world supremacy's support, the things he could hope to accomplish were too limited. Luo Yunyang could only rely on himself and his luck. This was the fury of a supremacy. This was the price Luo Yunyang had to pay for suddenly breaking through to the galaxy grade. Molin quickly issued the celestial world supremacy's decree. If Luo Yunyang hadn't advanced to the galaxy grade, this decree would just have been an ordinary message. However, due to Luo Yunyang's advancement, the meaning of this decree gave people many ideas. Back at the demigod tribe, the brilliant Sun Sage and the others howled with laughter. They all hated Luo Yunyang. However, they didn't take action immediately upon receiving the news, as they already knew about the plans of the Thunder Ray tribe and the other tribes. All they needed to do was wait. The Thunder Ray tribe, the Electric On tribe and the other primary tribes kept pushing others down. It felt as though storm clouds were approaching and troubled times lay ahead for the Divine Union. Normally, if certain parties were at odds, the Divine Union would quickly mediate in order to prevent a fight from festering into a big calamity. However, this time, it was only a small tribe that spoke up. As far as the demigod tribe and the other 17 primary tribes were concerned, nothing had happened and nobody was bothered. Luo Yunyang had received the celestial world supremacy's seclusion decree straightaway. He didn't get upset over the celestial world supremacy's notice. He silently remembered the following saying: one should not be afraid of being used by others, but only of being useless. As master and disciple, Luo Yunyang and the celestial world supremacy had always had a relationship based on mutual benefit. The celestial world supremacy wanted to use him to obtain that item from the divine martial hall, while Luo Yunyang wanted to use the celestial world supremacy's might to give the human tribe a lifeline. However, he had accidentally broken through to the galaxy grade. In the celestial world supremacy's eyes, his usefulness had decreased 100-fold. Luo Yunyang had not expected that the celestial world supremacy would not turn his rage onto him or punish him. If the celestial world supremacy really made a move, perhaps Luo Yunyang would only be able to hide in his small silver tower. Luo Yunyang could understand what this announcement implied. This was the celestial world supremacy's punishment for him. In the process of becoming a second-grade tribe, the tribe in Luo Yunyang had offended quite a number of other tribes. In the Bloody Space River, Luo Yunyang had offended the demigod tribe's brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden. This had been no problem while the celestial world supremacy had been around. However, without the celestial world supremacy's protection, these people would jump out. Luo Yunyang wasn't too afraid. He actually felt a little eager to give this a try. Advancing from the nebula grade to the galaxy grade in one go through natural enlightenment had given him many advantages. Furthermore, he still possessed the little silver tower and the obliteration cannon. Yunyang, we have a problem. Quick, enter the virtual space. The Bloody Massacre Path Master's message was quickly transmitted to Luo Yunyang's communication device. Luo Yunyang used his communication device to enter the virtual space. The location he logged into had already become a huge palace. This majestic palace exhibited the style of the human tribe. The large palace was the human tribe's most important place within the virtual realm for discussing matters. Thus, there were less than 100 people who had access to this place. When Luo Yunyang appeared at his spot, he discovered that there were no other empty seats. As soon as he appeared, many gazes turned towards him. Yunyang, a message just arrived. The Sacred Eagle tribe has already started provoking us on Star System 9. They have already occupied it and killed our 100,000 defenders. The Sacred Eagle tribe was a top second-grade tribe. The territory they held neighbored with the human tribe's territory. In the past, the two tribes hadn't had any problems. They had actually gotten along. There were even many times when the Sacred Eagle and the human tribe had had good relations. However, the Sacred Eagle tribe had actually occupied the human tribe's Star System 9. This was practically a declaration of war. Within the Divine Union, big and small tribes weren't prohibited from starting a war. Still, according to the laws of the Divine Union, higher-grade tribes couldn't randomly take action against lower-grade tribes. A fellow second-grade tribe would have been too apprehensive. In fact, according to Luo Yunyang's studies, an open war between similar-grade tribes was sort of vaguely encouraged by the laws of the Divine Union. Luo Yunyang believed that the demigod tribe and the other large tribes probably employed these methods to weaken the smaller tribes and drill their troops. After all, warriors that never experienced battle weren't qualified warriors. I think that the main reason behind is that we lost the protection of the celestial world supremacy. A man with glowing blue eyes seated not far away spoke up. At present, it is crucial for us to recover the celestial world supremacy's favor. Otherwise, huge calamities await us. These words gave rise to resonant opinions. After all, most of the people present agreed with this man's reasoning. If Luo Yunyang hadn't lost the celestial world supremacy's protection, the human tribe wouldn't have encountered such a problem. However, even at this time, that man didn't dare point a finger at Luo Yunyang, not only because of Luo Yunyang's relationship with the celestial world supremacy, but also because of Luo Yunyang's cultivation base. Right, Military Master Suoluo is right. Our priority is to recover the celestial world supremacy's protection. This is the only solution. I think that we should come up with a plan to achieve this. Many voices rose and fell. It seemed like at least half of the people present approved this notion. Military Master Suoluo appeared slightly pleased. Upon hearing the title Military Master Suoluo, Luo Yunyang quickly recalled some information he had come across regarding this person. Although the 9 paths of the Milky Way were the masters of the human tribe, the 9 paths were mainly used to train disciples. When it came to external expeditions, military forces needed to be assembled. Thus, the 9 paths had assembled 9 military branches, each led by a military master. Military Master Suoluo, who originated from the Dark Shadow Path, had lost when he had competed for the position of the Dark Shadow Path Master and become a military master afterward. If you have any ideas to change the celestial world supremacy's mind, then go ahead and do it yourself. Luo Yunyang, who noticed that the Bloody Massacre Path Master was about to speak on his behalf, spoke up instead. His words left many people flabbergasted and speechless. Even Military Master Suoluo didn't know what to say. His suggestion had seemed correct, but this was actually the celestial world supremacy's opinion. It simply wasn't their place to make him change his mind. Then what do you suggest we do? Military Master Suoluo finally spoke up after a short period of silence. What should we do? We can only go to war. Do we have another choice right now? Luo Yunyang replied resolutely. Chapter 545. The eagle soars in the sky on the Sacred Eagle tribe's sacred mountain. Over 100 Sacred Eagle experts were gathered. Every one of their golden eyes had a maniacal glow. We have already taken over 13 star systems belonging to the human tribe. Ha ha ha, they crumble the moment we start fighting. Without any sort of fighting strength, this kind of tribe can only serve as food for the Sacred Eagle tribe. The person speaking was a peak galaxy-grade Sacred Eagle powerhouse. He waved his arms as he said with vigor, I suggest that we stop nibbling away at them, move out right away and exterminate the human tribe. Perhaps we would have the capability to ascend to a grade 1 tribe then. You're right, Golden Eagle tribe leader. I agree, a middle-aged man with a pair of silver wings echoed. His cultivation base was also peak galaxy grade. Then, he added, isn't the current status of the human tribe solely based on the supremacy's seal? Now that Luo Yunyang has offended the celestial world supremacy, how could the celestial world's supremacy help them? Furthermore, the Thunder Ray tribe and the Electric On tribe have a bone to pick with the human tribe. If we don't act fast, there won't be much of that rich, fertile territory left for us. Immediately, quite a number of Sacred Eagle big shots came forward. They were also tribe leaders of the Sacred Eagle tribe's factions. Thus, now was the best time to strive for some power. Ha ha ha, I don't care how you all fight. But there is one thing you need to do. Our Blood Eagle tribe wants at least half. A blood-red powerhouse from the Blood Eagle tribe spoke. We need fresh meat and blood. If anyone dares fight with the Blood Eagle tribe, they will become a lifelong enemy of our tribe. These words resonated loud and clear. The other various tribe leaders showed hints of anger when they heard these words. However, nobody ultimately said anything. Not only were the Blood Eagles stronger, but others also had no way of dealing with them. Alright, we will decide how to split the spoils later. At present, what is most important is how we will attack the human tribe. An elder seated above that seemed like a king spoke up. You must all remember that the Sacred Eagle tribe won't be able to take away all the benefits of the human tribe or finish taking them away. The elder's tone then became slightly stricter. More than half of the riches have to be given to the Thunder Ray tribe's lord. Understood. The crowd that had been still bickering quietened down immediately. Even the Blood Eagle tribe powerhouse no longer dared say anything. A short while later, the leaders of the various tribes left. Only that elder remained loftily on his throne. He was the Sacred Eagle tribe's leader, as well as a celestial domain grade powerhouse. However, he wasn't the strongest member of the Sacred Eagle tribe. That honor belonged to the Sacred Eagle tribe's Grand Elder, who was currently in seclusion. The reason why the Sacred Eagle tribe enjoyed so many benefits as a second-grade tribe within the Divine Union was because they had two celestial domain-grade powerhouses. Furthermore, the Sacred Eagle tribe Grand Elder was at the peak of the celestial domain grade. As the elder was pondering this, the jade pendant on his body suddenly lit up. The Sacred Eagle tribe leader frowned upon seeing the jade pendant and muttered to himself, "Seems like some people are still trying to cause trouble." A message had been sent by the Sacred Eagle tribe's Grand Elder. The Sacred Eagle tribe leader, the Unrivaled Eagle, felt a little displeased upon hearing the voice of the Grand Elder with the superior cultivation base who was currently in seclusion. However, even though he was displeased, he still had to listen. After all, he wasn't the strongest member of the Sacred Eagle tribe. A pair of golden red wings emerged behind the Unrivaled Eagle's back in an instant. As soon as his wings started beating, he rushed into space in just a moment. When a divine eagle spread its wings, it covered thousands of miles in a blink. Even ordinary spacecrafts weren't as quick as the Unrivaled Eagle. Therefore, the Unrivaled Eagle and the majority of Sacred Eagle tribesmen weren't willing to use spacecrafts. Instead, they relied on their own flight speed. A short while later, the Unrivaled Eagle appeared above a lone star. He frowned as he surveyed the blazing flames. He didn't like the circumstances there. He wasn't a fan of too many flames. Just as he was about to land, he suddenly sensed an immense danger. This sensation astonished the Unrivaled Eagle greatly. This was the Sacred Eagle tribe Great Elder's secret cultivation location, so even if the Unrivaled Eagle didn't like him, he wouldn't do anything to him here. Some thoughts rapidly went through his mind. Although he felt that this didn't make much sense, he still quickly took some precautions. Just as he was pondering this, the Unrivaled Eagle felt a vast bloody aura surge towards him. The bloody aura congealed in the void and ultimately formed countless sword shadows that shot down. It was the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. The Unrivaled Eagle felt terrified when he saw these magnificent lights. He had seen the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas before during the battle between Luo Yunyang and the primeval underworld monarch. Thus, the instant that he saw the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas, the Unrivaled Eagle's first thought was that he was finished. The Purgatory and the Divine Union were going to war, and this was the first place that the Purgatory was attacking. As his hands moved and his golden wings flapped rapidly, countless sword lights shot furiously towards the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. Although these lights weren't brighter than the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas, the sword lights were over 10 times more than the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas, 108,000 swords. By combining his own wings with his cultivation path, the attack the Unrivaled Eagle used wasn't much weaker than the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. Most importantly, this method was considered an imitation of the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. Nevertheless, the 108,000 swords of the Unrivaled Eagle had won him much acclaim. Now, The 3,000 swords of bloodied seas had finally met the 108,000 swords. The unrivaled eagle reckoned that if the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas were at the same level as his own attack, his attack would crumble. However, he had never imagined that the two sets of sword lights would cancel each other out when they clashed. No, it seemed like he had the upper hand. What was going on? The power level of that sneaky attacker seemed to be below his own. Just as the unrivaled eagle heaved a huge sigh of relief, the 3,000 swords of bloodied seas converged and formed a blood-red long sword, and another white bone long sword appeared in the hands of his attacker. It was the blood sea and the white bone. The unrivaled eagle's heart shuddered when he saw those two swords. However, what shocked him even more was actually seeing the primeval underworld monarch's appearance. The unrivaled eagle didn't sympathize with this fallen genius much. He actually believed that the primeval underworld monarch was really useless if he had been defeated by the human tribe. However, when he saw these two swords and the primeval underworld monarch, who was already deceased, the unrivaled eagle felt perplexed. With a thought, his 108,000 swords formed a ring of swords and went to parry the white bone and blood sea swords. As his attack flew forth, he suddenly felt the void behind him tear open. When he turned his body in astonishment, he saw a person. Actually, he saw a finger that tore the void. The finger tapped tightly against the void and a layer of black light enveloped him. He was no stranger to this move. This was Luo Yunyang's Dream Crusher. Luo Yunyang's Dream Crusher was much stronger than when he had used it during the battle with the primeval underworld monarch. Before the unrivaled eagle could react, the glow coming from the Dream Crusher had already wrapped more than half of his body. The unrivaled eagle watched Luo Yunyang's cold sneer and turned his head to see the primeval underworld monarch amidst the roiling sea of blood. He felt really confused. What exactly was going on? Luo Yunyang, primeval underworld monarch, why have you two? The unrivaled eagle had just shouted out before he was completed, covered by the Dream Crusher. Although he was a celestial domain grade powerhouse, his physical body wasn't as strong as the primeval underworld monarch's. In just an instant, his body was turned to dust. Luo Yunyang also stopped after that finger tap. However, he didn't seem to be in good shape. After glancing in the direction of the primeval underworld monarch, Luo Yunyang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ambushing two celestial domain grade powerhouses really isn't easy, Luo Yunyang muttered as he wiped away the blood from the side of his mouth. The primeval underworld monarch didn't say anything. He quickly retracted his attack and fused back into Luo Yunyang's body in an instant. Although the unrivaled Eagle King's body had been crushed, his storage bracelet had still fallen. Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed when he saw the items stored within. Move out. Luo Yunyang spoke into his communication device before taking to the sky and flying towards the distant space where the unrivaled eagle had come from. Although the unrivaled eagle and the Sacred Eagle tribe's Grand Elder had already been slain by him, the Sacred Eagle tribe still had quite a number of powerhouses. If the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others were sent to engage these powerhouses, they wouldn't necessarily lose. However, it would be a life and death struggle. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't prepared to handle everything, he still had to first help the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others gain the upper hand. In just a short time, he appeared on the Sacred Eagle tribe's sacred mountain. As he appeared, the sacred mountain was engulfed by a sea. A day later, the news that the human tribe had slain the Sacred Eagle tribe's two celestial domain grade powerhouses circulated among the whole Divine Union. By now, it wasn't just the Thunder Ray tribe, but the entire Divine Union that was shocked. They had been waiting to hear that the Sacred Eagle tribe had taken over the human tribe. However, they had never imagined that the Sacred Eagle tribe would be routed by the humans. Upon receiving this information, the Thunder Ray tribe's leader thought that this message was wrong. However, this was the total truth. Chapter 546, Going Through the Motions, Bloody Massacre Path Master. Although our Sacred Eagle tribe has suffered a crushing defeat, your human tribe isn't any better. You might be able to beat our Sacred Eagle tribe, but you cannot triumph over the Thunder Ray tribe or the Demigod tribe. The leader of the Blood Eagle division bellowed furiously. His body had already been cut in two by the Bloody Massacre Path Master, yet his will was still loud as ever. As the Path Master of the Bloody Massacre Path, the Bloody Massacre Path Master rarely acted personally. Of course, he also wasn't a soft-hearted person who would hesitate against the leader of the Blood Eagle division, who had a similar cultivation to his own. Sword lights like starry rivers slew the Blood Eagle division leader's soul. The battle in the void had already reached its end. Under the military master's commands, the 9 Milky Way armies swept everything before them. The human tribe was in absolute control. This huge victory was something the human tribe had never experienced in the past few 100,000 years. The Sacred Eagle tribe, which was the top second-grade tribe, could no longer rise. Despite the support of the Thunder Ray tribe, the Sacred Eagle tribe had already lost whatever footing they'd had in the Divine Union. They had already lost their celestial domain grade powerhouses after all. Actually, they didn't even have any nebula grades left. This was a fatal blow. This was an absolutely perfect rout and victory. However, the Bloody Massacre Path Master had a heavy heart. What the Blood Eagle Division leader had said weighed in his heart like a mountain. Although he understood what the leader's words had meant, they had still left some demons in his heart. These demons were so deeply rooted in his heart that he couldn't stop thinking about them even though he wanted to. "You will all handle any follow-up matters. I will leave first," said the Bloody Massacre Path Master before taking to the skies and bothering a small spaceship flying off into a distant expanse of space. Half an hour later, the Bloody Massacre Path Master arrived at a huge planet. Luo Yunyang was currently within a treasury. Upon seeing this empty treasury, the Bloody Massacre Path shook his head and said, "There should be a third of the Sacred Eagle tribe's riches here. This is what I ought to receive." Luo Yunyang chuckled without any modesty. When he heard his laughter, a thought formed in the Bloody Massacre Path Master's mind. Was Luo Yunyang going to leave the Divine Union straightaway after doing this? In that case, he would be free to roam the wide skies. But what about the Bloody Massacre Path? What about the human tribe in the entire Milky Way? Many a time, cultivators, especially higher-level cultivators, did everything for selfish profit with no regard for anyone else. What about Luo Yunyang? Would he act like the Bloody Massacre Path Master thought? Many thoughts went through his head. After mulling this over for a bit, the Bloody Massacre Path Master finally said, "Yunyang, I wish to know how you are preparing to deal with the Thunder Ray tribe and the Demigod tribe afterward. Don't say that we will adopt measures that suit the situation best. If that were the case, you wouldn't be this relaxed." Luo Yunyang met the solemn gaze of the Bloody Massacre Path Master and immediately understood his meaning. It seemed like the Bloody Massacre Path Master was worried. Actually, the Bloody Massacre Path Master believed that Luo Yunyang would forsake the human tribe and flee on his own. It would be a lie to say that he hadn't thought about it. However, that was in the past. Now, things were different. Luo Yunyang took some time to process his thoughts before sealing the surroundings with his consciousness. The Bloody Massacre Path Master raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. However, Luo Yunyang could tell from his expression that the Bloody Massacre Path Master was on the defensive. "Path Master, are you afraid of me?" A calm voice was heard from behind the Bloody Massacre Path Master. The Bloody Massacre Path Master was facing Luo Yunyang. When he heard this exact voice coming from behind him, a strange expression appeared on his face. He instantly became more guarded. It wasn't that the Bloody Massacre Path Master didn't trust Luo Yunyang, but rather that he had made a habit of not trusting anyone in the process of becoming the Path Master of the Bloody Massacre Path. The Bloody Massacre Path Master was used to thinking of the worst-case scenario in any situation. However, when he turned his head, the Bloody Massacre Path Master saw another Luo Yunyang, a Luo Yunyang seated on a white bone throne and wielding a blood-red sword. The Bloody Massacre Path Master froze for a second when he saw this. When he saw this Luo Yunyang, he wondered if this was the primeval underworld monarch he had just seen. "This is just a clone of mine," Luo Yunyang said calmly. "Have you noticed the differences, Path Master?" When Luo Yunyang said this, the Bloody Massacre Path Master's expression stiffened. He carefully surveyed Luo Yunyang's clone and suddenly realized that this aura wasn't weaker than the primeval underworld monarchs had been. This was actually a nebula-grade martialist. This meant that this nebula-grade martialist possessed the primeval underworld monarch's cultivation base. How could this be possible? The Bloody Massacre Path Master's heart shuddered slightly when he saw this before he asked eagerly, Can he enter the Divine Martial Hall? Not only he can enter it, but he can also enter with the identity of a nebula-grade martialist, Luo Yunyang added. He just came out of the first stage of the Divine Martial Hall not too long ago. It only took him half an hour. He had cleared the Divine Martial Hall in half an hour. This was a little too crazy. That means that you can help the Supremacy obtain that item. Ha ha ha. This is great. This is really great. The Bloody Massacre Path Master exclaimed as his cheerless demeanor brightened up. Luo Yunyang also laughed. He hadn't meant to hide this fact intentionally. After the various reactions developed following his advancement, the first thing that Luo Yunyang thought about was how to react. When he had calmed down completely, he thought about his chaotic four-origin beast clone and the embodiment of the primeval underworld monarch that the chaotic four-origin beast had created. Because the chaotic four-origin beast was really important to Luo Yunyang, he had chosen the embodiment of the primeval underworld monarch first. It would be fine if this embodiment was lost. Given the attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast, if this embodiment was lost, it could be replaced. What delighted Luo Yunyang was that the requirements of the Divine Martial Hall were targeted at an individual. The challenge his clone faced when entering the Divine Martial Hall was at the Nebula grade. This made Luo Yunyang ecstatic. He had recalled the primeval underworld monarch clone after it had completed the first stage. Although he wanted to finish this in one go, in his opinion, since the situation had turned out this way, doing so and playing the celestial world supremacy right away would be too magnanimous on his part. The Bloody Massacre Path Master appeared delighted upon discovering Luo Yunyang's hidden trump card. Yunyang, I never imagined that you would actually have a clone. Good, this is just great. To the Bloody Massacre Path Master, this turn of events felt like clouds dispelling and revealing the sun. It was just refreshing. The human tribe could regain the support of the celestial world supremacy, so it naturally wouldn't have anything to fear. The human tribe's main forces regained their fighting spirit thanks to the Bloody Massacre Path's directions very quickly and strategized on how to deal with the Sacred Eagle tribe's territory. Meanwhile, an important meeting had convened in the Divine Union. The Thunder Ray tribe's special envoy, the Electric On tribe's special envoy, and the Giant Slab tribe's special envoy raised their palms quickly. Each of their raised palms implied that a massive power was agreeing to punish the human tribe. The high and mighty demigod special envoy seated right at the top finally spoke in a mellow, rich tone. The notion to punish the human tribe has passed. The demigod tribe's brilliant sun sage will act as commander-in-chief, while 300,000 demigod elite warships will be mobilized. The Thunder Ray tribe, the Electric On tribe, the Giant Slab tribe and all the other primary tribes will each deploy 100,000 elite troops. The human tribe's special envoy had already been placed under house arrest. Although he could hear the details of this resolution, he wasn't allowed to say anything. We are finished. This was the only thing going through the human's mind. As the human tribe's special envoy, he knew all too well the resources of his own tribe. Although the human tribe was a second-grade tribe, these powerful combined forces would be a disaster for the entire human tribe. This calamity would be off the charts. Commanding the extermination of a tribe was also an extraordinary accomplishment for the demigod tribe's top brass. Although the brilliant Sun Sage's status within the demigod tribe wasn't low, his emotions were surging. He would be able to chop off Luo Yunyang's head before countless tribes of the Divine Union. The thought of accomplishing such a feat delighted the brilliant Sun Sage. After what had happened at the Bloody Space River, the brilliant Sun Sage had felt like he had been living under Luo Yunyang's shadow for a while. However, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually court disaster and ascend to the galaxy grade. Vast numbers of massive spaceships rushed through space. The brilliant Sun Sage stood at the bridge of a starship that was several thousand miles long, overseeing more than 1,000 top fighters of this alliance. Surrounding him were more than 100 celestial domain-grade powerhouses. Besides a few demigod celestial domain-grade powerhouses, the other celestial domain grades all viewed him with respect. He wielded great power and authority. As the chief commander of this coalition, the brilliant Sun Sage was high and mighty. He wielded the power of life and death, so even celestial domain-grade powerhouses wouldn't dare defy his orders. Military orders had to be obeyed. Any violators had to die. The brilliant Sun Sage didn't employ any ploys, tricks or plans for this operation. A prowess several thousand times greater than the human tribes was like a huge rock about to crush them. There simply wasn't any possibility of something unexpected happening. This time, he was going to get revenge for his own humiliation. He was going to turn the entire human tribe to dust with this array of unstoppable forces. Reporting, Commander. The Milky Way lies ahead. A celestial domain-grade demigod powerhouse reported deferentially. Good, announce their crime and the Divine Union's decision. The brilliant Sun Sage gestured with his hands before he said, my orders are to end this war in 3 days. Yes, sir, everyone replied in unison. Chapter 547. Like a crushing mountain, the human tribe attacked the sacred eagle tribe unannounced and is guilty of terrible crimes. Now, the divine union has decided to kill these evildoers and exterminate them all. The virtual realms of the divine union were all linked. Although the top brass of the human tribe was already prepared, the notice on the virtual realm struck fear in their hearts. The word, exterminate, was used the most in the announcements. It could be said that the entire human tribe entered a state of massive terror when they received this notice. Of course, besides shock and fear, some people also felt angry. The Milky Way's 9 paths had already explained to all the martialists at or above the planet grade their reason for attacking the sacred eagle tribe. However, many humans believed that this fight for justice had actually been considered a provocation by the divine union. This was a bully's behavior. It was just too much. The most hot-blooded martialists were the first to voice their dissent when these crimes were announced. Many of them left messages that indicated their will to fight. Some of them even roared that their weapons had been craving blood for a long time. While some furious people were voicing their anger and preparing to fight, there were also others who asked all humans to remain calm. To be specific, they asked the human tribe's 9 paths to remain calm. Given the current circumstances, there simply wasn't any hope of victory. Over 100 celestial domain-grade entities and many top demigod powerhouses would be fighting. When the list of names accompanying the brilliant Sun Sage was announced, more and more humans felt stifled by trepidation. A lot of them weren't afraid of dying, but they were well aware of the fact that the human tribe's strength simply wouldn't last long against such an attack. Perhaps they wouldn't even hold out at all. Sun Sage, many clans have already surrendered. A beautiful demigod lady with golden hair and blue eyes told the brilliant Sun Sage softly. The brilliant Sun Sage waved his hands dismissively. Take no notice, they are just a bunch of ants. The beautiful lady then said, Sun Sage, they are saying that they can help us breach the 9 paths. Before the lady could finish, the brilliant Sun Sage waved her off impatiently. Are you saying that I could break the human tribe just by relying on the forces under me? The beautiful lady was a talented member of a demigod institute that specialized in grooming commanders. Thus, she had been assigned to counsel the brilliant Sun Sage. The brilliant Sun Sage was rather satisfied with the first-class looks and talent of this lady. However, he didn't wish to listen to these confidence-diminishing words. The lady had already performed an impartial analysis of the two sides' prowess. The reason she had voiced this opinion was only so they could attain the most benefits with the least amount of sacrifice. Remember this, Millie. This time, I want to crush them with a display of strength. The brilliant Sun Sage glared at the lady called Millie as a wave of power rushed out of his body. He now looked like a brilliant sun that illuminated the sky and earth. The lady pondered this in silence for a bit before advising him sincerely, Sun Sage, although your plan will be realized, I still wish to remind you that, according to my calculations, a few celestial domain-grade entities will have to fall. That isn't a problem. There are many celestial domain-grade entities from the 18 primary tribes, the brilliant Sun Sage said frostily as he stared out into the void. While the two of them were speaking, the brilliant Sun Sage's communication device rang. Following a short moment of hesitation, he looked at the name on the screen with a frown and put the call through. Luo Yunyang, is anything the matter? The brilliant Sun Sage asked icily when Luo Yunyang's face was projected. Luo Yunyang got right to the point. Brilliant Sun Sage, what does the demigod tribe want to do? The human tribe attacked the sacred eagle tribe because they invaded our territory first and slaughtered the human tribe's soldiers. According to the rules of the divine union, we haven't violated any laws. Aren't you afraid that the other tribes won't accept your reasons for attacking us? The brilliant Sun Sage found Luo Yunyang's overbearing line of questioning comical. Did he still want to talk about rules right now? He didn't know sh*t. Was he actually hoping to depend on the divine union's laws? Had his mind gone soft? The brilliant Sun Sage chuckled with disdain. Divine union laws, let me tell you something, Luo Yunyang. Right now, I represent the divine union. If I say that the human tribe is guilty, then it means that they are guilty. Plus, I won't accept your surrender this time, even if you choose to pin all the blame on yourself. I won't give you this opportunity. When he was done, the brilliant Sun Sage added frostily, you can just post the content of this call in the virtual realm if you want. It will be useless. Your virtual realm account has already been restricted, so you cannot release any information. This time, You must die. The brilliant Sun Sage didn't end the call as soon as he was done. He wanted to see the look on Luo Yunyang's face. He wanted to see his anger, revenge, bitter hatred, or perhaps even insanity. As the brilliant Sun Sage was feeling pleased and had started to eagerly anticipate an angry reaction from Luo Yunyang, he was shocked to discover that Luo Yunyang's expression was the same as ever. It seemed like what he had just said hadn't had a single effect on Luo Yunyang. The call was ended voluntarily by Luo Yunyang. When he ended the call, the brilliant Sun Sage felt a little sullen and weirded out. That fellow had contacted him. What exactly was he trying to imply? Could this be a sinister plot? The brilliant Sun Sage wondered for just a moment before pushing these thoughts to the back of his head. Even if there was a plot, it wouldn't be of any use against the mountain that was about to crush the human tribe. Reporting, Brilliant Sun Sage. Luo Yunyang just asked the Thunder Ray tribe to withdraw its forces. He was rejected forcefully by us. A Thunder Ray tribe leader reported to the Brilliant Sun Sage respectfully. Following the report of the Thunder Ray tribe, the Brilliant Sun Sage received similar reports from the other primary tribes. These reports removed completely even the faint doubts the Brilliant Sun Sage had harbored in his heart. It seemed that even a genius would struggle against such an overwhelming pressure. Sun Sage, we have already passed 10 of the human tribe's systems and haven't met any resistance. There aren't any humans to be found in these systems, the Brilliant Sun Sage's secret assistant, who was called Millie, reported once again. The Brilliant Sun Sage took a look at Millie's serious expression and said nonchalantly, "Millie, do you think that the human tribe is plotting something? Don't worry about it, even if they have some tricks up their sleeves, they won't be of any use. Do you think that Luo Yunyang could still rely on a supremacy's help?" Millie nodded lightly. According to her analysis, the human tribe didn't stand a chance. The reason she was overly suspicious was just because the actions of the human tribe had been very strange. Shall we continue to press forward, Sun Sage? Millie's question made the Brilliant Sun Sage even more dissatisfied with her. He even entertained the petty notion that this lady had reached the top of the strategy hierarchy at her institute due to some shenanigans. Perhaps she might have even relied on her looks. Otherwise, why would she keep repeating such naive questions time and time again, when victory was laid out before them? Attack. The largest, most flourishing human tribe is ahead. There are at least 100 billion humans around. Evacuating them all in such a short time would be simply impossible. The Brilliant Sun Sage gestured with his large hand. It doesn't matter if the human tribe continues retreating. We will sweep and smash the entire human race. Aboard the colossal warship, the detection equipment kept constantly surveying thousands of miles, looking for information. Through the information garnered, it was obvious that the human tribe hadn't left. A devious glint appeared in the eyes of the Brilliant Sun Sage, as well as the leaders of the other tribes. They hadn't amassed such forces to allow the human tribe to keep hiding. However, as their ship was about to enter the jump point of that star system, the galaxy-grade operator of the detection equipment suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Luo Yunyang." It's Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang. This name was a fable for the martialists of the Divine Union. The judgment and extermination of the human tribe was targeted at Luo Yunyang. Many people reckoned that Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't sit around and wait for his death. He would resist to his last breath, or even flee straightaway. After all, given Luo Yunyang's current cultivation base, if he found a place devoid of people to hide, finding him wouldn't be an easy task. Before leaving, more than 100 celestial domain-grade powerhouses had already secretly snuck into the human tribe's territory. Their motive had been to discover Luo Yunyang's whereabouts and launch a beautiful sneak attack at the most crucial time. Killing Luo Yunyang was the true objective of this operation. A call from Luo Yunyang was nothing out of the ordinary. However, seeing Luo Yunyang in person was something inconceivable. Some people actually wondered whether they were seeing things. The people under the Brilliant Sun Sage quickly gathered before the main screen of the colossal warship and saw Luo Yunyang sitting leisurely on a small planet. The small planet was facing their fleet of warships. Celestial domain-grade powerhouses didn't find it difficult to control the direction of a small planet. However, Luo Yunyang was currently rushing towards them. Is this a suicide attack? A Thunder Ray tribe powerhouse seemed puzzled. Although he felt that Luo Yunyang would have to be too naive to employ such a method, he also knew that there were indeed people with unconventional ways of thinking in the vast cosmos. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter what he is thinking. However, if he is rushing over, then he is abandoning his last route of escape. The brilliant Sun Sage simply didn't consider a plot. He just gave straightforward instructions. Everyone attack together. Don't let him escape. At the brilliant Sun Sage's command, all the celestial domain grade experts took to the void and rushed towards Luo Yunyang. In a moment, they had already restricted Luo Yunyang into a 10,000-mile radius of space. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang smiled and said in an elegant manner, "Long time no see, everyone. I hope you have been well." Chapter 548, The Fabled Last Stand. Thanks to the virtual realms, the Divine Union's speed of transmitting messages could be considered 1,000 times quicker than the Da alliances. By using the virtual realms, reality and virtual reality had already been integrated in some aspects. Although this integration hadn't broken through the barrier between reality and virtual reality, it could allow people within the virtual realm to enjoy some sensations that were almost real. One of them was the Divine Union's campaign to punish the human tribe. At the Divine Union's command, forces of more than 100 million were sent to administer justice. However, in the virtual realm, close to 100 billion people had gone along with the Divine Union's forces. Although these people were residing in the virtual world, through the technology that made virtual reality seem real, they were actually accompanying the Divine Union's forces as they suppressed the Milky Way. Actually, they could clearly see everything that the brilliant Sun Sage saw. Every command and action of the brilliant Sun Sage could be seen the very moment he issued it. On the Virtual Realms forums, discussions regarding this battle had already livened up. Most of these discussions originated from some people known as the Gifted Sons group. This group admired and praised the brilliant Sun Sage greatly. In their opinion, the brilliant Sun Sage's strategy and tactics were really impressive. This power felt like Mt. Tai crashing down on the evil doers. This was an invincible atmosphere, a might that could crush the 9 heavens. Any discussions directly related to Luo Yunyang were shot down by the members of the so-called Gifted Sons group. Flatten the Milky Way in 3 days and exterminate the entire human race in 10 days. This had already become a resounding chant in the virtual world. Because they were in the virtual world, every member of the Divine Union watching had seen Luo Yunyang at practically the same time as the brilliant Sun Sage. Many people found it inconceivable that Luo Yunyang was actually beaming as he greeted the brilliant Sun Sage. "Damn, could I be witnessing the fabled last stand?" Someone posted as soon as he saw Luo Yunyang through the virtual realm. He had just posted this, when it was discovered by a member of the Gifted Sons group, and some people replied, "Last stand, just relying on Luo Yunyang alone. Hee hee, does he think that he is still the Nebula grade Luo Yunyang? Ha ha ha." Other people might get stronger as their cultivation base improves. However, the weaker Luo Yunyang's power gets, the greater his influence will be. Ha ha, he really leaves people speechless. All sorts of mockery filled the entire virtual realm as the discussions livened up again. Anyone who entered the virtual realm and found out that Luo Yunyang was unaccompanied could draw a conclusion. "Damn it, Luo Yunyang has really appeared. I have seen him before, but it seems like he is even stronger now. Yeah, back in the Divine Union, he possessed the supremacy seal, so he had been able to throw his weight around. Look at the state he is in now. How miserable. What's so miserable about him? At least, he is a galaxy-grade powerhouse. Plus, he slew the primeval underworld monarch in the past. This means that he definitely isn't weaker than an ordinary celestial domain grade now. What does a celestial domain grade represent? All you fools are still spouting nonsense." Someone flew into a rage and undermined Luo Yunyang's status. Immediately, everyone who was having a lively discussion fell quiet. Becoming a celestial domain grade was a height that most people could never hope to reach. Luo Yunyang had already surpassed this height. Although Luo Yunyang is extraordinary, he will still die in the end. Posted a member of the Gifted Sons. As a verbal war started erupting in the virtual realm, in the real world, the brilliant Sun Sage gestured with his large hand. "Seize him." There weren't any pleasantries, greetings or condemnations. The moment he met Luo Yunyang, the brilliant Sun Sage issued a command. Over 100 celestial domain grade powerhouses released their own auras simultaneously, acting like a ferocious tiger ready to lunge at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's expression remained unchanged as he watched these powerhouses. He only said calmly, "Let's see who dares." The moment he said that, Luo Yunyang drew out a seal. This seal belonged to the Celestial World Supremacy. Although the Celestial World Supremacy had announced his seclusion, he hadn't taken back this seal. Every single one of the powerhouses from the various tribes stopped in their tracks when they saw the Celestial World Supremacy's seal. In their eyes, the Celestial World Supremacy's seal was something they absolutely couldn't go against. If they went against the Celestial World Supremacy, then nothing in the world would protect them. Although they knew that the Celestial World Supremacy was in seclusion, they didn't dare challenge his seal. Even though it was just a small risk, they were still afraid. All eyes turned to the brilliant Sun Sage. Everyone was awaiting his next order. After all, the brilliant Sun Sage was their commander-in-chief. The brilliant Sun Sage gritted his teeth when he saw Luo Yunyang hold up the seal. He felt the urge to ask Luo Yunyang exactly how shameless he could be. How could he actually bring out the Celestial World Supremacy's seal at such a time? Did he not know that this Celestial World Supremacy's seal no longer was of any use? As he considered the circumstances, the brilliant Sun Sage realized that he couldn't hide from this problem. It wasn't just these subordinates who were watching him now. Who knew how many other people were watching this scene in the Divine Union? There would be a serious crisis if he lost face now. This might even threaten his own status. Luo Yunyang, you should have a better understanding of that seal's effectiveness than me. Who are you trying to deceive here? Now, I shall give you one last chance. Surrender immediately. When the brilliant Sun Sage said this, many supporters in the virtual realm started to *SS kiss in succession. Some people even hurriedly posted, "Impressive, my sage. The Sun Sage is mighty, outstanding and assertive. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunyang must have used up all his options already if he is actually trying to pull such a small trick now. Doesn't he know that these methods will make him a laughing stock? Even if that supremacy protects Luo Yunyang, he will still be punished by the Divine Union. After all, there isn't just one supreme entity within the Divine Union." Luo Yunyang wasn't aware of the discussions taking place in the virtual realm. However, he wouldn't have been bothered anyway. He was currently smiling as he watched the brilliant Sun Sage. "Your Holy Sagenis, do you mean to say that this seal is useless? If you think so, perhaps I should just let the supremacy speak to you." The brilliant Sun Sage's heart shuddered when he heard Luo Yunyang's reply. He didn't have the ability to speak face to face with the Celestial World Supremacy. It wasn't just him, even the big shots of the demigod tribe wouldn't dare do so. However, the brilliant Sun Sage relaxed a little when he remembered that the Celestial World Supremacy was in seclusion. Meanwhile, a projection that came from Luo Yunyang's communication device took shape in the void. All the powerhouses from the different tribes that had followed the brilliant Sun Sage to the humans' territory inhaled sharply. They were afraid. If the projection of the Celestial World Supremacy appeared on Luo Yunyang's communication device, then that scenario wouldn't be pretty. At the moment, they didn't even dare think about it. Even the brilliant Sun Sage had frozen up. Damn it, Luo Yunyang was actually still able to speak with the Celestial World Supremacy. However, what appeared on the light screen projection wasn't the Celestial World Supremacy, but Molin. Most members of the Divine Union wouldn't recognize Molin. After all, Molin always followed behind the Celestial World Supremacy, and most people never had the qualifications to see the Supremacy. Is this the Supremacy? How can that be? I have seen a drawing of that magnificent Supremacy. This definitely isn't him. I have no idea who this is. Perhaps it's some trick Luo Yunyang is trying to pull off. Millie, who stood by the brilliant Sun Sage's side, had already recognized Molin. Worried that the brilliant Sun Sage would make a mistake, she said, "Sun Sage, that is Sir Molin, a subordinate of the Celestial World Supremacy." The brilliant Sun Sage didn't really care much about Molin's cultivation base. However, he had no choice but to take Molin's status seriously. "Greetings, Sir Molin." Although the brilliant Sun Sage didn't think too much of Molin, he still cupped his hands together and saluted him. Naturally, Molin recognized the brilliant Sun Sage. Before Luo Yunyang had contacted him, Molin had already been aware of what was happening. He had originally decided not to waste any time on Luo Yunyang. However, upon recalling that Luo Yunyang was still the Celestial World Supremacy's disciple in name, Molin had decided to see Luo Yunyang, even though he didn't wish to. "No need to stand on ceremony, Sun Sage." Molin smiled slightly and said gently, "Long time no see. Your cultivation has improved by yet another level." The conversation between these two gave rise to more discussions in the virtual realm. After some heated discussions, the gifted sons added posts to drive the conversation up. "I reckon that Luo Yunyang is about to cry." The person he turned to for help is actually the brilliant Sun Sage's friend. I reckon that he won't even be able to find a place to cry. I can't wait for what will happen next. Luo Yunyang, you should have cooperated and fought with the brilliant Sun Sage. Why don't you take a good look at yourself now? As many people were posting disdainful replies, Molin turned to Luo Yunyang and asked, "May I know why you have called, Your Majesty?" Molin, His Supremacy said that this seal could be used to represent him. However, these people claim that the seal is completely useless. Don't you think this should be reported to His Supremacy? This really isn't good for His Supremacy's reputation, Luo Yunyang, who acted like he hadn't noticed Molin's indifferent attitude, said seriously. Molin shook his head. Deep down, he thought to himself, why do you always make others worry? Regardless, he decided that he needed to clarify things for Luo Yunyang. Chapter 549, Reversing a Huge Power. Countless people watched Molin. The news about Molin had also circulated throughout the Divine Union immediately via the virtual realm. The Celestial World Supremacy's emissary would represent the Supremacy wherever they went. This alone was enough to make people feel deep veneration for him. On top of this, there were even more people who watched with eager anticipation. They wished to know how exactly Molin would reply. Yunyang, His Supremacy is in seclusion. While he is secluded, everything else has nothing to do with him. Molin said in a calm yet firm manner. The brilliant Sun Sage, as well as the people beside him, all heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Although they had already known that the venerable Celestial World Supremacy wouldn't get involved in this matter, they still felt a little uneasy. Hearing Molin say this was like a huge weight being lifted off their hearts. The brilliant Sun Sage's face brightened. The celestial domain grades that had been prepared to seize Luo Yunyang were now eager to act. Meanwhile, countless humans felt sad in the Milky Way, although many members of the human tribe were prepared to fight to their last breath. Having their last hope fail made them feel desperate. Does His Supremacy no longer want that item? My clone has already passed the third hall of the second stage of the Divine Martial Hall and is preparing to take on the fourth hall. Luo Yunyang feigned surprise when he noticed that Molin was about to end the call. Molin, who was flabbergasted upon hearing Luo Yunyang say this, glared at Luo Yunyang. What did you say? Molin's authority came from the Celestial World Supremacy. When the Celestial World Supremacy's life reached its end, Molin would run out of luck. When that happened, who would the people that had been bullied by the Celestial World Supremacy in the past vent their anger on? Molin was similarly unhappy with Luo Yunyang's advancement. However, he was clearly shocked when he heard Luo Yunyang say this. What did you say? Your clone? Molin asked skeptically. My clone has already entered stage 2 of the Divine Martial Hall. Why don't you check out the situation in the Divine Martial Hall, Brother Molin? Molin eyed Luo Yunyang before immediately checking. A minute later, he spoke up anxiously. Don't do anything for the time being. I will inform the Celestial World Supremacy. By now, he was about to end the call. Brother Mo, I am currently in a dire situation. Many people are waiting for an opportunity to move and attack. If I get captured, then the clone will. Luo Yunyang implored in a pitiful manner. Molin glared coldly at the brilliant Sun Sage and the others before saying, I am now representing His Supremacy and informing everyone. Anyone who dares try anything on Luo Yunyang before I report to His Supremacy will be provoking His Venerable Supremacy. Anyone who provokes His Supremacy will become our sworn enemy. Molin's words terrified all the Celestial Domain grades, who really didn't have the guts to become a lifelong enemy of the Celestial World Supremacy. Besides, what sort of person was the Supremacy? A person that destroyed his plans would be better off dead than alive. The brilliant Sun Sage's eyes were filled with hatred. He felt that his power, which had been like Mt. Tai, had fallen into the vast ocean. It was now about to vanish into the ocean. Perhaps some water splashed on the surface, but no substantial damage had been done. Everyone, I still have to control my clone, so please do not make me angry. If my clone doesn't come out of the Divine Martial Hall, then it will be difficult to explain this to the Venerable Celestial World Supremacy. Luo Yunyang's words made the powerhouses that surrounded him retreat immediately. They didn't fear Luo Yunyang, but if the responsibility of failure was pushed onto them, the Celestial World Supremacy's wrath wasn't something they were willing to face. The brilliant Sun Sage hesitated for a bit before slowly backing off. However, as he retreated 5 steps, Luo Yunyang gestured to him and said, Sun Sage, are you looking down on me? Is that why you are leaving now? What the FCK? You just asked everyone to back off. I have already distanced myself. What more do you want? The livid brilliant sun sage felt an urge to kill Luo Yunyang. However, he knew that he couldn't offend Luo Yunyang. How could I look down on you? Didn't you ask us to distance ourselves? The brilliant sun sage clenched his teeth and forced out a weak smile. Ha ha ha, I was talking about those disgusting-looking fellows. You are so handsome and elegant. How can you be on the same level as them? Luo Yunyang smirked at the brilliant sun sage. What's wrong, sun sage? Do you think speaking to me is beneath you? Daddy really isn't in the mood to talk to you. The brilliant sun sage had already reacted. This matter had exceeded the threshold of his control. If Luo Yunyang once again received the protection of the celestial world supremacy, then this campaign to punish the human tribe would be just a big joke. He even faintly felt that this whole thing was a big ruse set up by Luo Yunyang. How can I be? If I wasn't worried about disturbing you, Brother Luo, I would be more than happy to have a chat with you. The brilliant sun sage felt his heart twisting as he said this. The celestial domain grade powerhouses present were all big shots in their own tribes. Some of them even ruled over large regions. Nobody would dare say that they were repulsive even behind their backs, let alone straight to their faces. However, even though they were itching with rage, all they could do was remain silent. Do you not have a partner, Sun Sage? Your appearance isn't too bad, but I think that you are an insincere brat. Let me tell you a secret, Sun Sage. I think the soliciting Moon Maiden has the hots for you. Let me tell you something, though. You shouldn't have that woman. Luo Yunyang's voice was like some sort of devilish chant that kept invading the brilliant Sun Sage's ear and made him feel like he was going insane. Do we have a close friendship? Whether I like the soliciting Moon Maiden or not has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to pass judgment? All sorts of grumbles and grievances gathered in the brilliant Sun Sage's mind. The brilliant Sun Sage knew that Luo Yunyang was simply saying all this to agitate him. Right now, he needed to maintain his poise and stay calm. Regardless of what Luo Yunyang said, he couldn't show any emotion. Remaining indifferent was the best counteroffensive. However, the brilliant Sun Sage discovered that he simply couldn't do so. As he watched Luo Yunyang, he really felt an urge to turn this despicable fellow into dust. Because of the virtual world, countless people could listen to the conversation between Luo Yunyang and the brilliant Sun Sage clearly. Although nobody was currently discussing anything, deep down, everyone thought that the brilliant Sun Sage was really pitiful. The brilliant Sun Sage no longer had the awe-inspiring might of a powerful force after these simple words. As Luo Yunyang teased him, he acted just like a young maiden being bullied. Actually, it wasn't just the brilliant Sun Sage who felt horrible. Other powerhouses, such as members of the Thunder Ray tribe and the Electric On tribe, were feeling just as miserable. They were the main force behind this matter. If Luo Yunyang once again received the celestial world supremacy's protection, it would be very frightening. It would be best if Luo Yunyang was lying. If he was, then they wouldn't be in too much trouble. However, they knew clearly that the probability of Luo Yunyang telling a fib like this was extremely low. A short while later, a streak of light appeared within the void. Molin had created a projection of himself by using the virtual world. Although this projection didn't have any combat prowess, it could allow Molin's voice to be heard by everyone. Greetings, Your Highness Yunyang. Molin bowed respectfully the moment he saw Luo Yunyang. Molin had never been so deferential when he had seen Luo Yunyang in the past. However, he was acting as though he was facing his master now. The brilliant Sun Sage's heart sank. He could sense that the situation had become slightly thorny. A Thunder Ray tribesman even felt like crying. Practically all the forces sent out by the different tribes had an ominous feeling. No need for formalities. Luo Yunyang smiled at Molin. Has Master come out of seclusion? Your Highness, Sir Supremacy was very pleased when he received your news. He has already ended his seclusion. Then, Molin added, he wants you to be prudent. You mustn't let all your previous efforts go down the drain now that you are in the final hall of Stage 2. Molin's words completely vaporized whatever thoughts everyone had about this being a fluke. At the moment, almost everyone turned their attention to the brilliant Sun Sage. Luo Yunyang had once more regained the celestial world supremacy's trust. Now, how would they go about exterminating the human tribe with such a massive force? The brilliant Sun Sage was like an ant on a hot pan. He could already tell that this situation was no longer under his control. He was just an insignificant being in the face of the celestial world's supremacy. He actually did not qualify to even speak with the celestial world's supremacy. What he could do now was report up and ask those powerful big shots to make a decision. Just as the brilliant Sun Sage started feeling really uneasy, a message was transmitted. When he heard it, the brilliant Sun Sage felt really miserable. Due to misinformation, all forces are to pull back. The brilliant Sun Sage ordered with gritted teeth. Withdraw all forces. A great commotion ensued when this order was issued. After all, this overbearing campaign to exterminate the human tribe had turned out to be a failure. The reputation of the demigod tribe had received a huge blow. However, the various powerhouses leading their individual forces heaved a sigh of relief. They had hoped that this situation would not escalate. Want to leave? Nobody is allowed to leave. Chapter 550. The Samsara Bodhi seal. The brilliant Sun Sage was still gritting his teeth. This had been a crushing defeat. Although the celestial world supremacy's involvement had made it an honorable defeat, this was still a loss. He had already become a stepping stone for Luo Yunyang's reputation. Right now, the maniacal Luo Yunyang wouldn't let them leave. He really wasn't in the mood to bother with this fellow. As everyone turned towards him, he could ultimately only choose to turn around and look at Luo Yunyang. What do you want? One mustn't go overboard, Luo Yunyang. The brilliant Sun Sage bellowed. Upon seeing the livid brilliant Sun Sage, who seemed on the verge of going berserk, Luo Yunyang spread his hands apart, put on an insulted expression and appealed to Molin. Mr. Molin, he threatened me. You know that I am timid. If my clone isn't careful, the outcome might be disastrous. Molin was also speechless. However, regardless of the situation with Luo Yunyang, this matter was really too important to the celestial world's supremacy. Of course, it was also very important to Molin. After all, Luo Yunyang's clone had already passed 3 halls of the second stage of the Divine Martial Hall in just half an hour. Even though Luo Yunyang hadn't advanced his cultivation, he would be considerably weaker. This could be considered the last hope of the celestial world's supremacy to obtain that item. Therefore, Molin knew what he had to do without any hesitation. Brilliant Sun Sage, are you trying to provoke his supremacy? Molin's tone was icy. To be precise, this was a clearly unadorned threat. The brilliant Sun Sage's eyes were burning with rage. His teeth were clenched as he glared at Luo Yunyang. What else do you want, Luo Yunyang? You just threatened me. Don't you think you should apologize first? Luo Yunyang replied. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. I was wrong. I apologize to you, the brilliant Sun Sage said right away. Luo Yunyang felt a bit more admiration for the brilliant Sun Sage when he swallowed his anger. However, right now, what he wanted wasn't an apology. It is a great virtue to know when you are in the wrong and be willing to change. You have done well. However, I wish to ask you something, Sun Sage. Isn't leaving after coming to the Milky Way to fight and kill unfair? Luo Yunyang then added in a cold tone, those in the know might say that you respect my master. However, outsiders might misunderstand and think that your demigod tribe doesn't think highly of my master and can insult him wherever and whenever you want. The brilliant Sun Sage's lips quivered. Who was insulting whom? You have clearly smacked my entire face so much that it's swollen. What more do you want? Sun Sage, calm down. A voice beside him said. You absolutely mustn't make a mistake now. The person speaking was one of the brilliant Sun Sage's most devoted subordinates. The existence of the brilliant Sun Sage concerned his own survival. The brilliant Sun Sage also really valued his counsel. I have only respect and admiration for the celestial world's supremacy. The brilliant Sun Sage then inhaled sharply. I am prepared to compensate you regarding this matter, Brother Luo. What do you think? I don't want compensation, reparation. The treasures I kept on those star systems have been completely stolen by the likes of your plunderers. If you don't compensate me 100-fold, don't even think of leaving this place. Luo Yunyang, who had realized that the occasion was right, acted like he was seeking justice for a great wrong. The big shots of the various tribes all heaved sighs of relief when they heard that Luo Yunyang wanted compensation. They had been afraid that he wasn't going to let go of the matter, but since he had mentioned compensation, everything would be alright. However, when Luo Yunyang listed out the compensation he wanted, even the brilliant Sun Sage, who had been authorized, felt like he was on the verge of going crazy. Luo Yunyang, asking for 100 billion no. 9 steel essence is a little insane. Even if you add up all the planets that belong to the human tribe, you won't even get 100 million no. 9 steel essence. The brilliant Sun Sage said. Luo Yunyang felt that 100 billion also seemed a little too much. However, he needed his chaotic 4-origin beast clone to advance to the galaxy grade, so the resources he needed were way too much. He couldn't afford to be soft-hearted now. When he had first realized that the primeval underworld monarch's embodiment could enter the divine martial hall with a nebula-grade cultivation, his first thought hadn't been that the human tribe's crisis was over. Instead, he had thought about getting a huge volume of resources. The advancement of the chaotic 4-origin beast from star grade to nebula grade had already consumed about half of the entire human tribe's accumulated resources. If it were to continue ascending to the galaxy grade, then all of the accumulated resources of the human tribe wouldn't be enough. Luo Yunyang still felt that there was a long way to go. He believed that he wouldn't be able to accumulate that many resources just by relying on himself, even after several thousands of years. How would Luo Yunyang take it if the chaotic 4-origin beast didn't continue to ascend? The issue wasn't its cultivation base, but rather the various mystic techniques embedded in its bloodline memory. If Luo Yunyang wanted to gather huge quantities of resources, he would need to rob a large tribe. Luo Yunyang was well aware of his own strength. Thus, this plan had come into motion. This is not much. If you are dawdling over this, maybe you think that my master's reputation isn't worth this small quantity of metal and other items. Luo Yunyang was simply yet forcefully calling them out. In any case, the celestial world supremacy needed him right now. There was no better time to use his master's name than the present. Indeed, upon hearing this, the brilliant Sun Sage no longer said anything. He just passed on the list of requested resources to the demigod tribe's big shots. Although the demigod tribe was able to provide massive amounts of resources, even this amount would make their hearts ache. Therefore, the senior figures of the demigod tribe reported this matter to the supremacies of the demigod tribe. After talking with these few supremacies, the demigod tribe decided to agree to Luo Yunyang's compensation terms. However, these items wouldn't be solely compensated by the demigod tribe. The Thunder Ray tribe, the Electric On tribe and the other primary tribes that had taken part in this campaign would all contribute a large part of this compensation. When this decision was made, it caused an uproar. However, every tribe still dispatched someone to deliver the compensation items. By the time the compensation was delivered, they heard that Luo Yunyang's clone had already completed the 4 halls of Stage 2 of the Divine Martial Hall. His objective for entering the Divine Martial Hall had been to help the Celestial World Supremacy obtain that object. Thus, Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate. He redeemed the object named the Samsara Bodhi Seal and had his clone leave the Divine Martial Hall. The Celestial World Supremacy was waiting outside the Divine Martial Hall. His expression became strange when he saw Luo Yunyang's clone. Then, his gaze turned to the damaged stone seal that Luo Yunyang was holding. It was the Samsara Bodhi Seal. Although Luo Yunyang had obtained the Samsara Bodhi Seal, he didn't know exactly how it could be used. He hadn't studied what it could do yet. "Greetings, Master," Luo Yunyang said as he presented the Samsara Bodhi Seal to the Celestial World Supremacy with both hands. "I haven't let down the great trust of my master. I have finally obtained the Samsara Bodhi Seal." The Celestial World Supremacy didn't decline. He moved his hand and put the Samsara Bodhi Seal into his sleeve. At the same time, he studied Luo Yunyang's body and said, "Yunyang, you haven't let Master down. From this day on, you shall be my third personal disciple. You can choose 3 items to aid your cultivation from my treasury." He then paused before adding, "Also, as your master, I shall present you a gift for officially becoming my disciple. From this day onward, you are the 19th City Lord of Samsara Star City." After saying that, the Celestial World Supremacy didn't wait for Luo Yunyang to speak. With a wave of his sleeves, he vanished into nothingness. Based on the Celestial World Supremacy's expression, Luo Yunyang could tell that the Celestial World Supremacy wished to speak with him. However, the Samsara Bodhi Seal took up too much of his attention, so he wasn't in the mood to talk much. As the Celestial World Supremacy left, all the martialists cultivating on the steps outside the Divine Martial Hall stared at Luo Yunyang with strange expressions. Besides envy, there was also clear jealousy on their faces. When Luo Yunyang looked at them, practically everyone quickly bowed in his direction. Some of them even stepped forward quickly to speak with Luo Yunyang's clone. After all, the current Luo Yunyang had already reached a height that they could never hope to reach. He had become a Supremacy's personal disciple. In the Divine Union, such existences could do as they pleased. Even outside the divine union, Luo Yunyang would also do as he pleased. He would even qualify to do so in the territory occupied by the bug race in the machine empire. Luo Yunyang had no intention of dealing with the people trying to get close to him. In an instant, he activated the spaceship he always kept with him and flew off in the direction of his original body. The fact that the celestial world supremacy had accepted Luo Yunyang as his personal disciple spread very quickly throughout the divine union, the purgatory, and the bug race. However, compared to this news, what was more shocking was the position the celestial world supremacy had given Luo Yunyang. He was now the 19th city lord of Samsara Star City. Upon hearing this, the brilliant sun sage raised a hand and turned everything before him into pieces. A raging murderous intent filled his eyes. However, he could ultimately only hide away his fury in the depths of his heart. He knew all too well that he couldn't deal with Luo Yunyang anymore. However, he felt really miserable, because the position of City Lord of Samsara Star City had always been the goal he had been working so hard towards. What? The person dispatched by the Divine Union to oversee Samsara Star City isn't a sage from our demigod tribe. How can that be? A large demigod man said coldly in an expanse of space filled with chaotic energy. Before him was a demigod powerhouse that prostrated on the ground, not daring to say a word. The celestial world supremacy is really mighty. However, so what if his disciple comes? The tall and large demigod man said icily. This isn't the Divine Union. Chapter 551. The heaven-shattering divine spear as the compensation from the demigod tribe and the other tribes arrived, Luo Yunyang's resources increased many times over. Although he had a super consumer in the form of the chaotic four-origin beast, the number of goods and resources he received, which was nearly the size of a planet, made him really satisfied. Even 100 human tribes wouldn't have been able to produce these many resources, let alone just one. Luo Yunyang felt really pleased as he watched the chaotic four-origin beast within his internal galaxy, which was already hundreds of miles long, devour a thick earth crystal the size of an ocean. It seemed like taking people by force was better than negotiating. Ever since he had entered the galaxy grade, not only had his cultivation base improved rapidly, but the nebula within his body had also evolved into a galaxy. The galaxy within him was already many times the size of the galaxy within an ordinary martialist. More importantly, there weren't any planets in that galaxy, only a black hole that had swollen up many times and covered a huge area. This black hole was the core of Luo Yunyang's power. Although the black hole was under his control, Luo Yunyang still placed the extorted resources far away from it. He was worried that if he didn't pay attention, the vast amount of treasures and resources would be swallowed. Thanks to the number of resources he had, in conjunction with the chaotic four-origin beast's tremendous consumption ability, Luo Yunyang estimated that the chaotic four-origin beast would be able to ascend to the galaxy grade in 30 years. A chaotic four-origin beast that broke through to the galaxy grade would definitely compare to a universe grade. Within the Divine Union, universe grades were at the absolute apex. Although they were slightly weaker than the supremacies, who had space-time powers, they were still genuine big players. Yunyang, you have a guest. Badabu's voice rang out beside Luo Yunyang. A guest? Following the celestial world supremacy's announcement that Luo Yunyang had become his personal disciple, many people had called upon him. However, Luo Yunyang had ignored anyone that had come to flatter him or foster a relationship with the Bloody Massacre Path Master. If Badabu had reported this to him, it seemed like this guest had some kind of influence. In a moment, Luo Yunyang emerged from his room. His status was different now, so he lived on a planet specifically belonging to him. Most helpers on this planet were people from the Bloody Massacre Path and the Da Alliance. The servants in the innermost parts of his palace were his most trusted followers from the Da Alliance. Master Yunyang, it is your eldest senior brother's disciples. After some upgrades, Badabu had become the AI controller of this entire planet. He could quickly gather this sort of information from communication devices and transmit it to Luo Yunyang. Eldest senior brother. Luo Yunyang froze for a moment before he recovered. Although the celestial world supremacy wasn't from the demigod tribe, his subordinates also had disciples. When it came to personal disciples, besides Luo Yunyang, there were also two others, the Cloudy Sea Saint and the Empty Fire Saint. These two personal disciples had already followed the celestial world supremacy for many eons, so they were universe-grade saints strength-wise. In the Divine Empire, galaxy grades were known as rulers, celestial domain grades were known as great emperors, and anyone who entered the galaxy grade was called a saint. Universe grade saints practically stood at the top of the entire universe. They were the strongest powers in the universe. In the past, when Luo Yunyang had only been a disciple in name, he had already found information on these two. The Cloud Sea Saint was from the Cloud Mist tribe. Although the Cloud Mist tribe wasn't very big and the total of its tribesmen only added up to millions, it was still one of the 18 primary tribes. The reason the Cloud Mist tribe had been able to become one of the 18 primary tribes was easy to guess. The Empty Fire Saint had been born to a traveler from a small tribe. Although he was very powerful, he didn't have any subordinates. Those two hadn't bothered Luo Yunyang when he had become the Celestial World Supremacy's disciple in name. However, the Cloud Sea Saint's disciples had come now. Let them in, Luo Yunyang instructed after thinking about it slightly. In 3 minutes, 3 Cloud Mist tribesmen walked in. Their external appearance was similar to a human's. However, they each had a gem embedded between their brows. The colors of these gems were all different. It was said that, within the Cloud Mist tribe, no 2 tribesmen had the same gem color. The gems of the Cloud Mist tribe were the tribe's most precious treasure. Not only did such a gem determine the power and strength of a Cloud Mist martialist, but it was also related to every cultivation path of the Cloud Mist tribe. 3 people came in, including 1 woman and 2 men. All of them were especially good-looking. The lady at the front, who had a cultivation base at the peak of the celestial domain grade, was dressed in a luxuriant white flowing dress of the finest quality. The lady greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully when she caught sight of him. "I am disciple Yun Rushui. Greetings, Uncle Master." The 2 men that followed behind the lady also had celestial domain grade cultivation bases. However, it seemed like they had just recently ascended. Although they followed this lady and bowed, Luo Yunyang could tell from their expressions that their behavior seemed a little forced. These 2 celestial domain grade emperor lords weren't willing to salute Luo Yunyang in such a manner. However, their status was fixed, so they had to greet him. Luo Yunyang wasn't bothered by this. Without missing a bit, he said, "No need for formalities. Does eldest senior brother require anything? Is that why he sent you all here?" As Luo Yunyang appraised the 3 of them, Yun Rushui and the others sized up Luo Yunyang as well. They had already been hearing about Luo Yunyang for some time. Although the 3 of them were celestial domain grades, their reputations far surpassed Luo Yunyang's. Yun Rushui and the others had studied an image of Luo Yunyang more than once and realized that, although Luo Yunyang wasn't ordinary, there was still a considerable gulf between him and the other disciples of the Celestial World Supremacy. However, as soon as they saw Luo Yunyang, a feeling welled in their hearts. The young man before them was like a layer of nothingness that could absorb countless beings. At the moment, Yun Rushui had a faint doubt over the objective of this visit. However, she quickly dispelled this doubt. After all, this item was too important to her. "Uncle Master, Master sent me here because he has a gift for you." Her slender, jade-like arms produced what looked like a spear. However, behind the tip of the spear was something that looked like a huge plate. As this weapon emerged, waves of pressure similar to a chaotic hole spread out in every direction. Many human tribe guards felt their bodies trembling involuntarily under this pressure. Even the large palace that was shielded by ray formations started shaking. "This is a fearsome weapon." Luo Yunyang, who didn't show any signs of fear, said coolly as he surveyed the weapon. "Yes, Uncle Master, this is the heaven-shattering divine spear, which ranks 136th on the Divine Union's terrible weapon chart." Yun Rushui then added in a gentle voice, "Among all the weapons used by martialists like us, basically most martialists below the celestial domain grade use forged weapons. However, once we break through to the celestial domain grade or beyond, we are able to develop our own unique weapons within our internal well-developed universe. Unfortunately, many powerhouses aren't willing to waste large resources within their bodies to create weapons, or they are simply afraid that the might of the weapons produced won't be too strong. Thus, most people think that the best weapons are still the weapons or ultimate treasures produced naturally in the vast universe. This heaven-shattering divine spear was an ultimate offensive treasure our master found in a strategic location." Luo Yunyang understood some things about such weapons. Although he nodded his head, he didn't reach out to pick up the heaven-shattering divine spear. Instead, he said indifferently, "Your master wouldn't have given me such a gift just to congratulate me on becoming his junior brother, would he?" When someone humbled themselves like that, they wanted to make a request. Although Luo Yunyang was the celestial world supremacy's personal disciple and had a status that would make countless people worry, this status wasn't much to be proud of compared to the Cloud Sea Saint, who was a fellow disciple of the celestial world supremacy. After all, he was the eldest disciple that the celestial world supremacy had taken in. Furthermore, he wasn't like Luo Yunyang, who had relied on retrieving the Samsara Bodhi seal in order to become a disciple. Young Rushui said softly, "Uncle Master, I have found it difficult to improve my powers for many years. According to my master, the reason is that I lack an ultimate treasure. The Grand Master has one such ultimate treasure in his treasury. However, he wasn't able to obtain it from the Grand Master when he previously came to request it." By now, young Rushui sounded a little miserable. "I beseech you to help me choose that ultimate treasure when you select your items, Uncle Master." Luo Yunyang already knew that things wouldn't be so simple. How could this eldest senior brother not have any requests when he was sending over such an important gift? However, although the heaven-shattering divine spear was a good weapon, it wasn't something that Luo Yunyang needed now. He also didn't know what other suitable items he might encounter in the celestial world supremacy's treasury. Thus, how could he give up such an opportunity just over a favor? "Apprentice niece, I understand the eldest senior brother's intent. If I don't find anything too suitable in the master's treasury, I will retrieve that item and exchange it with you." Luo Yunyang had spoken sincerely. Although he had never met the Cloud Sea Saint before, he was still very willing to help out with such an effortless task. Young Rushui appeared a little crestfallen when she heard Luo Yunyang say this. After all, being able to choose was a really good opportunity. There wasn't anything wrong with Luo Yunyang's intention. The problem was that this divine congealed water fluid was really important to her. When she glanced at Luo Yunyang's calm face, young Rushui realized that saying anything else would be useless. At once, she said respectfully, "Thank you, Uncle Master." Luo Yunyang smiled. He was about to let them take their leave, when one of the young men standing beside young Rushui pointed at him. "Luo Yunyang, how can you be so ungrateful when we are treating you respectfully?" Chapter 552, Willing to foster relations, but not willing to be barked at and bitten by a dog. Young Rushui's expression changed immediately when she heard this. Although she was longing for Luo Yunyang to agree, she knew that his decision couldn't be forced. After all, it was every man for himself. Luo Yunyang's ambiguous answer was already very valuable. She had never imagined that her own junior brother would actually say such a thing. Young Rushui was regretting her decision to bring her junior brothers along. Not only would impulsively criticizing Luo Yunyang bring no benefits, but it would also offend him. Thus, after being stunned, she immediately dashed over to the young man and chided him, "Shut your mouth, junior brother." The young man simply didn't care about young Rushui's berating. He pointed his finger at Luo Yunyang and said impolitely, "Luo Yunyang, you think that you are our Grand Master's personal disciple, right? But you are well aware of how you came to be his personal disciple. My father did not bring out the heaven-shattering divine spear to treat you respectfully, but the Grand Master. Otherwise, how could you be given any say in this matter?" There was a cold glint in Luo Yunyang's eyes as he glared at that handsome cloud-mist young man. After becoming the celestial world supremacy's disciple, Luo Yunyang had hoped that there would be no misunderstandings between him and anyone under the celestial world supremacy's wing. However, respect was shown mutually. If Luo Yunyang chose to shrink back, then he wouldn't be able to raise his head under the celestial world supremacy's wing. "You wretched being," Luo Yunyang bellowed. His body flickered like lightning before strangely appearing before that cloud-mist man and using the world-engulfing finger. That young man had never imagined that this Uncle Master would actually attack without giving him any notice. He was a celestial domain grade, so not only did he have immense power, but he could also create his own realm to replace the origin source laws all around. Thus, in an instant, the entire large hall was enveloped by an icy, misty glow. When that man put his hands together, 99 streaks of ice mist shot out towards Luo Yunyang. "Junior brother, show some mercy," young Rushui exclaimed in shock as she saw those 99 streaks of ice mist. She had only wanted to get Luo Yunyang to agree to exchange a treasure with her. Now that Luo Yunyang had attacked, the senior would basically be teaching the junior a lesson. However, the moment Luo Yunyang got beaten by her junior brother, only hatred would blossom between the two sides. Although her teacher wouldn't necessarily mind, there really wasn't a need for this fight. She wanted to do something, but was helpless to do so in time. That young cloud mist man simply didn't have any intention of stopping. As those 99 streaks of ice mist shot at Luo Yunyang, countless strange vein-like patterns linked up mysteriously in the air. Suddenly, the strength of the attack increased tenfold. Luo Yunyang remained calm in the face of these ice mist streaks. This young man's attack wasn't weak, but it was still slightly weaker compared to the primeval underworld monarch's 3,000 swords of bloodied seas. Luo Yunyang was no longer the person he had been back then. His finger remained unmoving as the black light moved to meet the 99 streaks. In just a moment, all the ice mist streaks had entered the black hole formed by Luo Yunyang's finger. Even the ice mist that covered the sky all around them had disappeared within Luo Yunyang's body. The young cloud mist tribesman's face stiffened slightly. This situation had been unforeseen. He had never imagined that his full attack would actually be unsuccessful. Although Luo Yunyang could match a celestial domain grade, based on this performance, he had clearly stifled himself. While he was shocked, Luo Yunyang's finger jabbed forth again. This was the universe-breaking snap. However, what flew out of Luo Yunyang's hand wasn't the turbulent power of his fingers. Instead, 99 black streaks of ice mist full of immense might surged towards that young man. Young Rushui had heaved a sigh of relief when Luo Yunyang had absorbed the attack of her junior brother. However, the 99 strange streaks that contained the power of the ice mist now made her eyes widen. "Please show some mercy, Uncle Master." Young Rushui's hands moved as she exclaimed. Meanwhile, a boundless cloudy mist gathered and formed a white jade bell that fell in front of Luo Yunyang. When that white jade bell took form, it seemed to become the central point of everything. Veins of origin source laws gathered towards it. This snow-white bell was the core of all these origin source laws. Luo Yunyang's eyes flickered. He knew clearly that if his universe-breaking snap struck the white jade bell, the ultimate outcome wouldn't be good. This bell had to be an ultimate treasure created within Young Rushui's internal galaxy. If he hadn't ascended to the galaxy grade, Luo Yunyang would only have been able to stay as far away from Young Rushui as possible. However, he now opened his attribute regulator and rapidly made all sorts of changes. Soon, Luo Yunyang had already raised his power to the max. When the Dream Crusher was unleashed with a slight tap of his finger, that white jade bell was shrouded by a black glow. The bell reverberated. Although the black lights shattered in layers, as they continued to revolve, the glow of the white jade bell started to diminish. In a moment, the white jade bell had already disappeared beyond the darkness. However, just as Luo Yunyang was about to put down the bell, a booming, thunder-like sound was heard and the white jade bell flew out of the darkness. However, the bell no longer had its previous luster. There were now clear cracks on it. The man who called himself a disciple of the Cloud Sea Saint spit out blood. Although he had frantically retreated, the 99 streaks had still blasted towards him and struck him. Even though his body was surrounded by a misty glow that would help him ward off the might of the 99 mist streaks, he still couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. "Luo Yunyang, how dare you actually attack me? I will." The man struggled to speak before he was interrupted by a few more mouthfuls of blood. Calmness was once again restored in the large hall. However, following the techniques of those three disciples, the entire hall was close to turning into ruins. Practically all the array lines were already damaged and the floor made of brilliant black sky stone was riddled with holes. "You shut your mouth, Junior. Brother." Young Rushui rapidly reached the side of that man and checked on the extent of his injuries before telling Luo Yunyang, "I admire your abilities. Given that you have already taught junior brother Yun Bolong a lesson, I hope that you won't take offense anymore, Uncle Master." Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had thoroughly shocked Yun Rushui. Although he was only at the galaxy grade, he had already suppressed her peak celestial domain grade techniques. If Luo Yunyang were to become a celestial domain grade, then she didn't dare think of the outcome. The only thing she could think of was that this Uncle Master was someone who mustn't be offended at all costs. Luo Yunyang was equally astonished by Yun Rushui's cultivation base. Yun Rushui's cultivation base wasn't weak. If it had not been for the combination of his attribute regulator and the Dream Crusher, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been able to suppress her. If an Uncle Master couldn't match up to an apprentice niece, then he really would have a hard time in the future. He was disrespecting his elders and shooting his mouth off. "Take him and give him 100 lashes with the dragon whip," Luo Yunyang told the guards, who weren't standing too far away. Although these guards were loyal and devoted to Luo Yunyang, this level of fighting had already far surpassed their scope of control, so they had stood aside. However, upon hearing Luo Yunyang's instructions, 10 men immediately rushed over and shackled Yun Bolong with metal chains. "Uncle Master, junior brother Bolong is our master's only child. He has always been pampered by the master and mistress ever since he was young. You have already punished him. If he is beaten, then the master's dignity will." Yun Rushui's injuries weren't light after dealing with Luo Yunyang's dream crusher either. She didn't dare provoke Luo Yunyang. Thus, she used the Cloud Sea Saint's name. Luo Yunyang waved his hands dismissively. "If it was not for the senior brother, I wouldn't let this wretched being leave this place. 100 lashes of the dragon whip, not a single strike less. Take him away." Luo Yunyang's aura reached its peak as he said this, and a black hole appeared behind his back. When she saw this black hole, Yun Rushui realized that no matter what she did, her every move would be blocked by Luo Yunyang. Ultimately, she also gave up on any ideas of making a move and said feebly, "Uncle Master, I will report this entire matter to the master truthfully." Luo Yunyang didn't pay attention to Yun Rushui. Meanwhile, Yun Bolong had already been carried beneath the large hall, where a deep earth path martialist flogged him with the dragon whip. This sort of flogging generally wouldn't be able to hurt Yun Bolong's body. However, after Luo Yunyang had sealed his entire cultivation base, every lash hurt Yun Bolong with full force. "Luo Yunyang, this isn't over. In the future, you and I." Even though he was being given a whipping, he still talked tough and spouted all sorts of cuss words. "Remember, 10 more lashes for each time he speaks." Although Luo Yunyang wasn't petty, he still would not allow this sort of disrespect. Yun Rushui's heart shuddered when she heard this. She knew that imploring Luo Yunyang wouldn't be of any use, so she hurriedly advised Yun Bolang, "Don't say anything." Yun Bolang had originally wanted to persist. However, as the lashes stacked up, he ultimately shut his mouth. When the flogging was over, his body was littered with whip marks. "Uncle Master, we are bidding you farewell." Yun Rushui still maintained some poise as they were leaving. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. He only waved his hand nonchalantly. "Master, you should foster good relations with your fellow disciples who work for the celestial world supremacy. Now that you and the Cloud Sea Saint have been through this, I fear that." The Bloody Massacre Path ruler tried to warn Luo Yunyang softly. Luo Yunyang chuckled, "I am willing to foster relations, but I'm not willing to be barked at and bitten by a dog. Fellows that don't know how to behave have to be handled appropriately. Either you are weak, or he is strong. In the future, he will at least have to reconsider if he wishes to cause trouble again." Midway through this conversation, Luo Yunyang's communication device rang. It was Molin. When the call was put through, he said, "Your Highness Yunyang, the Supremacy invites you to the treasury to select your reward." Chapter 553, 3 Ultimate Treasures, Mr. Molin, how are we heading out? Luo Yunyang asked Molin. Molin had arrived at Luo Yunyang's palace. His purpose was to bring Luo Yunyang to select the ultimate treasures that the celestial world supremacy had promised him. "There is no need to head out." Molin clearly treated Luo Yunyang very respectfully. This jade charm was personally refined by the supremacy. It can be used to access the supremacy's treasury from anywhere, Molin said as he produced a jade charm. Although this jade charm was only the size of a fist, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he saw it. This was not because of the hallowed patterns on it, but because this jade charm had been created using extremely expensive space-splitting crystals. Ordinarily, Luo Yunyang was someone meticulous who wouldn't show much emotion to an outsider. Why had he acted ignorantly before Molin? It was because he wanted Molin to think that he wasn't omnipotent. He had also not come across many treasures. This way, Molin, who was the celestial world supremacy's aide and had strived for his favor for so long, wouldn't feel too bad. Indeed, Molin looked a little pleased when he saw Luo Yunyang's shock. However, he said calmly, "This thing might look like an ordinary rock, but it was refined by the supremacy. It feels even better when it's made with space-splitting crystals." When Luo Yunyang took the jade charm, he sensed a connection between him and an expanse of space somewhere within the vast void. If he took a step, he would enter that expanse of space. Luo Yunyang didn't step through straightaway. Instead, he looked at Molin, who shook his head. "I also have no way of entering the supremacy's treasury. However, based on what I know, this treasury resides in the internal universe within the supremacy's body." Since the supremacy has already agreed, your majesty can pick whatever you like. However, there is one rule. You absolutely mustn't go over the amount that the supremacy agreed on. Luo Yunyang nodded. Thank you, Mr. Molin. Luo Yunyang gripped the jade charm and entered that linked expanse of space in a split second. When he found his footing, he found himself before a massive palace as imposing as a mountain. The huge palace, which was completely constructed from some form of purple stone crystal, was thoroughly majestic. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but feel like an insignificant speck of dust as he stood beneath the massive palace. Although he didn't like feeling this way, he couldn't help it. This purple crystal palace represented the celestial world's supremacy. Before this unparalleled supremacy, Luo Yunyang was really insignificant. A series of hacking coughs were heard from within the palace. Then, a short being took the form of a human with wings on his back and walked out slowly. The old man's wings were pale and slightly translucent like jade. When Luo Yunyang took a more detailed look, he realized that this wasn't white jade but white bone. Wings made of bone. You are the supremacy's third personal disciple, right? Ha ha ha, I am an old servant of the supremacy, whose main job is to guard this place. The old man smiled kindly at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang discovered with astonishment that he wasn't able to sense the old man's cultivation boundary. However, no matter how modest the old man was, Luo Yunyang still greeted him respectfully before asking, "Is there anything taboo about entering the master's treasury?" Ha ha, oh, seems like people without the charm can't come here. The old man patted the top of his head and changed the topic. Kid, the items inside are all treasures the supremacy has gathered over many years. Most objects simply can't enter the treasury. You must remember not to just look at the bright, shiny items. There are some items that might not appear like much that are in fact wonderful. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. After expressing his gratitude to the old man pointed at the large palace and said, "Go on in." When Luo Yunyang entered the large hall, he heard the old man mutter to himself, "This disciple is all right. He's not like the eldest, who is an arrogant fool, or like the second, who is a stupid idiot." Luo Yunyang nearly turned back to stare at the old guy. The eldest disciple was naturally the Cloud Sea Saint, while the second disciple would be Luo Yunyang's second senior brother Empty Fire Saint. The old man considered those two retards. However, upon hearing the old man's evaluation, Luo Yunyang realized that the affair between him and the Cloud Sea Saint wouldn't be resolved that easily. Arrogant people never found it in their hearts to be magnanimous. However, Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't regret teaching Yun Bolong a lesson. He walked into the large palace hall unobstructed. As he stepped in, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had entered a museum. What he saw when he entered was a row of giant cauldrons. Actually, it was more like a bunch of densely packed giant cauldrons. Each of these cauldrons was tens of meters tall and took up a great deal of space. Although they were different, every single one of them gave off a stifling vibe. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, if such a cauldron was brought out, even galaxy-grade powerhouses would go crazy over it. As Luo Yunyang glanced at these cauldrons, vast information flowed into his mind. These were circling sky-parting water star cauldrons. The densely packed cauldrons added up to 3,650. They composed a set of ultimate treasure that could be used to seal up space or refine stars. Luo Yunyang felt like laughing when he saw these many cauldrons. The might of these ultimate treasures was obvious. However, using 3,650 giant cauldrons would consume too much energy. Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was vast, and he also had the chaotic four-origin beast. Even peak celestial domain grades might not necessarily have more power than him. However, he still felt that he lacked the ability to use these 3,650 giant cauldrons. Ultimately, Luo Yunyang chose to move on from the 3,650 giant cauldrons. These things were too strong, so they weren't something he could use. Next, Luo Yunyang's gaze moved towards the left wall of the palace. All sorts of objects were arranged on the wall. At the bottom row were 30 long swords. Although they varied in color, their glow set them apart. A white bone sword. Luo Yunyang's heart skipped a bit when he saw the bone sword that was as pale as jade. The clone of the primeval underworld monarch allowed him to sense a power far greater than the primeval underworld monarch's strength when he saw this white bone sword. The owner of this sword had been most likely an ancestor of the primeval underworld monarch. However, this ancestor's power had surpassed the primeval underworld monarch's by far. If Luo Yunyang obtained this sword, the primeval underworld monarch's power would definitely rise to a whole new level. As he made a mental note of this sword, Luo Yunyang continued to look at the other treasures. His eyes were dazzled by the dozens of thousands of items. Among them were many items that would be of great use to Luo Yunyang. For example, on the wall in the center of the hall was a piece of black rock. Although it looked inconspicuous, when Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on it, he realized that this rock was actually a piece of death substitution stone. This meant that if the user was facing death, this stone would substitute the user's death once and teleport the user thousands of miles away. It could be said that this piece of rock was the equivalent of another life. However, compared to all sorts of treasures, one's own life was more important. After all, when one's life was forfeited, everything else would be useless. After going through the treasures once, Luo Yunyang started thinking how great it would be if this treasury belonged to him. There were over 1,000 objects in the treasury, every single one an ultimate treasure. Among them were 7 objects that Luo Yunyang was interested in. Besides the white bone sword and the death substitution stone, there was also a picture scroll. Although this picture scroll gave off a destructive vibe, it contained the consciousness of over 100 celestial domain grade powerhouses. When this picture scroll was used, these celestial domain grades would take form and fight. Just this picture scroll alone was akin to over 100 celestial domain grade powerhouses. There wasn't even a single celestial domain grade in the entire human tribe. Of course, this wasn't the ultimate power of the picture scroll. This scroll could gather the many consciousnesses within it, form a source soul and release an attack that could compare to a universe-grade martialist. One could imagine the power and attack of a universe-grade martialist could contain. Truth be told, the item that most tempted Luo Yunyang was this picture scroll, as it could grant him a great boost in power. Another item that attracted Luo Yunyang equally was an ancient set of armor that could absorb 90% of universe-grade physical attacks and 99% of celestial domain-grade physical attacks. If Luo Yunyang wore this armor now, no celestial domain-grade martialist would be able to kill him by relying on a physical attack. Besides the physical blocking armor, there was also a golden crown that could double one's mind power. This was also a rare ultimate treasure. According to legend, this crown was the treasured crown of a bug race universe-grade queen. Luo Yunyang had no idea how it had found its way into the celestial world supremacy's treasury. Compared to these 5 ultimate treasures, the other 2 looked unremarkable. One was an entry voucher to the sky worm nest, while the other was a meter-long tree branch as thick as a finger. Although there was no explanation about the branch, Luo Yunyang was able to sense a vast majestic power coming from it. When Luo Yunyang saw this, he had a hunch that this tree branch was extraordinary. As he was about to make another round, the old man that had been standing outside the hall strangely appeared above the bunch of giant cauldrons and mumbled to Luo Yunyang, "Third, have you chosen already? There isn't much time left." When he saw that the cauldrons below the old man were about to erupt, Luo Yunyang made his decision and replied, "I have already chosen." Chapter 554. The 5-element world tree. He chose the entry voucher into the sky worm nest. Luo Yunyang picked that voucher right away. The old man standing on top of the heavenly cycle parting star cauldron had a slightly approving look on his face. Although this entry voucher wouldn't improve his offensive capabilities like a weapon, it would allow him to enter the sky worm nest. According to the folklore of the bug race, the sky worm nest was a place where the bug race cultivated bug queens. The entire sky worm nest was like a newly established cosmos. The larvae there could only emerge fully from their cocoons after absorbing enough nutrients. However, the quantity of bug queens coming out of the sky worm nest was very small. Many larvae would vanish without a trace or sound in the sky worm nest. With this voucher, one could experience the process whereby all larvae went through and became bug queens. Thus, there wouldn't be any danger. This was a gift bestowed by the bug race upon the members of the race who had made great contributions. However, the celestial world supremacy had won. After choosing that voucher, Luo Yunyang looked at the old man above the cauldrons. He had an astute look on his face. "Third, you wouldn't be thinking about this set of cauldrons, right? I can tell you this much. Among all these items, this set is the most expensive one. However, you must remember that, although your master's items can be used, you cannot take these items and sell them. Given your current cultivation base, you are still a long way from being able to use this set of treasured cauldrons. However, once you enter the universe-grade realm, these cauldrons will be rather ineffective. Luo Yunyang hesitated slightly as he looked at the 3,650 cauldrons. Using these cauldrons would consume too much power. Even with the chaotic four-origin beast, it was still. Luo Yunyang had a hunch that this heavenly cycle star cauldron wasn't that simple. After all, nobody would put in so much effort just to create some treasured cauldrons that wouldn't have much of a use. Even if he was wrong, as long as the chaotic four-origin beast could reach the galaxy grade, by relying on his own strength, he would be able to use that heavenly cycle star cauldron once. Luo Yunyang reckoned that the one-time attacking strength of that heavenly cycle would definitely be extraordinary. I choose the heavenly cycle star cauldron, Luo Yunyang said with resolve. Kid, it probably wasn't easy gaining your master's permission to pick a treasure from his treasury. Those two brats, the first and second, only got the opportunity to pick one treasure back then, the old man with the huge wings said sympathetically. Your master is a stingy fellow. There aren't that many items here, but if you wish to obtain anything else in the future, you would have to bring an item of similar value to exchange it. You better think carefully. The consequences will be great if you mess up here. Of course, Luo Yunyang wasn't someone who would second-guess himself after making a decision. Thus, after hearing the old man's advice, he said, I have already decided. You don't have to advise me. Hee hee, I originally thought that the eldest was an arrogant fool and the second was a dumb fool. However, even though the third might have seemed quick-witted, he is actually a bigoted fool as well, the old man said while shooting a disdainful glance at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on the white bone sword. If the primeval underworld monarch's sword was changed to this white bone sword, then the cultivation base of the primeval underworld monarch's embodiment would experience a massive leap. However, even though the white bone sword was good, as long as Luo Yunyang could seriously refine it, he would definitely be able to make the primeval underworld monarch's white bone sword reach the level of this sword in the treasury. Furthermore, refining the white bone sword on his own would still involve the possibility of further evolution. Luo Yunyang made up his mind. His gaze skipped past the tattered picture scroll and landed on that tree branch. This unknown tree branch was comparable to all the ultimate treasures around it. Thus, it was easy to imagine how valuable the celestial world's supremacy considered it. Everything else aside, just the vitality within the tree branch made Luo Yunyang feel a rush of excitement. If the chaotic four-origin beast absorbed this item, perhaps it could evolve much faster. I want this, Luo Yunyang said firmly as he picked up the tree branch. The old man curled his lip as he saw Luo Yunyang pick up the tree branch and said, You have picked a really good item. However, you simply cannot use it. Alright, I will tell you about the origin of this tree branch. This is a branch from the 5-element world tree. It could be considered an ultimate treasure of the 5-element origin source laws. If an apex individual acquires it and refines it, it could also become a very strong offensive treasure. At this point, the old man lamented softly, however, your attributes are not compatible with it. 5 elements engender mutually, while all living things are nourished. Still, your great chaotic hole path is a black hole that turns all living things into nothing. Even if you hold on to this 5-element world tree branch, it would be very difficult for you to unleash its full powers. Luo Yunyang had never heard of the 5-element world tree before. However, when he thought about the special characteristics of the chaotic four-origin beast, his resolve became firmer. This simple tree branch was viewed highly by the celestial world supremacy. If Luo Yunyang could produce a whole 5-element world tree, then... Thank you for the reminder, Elder, but I have already decided on this tree branch. The old man looked at Luo Yunyang and shook his head before finally saying, All right. Since you have already decided, I can't stop you. However, this entry voucher for the Sky Worm Nest has to be used as soon as you leave this place. Luo Yunyang, who glanced at the old man with a puzzled look, was given an explanation in an unquestionable tone. Your master does not allow this entry voucher to appear in the Divine Union. You should know that. Luo Yunyang naturally understood. The relations between the Divine Union and the bug race weren't very good. If a token that could allow entry to the Sky Worm Nest were to appear in the Divine Union, anyone with authority would not even know how to react. But I heard that nurturing a bug race queen takes at least 1,000 years. Am I going to stay there for more than 1,000 years? Naturally, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to just stay there for over 1,000 years. After all, he still had many things he needed to do. Ha ha ha, The flow of time within the sky worm nest is different than it is here. It is a special place beyond space and time. 1,000 years there would be nothing more than the blink of an eye in our world. Alright, telling you all this is useless. Enter it personally and you will find out for yourself. The old man beamed. 1,000 years lasted as long as the blink of an eye. In that case, shouldn't the bug race be called the Grand Cosmos? Luo Yunyang's heart was filled with doubt. However, the old man said nothing else. Luo Yunyang suspected that the sky worm nest of the bug race would probably have some limitations. After pondering this for a bit, he decided to go to the sky worm nest. After all, he had no other choice right now. Of course, Luo Yunyang listened to the old man's request. When he urged his consciousness into the sky worm nest, he discovered that his consciousness had already appeared in a place shrouded by a chaotic aura. There was no sky or land over there. The only thing present was a chaotic aura. Luo Yunyang was enveloped by it. When he extended his consciousness in all directions, he didn't find any sky above him in this expanse of space, neither could he find any earth beneath him. This was just an expanse of formless chaos. Unresigned, Luo Yunyang used his mind power to probe in every direction. However, his mind power was eventually obstructed by a formless wall that couldn't be broken. As Luo Yunyang started feeling a little disappointed, a strand of mind power appeared in his mind. Big brother, it's you, big brother. Luo Yunyang froze when he heard this sound. It wasn't the first time he was being called big brother. However, this voice wasn't Luo Donger's. It was a crisp, melodious voice that sounded young. After he momentarily froze up, Luo Yunyang used his mind power to look in the direction the sound came from. The previous barriers that had seemed impossibly sturdy were rapidly broken by Luo Yunyang as that sound was transmitted. Luo Yunyang sensed another formless area similar to the domain he was in, as well as a green worm about 3 meters long. This green worm looked like a caterpillar, while its entire body was jade green and beautiful. As though it had sensed Luo Yunyang's thoughts, the large worm's mind power shot towards him. Big bro, you are finally paying attention to me. I am delighted. This puerile voice was once again heard in Luo Yunyang's head. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang took notice of his own body. In this area of formlessness, his body also looked like a caterpillar-like worm. However, compared to the jade green worm, Luo Yunyang sensed that his own body seemed like a scarlet blaze. Could he have a bug body while he was experiencing this life in the sky worm nest? Just as Luo Yunyang was mulling this over, the green worm's consciousness once again appeared in his mind. Big bro, don't sleep anymore. We have to cultivate. If you continue sleeping, you won't be able to wake up ever again. The young voice that sounded like a 7-year-old continued to echo in Luo Yunyang's head. This is a method that needs to be developed. We just have to follow this method to be able to quickly hone our power. Once our power is strong enough, we will be able to leave this place. The contents of this method seemed a little puerile to Luo Yunyang. However, what it formulated seemed to be showing a way that made lots of sense. This was a high-level method for honing mind power. Furthermore, it was a method extremely suitable for tempering mind power in this domain. Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate. He quickly went through this method in his own head. In just an instant, he realized that the chaotic aura by his side had actually started to separate. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, space, time, wind, thunder, electricity. It seemed like the world was going through evolution. Luo Yunyang felt his own mind power change as he sensed this process. Although these changes were tiny, they were extremely useful to Luo Yunyang. Chapter 555. Breaking out of the cocoon by observing the vast oceans, one could picture hiding the skies and earth, by observing the height of Mt. Tai, one could measure the heavens, by observing creation and destruction in the universe, one could discover new meanings. As he observed what was akin to a situation of primal chaos, life and death in the sky worm nest, Luo Yunyang felt his own mind power rapidly expanding. After an indefinite amount of time, he discovered that he could use his mind power to observe the entire sky worm nest. He scanned hundreds of thousands of miles. This was how large Luo Yunyang perceived the sky worm nest to be by using his mind power. In the beginning, it had only occupied a 1,000-mile radius. Before entering the sky worm nest, Luo Yunyang's mind power had only been able to survey up to 1,000 miles. However, his mind power could now survey the entire sky worm nest. Luo Yunyang thought that these changes should be a result of observing the sky worm nest. As whatever comprehension he gained fused with his mind power, he overcame the formless barriers that obstructed him in the sky worm nest. Meanwhile, his mind power also improved tremendously. In the expansive sky worm nest covering hundreds of thousands of miles, Luo Yunyang could sense indistinctly other worms like him that were mostly evolving. If these worms were to go out, they would be many times stronger than star-grade telekinesis users. Furthermore, they would possess a higher grade. However, to Luo Yunyang's knowledge, there weren't many queens in the bug race. Big bro, don't cultivate all the time. Come and play some games with me. Big bro, I just comprehended a small technique. Hee hee, look, aren't there more bubbles around me now? Big bro, you just told me your name. I thought about it and now I have one too. Call me Bubbles in the future. A voice flowed continuously into Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang wasn't really interested in this sort of juvenile conversation. Originally, he didn't like paying any attention to it. However, as time passed, he also felt a little lonely. Thus, he started to grudgingly give a short reply or two every once in a while. Meanwhile, the little bug called Bubbles kept chattering on and on. Big bro, you said before that there are many delicious things there. Is that true? Big bro, when we go out, I will also eat a lot of good stuff. Luo Yunyang shook his head after listening to Bubbles' crazy jabbering. He ignored it before continuing to observe the changes produced in this seemingly chaotic cosmos. However, as he observed, he pondered more the scene of destruction he had glimpsed when he had obtained the blood divine sky source. Although Luo Yunyang had been constantly studying the techniques of the shattering heavens, unfortunately, his mastery of it was only basic. Even though his mastery of the shattering heavens was only at its initial stages, Luo Yunyang only needed a thought to be able to kill a telekinesis user right away, even if the other party's mind power was 10 times stronger than his own. Even ordinary celestial domain-grade powerhouses would be unable to escape unscathed in the face of the shattering heavens. However, although the shattering heavens was not a bad move, it still hadn't become Luo Yunyang's trump card. The reason was that Luo Yunyang's other aspects of offense made the shattering heavens little more than something trivial. This had also been one of the reasons why Luo Yunyang had chosen the sky worm nest. He was using the formless, nascent environment within the sky worm nest to temper his own shattering heavens in order to allow this technique to progress. Waves of formless mass continuously spread within the sky worm nest as the formation of various origin source laws continued. Luo Yunyang felt himself becoming even more detached as he experienced the enlightenment of creation and destruction. His originally scarlet body had already become a darker shade of red, while his worm-like body had rapidly grown. In this region, where the rules of time didn't apply, Luo Yunyang also felt like he had forgotten about time. Big bro, guess whose head has grown bigger again? Big bro, I contacted a friend, but he just ignored me. He was really fierce. How scary. I am no longer contacting him. He's acting all proud. Big bro is still better. Luo Yunyang generally didn't know how to react to these juvenile remarks. However, sometimes he couldn't help but be bothered by this wrench and groan in acknowledgement or randomly give a perfunctory reply. If he was familiar with the subject. Big bro, my head hurts. I think my head is going to split. After an indefinite amount of time, Bubbles' voice was heard once again in Luo Yunyang's head. Luo Yunyang didn't find Bubbles' reaction unexpected. He knew exactly what this little bug who had named itself Bubbles had encountered. This was a mind power antiphasic reaction. While there were huge benefits to observing the formless primal chaos, there were also huge risks. When their body wasn't able to sustain the massive mind power formed from various evolving laws, then these bugs would fall from the nest. Some time ago, Luo Yunyang had already discovered that many bugs faced this sort of problem. Practically all the bugs that encountered this situation would basically die. This was also the reason why there were only a few ascended bug queens despite the many larvae in the sky worm nest each time. Luo Yunyang didn't really care about the life and death of a bug, so he didn't say anything. He just quietly comprehended what interested him. Big bro, I can't hold on much longer. You must be careful. I wish I could see the outside world. I want to know whether it is really as beautiful as you say it is. The continuous sounds got weaker and weaker. Its life force was dissipating rapidly, So perhaps this little bug named Bubbles would breathe its last breath in the sky worm nest soon. The fate of most of the larvae in the sky worm nest had already been decided. They weren't destined to become bug queens. They would only spend their whole lives growing in the sky worm nest before fading away. Big bro, I am leaving. You must definitely persevere, because Bubbles still wishes to know more about the outside world. Luo Yunyang sighed as he listened to its parting words. Then, he used a wave of mind power to envelop Bubbles' body. Big bro, you mustn't help Bubbles. This is bad for you, said Bubbles' resolved voice. However, Luo Yunyang didn't care. Thanks to his powerful mind power, he forcefully suppressed the mind power that Bubbles had already lost control over. After an indefinite amount of time, Bubbles' mind power stabilized and became stronger. Big bro, thank you. However, I don't want you to exhaust your own energy because of me. Luo Yunyang chose to ignore Bubbles' deeply grateful chatter. He was already at an important juncture of his comprehension of the Shattering Heavens technique. The formless mass kept evolving into various origin source laws. This process, which seemed unchanging since time immemorial, seemed to contain small changes every single hour. Time passed as the two seemed to change. Luo Yunyang slowly started to forget everything about the outside world. His eyes slowly began to contain the intent of the Shattering Heavens. Big bro, Bubbles' body feels much stronger than before. Big bro, Bubbles seems to feel something. Yes, Bubbles feels like its body is going to metamorphose. If Bubbles is able to metamorphose, Bubbles will surely become the most beautiful being. Bubbles, chattering intensified. However, the voice coming from Bubbles started to slow down. Luo Yunyang could sense that the little bug named Bubbles, which had already become an even darker shade of jade green, was much stronger than before. Its mind power had already broken through to the nebula grade and showed indications of breaking through to the galaxy grade. According to the present signs, breaking through to the galaxy grade would only be a matter of time. Based on Bubbles' progress, Luo Yunyang sensed that only a handful of bugs that possessed life force still remained in the humongous sky worm nest. Even so, the remaining bugs weren't in a good state, so they could fall at any time. Big bro, are you still there? I can sense your life force. Why aren't you saying anything? Bubbles is very worried about you. Bubbles' voice was heard once again. However, this time, its voice was no longer young and puerile. It was now crisp and melodious, just like the voice of a young girl. Luo Yunyang didn't pay any attention. He was currently at a crucial point. It could be said that, besides some instinctive defensive capabilities, his mind no longer had any capacity to pay attention to anything else. After an indefinite amount of time, a voice echoed in Luo Yunyang's head. Time's up, leave. Although Luo Yunyang still wished to continue comprehending, his consciousness was starting to get expelled. At the moment, he had already left his bug-like body, which had turned an extremely dark shade of black. Just as Luo Yunyang was leaving, he had an idea. He immediately used his mind power to scan the area in the direction where Bubbles was. Bubbles' mind power was tremendous. However, at the moment, the accumulated power was stored up within her jade-green body. There was also a life present that was gradually becoming stronger. Boom! Luo Yunyang's mind jolted before he was completely expelled from the sky worm nest. 3 days after Luo Yunyang left the sky worm nest, a dazzling green glow illuminated the entire sky worm nest. Under that boundless green light, a figure emerged from a cocoon. A young girl fluttered about frantically, all the while shouting loudly, "Big bro, big bro, big bro. Your Highness, in 10,000 years, only you emerged from the cocoon," said a respectful voice. Big bro is so powerful. Why hasn't he broken out of his cocoon? The young girl's voice was filled with disbelief. Your Highness, I have already helped you investigate. There is only one body in the nest chamber you were in. It had already died out by the time you gained consciousness, the respectful voice said firmly. Bubbles calmed down. When she ignored that subordinate and entered the sky worm nest once again, she saw the black jade-like, bug-like body not too far away from where she had emerged from her cocoon and clenched her fists gently. Big bro, Bubbles understands now. You didn't die, you have just gone somewhere else. Chapter 556. Star-linking cauldrons, water-fire formation. When Luo Yunyang opened his eyes, he realized that he was still standing in that treasury and the old man was staring at him in a way that seemed sort of fearful. Kid, seems like you have comprehended something very impressive. Damn it, the glow in your eyes is really terrifying," the old man who watched over the treasury said while patting his own head. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath. Although time didn't follow the same rules inside the sky worm nest, Luo Yunyang had still gone through 1,000 years there. Although these 1,000 years had been spent cultivating, 1,000 years was still 1,000 years. Luo Yunyang felt like his soul had gotten much older during that long cultivation. "Senior, how long has passed over here?" "Just the blink of an eye." The old man chuckled. "The sky worm nest is a really good item. Damn it, the bug race hasn't seen a queen in who knows how many years. I wonder how the bug race will go on after this generation of celestial queens dies out." The old man sounded slightly rueful. Bug queens. Although there weren't a lot of bug queens, Luo Yunyang had still encountered quite a few. How could their race have no way of continuing? "Senior, the bug race has many queens." "What do you know, kid? The bug race does have many queens, but those queens aren't nurtured from the sky worm nest." The old man chortled on. "The bug race has only one sky worm nest. Only a queen nurtured out of the sky worm nest is a queen among queens. As for those you have seen, the majority are nurtured from ordinary bug nests. Although they are also queens, they are a far cry from the genuine queen." Luo Yunyang instinctively thought about Bubbles when he heard the old man's words. Bubbles seemed to have become a queen without any problems. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't going to mention how he had influenced the situation in the sky worm nest. He also didn't open his attribute regulator to check on his current state, as the old man was a little strange. Although the celestial world supremacy hadn't discovered the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang still felt the need to be prudent. After all, the attribute regulator was too important to him. Although he now had a number of trump cards, the most reliable one was still his attribute regulator. "Alright, third, take the items you selected and go." The old man smacked his lips and gazed longingly at the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldrons before exhorting stiffly. "Take care of this set of treasured cauldrons. They are good stuff." Naturally, Luo Yunyang didn't object to the old man's request. Based on the old man's reaction, Luo Yunyang felt that this set of heavenly cycle water fire star cauldrons wouldn't be as simple as he thought. It would probably have some other ingenious uses. In a moment, Luo Yunyang was back at his own palace. However, he no longer had any connection to the world where the treasury had been located. Molin, who was still in the large palace hall, smiled kindly when he saw Luo Yunyang return once more. "Your Highness, congratulations on obtaining these treasures." Luo Yunyang returned the smile. "Thank you, Mr. Molin. It's all thanks to you for bringing the jade charm over." After exchanging some pleasantries, the topic veered away from the subject of the treasury realm. Molin didn't ask Luo Yunyang which treasures he had received, as he was well practiced in etiquette. "Your Highness, besides familiarizing yourself with the obtained treasures over the next few days, you must also check out the state of affairs in Samsara Star City." Molin passed Luo Yunyang an item made of jade and told Luo Yunyang, "This is some information about Samsara Star City. Go through it properly. It will be beneficial for you." Luo Yunyang accepted it right away and Molin bade him farewell. After sending off Molin, Luo Yunyang once again returned to his last palace hall. He ignored the treasured cauldrons and opened his attribute regulator instead. However, this time, the attribute regulator didn't immediately pop up. Instead, he saw the following words: "Respecter owner, the changes to your attributes are really drastic. To make it more convenient to display them, the current gold font will change to a red gold one. Do you accept this change?" It was just a change in font color. Why wouldn't he accept it? Luo Yunyang discovered that the attribute regulator seemed to be increasingly polite to him. In the past, it wouldn't even have cared whether he agreed. It would have changed things right away. When Luo Yunyang accepted the change, another line appeared on the attribute regulator. "Respectable owner, the various attributes on the attribute regulator have already become red gold. The conversion value of red gold to gold is 1,000. Power, 91 mind, 101 speed, 17 constitution, 34 origin source laws, 12.4 wind, 2.7 earth, 3.5 fire, 3.9 water, 2.1 origin source mystic ability, 1.7 space-time eye, 1.7." Luo Yunyang was ecstatic when he saw the changes on his attribute regulator. If his mind attribute had still been displayed in gold value, it would have been over 10,000 points. After using the Sky Worm Nest entry voucher, it had increased by about 2/3. Ascending to the galaxy grade had allowed Luo Yunyang's mind attribute to increase by quite a bit. However, that increase during his ascension was nothing compared to how much Luo Yunyang had gained this time. The progress of the origin source law aspects was just as astonishing. The gains within the Sky Worm Nest might be lower than the increase of his mind attribute, but the comprehension of origin source laws had almost doubled. Luo Yunyang's eyes then checked out the digits displayed on the chaotic 4 origin beast. Compared to Luo Yunyang's own body, the chaotic 4 origin beast's improvements weren't especially great. Power: 151 mind, 38 speed, 8.9 constitution, 31 origin source laws, 14 wind, 3 earth, 3.9 fire, 3.5 water, 4.1 origin source mystic ability, 10.5 chaotic whole transference, 5.2 heaven earth engulfing, 5.3 innate mystic ability, 4 origin clone, 10. As he looked at the red, gold and purple digits, Luo Yunyang seemed to sense the barrier between origin source laws and the 4 basic attributes. If that barrier could be broken, then it would be a tremendous breakthrough for Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, this sort of breakthrough wasn't easy. After checking his cultivation base, Luo Yunyang then turned his attention to the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldrons. Based on the expression of the old guardian, Luo Yunyang could tell that they weren't ordinary. They surely contained some sort of secret. With a thought, the 3,650 cauldrons appeared inside Luo Yunyang's treasury. As those huge cauldrons appeared, Luo Yunyang felt layers of star power rushing from all over the place towards each treasured cauldron. This was automatically absorbing starlight. Although this wasn't something too shocking, it also wasn't something that any ordinary treasure could do. As Luo Yunyang carefully studied this set of cauldrons with his mind power, he finally understood why the old man had appeared reluctant to part with it. Using this set of huge cauldrons required boundless energy. Even the current Luo Yunyang would be exhausted after using it just once. However, this set of heavenly cycle water fire star cauldrons didn't entirely rely on the user's power. It could automatically absorb starlight from the heavenly cycle and store it. When it was required, it could release this stored heavenly cycle starlight and unleash the strongest power of this set of huge cauldrons. An attack comparable to a universe grade's most powerful strike could be released as long as there was enough energy stored in it. This alone gave Luo Yunyang yet another method of self-preservation. These treasure cauldrons also had another extremely important function. When gathered together, they could form a large array composed of water and fire. The boundary formed by this large array could replace the worldly boundary around the user. This meant that when the set of treasured cauldrons was absorbed by the user's body, it could grant the user a power of an extra world. Worth it. This was really worth it. Luo Yunyang's lip curled into a grin when he recalled the short old man's pained expression when he had indicated that he wanted this set of cauldrons. Although his cultivation base allowed him to resist the boundary suppression of celestial domain grades, suppression was still suppression. By using this water-fire boundary, he could even match a celestial domain grade Emperor Lord's boundary suppression. If he were to encounter some ordinary celestial domain grades, he could immediately begin suppressing them just like a celestial domain grade Emperor Lord. Luo Yunyang hadn't thought that the value of these cauldrons was very high. However, he now reckoned that this set of cauldrons had been among the top 3 most valuable objects in the celestial world supremacy's treasury. In a moment, the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron was absorbed into the internal world within Luo Yunyang. Because Luo Yunyang's internal galaxy only had a black hole, when these heavenly cycle water fire star cauldrons entered Luo Yunyang's body, they took a form. While passing through the internal galaxy in Luo Yunyang's body, each huge cauldron rapidly absorbed the power of stars. Via the 3,650 linked cauldrons, the power of stars was changed into the purest power of water and fire residing within each huge cauldron. As these huge cauldrons were activated, the 3,650 huge cauldrons formed an individual world in Luo Yunyang's internal galaxy. Sir Yunyang, the Bloody Blade Monarch requests an audience. Just as Luo Yunyang was prepared to inspect the branch of the 5-element world tree, his communication device rang. The voice he heard belonged to the Bloody Blade Monarch. Although Luo Yunyang didn't have a close relationship with the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others, he still couldn't avoid them when they were seeking him out. Thus, Luo Yunyang said immediately, "Come on in." The Bloody Blade Monarch, the Divine Axe Monarch and the Green Scale Monarch walked in quickly. Their eyes widened when they entered the large hall. Sir Yunyang, you have already ascended to the Celestial Domain grade. How is that possible? The Bloody Blade Monarch's voice was quivering. Luo Yunyang chuckled and recalled the boundary aura emitted by the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldrons back into his body. Chapter 557. Followers like clouds. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others understood how difficult it was to go from Galaxy grade to Celestial Domain grade. If ascending to the next grade wasn't too difficult, they also wouldn't stay in the bloody space river to duke it out continuously over there. However, Luo Yunyang had now ascended to a Celestial Domain grade. This was really inconceivable. No, they reckoned that Luo Yunyang would surely be able to ascend to a Celestial Domain grade, yet this ascension would require thousands of years, or perhaps tens of thousands. They had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually emit the sort of unyielding aura that a Celestial Domain grade could when they came to visit. The various origin source laws all around had already become the boundary energy emitted by Luo Yunyang's body. As Galaxy grade monarchs, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist while standing before Luo Yunyang. I am not a Celestial Domain grade. Luo Yunyang chuckled as he drew the aura back into his body. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the other two left their mouths gaping. After exchanging glances, their eyes became even more resolved. Your Highness Yunyang, even though you aren't considered a Celestial Domain grade, basically everyone who knows you has started to treat you as an Emperor Lord. The Divine Axe Monarch smiled and spoke respectfully. Although Luo Yunyang had friendly relations with the Bloody Blade Monarch and the other two, they weren't that close. After all, back in the Bloody Space River, Luo Yunyang's main objective had been to gather various divine sky sources. You three haven't just come to see me to reminisce over old times, right? Luo Yunyang asked calmly. Although they had already strengthened their resolve, Luo Yunyang's straightforward question made the three of them feel slightly embarrassed. However, they still had to speak, even though they were embarrassed. Finally, the one that spoke was the Bloody Blade Monarch. Your Highness Yunyang, after the Bloody Space River shattered, we started to disband and return to our various tribes, said the Bloody Blade Monarch. Given our cultivation bases, we also have significant statuses within our own tribes. The Bloody Blade Monarch hadn't lied about this part. Thanks to their cultivation base, they all had some sort of important status, regardless of which tribe they were in. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything, he just waited for the Bloody Blade Monarch to continue. However, he had more or less guessed these three's purpose for coming. There are many experts within the tribes, but the resources are limited. Even if we are focused, wanting to use our own tribe's resources to ascend to the Celestial Domain is an impossible task. In the Bloody Blade Monarch's opinion, Luo Yunyang might be young, but he was someone who thought meticulously. He was a junior that could sense even the finest details. Thus, he was feigning civility before becoming blunt and saying what was on his mind. Suddenly, he said straightforwardly, furthermore, the few of us are fellows who can't stay idle. Therefore, we are prepared to take a leap of faith. We know that your Highness became the Lord of Samsara Star City, so we have come here to see if we could become your retainers. There wasn't a single Galaxy grade in the human tribe that could become a monarch. Even some of the hidden powers of the 9 paths didn't have such powerful cultivation bases. 3 monarchs would be of great assistance to Luo Yunyang, who already had some sort of understanding concerning the benefits of Samsara Star City. Thus, he took a moment to think before answering readily. Once I have control of Samsara Star City, you 3 can receive 5% of the profits of the city. Although 5% of the profits sounded very little, actually, it was a huge reaction for Samsara Star City. The 3 monarchs' eyes started glowing with rapt ecstasy in no time. They might be considered big shots in their own tribes, but they required many more resources for cultivation purposes. Furthermore, each of them belonged to their own family, so the resources needed to nurture the clan's young generation would result in them getting even less resources. Even back in the Bloody Space River, the 3 of them had found it hard to meet their cultivation requirements most of the time. Thus, Luo Yunyang's generosity had just made their blood race. Although they knew that the reaches within Samsara Star City weren't all that easy to get, they had strived and gambled with their lives back in the Bloody Space River too. Thank you, my lord. The Bloody Blade Monarch was the first to pay his respects. The Divine Axe Monarch and the Green Scale Monarch exchanged glances and bowed before Luo Yunyang at the same time. Thank you, my lord. Even though the three of them had pledged their allegiance to him, Luo Yunyang himself found it hard to believe that those three would be fully loyal and devoted to him. However, Luo Yunyang believed that they would be more than 50% devoted and loyal. Besides him, nobody had given them such a great chance. Plus, there was also the power that he had just displayed. There were two ways to win over people's hearts. The first was having sufficient power that people could rely on, and the second was to provide benefits that would tempt others. Alright, since the three of you think highly of me, then we will stand united from now on and share both honor and disgrace. I will be getting ready to take over my position in Samsara Star City in the next few days. The three of you can contact some of your former comrades from the Bloody Space River. Luo Yunyang then said seriously, those that are willing to follow me to Samsara Star City will be rewarded accordingly. I am definitely not a miser. Don't worry, my lord. The three of us will make contact right away. Although we can't guarantee pulling over all the Divine Union members from the Bloody Space River, enticing a third of them shouldn't be a problem. Then, those three left. They were led by Luo Yunyang's subordinates from the huge palace to their arranged residences before they started to contact former comrades from the Bloody Space River. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly as he watched them leave. These days, he believed that relying on the strength of the human tribe could no longer assist him much. Even if the Bloody Blade Monarch hadn't come, Luo Yunyang had been prepared to recruit some helpers. However, now that the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others had come, a big problem had been solved. Luo Yunyang wasn't worried about controlling these people. He knew that, as long as he remained the strongest intimidating power, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others wouldn't dare be disloyal. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang once again came out of his seclusive training. Unfortunately, he was somewhat disappointed this time. The branch of the five-element world tree seemed to contain a massive secret, yet he hadn't been able to figure it out. His plan to create an individual five-element world tree embodiment via the chaotic four-origin beast's ability couldn't work, as he found it difficult to incorporate the branch of the five-element world tree into the chaotic four-origin beast's body. Greetings, my lord. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the other two had come quickly upon hearing that Luo Yunyang was out of his seclusive training. This time, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others greeted Luo Yunyang with cupped fists and way more respect than before. Luo Yunyang waved his hand. Cut the formalities. How has the recruitment gone? If there are no issues, let's head to Samsara Star City now. After all, Samsara Star City cannot be left without a person in power. My lord, we have contacted over 1,000 comrades. Among those bestowed with monarch titles, the Golden Bat Monarch has already expressed his willingness to pledge his allegiance. He can arrive within a day. A total of 23 galaxy-grade marquises are willing to serve under you. There is also a total of 516 experienced Blood Space River marshalists who are willing to serve you, the Bloody Blade Monarch added. 4 monarchs, 23 marquises, 516 ordinary galaxy grades. This sort of strength was something even a first-grade tribe in the Divine Union couldn't produce. Although it was still considerably weaker than the 19 primary tribes, the discrepancy was limited. Luo Yunyang's face didn't show his deep satisfaction. These many subordinates would influence his control over Samsara Star City. Good, I will let you three handle the discussions on how these people will be paid. As he said that, Luo Yunyang gave a copy of the information that Molin had given him to the Bloody Blade Monarch. Take a look at this. Over time, I will know all the people who follow me and I won't mistreat anyone. Thank you, my lord. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the other two were equally excited. In the Bloody Space River, they had made many others flinch back. However, ever since leaving the Bloody Space River, even though they were still considered big shots, they no longer garnered the sort of respect they had in the Bloody Space River. They knew the reason for this as well. They had already lost their most important foundation. However, the more than 500 gathered galaxy grades had already made them feel a sense of the large authority they used to possess. When can they gather at the latest? Luo Yunyang was a little pleased with their reaction. There were no friends forever, only everlasting interest. Only interest and benefits could make this temporary constitution stabler. After all, they had the same interests. In 3 days' time, the Bloody Blade Monarch replied. 3 days wasn't a long time. Luo Yunyang thought for a moment before saying, all right, then we will gather on the sky. Emperor Terrace in 10 days. Then, we shall march on to Samsara Star City. Yes, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others, who understood the intention of that gathering, shouted respectfully at the same time. For cultivators, a period of 3 days was just like the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, spacecrafts kept continuously descending on Luo Yunyang's personal planet. The cheerful laughter of reunions between old friends echoed all around this planet. They hadn't gathered for the first time yet, so the Bloody Blade Monarch didn't demand too much from the powerhouses of the Bloody Space River. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they could have as much fun as they liked. Ha ha ha, Wei Long, you brat, what's up with you? Hurry up and come over for a drink. A martialist with a tiger's body and an elephant's head said loudly with his trunk wrapped around a large jar of wine. He was a galaxy-grade martialist close to becoming a marquis. He had drunk a lot because he was happy about being reunited with old friends. Thus, he wasn't too sober. Wei Long was a man with a sinister-looking face. He normally didn't like speaking and didn't have many friendly relationships with others. However, this planet was where Luo Yunyang's subordinates and Bloody Space River martialists were making merry, so this elephant man had offered him some wine. Crash! Wei Long shattered the wine jar with a punch. Don't piss me off. Just scram. What's wrong, Wei Long? We are all brothers who have gone through life and death situations together. If you aren't even willing to drink a cup, perhaps you don't respect your brother, a figure that looked like black smoke said as the elephant man got furious. This was a marquis powerhouse. Konghu Marquis, I won't. Boulder was snatched by the Sky Roar tribe. Chapter 558, Fury from the Skies. The Sky Roar tribe ranked 17th amongst the 18 primary tribes. Even though it was near the tail end, it was still a primary tribe after all. Basically, most primary tribes would be supported by peak universe-grade powerhouses. Thus, this sort of tribe would have astonishing power. Don't panic, just speak slowly. What's going on? Said the Konghu Marquis, who was like a black wisp of smoke. After leaving the Bloody Space River, Boulder returned to his tribe. When the Sky Roar tribe's heaven-ripping Emperor Lord heard about Boulder's ability, he wanted to make Boulder his own subordinate. However, Boulder didn't agree. Wulong lowered his voice. Some time ago, after receiving Sir's invitation, I contacted Boulder. Boulder also agreed to follow His Highness Yunyang. However, just as he was about to leave the Sky Roar tribe's territory, he was captured and taken back by the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord. The Konghu Marquis frowned. This situation was beyond what he could handle. Even though Boulder had already agreed to serve under His Majesty Yunyang, he still hadn't arrived. Plus, the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord wasn't someone easy to deal with. Alright, I will report this matter upwards. After the Konghu Marquis left, Wulong was surrounded by many people. They were all asking about the situation with Boulder. Although many people weren't familiar with Boulder, they had all come from the Bloody Space River, so there was an innate form of camaraderie between them. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord is really tyrannical. Boulder didn't want to follow him, so he was captured just like this. I heard that, among the 4 great Emperor Lords of the Sky Roar tribe, the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord is the most overbearing. It's because he is the son of the supreme existence of the Sky Roar tribe. Thus, he can just flaunt his status. I wonder if His Highness Yunyang will bother dealing with him. Things seem a little troublesome. After all, Boulder isn't an official subordinate of His Highness Yunyang yet. Going against the Sky Roar tribe over him would be. After half a day, a marquis that served by the Bloody Blade Monarch's side said that His Highness Yunyang had contacted the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord hadn't treated him with respect. He had said that Boulder had stolen his stuff and that this matter had nothing to do with Luo Yunyang. This news made many people gloomy. There were some people amongst them who were familiar with Boulder and knew that this chap wouldn't steal. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord was clearly being shameless. However, if there was no evidence, they were also helpless. His Highness Yunyang's order is to set off. Destination Heaven Star Region. His Highness Yunyang's order is to set off. Destination Heaven Star Region. A loud roar echoed throughout the planet. Following this shout, some people yelled, His Highness Yunyang says that, since the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord isn't letting Boulder out, we will just retrieve him. We will retrieve him. Let's go. The Konghu Marquis, who was standing amidst the crowd, turned into a wisp of black smoke when he heard the shouts and shot towards space. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with fighting intent. Even the calm Golden Bad Monarch nodded his head lightly when he saw hundreds of people gather quickly. He knew that, regardless of whether they won, Luo Yunyang had already won over the hearts of all these people. Of course, it would be even better if they won. Spacecrafts gathered and jumped through the void. In just 10 days, Luo Yunyang's spacecrafts and their forces had already advanced to the Heaven Star region's main star, the Gravity Range Star. The Gravity Range Star, which was about 3,000 times the size of the Sun, was an important base of the Sky Roar tribe. The sixth factor there was extremely dense, and innumerable treasures of all shapes and sizes could be found in the area. As one of the 4 great Emperor Lords, the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord oversaw the Gravity Range Star. His reputation was so great that it could be said that the entire Heaven Star region considered the Gravity Range Star a hallowed place. The murky cloud city, which was thousands of meters high, covered many thousand miles. Practically everyone who first saw it thought that this wasn't a city, but a sacred mountain. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's residence was at the highest point of this city. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord liked the feeling of overlooking everything and having the power to trample what was below his feet. Emperor Lord, the Dragon Field Emperor Lord hopes that you will reconsider. Luo Yunyang's status isn't ordinary. There really isn't any need to have an acrimonious fallout over just one subordinate. A man with a dragon's head who was clad in black scale armor said in a low voice. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord, who was wearing a suit of golden scale armor, appeared to be glowing majestically. He glanced at the man in the black armor and said icily, "He is trying to steal my subordinate. Why should I release him? Who did he think he was?" The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's willfulness gave the man in black a bad feeling. He was all too familiar with the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's character. Ever since his birth and up until he had assumed the position of Emperor Lord, this person had always had the protection of his tribe's patriarch. This journey had been as smooth as flowing water. He had never encountered the slightest setback. After becoming an Emperor Lord, he had become more overbearing and started doing as he wished. If something was not aligned with his way of thinking, he would send troops. For an armed suppression, Boulder wasn't someone they had to keep at all costs. Falling out with Luo Yunyang over this insignificant character wasn't worth it in the black-armored man's opinion. However, he wouldn't advise any more, as losing the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's trust over an insignificant character wasn't worth it either. Just as he was pondering deeply whether he should explain this to Luo Yunyang in the future, the space they were situated in shuddered. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's expression changed dramatically. Given his cultivation base, the entire Gravity Range Star should have been shrouded by his consciousness. However, using his consciousness to envelop everything would consume a lot of mind power. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord had never believed that anyone would dare attack him in his own lair. "Who dares to try and attack our Sky Roar tribe?" The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord bellowed furiously as he rose into midair. Suddenly, the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord saw thousands of stars crashing downwards. These stars, which had always been suspended all around the Gravity Range Star, had been an important defensive strength. It was inconceivable that all these stars would actually come crashing down on the Gravity Range Star. Stars rained down like hellfire. The Gravity Range Star was shaking due to the power of this bombardment. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord didn't fear these stars. He waved his hand towards the void and a layer of dusky boundary flew out of his hand and headed towards the falling stars. Right now, he wanted to collect all these stars in his hand. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord, who had a celestial domain-grade cultivation base, wanted to use his own realm to replace the origin source laws in the surroundings and absorb the stars within his own boundary. This movement might have seemed effortless in theory, but it was impossible to pull off without the cultivation base of an Emperor Lord. The Sky Roar members, who had panicked over the falling stars, jumped in joy. Their spirits were lifted while they simultaneously shouted, "The Emperor Lord is mighty." However, as heaven and earth powers were using these boundary powers to envelop the surroundings, 2 beams of light, one scarlet red and one ice blue, shot out from the sky. These 2 lights shrouded the stars and charged towards the heaven and earth powers' boundary powers. This was a celestial domain-grade powerhouse. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's face stiffened when he saw the fire and water powers. He knew that he had met his match this time. However, it was already too late for him to unleash any other techniques. In a moment of desperation, he roared, "Sky Roar people, hurry up and take cover." While the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord shouted, the 2 types of boundary powers clashed and the thousands of stars situated in between shattered abruptly. In a moment, blazes filled the sky and the ground split apart. The Gravity Range Star, which had originally been like a sacred realm, was now peppered with countless cracks. Meanwhile, the deepest crevice nearly split the Gravity Range Star into 2. The gravity range star was somewhat special to the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord, as this was his base of operations. Unfortunately, the gravity range star had been severely damaged at the outset. This made the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's eyes burn with anger. Aboard the spacecraft, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were looking at Luo Yunyang sort of fearfully. Although they had followed Luo Yunyang and arrived in a grandiose fashion, they had originally thought that there would be a negotiation. They had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would batter the gravity range star with countless stars the moment he arrived. Wasn't this too vicious? A massive star was already in bits and pieces. Although the Sky Roar tribe could still restore the gravity range star by making a great effort, one could imagine the amount of resources that would require. Who is it? You will be a lifelong enemy of the Sky Roar tribe. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord roared furiously as he charged upwards, straight towards where Luo Yunyang's forces were. How dare you steal my man? Damn it, Granddaddy shall chop you up today, you wretched grandkid. After experiencing the wonderful use of the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron, Luo Yunyang wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Thus, he rushed towards the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron. At Luo Yunyang's command, the Bloody Blade Monarch led his over 500 subordinates and charged towards the murky cloud city. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord finally saw Luo Yunyang, whose might seemed even stronger than his own. Shaking, he pointed a finger and shouted, "Luo Yunyang, you actually dare wage war against the Sky Roar tribe?" Luo Yunyang glanced at the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord, who was already turning pale in the face, and sneered, "Grandkid, it was clearly you who declared war on me. Why are you making false accusations when I am right here? If a tiger doesn't bare its fangs, you will mistake it for a sick kitty. Today, I will smash up your gravity range star. Don't think that Granddaddy Luo is easy to bully." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang's finger jabbed gently and the universe-breaking snap was unleashed. A massive power seemingly contained in that finger shot out. There were many powerhouses amongst the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's subordinates who understood now. Although they were all angry, deep down they blamed the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord had clearly known that Boulder was Luo Yunyang's man. Instead of treating him with respect, he had actually captured him. Was there a need to provoke such an individual? Now, he had come knocking on their door and destroyed the gravity range star. Was this worth the trouble? War was on the verge of breaking out. As they were facing the 4 monarchs, as well as the 500 other Bloody Space River elites, the Sky Roar tribe powerhouses kept retreating. Quick, ask the other Emperor Lords for help. Some Sky Roar tribe powerhouses shouted in stern voices. Chapter 559. Really overbearing. Thousands of people were busy on a huge suspended palace in the sky of a massive planet surrounded and protected by tens of thousands of stars. Some of these people were cultivating, while others were going about their duties. However, no matter what they were doing, all of them couldn't help eyeing the center of that majestic palace from time to time. The owner of this huge palace was the Field Dragon Emperor Lord, one of the 4 great Emperor Lords and the supreme authority of the Sky Roar tribe. Boom! The palace shook. The many people throwing furtive glances at the large palace withdrew their gazes. Fool! The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord is a fool. The idiot has really been pampered too much. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to provoke Luo Yunyang. Offending such a fellow would simply mean endless trouble. The Field Dragon Emperor Lord snarled as a dark cloud shrouded the palace and blocked out all the sunlight. Inside this palace that many people envied, dozens of Sky Roar Galaxy-grade rulers were kneeling. They knew very well that it wasn't their place to make any sound when the Emperor Lord was furious. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the Field Dragon Emperor Lord. Furthermore, the trifles between 2 Emperor Lords weren't something these people could participate in. Emperor Lord, this is not good. Luo Yunyang has attacked the gravity range star. The entire gravity range star is about to be shattered. A Sky Roar powerhouse rushed into the palace. The Field Dragon Emperor Lord's fury-laden eyes calmed down in an instant. He glared at the men kneeling on the ground and grabbed the nearest person. What's going on? Luo Yunyang attacked the gravity range star. The gravity range star can't hold on anymore. The elite calmed himself down before saying, "Emperor Lord, the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord requests your aid." Although the Field Dragon Emperor Lord had just been cursing the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord, when the entire Sky Roar tribe was in danger, he didn't dare delay. "Open the fastest channels. I want to reach the gravity range star as fast as possible." In just half an hour, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord had already appeared in the air above the gravity range star. Although the star system he was situated in was very far, he was able to arrive within half an hour by using that high-grade channel. Of course, opening such a high-grade channel required far too much expanse, so even the Field Dragon Emperor Lord couldn't bear to use it under ordinary circumstances. Luo Yunyang, you have gone overboard. The Field Dragon Emperor Lord, who was furious when he saw the ruined gravity range star, roared angrily and waved his hands. A silver spear appeared in an instant. When facing martialists with lower cultivation grades, a celestial domain grade could release their boundary and immediately suppress them. However, when facing a martialist of the same grade, using boundary powers for suppression purposes was nothing more than a joke. One would be scattering too much power by doing that. Thus, a fight between the two would be based on their mystic techniques and usage. The fight between Luo Yunyang and the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord was like wildfire as they were locked in battle. Perhaps it could be said that the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord was currently being suppressed by Luo Yunyang. Although the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord wasn't weak, he was still inferior compared to Luo Yunyang in various aspects, especially when his celestial domain grade boundary power wasn't of any use. Luo Yunyang's moves were simple. He used the chaotic whole light wave, the world engulfing finger, and the universe breaking snap. However, these simple techniques made the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord suffer terribly. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord had currently transformed into his three-headed and six-armed form. Each of his arms wielded an ultimate treasure. Even so, he cut an utterly sorry figure. That gorgeous armor of his had already turned soot black, and he had a bloodied eye socket. Before Luo Yunyang's attack, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord had thought of beating the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord to this state. However, upon seeing the sorry figure of the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord, he couldn't help but burn with anger. His conflicting views with the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord were disagreements that stayed within the Sky Roar tribe. However, Luo Yunyang's vicious actions were simply a provocation to the entire Sky Roar tribe. Die! The silver spear split the sky like a meteorite. Although it seemed ordinary, it harbored the full force of the Field Dragon Emperor Lord's internal boundary. The destructive ability of gathering boundary powers in one point was easily imaginable. More importantly, its might wouldn't show when this attack was released. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord couldn't help but cry out when he saw the Field Dragon Emperor Lord. As an Emperor Lord that oversaw a region, he had really been worried. Actually, he had been suffering. He had been constantly suppressed during this entire fight. If he had not become a celestial domain grade powerhouse and his internal boundary hadn't been extinguished, he would have already died. He might not even have been able to preserve his consciousness against Luo Yunyang. Now that the Field Dragon was here, he would get a chance to take revenge. Luo Yunyang, however, didn't seem the slightest bit flustered. The instant the Field Dragon Emperor Lord unleashed his attack, he noticed it in the black chaotic whole light wave enlarged and became even denser. 19,000 light waves pressed towards the Field Dragon Emperor Lord, cutting his speed down by 60%. The Field Dragon Emperor Lord realized that his previous attack's effectiveness had now dropped to a tenth. Luo Yunyang's body passed through those light waves. As if omnipresent, it appeared right beside him. Without waiting for the Field Dragon Emperor Lord to react, Luo Yunyang moved his arms. His left arm, which possessed the power of fire, was like a blazing sun overhead. His right arm, which contained the power of water, was calm yet full of immense surging power. The Field Dragon Emperor Lord could only forcefully ward off this combined blow. However, as the two fists crashed onto the Field Dragon Emperor Lord's spear, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord was sent flying. He flew many thousands of miles before he was able to stop. However, before he could prepare a counter-offensive, Luo Yunyang's chaotic whole light wave had already bound him up like a spider web. Damn! The Field Dragon Emperor Lord was extremely disgusted with these chaotic whole light waves that were like layers upon layers of spider webs. He felt as though he was a massive giant being bothered by countless tiny cobwebs. He was able to only use 30% of his full strength. Just as he was feeling irate, Luo Yunyang strangely rushed over to his side. A finger stretched out and the universe-breaking snap was unleashed on his body. Boom! In a moment, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord's body shattered within the void. Although his boundary powers rapidly reconstructed his body, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord looked livid. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord rushed over from a distance. The two exchanged glances and came to a consensus. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord would defend, while the Field Dragon Emperor Lord would attack. Even so, Luo Yunyang still held the upper hand as he suppressed the two of them. In terms of strength, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord's subordinates were at a higher level than the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord. However, even so, they weren't much before the Bloody Blade Monarch and the other powerhouses of the Bloody Space River. Die! The Bloody Blade Monarch shouted before his thousands of blade shadows converged into a blade light and cut through space, immediately killing a Sky Roar Tribe Galaxy-grade marquee powerhouse. In the beginning, the Bloody Blade Monarch was still a little apprehensive. However, as the fighting intensified, he realized that this was no longer a time to be merciful. Many powerhouses who were thinking the same way as the Bloody Blade Monarch were worried that they would face the wrath of the Field Dragon Emperor Lord and the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord if they went berserk. The people the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were pursuing were the aides of those Emperor Lords, as well as many top individuals of the Sky Roar tribe that had been groomed for many years. If all of them were slain, then the Sky Roar tribe might possibly fall out of the 18 primary tribes. Your Highness Yunyang, stop for the time being. A voice echoed through the sky as the Field Dragon Emperor Lord's body was once again shattered by Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking snap. Two large Sky Roar tribe powerhouses appeared in the void alongside that voice. Countless more Sky Roar tribe elites were flocking. Behind them, it's the tiger-splitting Emperor Lord. We are saved, some miserably fleeing Sky Roar tribesmen shouted when they saw the two arrivals. Ha ha ha, the Thousand Bell Emperor Lord has arrived too. This time, we definitely have to completely exterminate these people who dare defend our Sky Roar tribe. Among all these cries and exclamations, some people shouted loudly, Emperor Lord, you must definitely avenge us. My 13 brothers have all died at their hands. Relief and delight showed in the eyes of the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord and the Field Dragon Emperor Lord. The current turn of events was a huge relief to them. Luo Yunyang had suppressed the two of them on his own. Besides being sullen, they had also suffered serious injuries. Now, the 4 great Emperor Lords that wielded power in the Sky Roar tribe had gathered. They had the strength to not leave a single one of Luo Yunyang's troops alive. Thus, the two exchanged a look and shot towards the tiger-splitting Emperor Lord. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others also rushed over to Luo Yunyang. The tiger-splitting Emperor Lord glanced at the two other miserable Emperor Lords before surveying the damaged gravity range star. Your Highness Yunyang, I require an explanation, the tiger-splitting Emperor Lord said in a very grave manner. Luo Yunyang eyed the tiger-splitting Emperor Lord but remained unperturbed. You are the tiger-splitter. You want an explanation? All right, today, I must cut off the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's dog head. Otherwise, there will be no end to this matter. The Bloody Blade Monarch, the Divine Axe Monarch and the other people standing behind Luo Yunyang all appeared astonished when they heard what Luo Yunyang had said. Soon, their astonishment faded. However, despite their relaxed attitudes, there was still a hint of worry in their faces. Could Luo Yunyang withstand the Sky Roar tribe's 4 great Emperor Lords gathered there at once? Chapter 560. The 4 Sky Roar Soul Helmets. The tiger-splitting Emperor Lord was stunned. He reckoned that when he'd asked for an explanation, Luo Yunyang should have given him one. Shouldn't he have said that the cause of this whole incident had been the Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord's provocation and insult? How could he have made such a bold, self-righteous justification? At the moment, even the tiger-splitting Emperor Lord didn't know how to reply. My 3 brothers, Luo Yunyang went overboard against the Sky Roar tribe. How can our tribe have any dignity left if we don't kill Luo Yunyang? The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord was agitated. His eyes were currently burning with anger and he no longer had the poise of an Emperor Lord. The gravity range star was destroyed, and half his subordinates had been slain. It could actually be said that the strength that belonged to him within the Sky Roar tribe had diminished by 2/3. The hatred he felt was too great. How could he not be furious or mad? However, as he tried to egg on the other 3 Emperor Lords, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord glared at him repulsively and said, Are you going to explain to the celestial world's supremacy why you killed Luo Yunyang? The Field Dragon Emperor Lord had used an ability to say this. Besides the 4 great Emperor Lords, no one else had heard him. The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord was at a loss for words when he heard what the Field Dragon Emperor Lord had said. How could he explain this to the celestial world's supremacy? Even his own father wouldn't dare justify his actions to the celestial world's supremacy. Then are we just going to let it be? The Heaven-Ripping Emperor Lord was extremely indignant, but he was also helpless. The tiger-splitting Emperor Lord and the other two Emperor Lords were equally unresigned. However, as they looked at Luo Yunyang, they couldn't agree to this either. The person before them wouldn't agree. Luo Yunyang, we already know the reason behind this incident. How about this? You lead your people away and Boulder stays. The Thousand Bell Emperor Lord, who had stayed silent all this while, suddenly took a step forward. Thousand Bell Emperor Lord, you are crazy. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord bellowed with rage. The Thousand Bell Emperor Lord, who was the most calm-headed among the four, glared icily at the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord and said, "Do you have a better way?" Letting Luo Yunyang leave after he had destroyed the Gravity Range Star and killed countless Sky Roar tribe elites implied that the Sky Roar tribe had surrendered. Retaining Boulder would actually just save the last bit of the Sky Roar tribe's dignity. The Field Dragon Emperor Lord and the Tiger-splitting Emperor Lord's faces flashed with anger and ultimately turned dim. The fact that they had become Emperor Lords meant that they weren't dumb. Given the present circumstances, they were helpless to face Luo Yunyang. Thus, submitting to this humiliation was the most reasonable option. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord was livid. He had been toyed with until now. Not only had he suffered great losses, but he also feared that after this matter was over, his position within the Sky Roar tribe would plummet. Fighting over a small, insignificant person like Boulder really wasn't worth it. While the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord was filled with indignance, Guilong and the others had ugly looks on their faces. The man standing by Guilong's side scowled. His body seemed like it was made of rocks, yet there was a slightly sad look in his eyes. The arrival of the Sky Roar tribe's four great Emperor Lords had already exceeded their expectations. If this fight dragged on, who knew how many more people would die? Letting Boulder go to allow the others to return safely was a good option. Even the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were slightly tempted. Your Highness, Boulder is really grateful that you were willing to break the Gravity Range Star for me. This time, I see. Boulder stepped out and knelt on the ground as he spoke to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang smiled slightly as he watched Boulder. This matter is for me to decide. Who said it was time for you to speak up? Get back in place. As he said that, he stared at the four Emperor Lords and said in a menacing manner, "Did you not hear my conditions clearly? I want the head of the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord. If I am not satisfied, this won't be over." Although he had been berated by Luo Yunyang, Boulder and the others knew deep down that Luo Yunyang was protecting Boulder. Although Boulder got up slowly, his eyes were wet with tears. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were even more stirred up now. After all, everyone needed to rely on others. Finding a master that could shelter them from harsh conditions was something most people hoped for. Ha ha ha, Thousand Bell Emperor Lord, you already heard what he said. He won't let this end. I am not the one who isn't willing to give in. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord roared with laughter. As the expression of the other three Emperor Lords fluctuated, their anger rose. They had already suffered in silence, yet Luo Yunyang wasn't satisfied with their concessions. After mulling this over for a moment, the Thousand Bell Emperor Lord said coldly, "Seems like your Highness Yunyang thinks that the Sky Roar tribe can be pushed around. In that case, I would like your Highness to witness the Sky Roar tribe's god-startling roar." As he said that, a purple gold helmet appeared in the hands of the Thousand Bell Emperor Lord. On top of this helmet was a creature that seemed to have a bird's head and a beast's body. When this helmet appeared, Luo Yunyang sensed a form of oppression being projected from it. This was an ultimate treasure no weaker than the heaven-shattering divine spear. As the Thousand Bell Emperor Lord put on the helmet, the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord and the Thousand Bell Emperor Lord each produced a helmet as well. Even though they were different in color, these three helmets were otherwise exactly the same. However, the aura emanated by each of them was different. Heavy, incisive, berserk, tranquil. As the various auras interwove, the Sky Roar tribe members all around looked at the four helmets with fervent gazes. Someone even yelled passionately, "It's the four soul helmets left by the first ancestor." In the past, I'd thought those legends were false. I never imagined that they would actually be true. The four soul sky-breaking divine helmets. Ha ha ha, they really exist. Let's see how unbridled Luo Yunyang can continue to be now. All sorts of shouts and cries came from the Sky Roar members. The oppression Luo Yunyang and his forces had exercised on them had been too great. Now, they could finally heave a sigh of relief. "My lord, I heard that this set of helmets are ultimate treasures left behind by the first ancestor of the Sky Roar tribe. If the four celestial domain grade powerhouses use them, the sound wave formed could handle a universe-grade powerhouse. The Divine Axe Monarch approached Luo Yunyang and said solemnly, "My lord, this can't be forcefully resisted." Luo Yunyang waved his hand dismissively and said, "Instruct our men to stay close to me. It will be fine." Even though Luo Yunyang said so, the Divine Axe Monarch and the others still couldn't help but feel apprehensive. After all, the reputation of this set of helmets had been spreading for a long time. "Luo Yunyang, how dare you refuse our overture and demand more? Although the Sky Roar tribe dares not kill you, all these subordinates of yours will be left behind." With his golden helmet, the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord looked like a holy figure. Although the Field Dragon Emperor Lord and the other two frowned at the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's words, they also knew that they had no other choice right now. Luo Yunyang watched the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord and sneered, "If you have treasures, what makes you think I don't have some too? I'm a virtuous person, I had no intention of using treasures to bully you all. However, if you have a death wish, don't blame me for granting it." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang visualized this and 3,650 cauldrons rushed forth from his internal realm. In an instant, those cauldrons formed a large array that surrounded Luo Yunyang and his forces. As these large cauldrons appeared, boundless fire and water energies started to emerge within them. The cauldrons started to move and form a yin-yang circle of fire and water. Luo Yunyang stood right in the center of that yin-yang circle. The four Emperor Lords sensed the boundless surging power within these cauldrons. Meanwhile, the four helmets they wore started to wail in the face of this majestic power. Their souls had clearly already sensed a threat. Luo Yunyang had a slightly delighted expression on his face as he sensed that seemingly boundless power. Although this power didn't belong to him, it still made him excited. "Today, you all shall try my strike first." The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord and the other three had extremely unsightly looks on their faces. They all knew that it was impossible to even retreat now. If these two opposing forces of universe-grade power collided, this expanse of space might very well disintegrate. Ultimately, the biggest loser would be the Sky Roar tribe. However, making them concede to Luo Yunyang right now was also impossible. Immediately, their eyes filled with determination. "Young friend, I don't know whether you are willing to show some respect for an old chap like me. Let's end this matter as it is." It also wasn't easy for the Sky Roar tribe to find a place to dwell, a Sky Roar tribe elder said calmly as he walked out slowly. This elder didn't appear very different from an ordinary Sky Roar tribe member. However, the scales on his body looked somewhat transparent. As he moved, the scales on his entire body fluctuated constantly. Although this was the first time he was seeing this person, Luo Yunyang could immediately determine that this man was probably the Sky Roar tribe's old patriarch. Was he a universe-grade entity? Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator in his mind and started to observe the old man. In an instant, red gold digits appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. When he saw these digits, Luo Yunyang felt his throat dry up. The four fundamental attributes of the Sky Roar tribe patriarch were all in the thousands. That meant that he surpassed Luo Yunyang in terms of comprehensive strength by far. No wonder the power of all the fire and water gathered was only akin to one attack from a universe-grade powerhouse. The difference between universe grades and celestial domain grades was just too huge. "Father, Luo Yunyang ruined the gravity range star and destroyed a quarter of the Sky Roar tribe's strength. We just can't take this lying down," the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord shouted as he looked at the old man. Chapter 561, Trample Yet Again. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord was extremely sullen. Before Luo Yunyang, he seemed just like an abuse victim. His strength suffered massive damage, and he lost a great deal of face. All this drove him mad. Now, his father, who was his greatest supporter, had come. This unbridled lad called Luo Yunyang had to pay the price. Luo Yunyang watched the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord without any emotion. He didn't really care about the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's loss of self-control, because he believed that this Sky Roar tribe universe-grade powerhouse wouldn't do anything to the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord. However, to be safe, he still took out the seal that could contact the celestial world supremacy and prepared to use it at any moment. Suddenly, a slap landed heavily across the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's face. Blood flowed out rapidly from the corner of the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's mouth. As a celestial domain-grade powerhouse, the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's defensive strength wasn't weak at all. Even a galaxy-grade elite would find it difficult to leave a mark, even if a blade or sword was used. However, This slap had hit him hard across the face and made him bleed profusely. His father was a universe-grade saint who could slap his own son's face until it bled. Wretch, who said it was your place to speak? If you dare utter more rubbish, don't blame me for being heartless. The Sky Roar tribe elder, who was full of transparent scales, berated the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord as a powerful aura of supremacy radiated all around them. Although this aura wasn't targeted at Luo Yunyang, he still felt a crushing pressure that made his consciousness feel subservient. His internal mind power went to work and his shattering heavens technique arose internally, disintegrating the pressure that entered his body. Now, Luo Yunyang was able to look at this Sky Roar tribe elder with a slightly cold gaze. A child is better unborn than untaught. The father has come out to teach the son a lesson. Not bad, such an imposing manner. Now, I haven't seen enough yet. Sir Saint, one more time please. Luo Yunyang said, coolly as he watched the Sky Roar tribe elder. When the Sky Roar tribe elder had appeared, he had rebuked his son. However, as his aura had emanated, the instant he had hit the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord, he had released his own mind power towards Luo Yunyang and the others. Although this mind power wouldn't hurt Luo Yunyang, he wanted to etch this intimidation in Luo Yunyang and the others' hearts. This way, it would be obvious that the entire situation was in the grasp of his palms. When that Sky Roar tribe elder heard Luo Yunyang's mocking words, he realized that his intentions had been transparent. Fundamentally, there was nothing wrong with his method. Even the celestial world supremacy wouldn't be able to find any flaws in it. However, this was on the basis that everything he did succeed. The fact that Luo Yunyang had seen through him and hit the mark was a thorny problem. Someone who saw through one but didn't comment was a good friend. This fellow was shrewd and really blunt. He didn't give way at all. The third disciple of the celestial world supremacy was extraordinary indeed. He had been able to resist such a mind suppression before even attaining the celestial domain grade. If such an individual broke through to the celestial domain grade, would they be able to compete directly against him? While this went through his mind, the old saint chuckled. If my young friend hasn't seen enough, I will find a dog whip to flog this dog next time. The Sky Roar tribe sevenfold would like to pay his respects to Sir Supremacy. I hope he is doing fine. The sevenfold saint's words sounded normal. However, everyone in the Sky Roar tribe who heard them was alarmed. The way the sevenfold saint had voluntarily uttered this title was a sign of weakness before the celestial world supremacy, as well as Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at the sevenfold saint and said calmly, Master has been well. Sevenfold saint, how about I invite my old master over here to have a chat with you? Ha ha, Your Highness Yunyang, an old man like me isn't worthy enough to chat with Sir Supremacy. Why don't you and I settle this matter, young friend? At this point, the sevenfold saint eyed the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord and said, this unfilial son doesn't understand the gravity of certain things. He is reprehensible. I will throw him into the Dragon Pool prison for 300 years and have him suffer a fire and ice tide every day. I wonder if my young friend would be satisfied with this. Luo Yunyang didn't know what sort of place the Dragon Pool prison was, but the fire and ice tide wasn't something easy to endure. Although the conditions the sevenfold saint proposed seemed rather decent, Luo Yunyang felt a little unresigned. He hadn't obtained any benefits despite invading this place in such a grandiose fashion. Things had already reached this stage, though. Luo Yunyang knew very well that the enmity between him and the Sky Roar tribe had already been settled. It would be useless even if he were more tolerant or magnanimous. Thus, he believed that he could still be a little more vicious. 300 years in the Dragon Pool prison sounds slightly too lenient. He should stay there for at least 1,000 years. Besides, I have painstakingly mobilized my forces and made an expedition across a great distance. This expedition could be considered costly. Sevenfold Saint, your family had a part to play in this. Shouldn't I be compensated somewhat? Suddenly, the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord felt an urge to go crazy. 300 years in the Dragon Pool prison was bad enough. If he hadn't been inhibited by his father's power, he would definitely have gone all out against this son of AB*TCH. He had never imagined that the moment this despicable fellow spoke, things would get worse. Not only did he want those 300 years to become 1,000, but he actually had the cheek to demand compensation from his father. How thick was his skin? You just smashed up my gravity range star and demanded things from me. How shameless can you actually get? It wasn't just the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord. The tiger-splitting Emperor Lord and the other two were equally furious. If they could, they would duke it out with Luo Yunyang. However, the moment any of these thoughts arose, they were suppressed by the Sevenfold Saint. The Sevenfold Saint pondered this for a moment before saying with a chuckle, "What my young friend says makes sense. This wretched kid shall be thrown in the Dragon Pool prison for 1,000 years. As far as my young friend's compensation is concerned, there won't be a problem. I can see that this young friend is in a hurry and doesn't have a presentable treasured craft. Take this Dragon Eagle spaceship. It belonged to an old friend of mine. It complements my young friend like pearl complements jade." A small spaceship had just appeared in the Sevenfold Saint's hands. When Luo Yunyang scanned that small ship, he sensed two celestial domain-grade ores belonging to a fire dragon and an eagle. Luo Yunyang didn't know what methods the creator had employed to actually refine an eagle and a flame dragon within the small spacecraft. The controls of this spacecraft were simple, but its speed was at least 10 times quicker than any spacecraft Luo Yunyang had used before. More importantly, this spacecraft could use the fire dragon and the eagle to attack enemies, so one could say that he had acquired two celestial domain-grade subordinates in just a short while. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord was jealous. He had coveted this spacecraft for a long time and had even asked his father for it on numerous occasions. However, the Sevenfold Saint had always ignored him. Now, this spacecraft had been used as compensation and presented to Luo Yunyang as a gift. Luo Yunyang wasn't a soft-hearted person, so he knew that there was no chance of letting this drag on any longer. Thus, he accepted the spacecraft unceremoniously and said, "That's it. Thank you, Sevenfold Saint. Come on, it's time we left." The Bloody Blade Monarch, the Divine Axe Monarch, and the other subordinates looked at Luo Yunyang ardently. They suddenly all realized that he wasn't an ordinary person. "Understood, my lord." Although there were only slightly over 500 men, their voices were firm and loud. The Sevenfold Saint smiled until Luo Yunyang was a considerable distance away. There were no changes to his expression whatsoever. "Father, how could you handle things this way? Do you know that, from this day onwards, our Sky Roar tribe will become a laughing stock?" The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord, who couldn't endure this any longer, approached his own father. His eyes were burning with anger and it appeared like he was going to charge over. The Sevenfold Saint didn't do anything to the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord. Instead, he shot him an icy stare. The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord's heart shuddered tremendously. "You knew that the Sky Roar tribe would become a laughing stock. Did you also know that me bending the knee and bowing to put an end to this matter would be bad for us?" The Sevenfold Saint took a step forward and added, "My dear son, tell me, why did you offend Luo Yunyang if you knew that all this would happen? Did you know how this matter would end?" The Sevenfold Saint said seriously as his gaze landed on the field dragon Emperor Lord and the others. "Why don't you guys tell me what would happen if I did not yield to Luo Yunyang? Should I have captured Luo Yunyang and incurred the wrath of the celestial world supremacy, or should I have stepped aside and watched all of you fight on?" The Emperor Lords lowered their heads. If the Sevenfold Saint had tried to do anything to Luo Yunyang, the celestial world supremacy would ultimately have made a move. After all, the celestial world supremacy's dignity wasn't something that could be endangered. His disciples weren't allowed to be captured, especially Luo Yunyang, who had just officially become his personal disciple. If a supremacy was furious, entire galaxies would crumble. If Luo Yunyang had been allowed to continue fighting, the four Emperor Lords wouldn't have been able to deal with him. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater a beating the Sky Roar tribe's dignity would suffer. "Saint, this was a result of our incompetence," the Field Dragon Emperor Lord and the others said at the same time. The Sevenfold Saint waved his hands and said, "All right, toss this brainless wretch into the Dragon Pool prison. Don't let him out until 1,000 years have passed." The heaven-ripping Emperor Lord lowered his head. Although he didn't wish to admit it, he had made a really great mistake. He was very upset. Why did he have to go and offend Luo Yunyang at such a time? A small matter had been blown out of proportion and turned into a calamity because of him. As he watched the heaven-ripping Emperor Lord being detained and dragged away, the Field Dragon Emperor Lord mulled this over for a bit and asked, "Saint, I don't think that Luo Yunyang has any intention of letting the matter end this way." "Yes, young people always hold a grudge," the Sevenfold Saint said grimly. "However, he will be going to a place with many people who do not fear other people's backgrounds." Upon returning to his own planet, Luo Yunyang realized that his ragged bunch of subordinates now had a strong cohesiveness. That cohesiveness reached a peak when Luo Yunyang ascended to the Sky Emperor terrace. "We would like to pay our respects, our lord." Orderly, lively shouts came from the Bloody Blade monarch and the over 500 subordinates. Every single one of them was agitated as they gazed at Luo Yunyang. Chapter 562, The Number 1 City. What sort of place was Samsara Star City? Although different people would have different answers to this question, among all these varying replies would be the same answer. The number 1 city. Many people from the Divine Union would call Samsara Star City the White Jade Capital because this city was completely made from high-quality fine jade. From a distance, it looked like a celestial city in heaven. According to the Purgatory, this place was full of riches. Countless wealth was gathered there. Purgatory martialists harboring dreams would make Samsara Star City their goal. The Bug Race and the Machine Empire considered this place also extremely important, because its value was just too great. The largest auctions were held in Samsara Star City, the greatest mercenary alliance was in Samsara Star City, the strongest commerce capital was also in Samsara Star City. Samsara Star City didn't belong to any faction. It was administered jointly by the Divine Union and the 3 other great factions. According to the agreement of the 4 great factions, the city lord of Samsara Star City would change every 10,000 years. The 4 great factions would take turns appointing a city lord. All sorts of beautiful and precious flowers made the myriad flower house look like an ocean of flowers rather than a building. There was a total of more than 9.36 million different flowers in the myriad flower house. The flowers there were cultivated by master breeders, so taking in a breath of the flowers provided all the energy a star-grade martialist needed for a day's cultivation. Thus, the myriad flower house was a place where people in the entire Samsara Star City flocked towards. What they breathed in there wasn't air, but a power that people went crazy over. Of course, the energy a star-grade martialist needed per day wasn't considered little by any means. It also depended on the person it applied to. If a martialist yet to enter the planet grade took one breath, their body would implode and die. To control the density of this fragrance so that it suited different customers, the myriad flower house had 99 floors. Each floor could handle different levels of cultivation bases. For example, the first floor of the myriad flower house had a diluted fragrance suitable for the cultivation of planet-grade martialists. The myriad flower house's highest floor was perfect for peak universe-grade saints. A meeting was currently taking place on the 99th floor of the myriad flower house. For many of the rich people within the city, entering the 98th floor to just drink tea was already an experience that could make one feel very uncomfortable. However, a luxurious meeting was actually happening in this place. Judging by the cost of using the myriad flower house, any of the individuals gathered there could make everyone before them tremble. The attendants included Samsara Star City's top auctioneer, Samsara Star City's top mercenary group chief, Samsara Star City's top Hemmings. What sort of attitude does the Divine Union have? The person speaking appeared to be a very good-looking young man with eyes as red as rubies. This handsome young man, who was holding a cup of blood-red wine, had a calm demeanor that reminded one of a cloud drifting in the wind. However, nobody considered him an ordinary young man. Many people actually watched him in both awe and fear. This was not just because he possessed a peak celestial domain-grade cultivation base, but also because he was the chief of the entire Samsara Star City's strongest mercenary troop, the Mercenary Union. In Samsara Star City, this young man needed to only issue an order and millions of elites would get ready to move. He could even mobilize over 100 million mercenaries in order to fulfill his goals. Even more noteworthy was his identity as the 9th prince of the Purgatory's Demon Bat clan, which ranked among the top 3 Purgatory royal clans. He also possessed the qualifications to become the new generation head of the Purgatory's Demon Bat clan. Such a person could make an entire space domain tremble with just a tap of his feet. The person his scarlet-red devilish eyes were watching was a fat demigod man whose body seemed to be layered with lumps of fat. This fatty was lying on a bed couch hundreds of meters large. From afar, he looked like a meaty mountain. A huge, tall meaty mountain. If he were to absorb the energy within the myriad flower house, given his breathing capacity, he would absolutely be able to absorb the quantity meant for 10 people. However, all the staff in the myriad flower house, from the attendants to the owner, treated him with their fullest hospitality and respect. This was because he wasn't just a demigod tribesman, but rather the figure of authority of the demigod tribe in the entire Samsara Star City. He was the Samsara auction firm's authoritative executive. Before Hemmings had been in charge of the Samsara auction firm, it had ranked somewhere in the middle among all the auction houses in Samsara Star City. However, the entire Samsara Star City had only one auction firm now. Hemmings' cultivation wasn't very high, but he had great commercial acumen. He had also established a status for himself within the entire demigod tribe. According to word of mouth, 10,000 years ago, a demigod saint had come to Samsara Star City and had a conflict with Hemmings over something. Just as everyone had thought that Hemmings would run out of luck and lose his status in Samsara Star City, the saint had apologized and made amends with Hemmings before countless powerhouses of Samsara Star City. This matter had made Hemmings' status in the demigod tribe rise tremendously. You all know that no one from the demigod tribe will be coming this time. Thus, I will be on the same page as everyone else. Hemmings took a drag from a long cigar between his thick fingers and chuckled. But I have to inform you all that everyone has to maintain a limit. After all, the person coming is the celestial world's supremacy's disciple. The handsome young man smiled wryly and said, "We will show the full respect the city lord ought to be treated with. As far as any other matters in Samsara Star City are concerned, he shouldn't bother. Every city lord that ever took up a post had a supremacy behind them." Then, he snickered. When the Cloud Sea Saint was the city lord, didn't he hold the post and behave himself for 10,000 years before taking the stuff he deserved and leaving obediently? At the time, he had been at the peak of the celestial domain grade. Laughter rang throughout the room. The most exaggerated laughter came from an extremely alluring lady, who had transparent wings on her back. These wings revealed her status as the bug race's queen. This bug race queen's cultivation base was not just high. It could actually drive on countless swarms of bug soldiers to battle. Furthermore, she had outstanding intellect and was also an elite character at the top of the bug race. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sitting in this spot. Although she was just a young lady, she was also one of the 4 big shots that had power over the entire Samsara Star City. She ran the Samsara Chamber of Commerce and controlled at least half of the business transactions in the entire Samsara Star City. "Old machine, what do you say?" The lady's gaze finally landed on a square metal box. That square metal box looked like it was just an item that had been placed on top of a piece of luxuriant fine jade. It might look like it didn't fit there, but practically every powerhouse would look at the box in all seriousness. "That's possible. According to my extrapolations, our probability of stifling this youngster is 99%. A metallic voice that was slightly ear-piercing came from the square box. The meaty Hemmings, the young handsome man from the Purgatory's royal clan, and the alluring bug queen all looked more relaxed when they heard this. Clearly, the support of the old machine had allowed them to heave a collective sigh of relief. "Since no one has any objections, let us prepare to welcome our Sir City Lord," the handsome prince of the Purgatory Demon Bat clan said frivolously. No one dared to point out that he wielded the power of Samsara Star City's strongest mercenary troop. 10 spaceships in an offensive formation surrounded and protected the Dragon Eagle spaceship that Luo Yunyang was on. Before leaving, Luo Yunyang hadn't wanted to bring along too many people. However, at the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others' requests, the number of men Luo Yunyang brought could fill 10 spaceships. These people were all elite disciples of the Milky Way's human tribe. Their main objective for going to Samsara Star City was to ride on the coattails of Luo Yunyang's city lordship and allow the human tribe to gain a foothold in Samsara Star City. This way, they wouldn't have to suffer or be controlled in so many matters in the future. Samsara Star City was also the center of commerce of the 4 factions. Many treasures and materials needed for cultivation could be traded there. It could be said that the everyday sales of the city were difficult for anyone to envision. If a large tribe gained a foothold or made a mark in Samsara Star City, that would often serve as the basis for whether it could become a strong tribe or not. The Bloody Massacre Path Master wouldn't have dispatched people to Samsara Star City and taken such a risk if Luo Yunyang hadn't been the city lord. Luo Yunyang was currently looking through a bill. Although there wasn't much on it, the figure on it was astronomical. Actually, there were 2 pages to this bill. The first page was the tribute the city lord had to pay to the Divine Union. This tribute was divided into 1,000-year periods. Every 1,000 years, the amount Luo Yunyang had to pay as a tribute was 10,000 Cosmos Stones. The value of 1 Cosmos Stone was 100 million star dollars. This meant that in 1,000 years, Luo Yunyang would have to offer a tribute of 1,000 billion star dollars to the Divine Union. This figure was already massive. However, compared to the second figure, the first number was no longer worth mentioning. The second figure represented the tribute Luo Yunyang was required to pay to his own master, the celestial world supremacy. This amount was 100,000 cosmos stones. He had to pay 10,000 to the divine union and 100,000 to his own master. It seemed like there was some sort of mistake. However, Luo Yunyang knew that there wasn't anything wrong. The reason he had been able to become the city lord of Samsara Star City was entirely due to his own master. Paying his own master such a tribute was pretty normal. 111,000 cosmos stones in 1,000 years wasn't a small amount, but generally speaking, the city lord of Samsara Star City could not only easily obtain this tribute, but would also be able to make a much greater surplus. This was a lucrative job. What Luo Yunyang needed most now was to amass huge amounts of wealth. After all, the chaotic four-origin beast was a massive monster that swallowed gold. My lord, the party sent to welcome you to Samsara Star City has arrived. The Bloody Blade Monarch reported promptly as he arrived before Luo Yunyang. Chapter 563, The Appointment. They had traveled 10,000 light years to welcome him. This vast battle array seemed like it had awaited Luo Yunyang for a long time already. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang could see the forces of the welcome guard that littered the entire sky. Although the attitude of this welcome guard towards Luo Yunyang was comforting on the surface, 1,000 curses sprang up in Luo Yunyang's heart. He suddenly sighed. It seemed like these people weren't willing to be led by the nose, but he was no exception. While laughing at himself, Luo Yunyang bluntly ordered, "Invite them into the spacecraft." A while later, over 100 people came over. There were 4 individuals at the front of this party, or rather there were 3 people in a metal box floating in the void. "Greetings, Sir City Lord." Standing in the middle was a handsome man with a slightly arrogant air. Although he had greeted Luo Yunyang formally, the haughty look in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Luo Yunyang had never gone anywhere unprepared. He had already understood the circumstances of Samsara Star City from the resources that Molin had given him. When one knew one's enemy, one was never defeated. At once, he surmised that this handsome man was the chief of Samsara Star City's strongest mercenary troop and a member of a purgatory royal family. Luo Yunyang didn't pay too much attention to the others. He cast his gaze on Fat Hemmings instead. As one of the 4 great powers that helmed Samsara Star City, what Luo Yunyang needed from the divine union was the support of Hemmings. Hemmings clasped his fist and saluted Luo Yunyang respectfully, giving Luo Yunyang the warmest of smiles. However, Luo Yunyang sensed a coldness coming from Hemmings' body. He gave off a cold, detached feeling. From 1,000 miles away, it seemed like Samsara Star City would be even harder to deal with than he had envisioned. However, they had yet to enter Samsara Star City, so Luo Yunyang simply exchanged pleasantries and chatted with these people. Samsara Star City was the #1 city. Thus, countless jump points had been refined in its surroundings. Half a day later, Luo Yunyang stepped into Samsara Star City. There weren't any troops garrisoned within the city. Because this place was distributed among the 4 great factions, the law and order in Samsara Star City was handled by these 4 powers. In the past, regardless of which city lord had assumed the post, the faction they had belonged to had drawn close immediately and helped the city lord get in control of the general situation. Naturally, during the period of a city lord's term of office, the tribe he belonged to would wield the greatest authority. When Luo Yunyang stepped into the luxurious city lord's residence, the others bade him farewell. Only Hemmings stayed behind. "Your Highness Yunyang, you have arrived in Samsara Star City to assume the post of the city lord. This is a cause for joyous celebration for our divine union. I have a small congratulatory gift and I hope that your Highness will kindly accept it." The beaming Hemmings respectfully handed over a storage bracelet to Luo Yunyang with 2 hands. Luo Yunyang used his mind power to determine what the objects within that storage space were. This storage space was 30,000 miles long and 10,000 miles tall. Just the large storage space alone made this storage bracelet a great gift. However, within this space were heaps of accumulated materials and items. The value of this bracelet was much higher than all the accumulated wealth of the Milky Way's human tribe put together. This was a really good gift. However, although the value of these items was extraordinary, Luo Yunyang's heart felt a little cold. He remembered clearly that, based on the resources Molin had given him, when each city lord assumed a post, they all received a mid-tier ultimate treasure. Although these materials weren't ordinary, they were still less than half as valuable as a mid-tier ultimate treasure. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. He just looked at Hemmings. Although Hemmings had a deferential smile on his face, Luo Yunyang could sense that this smile was more like a sneer. I am a newcomer to Samsara Star City, so I will require the assistance of Mr. Hemmings in many matters. Can you please tell me how many resources the entire Samsara Star City can provide me with in 1,000 years? Hemmings acted like he was in a tough spot. Sir City Lord, it would be a lie to say that Samsara Star City has no resources. However, the city is run by the 4 factions. Even though you are the City Lord, other parties might not necessarily obey your every word. Over the past few years, Samsara Star City's commerce quantity has started to dwindle. Therefore, the amount we can offer to you as a tribute has been decreasing. At this point, Hemmings slapped his own fat and said, under the circumstances, I can offer you 110,000 cosmos stones in 1,000 years, 110,000 cosmos stones. This was really quite a lot. If this amount of resources landed in Luo Yunyang's hands, perhaps he might even laugh in his sleep. However, he had to offer 10,000 cosmos stones to the Divine Union as a tribute, as well as 100,000 cosmos stones to his own master, the celestial world supremacy. This meant that, after slogging for 1,000 years, he wouldn't obtain anything. He would merely be a city lord with a blank state. At the moment, Hemmings and the others' intentions were clear as day to Luo Yunyang. Although Hemmings could see anger in Luo Yunyang's eyes, he wasn't afraid. He believed that there was nothing to fear. Even though Luo Yunyang was the celestial world supremacy's disciple, in the demigod tribe, he was also like the son of a supremacy. Furthermore, during all these years, he had relied on the resources of Samsara Star City to befriend many demigod tribe top powerhouses. Thus, he had a lot of confidence. He was clearly very proactive when it came to this joint bid by the 4 factions to inhibit City Lord Luo Yunyang. Perhaps, this time, the joint alliance of these 4 factions would be even more aggressive. Hemmings. Luo Yunyang glared at Hemmings coldly as he said in a frosty tone, you are looking for trouble. Luo Yunyang, I respect that you are the City Lord because that is the decree of the celestial world supremacy. I came to see you because of my Divine Union background. Suddenly, a strong aura rose from his body. Hemmings didn't give way. It's true that you are the celestial world supremacy's disciple. However, this is Samsara Star City. I have experience too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in my current position. In the demigod tribe, 3 supremacies. Just as Hemmings was about to list his connections and background, Luo Yunyang's eyes fixed on his body. Hemmings, who immediately realized that another eye had appeared between Luo Yunyang's brows, reacted instantly. A purple sky glow rose from the top of his head and enveloped his entire body. Luo Yunyang, even though you can rival celestial domain grades, you still aren't a celestial domain grade yourself. You can't break this origin source divine glow, so you won't be able to deal with me, Hemmings said coldly amid that purple sky glow. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang's space-time eye had already fixed its gaze on Hemmings' body. By making some adjustments to his and the chaotic 4 origin beast's mystic ability attribute, Luo Yunyang raised the duration of his space-time eye to 15 seconds. However, as his gaze fell on the sky glow, Luo Yunyang realized that his infallible space-time eye had actually weakened tremendously. Although Hemmings had slowed down considerably, he could still move. The large rings seemingly made of agate that adorned Hemmings' fingers started to disintegrate rapidly. As these rings shattered, they formed various glowing lights that enveloped his body. These glows were 1,000 times brighter than stars. They were massive glows that blazed like ardent suns. Meanwhile, all sorts of glowing projections revolved all around him. All of them represented a powerful cultivation path. These were methods that high-level celestial domain grades were able to produce, so the value of each one was very great. Hemmings had used over 100 in just a moment, and it was obvious that he wasn't just any sort of rich person. If these items were converted to cosmos stones, they would require over 100 cosmos stones. The entire savings of an ordinary celestial domain grade would probably only be about 100 cosmos stones. Perhaps only some celestial domain grade emperor lords might have items that were worth a few cosmos stones put together. City Lord Yunyang, forget it. You can't deal with me. I will give you a chance, but this is only because I respect Sir Supremacy. Besides, I don't want the other 3 factions to view us as a joke. I know that you are unhappy, but even your Supremacy can't break the rules when it comes to what happens in Samsara Star City. The moment he mentioned the rules, Hemming's body, which was entirely comprised of fat, started to swell and turned into a celestial domain-grade powerhouse with a body built like a mountain. Luo Yunyang sneered, "Do you really think that I have no way of dealing with you?" What a joke. As he said that, Luo Yunyang used his mind to activate the Shattering Heavens technique. The sides of Hemming's lips curled up into a grin when he saw Luo Yunyang use a mind power attack. However, as the power of the Shattering Heavens was released, he realized that the powers that had been protecting him shattered and the power of the Shattering Void intensified tenfold. The sky and earth, as well as everything else shattered. Amid this crazed shattering, Hemming's mountain-like body was torn to pieces. Although his body contained many treasures used for self-preservation, the powers these treasures projected disintegrated and only intensified the shattering force. In a moment, Hemmings was only left with a half-mangled body. He bellowed maniacally at Luo Yunyang, "You can't kill me. I am the envoy of the Divine Union stationed here. If you kill me, the Divine Union definitely won't let you off. You will be guilty of a terrible crime." The howling Hemmings didn't notice that Luo Yunyang's expression lacked any sign of compromise. Cracks had started to appear in his mind from the fracturing storm as he finally became afraid. "Sir City Lord, let me off this once. I failed to recognize a formidable person like you. I wasn't aware of your strength. If you let me off this once, I will definitely help bring Samsara Star City under your control. I will help you become the true master of Samsara Star City." Luo Yunyang grinned, "I can become the master of Samsara Star City even without you. As for the Divine Union, what about them? I wasn't appointed by them as the City Lord of Samsara Star City. Therefore, you can just rest easy and die." As Luo Yunyang said that, the shattering force and the pressure exerted by the various origin source laws was amplified further. In just a moment, Hemming's brain broke into a million pieces. Chapter 564, Amethyst Tianzi. I wonder how the discussion between Hemmings and the City Lord is going. Fei Lily said with a grin as he held a glass of red wine. Even though they were both representatives of their various factions in Samsara Star City and had a number of disagreements, thanks to their common enemy, they had become comrades in arms right now. That unrivaled beauty of a bug queen was sitting languidly at the side. What else can they discuss? They are probably talking about the things we decided on. Truth be told, the arrival of this City Lord really makes us feel like we are the masters of Samsara Star City. If he were able to. As the Bug Queen spoke, a hurried voice was heard through their communication device. Hemmings tried to assassinate the City Lord and was slain on the spot. The three of them received the news at practically the same moment. Fei Lily froze when he heard the news. Although he wasn't frightened, this news had clearly not been what he had expected. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. This was way too far from what he had envisaged. Objectively speaking, Fei Lily had wished Hemmings dead on many occasions. A short time ago, Fei Lily had raged and cursed him profusely. However, now that they were allies, things were different. What a tyrant! Isn't Luo Yunyang afraid of the Divine Union's punishment? Fei Lily took a deep breath and slammed his palms onto the table. The white jade crystal table shattered instantly. "Fei Lily, the value of this table is 10 million star dollars. You have to compensate me for smashing it." A calm voice was heard from the metal box they called Old Machine. Amongst the four big shots of Samsara Star City, Fei Lily was well known for his tyrannical ways. However, the only one he was afraid of was this metal box. "I will compensate you too, Old Machine. The question is, what do we do now?" Fei Lily's eyes glowed red. "Can we just leave it at that? What do you think you can do? Don't tell me you are thinking of invading the city Lord's residence." The mechanical voice coming from the box didn't have a shred of emotion. "If he dared kill Hemmings, it means that he will dare deal with us." Fei Lily's eyes flickered as he said coldly, "He can't blame us if he wants to shake up the status quo. My mercenary union doesn't lack missions." At this point, Fei Lily's eyes burned with a crazed killing intent. The bug race's queen didn't say anything, whereas the metal box named Old Machine said icily, "If you kill him, what do you think is the chance that the celestial world supremacy would respond?" Fei Lily wanted to continue but ultimately couldn't bring himself to say anything else. "You must have a way, Old Machine." The bug race queen spoke up coolly. "Now that we are all on the same boat, it isn't the time to make this unnecessarily complicated. It isn't appropriate for us to take action. However, there is someone in Samsara Star City who is really suitable to act." At this point, the metal box said calmly, when it comes to a challenge between the same grade, life and death don't matter. Fei Lily's expression stiffened. He eyed the metal box and said, Are you talking about Amethyst Tianzi? 1. The literal translation of Tianzi is son of heaven. The metal box nodded and said, Of course I am talking about Amethyst Tianzi. Luo Yunyang has outstanding innate talent and can kill celestial domain grades while he is at the galaxy grade without too much difficulty. Besides Amethyst Tianzi, no one else can defeat him. The metal box then added, Of course, if you choose to serve, then we will act as if I said nothing. Fei Lily's facial expressions fluctuated. This matter was of great importance, so he couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. After all, they needed to consider carefully before advancing. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was at the galaxy grade, he had actually killed and defeated a bunch of celestial domain grades already. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had already reached an extreme of the galaxy grade. Ordinary galaxy grades wouldn't be able to resist in the slightest in his presence. Could Amethyst Tianzi beat him? Although Fei Lily had great confidence in Amethyst Tianzi was really important to the entire purgatory. In the depths of the purgatory was a massive purple amethyst planet. The amethyst on this planet contained powerful energies. Powerhouses within the purgatory always wanted to gather these amethyst crystals, but the hardness of this amethyst planet was too strong. Therefore, many of them gave up after expending great effort. Some people even started to forget about the existence of this amethyst planet. However, as a supremacy of the purgatory had passed by this amethyst planet, Amethyst Tianzi had evolved on this planet and been accepted as a disciple by that supremacy. It had taken Amethyst Tianzi 10,000 years to progress from the planet grade to the star grade. It had then taken him 30,000 years to advance from the star grade to the nebula grade. Afterward, it had taken him 50,000 years to advance from the nebula grade to the galaxy grade. Many powerhouses of the same generation would die of old age if they cultivated for 80,000 years. However, Amethyst Tianzi was still young. His time was mainly spent cultivating. However, his combat prowess was extremely unyielding. According to a legend, as long as Amethyst Tianzi broke through to the universe grade, then he would be able to surpass the supremacies. While he cultivated, Amethyst Tianzi rarely made any moves. However, the countless celestial domain grade powerhouses in the purgatory didn't dare fight with him. If Amethyst Tianzi was invited to deal with Luo Yunyang, perhaps he might defeat or even kill Luo Yunyang. As he pondered this, Fei Lily made up his mind. He wasn't willing to leave his business unfinished and was even more unwilling to hand over these large quantities of benefits to Luo Yunyang. I shall go find Amethyst Tianzi and make a request, said Fei Lily through gritted teeth. The metal box said in a hoarse voice, Are you certain that you can get Amethyst Tianzi to act? Fei Lily wanted to give the old machine a firm answer. However, he knew that although he had a significant reputation within the purgatory, he still lacked a lot when it came to Amethyst Tianzi. What should we do then? This time, we will have to trouble the bug race. The bug race's Wind Shadow Pavilion is the place where news is the fastest and most abundant in Samsara Star City. If a ranking list were to appear in the Wind Shadow Pavilion that ranked Luo Yunyang before Amethyst Tianzi, I believe that Amethyst Tianzi wouldn't be able to stand it. The metal box spoke unhurriedly in its own special voice. The old machine is really sinister indeed. The beautiful bug queen lamented. The metal box didn't react, as though it hadn't heard this compliment at all. The beautiful bug queen's eyes flashed with slight uncertainty when she realized that the metal box had declined to comment on her words. Naturally, Luo Yunyang was oblivious to the conspiracy these three were plotting. After killing Hemmings, he immediately led the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others on a purge of the industry Hemmings had been in charge of. There were 4 celestial domain grade powerhouses at the Samsara auction firm. Although their cultivation bases weren't as high as Hemmings had been, it could be said that they allowed the Samsara auction firm to be as stable as Mount Tai. However, in the face of Luo Yunyang's shattering heavens and space-time eye, they didn't put up much of a resistance. 2 were killed on the spot, and the other 2 were immediately detained by Luo Yunyang. Without any celestial domain grade powerhouses, the Samsara auction firm collapsed in one swoop. In a bit, the Samsara auction firm, which conducted 1/4 of the auctions in Samsara Star City, was crushed under Luo Yunyang's attack. Inside the Samsara auction firm's large hall, people from various tribes of the Divine Union were gathering quickly. Only a few of these people had participated in the gathering at the Myriad Flower House. Therefore, they were somewhat nervous. The Samsara auction firm tried to assassinate our city lord under the leadership of Hemmings. As of now, Hemmings has already been slain by Sir City Lord. The Bloody Blade monarch eyed the various decision-makers of different tribes in Samsara Star City as he spoke icily. There are definitely accomplices amongst you people. Anyone that could represent their tribe and assume a role in Samsara Star City was an elite of their respective tribe. The weakest one among them was a Galaxy 7 grade and the strongest one was a Celestial Domain grade. Celestial Domain grades that were conferred the titles of Emperor Lords were individuals that could rule over a whole Celestial Domain. However, many people felt their hearts shiver when they heard the Bloody Blade monarch's interrogation. Hemmings was one of the 4 big shots of Samsara Star City. Although Hemmings had never cursed or sworn at them, he had usually been able to decide the fate of most of the various tribe decision-makers with just a sentence. Even a decision-maker from a primary tribe that had once offended Hemmings had been brought personally by powerhouses of his own tribe and forced to kneel before Hemmings and seek forgiveness. However, Hemmings had just fallen while trying to assassinate the city lord. Samsara Star City's city lord was the master of everything in Samsara Star City in name. Actually, respect was only given to the strong. Even though Hemmings' brain had turned to mush, he wouldn't have tried to assassinate the newly arrived city lord right away. Besides, they were no fools. They could guess that there was something fishy about this matter. The more they thought about this, the less they dared declare their stand hastily. After all, this matter had already escalated beyond their control. 15 minutes had passed, yet nobody had spoken. Seems like Hemmings really has many comrades. Luo Yunyang scanned the various tribe envoys that weren't saying anything. I guess we shall just have to investigate thoroughly. Anyone that conspired to assassinate me will be exterminated on the spot, and the shops belonging to their tribes within Samsara Star City will be seized. As he spoke, Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on the Sky Roar tribe's decision-maker. Did you all participate in this? No, sir. We are fully devoted to you, City Lord. How could we dare participate in such a thing? If we knew anyone that participated, we would report to you immediately, sir. The Sky Roar tribe decision-maker had fallen to his knees and spoken with utmost sincerity. He knew what Luo Yunyang had done to his own tribe a short while back, when the 4 Emperor Lords had been left dejected. The difference between him and Luo Yunyang was just too great. That means that you are loyal to the City Lord. Very well. Find 2 members of the demigod tribe who were involved in the attempt to assassinate me. As Luo Yunyang said that, over 100 demigod tribe galaxy-grade martialists were brought in. Their eyes were all filled with fury, yet they didn't dare say anything. The Sky Roar tribe decision-maker wanted to say that he couldn't find any. However, he knew the consequences that would await him if he did so. Ultimately, he closed his eyes and pointed at random. He knew very well that either he would die or those people would. Based on this principle, he could only choose self-preservation. This Sky Roar tribe decision-maker was only the beginning. As each decision-maker was brought out, demigod galaxy-grade martialists were executed one after the other. The power the Divine Union wielded in Samsara Star City had rapidly plummeted under Luo Yunyang's control. Chapter 565. Bogus Accusations. My lord, these are the Samsara auction firm's account sheets. Take a look. The Bloody Blade monarch approached Luo Yunyang with an electronic display. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but shudder when he saw the comprehensive figure displayed. 36.97 million Cosmos Stones. As the City Lord of Samsara Star City, the number of Cosmos Stones Luo Yunyang needed to offer up as tribute was only 110,000. The value of the Samsara auction firm was more than 36 million Cosmos Stones. This figure was just too shocking. No wonder that so many people wished to start businesses that would belong to their own tribes here. The riches in these places were really plentiful. Luo Yunyang also knew that this astronomical riches didn't belong to Hemmings, but to the entire demigod tribe. If he wanted to take them all for himself, the demigod tribe would definitely go mad. At this point, Luo Yunyang started to understand much more about Hemmings, who had represented the demigod tribe in controlling all these riches. It could be said that his influence within the demigod tribe had been close to the influence of a universe-grade saint. Perhaps his influence might even have surpassed some saints with ordinary cultivation bases. He was inhibited, so he could do many things easily with this sort of power with a lack of fear. Of course, he also wasn't willing to distribute large quantities of benefits to Luo Yunyang. Scarlet blaze sky-splitting, innumerable extinguishing axe, 10,000 star life death fruit, star purple gold essence. Luo Yunyang saw many items on the list. The 10,000 star life death fruit especially made Luo Yunyang suck in a breath of cold air. The mass star life death fruit was something that didn't even exist in the celestial world supremacy's treasury. This was an item that was like a fable. According to this fable, a vine existed in the boundless cosmos. This vine could take root on a planet and extend throughout it. The vine in question could stride across space and absorb the essence of countless stars and nebulas. When this vine grew big, even galaxy-grade powerhouses coming across it would more likely than not be defeated. Once this sort of vine absorbed the essence of over 10,000 stars and planets, it would bear a fruit. This fruit was the 10,000 star life death fruit. According to legend, refining this sort of fruit could create top-notch weapons, and using the essence of this fruit for cultivation could allow a galaxy-grade martialist to ascend to a whole new boundary. It was even said that people could use this fruit to refine some sort of clone that could embody the massive might that could shroud whole nebulas. All these uses sounded wonderful to Luo Yunyang. However, what Luo Yunyang considered most important was allowing the chaotic four-origin beast to advance to the galaxy grade if he swallowed this fruit to cultivate. The chaotic four-origin beast needed to swallow great quantities of resources before being able to advance to the galaxy grade. This would also take 30 to 40 years. Luo Yunyang had originally been prepared to take his time preparing in Samsara Star City. However, the current circumstances had made things seem sort of pressing. The appearance of this 10,000 star life death fruit was timely. Luo Yunyang had an idea as he went through the first 1,000 items on the list. The items inside weren't inferior to the celestial world supremacy's treasury. They could actually even be considered better. Trying to take all this for himself would be too difficult. Even if the celestial world supremacy backed him up, the three supremacies of the demigod tribe definitely wouldn't let Luo Yunyang take too much for himself. The few of you can choose an item from these treasures. However, the value cannot exceed 3,000 cosmos stones, Luo Yunyang told the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch shuddered. He didn't know whether it was from fright or excitement, but when he raised his head to look at Luo Yunyang, he was totally delighted. "Thank you, my lord," the Bloody Blade Monarch said with a trembling voice. "My lord, with this many items, of course, we can't take everything for ourselves. We would surely choke if we did that." Luo Yunyang glanced at the Bloody Blade Monarch and said, "If I was prepared to take everything for myself, I wouldn't have let you all pick a 3,000 cosmos stone item." Luo Yunyang added, "My brothers have also worked hard. Anyone who is at or above the marquee level can pick an item worth 500 cosmos stones. The rest of you can get an item worth 100 cosmos stones." Luo Yunyang then waved his sleeves and said, "Bring the 10,000 star life death fruit and the water fire sky quake hammer." Understood. The Bloody Monarch was excited and he couldn't hide it. Although he was a galaxy grade with the title of a monarch, all of his savings and assets didn't even add up to 100 cosmos stones. Now, he would have 3,000. Furthermore, he would be obtaining an item worth 3,000 cosmos stones from the Samsara auction firm's treasury. "Master, the Bloody Blade Monarch is delighted. I feel that he might choose a good item." Badabu's voice was heard beside Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang ignored Badabu's instigations and instead instructed him, "Contact Mulin for me." Although Luo Yunyang currently possessed the means to directly contact his master, he still decided to discuss matters with Mulin first. "Your Highness Yunyang, are you finding it difficult to assume control in Samsara Star City?" Mulin's voice sounded through the communication device. His voice was respectful, but at the same time, he sounded as though he knew what this call was about. "While Sir Supremacy can appoint the City Lord of Samsara Star City, you should have somewhat known that this wouldn't be an easy job." Mulin then added, "Hemmings is the blood brother of the leader of one of the top 3 family clans in the demigod tribe. He was originally arrogant, so given the huge quantities of resources he possessed, countless people in the demigod tribe looked up to him. This person isn't easy to deal with. Back when His Highness Cloud Sea became Samsara Star City's city lord, he smoothly assumed control of his position because of an agreement with Hemmings. I do have some friendly relations with Hemmings. How about I help you talk to him?" When had Mulin become so talkative? Faint doubt arose in Luo Yunyang's heart before he quickly shoved it aside. "You can't get in touch with him anymore. I've killed him," Molin had just been about to explain to Luo Yunyang properly the benefits of working together with Hemmings when Luo Yunyang's words left him in a confused daze. Hemmings had been killed by Luo Yunyang. When he heard this, Molin thought that he had misheard. However, as he watched Luo Yunyang's expression through the communication device, he ultimately believed that what he had heard was true. Hemmings was dead. How pissed would the demigod tribe be about Hemmings' death? Although the demigod tribe's foundation was in the Divine Union, Samsara Star City could be considered the demigod tribe's money tree. Then what about the Samsara auction firm? Molin trembled. It was ended by me too. I contacted you to ask whether Master would be interested in having assets worth over 30 million Cosmos Stones, Luo Yunyang said with a bright smile. 30 million Cosmos Stones. This figure really made Molin go crazy. He had no idea how to answer Luo Yunyang's question. As the Celestial World Supremacy's subordinate, he was rather well informed and experienced. However, these 30 million Cosmos Stones were practically equal to the Celestial World Supremacy's entire wealth. This really left Molin flabbergasted. Your Highness, give me some time. I am currently a little stupefied. Molin hesitated for a bit before speaking. A short while later, Molin spoke again. Your Highness, I have already reported this matter to the Supremacy. Sir Supremacy says that even he wouldn't be able to take all these riches because there are many items inside that are consigned for sale to other parties. Acting recklessly and swallowing everything without a second thought would result in Sir Supremacy becoming the public enemy of the Divine Union. As far as everything else is concerned, Sir Supremacy will allow you to do as you see fit. The Divine Union's public enemy. Molin's solemn words really scared Luo Yunyang a little. Arriving in Samsara Star City and slaying the most powerful party around hadn't been a simple, ordinary provocation. After ending the call, Luo Yunyang appeared a little relieved. Although the Celestial World Supremacy hadn't agreed to take control of the 30 million Cosmos Stones worth of items, at least he hadn't complained about Hemmings' murder. If there were no complaints, then it meant that he could carry on. Badabu, help me contact the tribe leader of the demigod tribe. I need an explanation, Luo Yunyang said with a huff. Little fiend Badabu felt that there must have been something wrong with its mind. Otherwise, why would his own master be uttering such rubbish and acting so full of it? You were the one who killed Hemmings, sir. Little fiend Badabu couldn't help but remind Luo Yunyang. So what about it? He tried to assassinate me first. Damn it. Luo Yunyang eyed Badabu and added, I just assumed my post as City Lord of Samsara Star City. If they assassinate me just like this, it means that they have an objection against my master. Perhaps the demigod tribe wishes to wage war against my master. Luo Yunyang appeared like what he was doing was justified. However, Badabu felt like his master was a bandit. Alright, master, Badabu said. Because Badabu didn't have a way of contacting the demigod tribe's leader, it ultimately helped Luo Yunyang contact the demigod tribe's special envoy within the Divine Union through the virtual realm. This special envoy was also a celestial domain-grade entity. His large, tall body made him seem full of fighting spirit. Although he had a bad feeling when he received Luo Yunyang's call, Luo Yunyang's circumstances had changed, so he could only smile. Your Highness Yunyang, may I know what instructions you have for me? I wouldn't dare instruct you. Who would dare order the demigod tribe around? Just ask the demigod tribe leaders if they want to wage war against my master. Why has Hemmings tried to assassinate me? Luo Yunyang said fiercely, this time, I better get a good explanation, or there will be no end to this. Chapter 566. Supreme Wind Cloud List Demigod Tribe Patriarch Dahai Saint was not only the patriarch of the entire demigod tribe, but also the leader of the Divine Union. Although he wasn't the most influential person in the Divine Union, his authority ranked at least within the top 6 of the Divine Union. After all, there were still 5 supremacies before him. However, some supremacies would only appear once every few thousand years, so the 6th in rank actually held the most power in the Divine Union. Besides being a peak universe grade, Dahai Saint also had another title in the Divine Union. He was number 1 after the supremacy. According to many people, Dahai Saint had already prepared to make a breakthrough. Once that happened, he would become the 6th supremacy of the entire Divine Union. Being a supremacy with the power to control space-time powers was the goal that Dahai Saint was working towards. The demigod tribe's home on Shenwei planet had a throne hall tens of thousands of feet tall that looked like a skyscraper reaching towards the sky. This hall was extremely wide. Even the plaza in front of the hall alone had an area that covered tens of thousands of feet. Innumerable demigod warriors stood tall on both sides of the plaza. Every one of them had a star-grade cultivation base. In the Milky Way galaxy, star grades from the human tribe were considered powerful. However, in the demigod tribe, they could only guard a courtyard. Bang! As he was sitting on a throne carved from golden crystal, Dahai Saint slapped his palm heavily on the table, where 9 golden dragons were carved. 9 dragon roars were heard from the table before 9 dragon projections emerged from it, each dragon figure sporting a pained expression. However, by the time these 9 dragon projections flew back into the table, the golden table that had cracked had already repaired itself. Patriarch, please calm down. Someone stepped up quickly and spoke respectfully to the Cloud Sea Saint. This person's cultivation base was also at the saint level. The Sky Roar tribe of the 18 primary tribes only had 1 saint, which was a far cry compared to the dozens of demigod tribe saints in this throne hall. Calm down. Tell me, how am I supposed to calm down? Dahai Saint said coldly. How dare Luo Yunyang? He actually killed Hemmings and seized the Samsara auction firm. He deserves to die many times over. The words that came out of Dahai Saint's lips were like an order to execute an entire tribe. However, Dahai Saint's words were meaningless, as everyone present knew that if Dahai Saint could exterminate Luo Yunyang, he wouldn't be so furious. Patriarch, although he is unforgivable, he is a disciple of the celestial world supremacy. We still can't kill him. Although that saint respected Dahai Saint, he wouldn't follow him blindly. This sentence was directed at Dahai Saint's heart. Dahai Saint sighed deeply. He wanted to say that this crazy guy had to be killed. Worst case scenario, they would start a war against the celestial world supremacy. This declaration was straightforward, but he couldn't say it. He had no right to say it. The right to start a war against the celestial world supremacy was not his to exercise. But we can't watch him snatch the auction firm, Dahai Saint said after taking a deep breath. Patriarch, if Luo Yunyang takes the auction house for himself, it will be alright. Even the celestial world supremacy won't be able to protect him. The saint speaking then added, he will definitely return the Samsara auction firm. He does not have the capacity to seize complete control of it. Dahai Saint was the head of the tribe, so he naturally wasn't stupid. More than half of what he had just done had been an act. Since he was the tribe's patriarch, he was supposed to express such anger. Any words that were inconvenient to say would naturally be voiced out by the people who understood what he meant. What do we do now? Dahai Saint raised the white jade in his hands, which was as thin as paper. As soon as he took office, he killed Hemmings by accusing him of an assassination. How vicious. The saint who had just spoken on behalf of Dahai Saint furrowed his brows. He was also a major figure within the demigod tribe. His many years of experience had made him very wise. However, this matter was really tricky. From a broader perspective, this involved the celestial world supremacy. Luo Yunyang was a disciple of the celestial world supremacy, so they dare not make a move against him. Moreover, Luo Yunyang was in Samsara Star City, where they couldn't control everything. Sir, shouldn't we fight the human tribe in the Milky Way and regain some face? A saint suggested while stepping forward. Taking revenge on the Milky Way's human tribe seemed like a good idea. Dahai Saint had thought of that, yet he believed that it was too petty. Besides, there wouldn't be much use if they did this. After all, someone who had reached a certain cultivation level would prioritize themselves over anything else. Their tribe would only be considered secondary unless their own safety was guaranteed. Is there no other way? Dahai Saint asked coldly. Everyone was silent all around him. Suddenly, someone quickly reporting, Patriarch. Special Envoy Xianxia has something to report. Let him in. Dahai Saint frowned. Soon, Special Envoy Xianxia entered. His cultivation was at the peak of the celestial domain grade, yet he had to bow down before Dahai Saint. Patriarch, Luo Yunyang sent news. He said our tribe gave orders to assassinate him when he took office and we are reprehensible. This is akin to a bare provocation against his master, the celestial world supremacy. He insists that we give him an explanation. Although Special Envoy Xianxia knew that Luo Yunyang was spouting nonsense, he still relayed all his words. Almost all the demigod tribe saints nearly exploded when they heard Special Envoy Xianxia say this. Since when was their tribe liable to be bullied and humiliated like this? This is intolerable. Someone roared loudly. Kill him. Exterminate the human tribe of the Milky Way. Otherwise, how will the demigod tribe retain any of its dignity? Killing him would be letting him off too lightly. We need to ground his bones and spread his ashes. We will do just that. The wrath of the saints made heaven and earth shudder. Although the saints of the demigod tribe were all livid by now, Dahai Saint was calm. Luo Yunyang said that, with what evidence? He can't possibly shoot his mouth off and be allowed to talk nonsense, right? Special Envoy Qingqian quickly tapped his communication device and rays of light appeared in the main hall. This is the testimony signed by the people in charge of the various factions in Samsara Star City. They all say that. Special Envoy Qingqian did not continue. However, everyone present understood what he meant to say. Shadow, have you investigated this matter? Dahai Saint asked frostily as he took a look at the testimony. It has been investigated clearly, Patriarch. It's like this. A figure stepped through the void and presented some resources. The content was very comprehensive, so the people present clearly saw the whole incident. They saw the collusion between Hemmings and others, as well as Luo Yunyang's appointment as a figurehead, up until Luo Yunyang slew Hemmings. The people present did not feel that there was anything wrong with Hemmings' actions. Some of them even said coldly, the fact that Hemmings allowed Luo Yunyang to complete his offering was already kind enough. Luo Yunyang actually killed him just because they had a disagreement. There are limited chaotic stones in Samsara Star City. Why would he be made a city lord for no reason? Alright, stop arguing, everyone. This matter involves the supremacy. Let's ask all the supremacies to decide. Dahai Saint said coldly after scanning everyone a few times. The demigod tribe had its own way of contacting the supremacies. After a quarter of an hour, a jade talisman had already appeared in the main hall of the demigod tribe. The celestial world supremacy is currently in seclusion. You cannot disturb him about such trivial things. If the supremacy's enlightenment is successful, the divine union will be very fortunate. If it is unsuccessful, our divine union will feel great sorrow. There was no sound coming from the jade talisman. However, the moment the jade talisman appeared in the main hall, Dahai Saint and the others felt like a giant bell was chiming in their heads. Dahai Saint and the others were no idiots. Based on this speech, they were already aware of the intent of the supremacy who had sent this message. The celestial world supremacy was breaking through. If he succeeded, Luo Yunyang's identity would make him untouchable. If the breakthrough failed, then, alright, if the supremacy said so, then let's not speak anymore. Qian Saint, please go to Samsara Star City again and retrieve the Samsara auction firm from Luo Yunyang. Dahai Saint added, if Luo Yunyang's conditions are acceptable, we will yield this time. Understood, Qian Saint said respectfully. As Qian Saint made his way to Samsara Star City, a piece of news ignited the entire divine union. Actually, this news exploded everywhere. The well-informed Wind Shadow Pavilion in Samsara Star City had made a supreme wind cloud list that ranked the strongest powerhouses beneath the supremacies. Among the saint-level existences were 100 people who had made it on the supreme wind cloud list. These 100 saints could be considered the top individuals of the four factions. First on the list was the Emperor of the Purgatory, the commander of the 100 Purgatory tribes, the most powerful saint called the Great Exterminating Demon Lord. Second was the commander of the Machine Empire called the Supreme Spirit King. However, Qian Saint's head nearly blew off when saw that his own tribe's patriarch only ranked 8th on the list. Although the people ranking lower did not seem weaker than his patriarch, as the leader of the Divine Union, Dahai Saint should at least rank among the top 4. Besides the universe-grade saints, the people who ranked behind did not attract the attention of Qian Saint. However, when he flipped to the galaxy-grade ranking list, the first position on the list was occupied by Luo Yunyang. Not only was Luo Yunyang's name there, but many of his accomplishments were listed as well. The list was filled with praise for Luo Yunyang, who was the top-ranking galaxy-grade martialist. He was the number 1 person at the galaxy grade, with the best combat strength. Qian Saint smiled slightly when he saw this evaluation, especially when he looked down at the second spot, where the words, Amethyst Tianzi, were written. Then, his smile intensified. Chapter 567, Wind and Clouds Killing Without Blades. The number 1 figure on the Supreme Wind Cloud list. Luo Yunyang's expression was somewhat cold. He could feel the deep malice behind the appearance of the Supreme Wind Cloud list. This sort of killer flattery was utterly treacherous. No applause or praise would accompany the emergence of the Supreme Wind Cloud list. Instead, it would attract the unwanted attention of people he would generally not have any relation with, as he had become a thorn in their side. Actually, many people who knew about the malicious intention of the Supreme Wind Cloud list would still involuntarily attempt to demolish those that ranked ahead of them due to their pride. Ranking someone at the top was akin to grilling them over the fire. In the past, there had also been different lists in places like the Divine Union. For example, the Qianlong Register was one. However, this sort of lists only appeared internally in the different factions. Moreover, due to the strength of the people on the list, the degree of attention attracted by these lists was not so dazzling. However, the Supreme Wind Cloud list just released by the Wind Shadow Pavilion actually included universe-grade saints and even the leaders of the 4 great factions, thus instantly creating an overbearing influence. In the virtual world, 4 heavenly pillars thousands of miles tall had appeared. The names of all the martialists across the Nebula Grade and the Universe Grade on the Supreme Wind Cloud list were carved on the pillars. In particular, the name on the number 1 spot took up almost 2/3 of the entire heavenly pillar. This method elicited hostility. Even Luo Yunyang seemed to have an incomparable feeling when he saw the awe-inspiring name that was shrouded in golden light. However, it was better to be cautious about such incessant flattery, because it was clear to Luo Yunyang that this was the most flamboyant means to deal with him. They were trying to flatter him before killing him. "My lord, this Supreme Wind Cloud list is a little," the Bloody Blade Monarch said after hesitating. He and the others had been summoned by Luo Yunyang for a meeting. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Bloody Blade Monarch and nodded his head slightly. Indeed, there must be some problem with this Supreme Wind Cloud list. This is a subtle way to kill someone without bloodshed. Immediately, the Bloody Blade Monarch felt at ease, as he knew that he must have been overthinking. How could someone like Luo Yunyang not see through the fishy tactics hidden behind the Supreme Wind Cloud list? He glanced at the Golden Bat Monarch and the others and said, "My lord, I am afraid that trouble is coming for you. Let's go. We'll take a trip to the Wind Shadow Hall." Luo Yunyang stood up with a cold glint in his eyes. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang's steaming killing intent, the Green Scale Monarch couldn't help but ask, "My lord, why do you want to head to the Wind Shadow Hall? Just yesterday, all the shops of the Bug race, including the Wind Shadow Hall, paid the tributes you required. In addition, they even contributed an extra 20%. The expressions of the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others turned unsightly. They felt sullen at the moment. They believed that they could have had the chance to vent their frustration just a moment ago, before Luo Yunyang had mentioned heading to the Wind Shadow Hall. However, their anticipation was cut short now. The helpless feeling of knowing that the other party was out to create trouble, yet they were unable to do anything, was very unpleasant. "My lord, quick, look at the message from the virtual realm." A marquee elite came in and spoke in a panicked manner. When Luo Yunyang switched on his communication device, an image appeared in the virtual realm. On the screen appeared a short purple-ish figure. "Luo Yunyang, I hope you don't disappoint me." The figure was located in one of the galaxies of the universe. Every step he took created cracks in the void as he strolled across the galaxy. The cracks were very long. Even when the figure was long gone, the cracks in the void remained there. The Divine Axe Monarch fixed his eyes on the cracks and unexpectedly felt a faint trace of the cultivation pinnacle he was actually pursuing. However, this pursuit was something that he had to work tirelessly for, whilst the person who had spoken had been able to achieve it with a mere step. "It's Amethyst Tianzi," the Divine Axe Monarch mumbled deeply. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. He had also heard of this name. The person in question was a gifted individual that others found incredibly tough to surpass. However, he was almost unmatched by his peers. In the entire purgatory, it was rumored that as long as he reached the universe grade, he would have enough power to suppress a supremacy. Usually, people of such a level would wait for Luo Yunyang and the others to advance to the celestial domain grade or higher before having any form of interaction. However, he was striding over across the void now. The reason was without a doubt the Supreme Wind Cloud list. "My lord, do you want to give a response?" the Golden Bat Monarch asked. "This matter has exploded in the virtual realm." Luo Yunyang switched to the virtual realm forum and immediately discovered that the elites from the Purgatory and the Divine Union had already started their flame wars. The Divine Union martialists were obviously favoring Luo Yunyang, but the martialists from the Purgatory felt that the Wind Shadow Hall was just bootlicking this city lord. Although Luo Yunyang was considered pretty good among the galaxy-grade martialists, he was still far from being comparable to Amethyst Tianzi. Some people even displayed Amethyst Tianzi's battle success chart. Among the results was a case when Amethyst Tianzi had single-handedly defeated an army led by a celestial domain-grade existence. The Divine Union martialists posted an image of the primeval underworld monarch being slain by Luo Yunyang as a form of retaliation. Fight, fight, fight. The Divine Union will be a bunch of PSSIES if they don't go to battle. He. Who's afraid? When the time comes, if Amethyst Tianzi doesn't dare accept the challenge, his entire tribe will be considered a bunch of PSSIES. I'm more afraid that Luo Yunyang won't dare take on the challenge. All sorts of discussions were spreading like wildfire. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the rest looked at Luo Yunyang as if he was already in the middle of a bonfire. Alright, cut it out already. We should just take a trip to the Wind Shadow Hall. Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves as he walked out of the palace hall. The Wind Shadow Hall was located in the west area of Samsara Star City. It was exactly 3,000 miles away from the city lord's palace. By the time Luo Yunyang arrived with his subordinates, the bug race martialists from the Wind Shadow Hall had already been notified of his arrival. Greetings, City Lord. The person in charge of the Wind Shadow Hall was a tall, bulky worm tribesman who had 4 feelers growing out of his head. He smiled earnestly as he said, "It's the Wind Shadow Hall's pleasure and honor that the City Lord has graced us with his presence. Please do not hesitate to request anything. As long as the Wind Shadow Hall is capable, we will definitely deal with it swiftly." Although the man looked hideous, his words were smooth and slick. Luo Yunyang looked at the person in charge and said smilingly, "What's your name?" "My name is Hutelu, City Lord. You can also call me Old Hu," the man said with flattery. Luo Yunyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately collapsed on the ground before pointing at Hutelu and bellowing, "Guards! Hurry up and arrest him. He actually dared to attack me. Round up all the people in the Wind Shadow Hall and bring them back to the City Lord's palace. I want to see if any of his accomplices are among them." Hu Telu was stupefied. He knew that Luo Yunyang was here for an explanation. Hence, he had been very careful in his response. However, this incident had caught him off guard. Damn it, what was happening? He still had other cards up his sleeve that were unused. How could Luo Yunyang do this? Just as he was about to retaliate, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others rushed forth. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the 4 other monarchs were waiting for action as they held back their power. If he moved an inch, they would immediately strike forth with all their might. Your Highness Yunyang, what are you trying to do? A woman with a spring in her step emerged from the crowd. Her words sounded rather interrogative. Luo Yunyang looked at the woman and squinted for a moment. She was Nuya, the head of the bug race in Samsara Star City. She and Hemmings, who had been killed by Luo Yunyang, were part of the 4 big shots of Samsara Star City. The Supreme Wind Cloud list had to be her work. Could you also have been involved in the assassination of the City Lord? Luo Yunyang shot a glance at Nuya as a pair of huge hammers appeared in his hands. They were the Water Fire Sky Quake hammers, one of the treasures he had obtained from the Samsara auction firm. This was a priceless treasure that had become Luo Yunyang's weapon of choice. Nuya's expression changed as she felt the might coming from Luo Yunyang's Water Fire Sky Quake hammer. She immediately told Luo Yunyang coldly, "City Lord, are you going to start a war with my faction? I admit that the bug race's strength cannot compare to yours. However, if you were to behave in such a tyrannical manner, then our only option would be to leave Samsara Star City. Without our 3 factions, Samsara Star City would become a wasteland. You must be aware of the consequences of such a decision." Luo Yunyang's expression turned cold as he glowered at Nuya, who looked grave and stern. "So what if it becomes a wasteland? I'll just have to hand over the things I have to contribute yearly and I'll be fine. I wouldn't remain a city lord forever anyway. Arrest all of them, kill anyone who resists." While speaking, Luo Yunyang stepped forward with the twin hammers in his hands and stared closely at Nuya, ready to slay her if she dared to budge. Although Nuya's cultivation was at the galaxy grade, she knew that her combat abilities lacked compared to Luo Yunyang's. She would die if she tried anything. Even though there were a few celestial domain grade guards around her, the consequences of causing an all-out war with Luo Yunyang weren't something she could undertake. Nuya, who had originally thought that she'd had the upper hand, felt depressed all of a sudden. She used her communication device to quickly contact Fei Lily and her comrades while thinking of ways to stall Luo Yunyang. However, just as she successfully contacted Fei Lily, Luo Yunyang suddenly swung his hammer at Hutelu. Hu Telu only had a peak galaxy-grade cultivation. Therefore, he had zero chances of retaliating while facing the unrivaled Luo Yunyang. As soon as Nuya had shown up, he had completely relaxed his guard and hence never thought that Luo Yunyang would strike at that moment. The intense strike of that discordant force smashed Hu Telu's body into many pieces. His self-preserving treasures couldn't even be activated in time. Luo Yunyang, you, Nuya fumed as she watched Hu Telu die. From this day on, all the taxes the businesses of the bug race have to pay will double. Anyone who refuses to comply will be kicked out of the city. Luo Yunyang ignored Nuya completely as he shouted. Chapter 568, The Samsara Wheel appears, chaos ensues, despicable. A jade white palm slammed heavily onto a desk. Bug Queen Nuya's wrath was on full display, while her furious eyes could burn someone to ashes. Both Fei Lily from the purgatory and the old metal box were silent. They truly had no means of dealing with the current city lord. Apart from waiting, they could do nothing else. Amethyst Tianzi will reach Samsara Star City in 3 months, the metal box said in a mechanical tone. However, Nuya replied angrily, 3 months. I don't even know if I can survive for 3 months. I finally understand why we could bully someone like the Cloud Sea Saint. It was because he cared and worried too much. However, we should have laid down the rules from the beginning when dealing with a bandit like Luo Yunyang. Now, it's too late to do anything. Fei Lily wanted to speak but eventually let out a long sigh. It was too late for him to regret this as well. Without the presence of a universe-grade existence in Samsara Star City, it was extremely hard to deal with people like Luo Yunyang and his gang. If they had known what was going to happen, they would have opted to present Luo Yunyang with his fair share and everyone would have gotten a clean slate. Let's endure for 3 months. If Amethyst Tianzi can't do anything either, we'll just give our ultimatum and withdraw everyone from Samsara Star City, Tai Hezi said deeply. Samsara Star City became what it is today because everyone from all the factions came here to do business. Without these transactions, Samsara Star City will simply become a wasteland. Fei Lily nodded his head. For now, it seemed like this was the only way they could threaten Luo Yunyang. While the trio was talking, a muffled rumbling that resembled the sound of thunder rang out across the void, causing the earth beneath their feet to tremble. Fei Lily's eyes were glowing. At the same moment, he bellowed in rage, "What is this B***** trying to do?" As he said that, all 3 of them took flight. However, a wave of power came for Fei Lily just as he ascended 3 feet, suppressing him back to the ground. As a celestial domain grade elite, Fei Lily was more than capable of traversing thousands of miles in a leap, or even further, in an instant. However, he had already been suppressed after moving only 3 feet. His heart was shaking, his entire body was shaking. This power was too overbearing. He couldn't even muster a trace of strength to resist. What's happening? Could Luo Yunyang be trying to kill us? He aimed the question at Nuya, who was also being suppressed. There was a similar trace of fear in Nuya's eyes. If this was indeed Luo Yunyang, then the probability of them surviving this ordeal would be too slim. Don't worry, this isn't Luo Yunyang, he still doesn't have this sort of means, said the old metal box. But things are getting tricky this time. Our nice, peaceful lives are coming to an end. The old box lamented before a trail of light flew out of his body, illuminating the void in an instant. This was a star chart. Actually, this was also Samsara Star City's star chart. However, there was a huge wheel spinning slowly in it. Samsara Star City was situated right in the middle of the black and white wheel. Could this be the Samsara wheel? Bug Queen Nuya asked in a piercing voice. That's right, this is the Samsara wheel. The old metal box replied. The Samsara wheel includes 10 cycles of reincarnation. Fei Lily jumped up as he glanced at the Samsara wheel and said anxiously, I have to report this to the Purgatory's patriarch. I must report this to all the supremacies. This is too important. There's no need to report anything. They are already aware, the old metal box said calmly. We guessed wrong. Luo Yunyang isn't here to wrestle with us over power. He is here for the Samsara wheel. The old metal box then added, the Samsara wheel can release 1008 Samsara tokens at a single time. However, each of these tokens also has a different grade. For example, the highest level a Samsara token would allow one to enter would be the highest level of Samsara realm. Each reincarnation cycle would take 100 years. The function of the lowest level of Samsara token is much worse. Although it has the same 10 reincarnation cycles, the cultivation level at the lowest level samsara realm is much worse than our current realm. Nuya lamented, even if it's much worse than ours, a reincarnation cycle of 100 years should still be able to achieve a significant improvement in cultivation. You're wrong then. The cycle time of the lowest samsara token is only 10 years. The old metal box rebutted coldly. The higher level realm equaled 100 years, while the lower level realm equaled 10 years. The difference between the two was too huge. As a city lord of Samsara Star City, he is naturally gifted with the highest level samsara token. Plus, he possesses the city lord seal. Fei Lily stared at the star chart, which was seemingly lighting up and rotating, as he muttered to himself, no wonder that supremacy sent Luo Yunyang here. It is really abhorrent for this sort of good opportunity to fall into his hands. The queen slave was also unable to reconcile herself with the fact that such a treasure that defied natural order would actually land in Luo Yunyang's hands. This was certainly not something they would like to hear or see. The old metal box appeared rather calm as he mumbled, "This is a rare opportunity. A highly attractive opportunity for anyone below the universe grade. Our lives will only get tougher from now on." Both of them understood what the old metal box meant. Although Samsara Star City was important, anyone who was stronger than them wouldn't care much about it. After all, they had plenty of offerings. However, the appearance of the Samsara wheel would attract the attention of elites from all over, who would gather in Samsara Star City, causing their position and status in the city to plummet. "We must obtain a token, no matter what." The queen slave's voice trembled as she spoke. 10 reincarnation cycles, even with a lower level samsara token, would have a very beneficial effect on one's cultivation and contribute to a higher probability of advancing and breaking through one's cultivation grade. They were celestial domain grade elites, so advancing into the universe grade would solidify their status as well as improve their strength greatly. This sort of progress would make anyone go crazy. "That's right, we have to obtain a token, no matter what it takes." Fei Lily agreed. Their resolute voices actually reflected the lack of confidence they had. Although they were famous for their wealth and power among the various factions, this was still far from enough. As the city lord, Luo Yunyang should at least have the control rights over 30 samsara tokens, the old metal box said faintly. The reason Samsara Star City was born was because of the appearance of the samsara wheel in the past. However, the samsara wheel hadn't appeared for eons. Hence, everyone had started to disrespect the city lord's position. "So what do we do? Kowtow now and apologize?" the queen's slave asked nervously. "Do you really think we'd be able to get a token if we went down on our knees and apologized?" Fei Lily snapped angrily back. The old metal box didn't respond. However, it was obvious that he was extremely vexed and unresigned. Meanwhile, in the city lord palace, Luo Yunyang was reacting to the samsara wheel. There was currently a delighted glint in his eyes. It was also at this moment that he became certain about the celestial world supremacy's purpose for making him the city lord of Samsara Star City. It hadn't been the riches and wealth, but the fact that the celestial world supremacy had been able to sense that the samsara wheel was going to emerge. Hence, he had gifted this rare opportunity to Luo Yunyang. If he could obtain that really important token and enter directly the highest level realm, entering into a 10 reincarnation cycle would be absolutely amazing. In addition, he would also be in control of the ownership of 30 other tokens. Although these tokens were ranked differently, the benefits they provided were obvious. This master was really likable. "Congrats, Sir City Lord." The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others had already discovered the information behind the samsara wheel, so they congratulated Luo Yunyang even though they were envious. They were also hoping that Luo Yunyang would give them one of the tokens he controlled. "Ha ha ha, the 5 of you chose to follow me right from the start. All of you will have a share of this rare opportunity." Luo Yunyang waved his hand, getting them to rise from their knees. At the same time, someone from the outside reported, "City Lord, the people in charge of the Machine Empire, the Purgatory and the Bug Race seek an audience with you." Luo Yunyang was well aware of their motives. Hence, he said readily, "No." Following his order, Luo Yunyang's status in the entire Samsara Star City began to rise. After all, Luo Yunyang, the city lord of Samsara Star City, could control 30 samsara tokens out of the 1,000 that were about to appear. The minds of universe-grade elites had already fused with the universe in their bodies, making it difficult for them to undergo samsara. Hence, the samsara token was relatively useless to them. However, for any elites below the universe grade, the benefits of the samsara token were astronomical. Reporting, my lord, a large army comprising of 10,000 warships has appeared 30,000 light years away from us, from the direction of the purgatory. Reporting, my lord, 10 new wormholes have appeared from the direction of the bug race. Although there isn't any movement, a queen nest could appear at any time. City lord, 10 battlestars are moving toward us from the direction of the machine empire. Their estimated arrival will be in 3 months. Reporting, the Divine Union's heavenly army is on the move. They are asking us to open up the space jump node. As news came pouring in, all of a sudden, Samsara Star City, which had been a mere venue used for business transactions by people of all factions, began to surge like a storm. Meanwhile, in the depths of the endless flaming purgatory, a figure who had been divided into 6 began walking out. The Samsara wheel has appeared. My brother's opportunity should arrive soon as well. Chapter 569. The cicada hides awaiting the thunder. Amethyst Tianzi sped up his movement towards Samsara Star City. Meanwhile, the brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden teamed up to hurry towards Samsara Star City, which was just 10 light years away. The bug race's top genius had begun making his way towards Samsara Star City as well, escorted by the race's elite force, the Sky Engulfing Legion. All sorts of news were popping up on the Sky Vision, and all the information about the benefits of the Samsara wheel were dug out by people. Luo Yunyang is incredible. Not only will he possess the best Samsara token, but he will even get the rights to 30 other tokens. If I had known that Luo Yunyang was so incredible, I would have sucked up to him and obtained a Samsara token in return. The human tribe became so impressive so fast. Thanks to Luo Yunyang's support, I believe that the human tribe will definitely become a first-grade tribe. Various discussions regarding Luo Yunyang that were a tinge envious were popping up all over. Some salty people actually said, celestial domain grade elites can also make use of the Samsara wheel. Even saints from various tribes weren't able to receive that good Samsara tokens. Luo Yunyang is a lucky B** starred. Come on, lucky B** starred, you say? He just has a good master. Someone lamented in response. While discussions kept clamoring on, some people who felt that they were qualified to contact Luo Yunyang directly actually did so, hoping that they could obtain a Samsara token. A reincarnation cycle lasted 10 years in the lowest realm, which was already a reward. However, 10 reincarnation cycles lasted 100 years, which was a hefty benefit that tempted many people. So did the 30 tokens that Luo Yunyang would receive, as well as the high-grade token he would get. Just as the ruckus filled the Sky Vision, in the virtual realm, a group of people in a hall hidden within a formless mass was talking angrily. Their figures were faintly discernible in the hall. Although they were merely a trace of their consciousness, the incredible auras coming from their consciousness were enough to make the virtual realm exert all of its power output. I agree, seize it. No objections, seize it. Seize it. Voices echoed one after another through the hall as all eyes finally fell on a figure standing on one side. The figure was good-looking and his body exuded an aura that would subconsciously make others feel like kneeling before him. However, his expression was like a kid's who was being bullied. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cloud Sea has no opinion. The person in question felt extremely uncomfortable when everyone's gazes fell upon him. However, he still spoke resolutely. All right, since everyone has no objections, we'll use our seals on the Skywheel stones situated outside of Samsara Star City. The first person to speak was a 6-meter-tall man with a blood-red complexion. The man's voice was calm, but it also contained an imposing air. All the other supremacies remained silent when he spoke. Cloud Sea Saint, you'll head towards the Skywheel stone and use your own blood to remove your master's seal. Got it, the 6-meter-tall man instructed coldly. The Cloud Sea Saint responded respectfully, yes, Blood Lotus. Supremacy. Good. We'll meet 10 days later on the Skywheel stone then. After speaking, the Blood Lotus Supremacy turned his attention to his surroundings and said, if there is nothing else, you are dismissed. Figures began to leave one after another from the hall. When all of them had left, a smile crept up on the Blood Lotus Saint Supremacy's face. His consciousness returned to his body in an instant. His body, which had been sitting in a lotus position in this pool of blood-red burning lava, got up slowly. Open. At that cold bellow, the seemingly endless lava began to split in the void and the Blood Lotus Supremacy entered the huge crevice directly. After falling for tens of thousands of miles, the Blood Lotus Saint landed in an azure blue world. He saw azure mountains, azure rivers, azure flowers. However, amid this endless azure was a freezing cold, a kind of cold that made people feel fear. Unexpectedly, it was the freezing cold that was underneath a burning lover. Nobody would have ever thought of that. If the Blood Lotus supremacy had never come down, no one, not even the elite martialists, would have known that there was a freezing lake below the purgatory. As the Blood Lotus supremacy waved his hand, the freezing lake split into two and a huge azure stone with a metallic shine appeared before the Blood Lotus supremacy. Open. The Blood Lotus supremacy's palm gently stroked the edges of the boulders. Then, he waved his hands and countless mysterious strokes appeared, falling on the boulder quickly. That huge stone slowly split open thanks to the Blood Lotus supremacy's words. In the middle of the boulder was a fist-sized silver crystal stone. The moment the silver crystal stone appeared, the origin source laws around it began to react in a frantic manner as they gushed towards the crystal stone. The Blood Lotus supremacy did not pay attention to that. His fingers chopped at the silver crystal stone, causing it to split instantly. As the silver crystal stone broke open, a lotus seed flashing with a blue light appeared in front of the Blood Lotus saint. The lotus seed was tiny like a toddler's finger. However, it felt like countless traces of fine veined patterns on the lotus seed were conforming to the will of heaven and earth. The moment the lotus seed appeared, it germinated while being suspended in the air. After 3 breaths, an azure lotus flower and root had already grown out of its seed. The azure lotus flower was only 3 inches wide. When it bloomed, a tiny azure figure appeared. The moment the lotus flower completely bloomed, he stepped out of the lotus platform. By the time the figure took his first step, his cultivation had reached the planet grade and he had grown a foot tall. By the time he took his second step, his cultivation had reached the star grade. Third step, fourth step, fifth step. As soon as the figure took his 5th step, his cultivation reached the peak celestial domain grade and he grew over 7 feet tall. The azure garment the figure was wearing made them appear extremely elegant. Compared to the Blood Lotus supremacy, who looked very much like a tyrant, he seemed to be lacking a tyrannical aspect. He actually seemed way more graceful. It's been a while since we last met, elder brother. The figure that halted in midair said nonchalantly. It's been 3.5 million years. The Blood Lotus supremacy lamented. I'm happy to see you. I'm very happy too. It seems like my opportunity is here. The man sounded rather arrogant. That's right, your opportunity is here. The samsara wheel has appeared again. 10 cycles of reincarnation will definitely assist you in breaking through that final step. After saying that, the Blood Lotus supremacy added, I've already made arrangements. You may go. See you, elder brother. The azure figure said as he took flight immediately. This time, the other elites that have gathered cannot be underestimated. You have to be careful, the Blood Lotus supremacy said gravely. Maybe they also have talented individuals that have been sealed up for eons, waiting to be reborn. After all, this is a rare opportunity. The man in the azure garments disappeared in a flash. However, his voice still resonated within the void. They are just a bunch of losers. Following the man's disappearance, the Blood Lotus supremacy strode upwards and waves of magma began to seal the icy realm. As the Blood Lotus supremacy exited his sealed ground, in the demigod tribe's forbidden ground, a very good-looking man who was about 30 meters tall strode out. The man's eyes were like a blazing sun as they swept across the surroundings. It actually felt as though he was a divine emperor of heaven and earth. Dahai Saint, along with hundreds of other saints from the demigod tribe, were kneeling down on the ground, respectfully welcoming this man. The man smiled at Dahai Saint and said, Dahai, I'm very pleased that you were able to become the patriarch. Something was also brewing in the Machine Empire's territory and the bug race's sky worm nest. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't aware of it at all. Now, he needed to be stable. After all, he was the city lord, so he was definitely going to receive a share of this. 10 reincarnation cycles, 1 cycle of 100 years in a realm that transcended all the current ones. Thinking of these alone was enough to make Luo Yunyang excited. After spending a few days researching, he realized that most of the supremacies actually had experience entering the samsara wheel. It took the samsara wheel a decade to form and appear. However, the wheel would accumulate energy during this decade. Nobody knew where the samsara wheel came from and how much energy it had to gather. However, some people mentioned that the samsara realms, which were connected by the samsara wheel, actually did exist. Again, nobody could verify if this was true or not. However, one thing was certain, the samsara wheel possessed an incredible energy. Luo Yunyang had been feeling unsettled these days. Unfortunately, This made him feel unwell. He did not know how this unsettling feeling had come about, but deep down he was feeling uneasy. Luo Yunyang, get out now. A loud booming voice that sounded like thunder echoed while Luo Yunyang was cultivating in a lotus position. The moment he heard the voice, Luo Yunyang saw a blood-red lotus flower appear in the void. The flower nearly covered the entire sky. It was the blood lotus supremacy. Luo Yunyang was stunned upon seeing the blood lotus supremacy. Meanwhile, trails of shadows began to appear in every corner of the void. Although the shadows were faintly visible, their appearance still made Luo Yunyang feel a massive pressure. After all, a supremacy was still a supremacy, no matter what. Luo Yunyang is not fit to be the city lord of Samsara Star City. He will be removed from this post. The mighty voice reverberated all around. Following this call, seal imprints began raining down from the sky, slapping down onto a huge stone outside Samsara Star City's gate. As the last seal imprint made from blood fell on the huge stone, Luo Yunyang felt something fly out of his body. Chapter 570. What's mine will be mine. There was no way to resist such a vast, massive power. This sort of sensation was very uncomfortable. A cold glint flashed across Luo Yunyang's eyes as he stared at the countless overwhelming figures that had revealed themselves. Luo Yunyang was definitely raging. However, what he felt was more of a desire, a cold ambition that was surging in his heart. He swept his eyes across the void, but none of the supremacies were looking at him except for an extremely arrogant man who was wearing a long robe, a high hat, and broad girdles. Compared to the supremacies, the man looked humble. However, as his eyes turned towards Luo Yunyang, his gaze was piercing cold. The last blood seal imprint had been placed by him. The decree that had striped Luo Yunyang off his current position as the city lord without any explanation wouldn't have formed if it hadn't been for the last seal. This was the Cloud Sea Saint. The moment their eyes met, Luo Yunyang confirmed the identity of this person. Only the most senior disciple of the Celestial World Supremacy was able to represent the Celestial World Supremacy by using his own blood to imprint the last seal. A small fist-sized seal stone flew rapidly out of Luo Yunyang's body and shot towards the massive samsara wheel. Given Luo Yunyang's cultivation, he only had to stretch out his hand to cover the distance of a mere 100 feet and take that small seal stone into his palms. However, Luo Yunyang knew clearly that it was impossible, as the seal stone had begun to fuse with the samsara wheel. Unless he had the power to break the samsara wheel, he had no other way of breaking the seal from the wheel at the moment. Plus, who knew how much power was required to break it? Luo Yunyang believed that even a supremacy wouldn't be able to break it. In an instant, the seal stone was crushed into countless light spots that fused into the samsara wheel rapidly. The samsara wheel glowed even brighter. It was actually so bright that the silhouette of a token with 7 rays of light could be seen. That particular samsara token had a special name on the sky vision. It was called the ultimate samsara token. This allowed 10 reincarnation cycles of the highest level in the samsara wheel. It could be considered the best and strongest opportunity provided by the appearance of the samsara wheel. Now, this opportunity had been stripped away along with the city lord's seal, leaving Luo Yunyang forever. Junior brother, what isn't yours will never be yours. The faint sound rang in Luo Yunyang's ears. The person who had spoken was the Cloud Sea Saint, who stood tall like a divine figure in the void as he tried to spite Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked towards the void and said icily, "What's mine will always be mine. Nobody can take it away from me." Ha ha ha, that is a really funny joke, junior brother. Did you really think that you'd be invincible after helping Master obtain the Samsara Bodhi fruit? The Cloud Sea Saint then added sarcastically, "Let me tell you something, junior brother. You're far from invincible. Let's forget about the powerful celestial domain grade experts first and just focus on the people that are on a similar level with you. You're nothing compared to the invincible existences that are coming out of their seals. Do you know Blue Lotus Dowsy?" The Cloud Sea Saint said in a clearly provoking manner. If you don't, your dear senior brother can tell you about it. 1. Dowsy has no clear translation, but its literal meaning is probably something along the lines of, Son of Tao. Blue Lotus Dowsy and the Blood Lotus Supremacy came from the same origin and should have become supremacies together. However, Blue Lotus Dowsy felt that his cultivation method was flawed, and hence decided to seal himself and wait until the Samsara wheel and the highest level supremacy Samsara token appeared. Even if you're a genius, you're still only a genius within your generation. What makes you think that you're worthy of being mentioned in the same sentence as someone like Blue Lotus Daozi? Luo Yunyang looked at the Blood Lotus supremacy and began to understand the reason for the gathering of the supremacies. Powers from the 4 factions were present. There were a dozen supremacies around. The supremacies were the chess players. At the moment, he was merely a chess piece before them. We shall see if I'm able to get it back. Luo Yunyang was in no mood to continue his conversation with the Blood Lotus supremacy. Thus, he turned and walked towards his residence. The Cloud Sea Saint smirked more arrogantly as he watched him leave. Samsara Star City had become the focus of attention since the appearance of the Samsara Wheel. Meanwhile, the news of the high-profile arrivals of the various supremacies had quickly spread across the sky vision. Every faction was quaking in fear. Even universe-grade elites would feel afraid of the overwhelming might of all of these supremacies. This incomparable fear made people shudder from the bottom of their hearts. Ha ha, just when Luo Yunyang thought that he had been given the greatest opportunity, the supremacies actually appeared and stripped him off of it. Great, great, the brilliant Sun Sage laughed hysterically as he saw the seal stone fuse into the Samsara Wheel. However, the soliciting Moon Maiden, who was beside him, didn't share the same joy. Instead, she appeared slightly gloomy. Actually, she seemed to be feeling a kind of sympathy. Are you done laughing? The soliciting Moon Maiden snapped at the brilliant Sun Sage after he chortled continuously for a few minutes. Ha ha ha, done laughing, how could I be done? Luo Yunyang has always been high-handed. I am now delighting in his misfortune. The soliciting Moon Maiden chided him. Fool, do you think you're going to be better off because he was stripped off of his position? Mark my words, the current situation won't benefit us in any way. We shall see. As she said that, the soliciting Moon Maiden handed a jade talisman to the brilliant Sun Sage. Congratulations, you're going to become Supreme Daozi's imperial bodyguard. The brilliant Sun Sage, who had always thought highly of himself, had only heard of the name of Supreme Daozi before. However, discovering that he was going to become someone else's servant was enough to make him fly into a rage. How could this be? He was a sage. I refuse to accept this. I need to ask the Patriarch about it. I can't be someone else's servant. Absolutely not. There was a slightly crazed frenzy in the brilliant Sun Sage's eyes. Wake up. The Patriarch is also considered a junior compared to Supreme Daozi. Plus, the supremacies treat the Patriarch like someone with a much lower status too. After saying that, the soliciting Moon Maiden let out a soft sigh. Remember my words, our era is gone forever. The brilliant Sun Sage's eyes were burning with rage and flashing with unwillingness. However, everything eventually diffused into silent endurance. The Samsara Wheel was slowly converging together and the void that was enveloped by the wheel was facing increasing pressure. Even Samsara Star City itself was facing the immense outward pressure that seemed to expel people of a lower cultivation level out of the city. The people in charge of the respective factions had all received the order. Thus, they quickly gathered their people in Samsara Star City and left hurriedly. Nuya from the Bug Race, Fei Lily from the Purgatory, and the others had no choice but to leave, even though they were reluctant to part. Although they had been competitors at first, when they were made to leave, they had mixed feelings. The Samsara Wheel would disappear 100 years later and Samsara Star City would reopen. However, by that time, it would be unclear if they were going to be the ones to preside over Samsara Star City. You two take care. The old metal box was slightly emotional. As he added, God knows when we will meet again after today. Nuya and Fei Lily also felt emotional and reluctant to part. After their eyes met for a couple of times, Fei Lily finally said, I wonder how Hemmings would feel if he knew that it would all end this way. Nuya and the old metal box were silent. They were aware that Hemmings had really died in vain. We are just insignificant ants in this world. How could we have predicted what was going to happen? I bet Luo Yunyang wouldn't even have dared to assume the position of City Lord if he had known what was to come. Hemmings wouldn't have done so either. He had such a great opportunity, yet he still became a laughing stock in front of everyone. Nuya hated Luo Yunyang to the core, so her words clearly reflected her delight. Fei Lily smiled, but the old metal box shook and said, Luo Yunyang can be considered the biggest genius of his generation. What a pity. While they were still conversing, the city gate opened again and Luo Yunyang led the Bloody Blade Monarch and 500 other galaxy-grade elites out of Samsara City in an imposing manner. Luo Yunyang disagreed with Fei Lily and the rest. He had a faint smile on his face as he ignored them. City Lord Luo, ha ha ha, oh, we shouldn't address you as City Lord anymore, as you're no longer one. Ha ha, Fei Lily strolled towards Luo Yunyang in a gloating fashion. Fei Lily was a purgatory elite, so he definitely wouldn't let this opportunity to laugh at Luo Yunyang pass. However, as he spoke, Luo Yunyang shot a cold glare at him. Although his glare was exceptionally calm, Fei Lily suddenly felt like his entire body had been shrouded by endless darkness instantaneously. Luo Yunyang was like a divine entity standing right before him. His resolution and everything else had transformed into fear. This trepidation made him involuntarily kneel on the ground. Fei Lily didn't know, but the moment he knelt down, Luo Yunyang did the same and looked at Nuya and the old metal box. Nuya began to kneel down like Fei Lily, unable to resist in the slightest. Meanwhile, a loud cracking sound came out of the old metal box's body. The strong force only dissipated when the old metal box's body landed on the ground. Luo Yunyang's voice resonated in their minds and traveled deep down into their hearts. No one can take away what's mine. The trio only managed to stand up after Luo Yunyang and the others were long gone. They ignored the strange look of the subordinates around them and looked towards the void, where Luo Yunyang had disappeared. At the moment, there was only one thought on their minds. How could he be so overwhelming? Chapter 571. Dispute. Luo Yunyang stood before a meteorite under the astral winds. Although he looked as though he was gazing far ahead, he was actually checking the various stats of his attribute regulator in his mind. Power: 92 Mind, 102 Speed, 17 Constitution, 34 Origin Source Laws, 12.4 Wind, 2.7 Earth, 3.5 Fire, 3.9 Water, 2.1 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 1.7 Space-Time Eye, 1.7 The reddish gold and purple numbers flickered before Luo Yunyang's mind. As a whole, there were almost no changes to the overall numbers. However, as Luo Yunyang's gaze fell upon the attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast, a faint smile formed on his face. Power: 2010 Mind, 520 Speed, 101 Constitution, 574 Origin Source Laws, 140 Wind, 30 Earth, 39 Fire, 35 Water, 41 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 100 Chaotic Hold Transference, 50 Heaven Earth Engulfing, 50 Innate Mystic Ability, 4 Origin Clone, 10 Just 1 10,000 Star Life Death Fruit had allowed the abilities of the chaotic four-origin beast to immediately rise to the galaxy grade. In fact, it even gave it a total makeover after elevating the abilities of the chaotic four-origin beast. Each of the attributes had experienced an almost tenfold increase, especially the power and mind attribute. These attributes gave Luo Yunyang even more reason to celebrate. It was also now that Luo Yunyang noticed the vast difference between his own abilities and the chaotic four-origin beasts. No wonder it was considered a top mythological beast. In just a moment, a wave of blood sea appeared behind Luo Yunyang. Atop the blood sea stood a pile of white bones which formed a throne. Although the figure on it resembled the shape of the primeval underworld monarch, its characteristics seemed to be far more aggressive. On the left side of the rolling blood sea, a massive tree of about 10 meters that glittered with 5 colored lights floated in the void. The majesty of the tree was comparable to that of the blood sea. As the giant tree appeared, it quickly fused with the 5 types of sky-earth laws in the virtual sky. The 5 colors of the massive tree then quickly solidified into 5 different colored blades that contained a dense, thick killing intent. Luo Yunyang felt very pleased with this massive 5-colored tree, as it was not only able to directly absorb the power of the 5 types of origin laws, but it also had strong offensive and defensive capabilities. By using the 5-element world tree, he incubated his second body, which was a joyous surprise for Luo Yunyang. This also allowed him to have a better understanding of the limitations of the incubating capabilities of the chaotic four-origin beast's clone technique. It had limited capability when it came to incubating a clone of a higher level. Luo Yunyang sensed people heading in his direction from over 10,000 miles away. Quickly, he withdrew these 2 embodiments back into his body. The Bloody Blade Monarch came. As one of the first people in the Bloody Space River to follow Luo Yunyang, the Bloody Blade Monarch had always been in charge of the 500-strong members of Luo Yunyang's team. "Greetings, my lord." The Bloody Blade Monarch was as respectful as ever. "Are there any people who wish to leave?" asked Luo Yunyang as he looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch. Prior to departing from the Samsara Star City, Luo Yunyang had already issued an order not to stop anybody who wished to leave. After all, these people had once relied on him so that they could have a better life. However, now that Luo Yunyang had lost his status as Samsara Star City's city lord, some people would definitely have other ideas. My lord, nobody chose to leave. Although we may not have followed you for a long time, we will never forget your benevolence," said the Bloody Blade Monarch solemnly. Luo Yunyang looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch and hesitated before asking, "Wait a moment. You should go ask everyone else's opinion and hear from those who wish to leave." "My lord, I have already said what needs to be said." However, everybody chose not to leave, the Bloody Blade Monarch said. "If that is the case, then we should definitely start our operation," Luo Yunyang said with a cold glint in his eyes. The Bloody Blade Monarch stared blankly for a moment. He had thought that Luo Yunyang would want to hide for the time being. He would never have expected that Luo Yunyang would want to take action. "My lord, where are we heading to?" "We are going to the Cloud Mist tribe to meet my pal. Since he caused me to lose such a great opportunity, I should definitely return the favor," Luo Yunyang said coolly. There was a look of surprise on the Bloody Blade Monarch's face. He had initially thought that Luo Yunyang would want to take revenge on the sages of the different tribes. He had never imagined that Yunyang's target would be the Cloud Mist tribe. The Cloud Mist tribe did not rank highly among the 18 primary tribes. At best, it was slightly stronger than the Sky Roar tribe. However, the Cloud Sea Saint was a universe-grade existence. If the Cloud Sea Saint decided to take action, would they all actually be able to stop him? "Please reconsider your decision, my lord. The Cloud Sea Saint is a Universe 3 grade existence after all. Even if we were to launch a sneak attack, we might not even be able to harm him in the slightest. Instead, we might end up being hunted by him." Even though he risked angering Luo Yunyang with his words, the Bloody Blade Monarch still decided to continue giving his counsel. "I am confident about handling the Cloud Sea Saint. As far as the Celestial Domain grades are concerned, the Cloud Mist tribe only has 3. I will be able to handle them as well," Luo Yunyang insisted. "Do not tell me that you cannot even handle the rest." The Bloody Blade Monarch felt extremely relieved after hearing that Luo Yunyang would be able to handle the 3 Celestial Domain grades, as well as the Cloud Sea Saint. He looked at Luo Yunyang, who remained ice-cold, before solemnly replying, "Yes, my lord." The Cloud Mist planet, which had gotten its name because it was shrouded in a thick layer of mist, was home to the Cloud Mist tribe. It could even be considered the basis of the Cloud Mist tribe, as the main way they maintained their population was through the automatic harvesting of the unlimited mist there. Every drop of endless cloud mist would coagulate into the production of a gemstone, which would eventually result in one more Cloud Mist tribesperson. Although this was a slow process, it allowed every single member of the Cloud tribe to have massive amounts of power. The Cloud Sea Saint was the patriarch of the Cloud Mist tribe. Thus, his orders were a decree within the entire Cloud Mist tribe. The royal throne that sat high on 36 layers of clouds was the residing place of the Cloud Sea Saint. It was also the sacred ground of the Cloud Mist tribe. Young Rushui stood respectfully behind her master as she watched the figure encased within a treasured mirror. It looked like a very ordinary figure, and its clothes were no different from the average person's. In addition, the figure resided in the most ordinary-looking house, which were the basic living conditions of any martialist in this world. "Trash," the figure said coldly before immediately cutting off the communication device. The Cloud Sea Saint's expression didn't change. In fact, he smiled faintly. "Rushui, your second uncle master remains the most useless being ever. As a saint, instead of concentrating on increasing his powers, he insists on staying in that ordinary land and mingling with useless people. Ultimate trash." Young Rushui did not dare utter a single word. She knew it was best for her to keep her mouth shut at this point in time. Deep down, young Rushui didn't agree with what the Cloud Sea Saint was doing. This opportunity had been bestowed onto Luo Yunyang by the Celestial Domain Supremacy. As long as her master did not personally engage him, it would be hard for the other supremacies to do anything, even if they were to join forces. After all the ruling grade martialists who possessed the Samsara City Seal would need to work together before there was even a chance of success. While her Grand Master was hidden in seclusion, the Cloud Sea Saint was the most senior disciple of the Master and used the same techniques. Thus, he would be able to represent the Grand Master. As long as her Master declined, even the mighty supremacies wouldn't insist on having their way. After all, These sort of matters couldn't be forced. However, her master had already agreed, even without being intimidated by a supremacy. Young Rushui clearly knew that there was more than met the eye to this situation. However, what was more important was her master's level of jealousy. There was a message from Senior Mulin earlier. He hopes that you are on your own, young Rushui said after hesitating for a bit. Even though she knew there was not much use in her saying these words, she still decided that she should not hide what needed to be said. Mulin, who is he? Does he actually think that he can pretend to be stronger than he actually is because Master got the Samsara Bodhi seal? What a joke, the Cloud Sea Saint said disdainfully. He looked at young Rushui before coldly adding, you do not need to report such small matters to me. What would happen to me if Luo Yunyang's opportunity was lost? Even if Master comes out of seclusion, I won't be punished too hard. The Blood Lotus Supremacy and the Shenluo Supremacy have already agreed to intercede for me. What has been done cannot be undone. Master would at most punish me lightly. Did you know that I have procured favors from many supremacies and provided them with many benefits? The Blood Lotus ruler has agreed that he could accept a disciple from the Cloud Mist tribe in the future. The Cloud Sea Saint's eyes flickered as he said, won't it be hard for Luo Yunyang to improve in the future now that he has missed this opportunity? Furthermore, with the re-emergence of the Brilliant Sun Sage and Supreme Daozi, Luo Yunyang would probably die if he were to compete with them. Just take a look at the Brilliant Sun Sage and the Soliciting Moon Maiden. Look at what they have become. Although young Rushui did not entirely agree with what her master was saying, she did not dare to object. The remaining Cloud Mist tribe members present agreed with a resounding chorus of, wise as the saint. Ha ha ha, I believe that my third junior brother must be hating me right now, but what can they do about it? The Cloud Sea Saint threw his head back and roared with laughter. However, while he was laughing, the surrounding void began crumbling and falling apart, and dozens of his subordinates were torn to pieces. Chapter 572, 5 Elements in Space-Time. The Cloud Sea Saint had never imagined that a day would come when he would be ambushed on the Cloud Mist tribe's main planet. The Cloud Mist planet was the main planet of the Cloud Mist tribe as well as the foundation of the Cloud Mist tribe. It could be said that there were countless defensive array formations on the Cloud Mist planet. There were even many defensive ultimate treasures that had been placed by the Cloud Sea Saint on the Cloud Sea planet to hold the entire planet. Furthermore, according to the Cloud Sea Saint's reckoning, the moment someone tried a sneak attack on the Cloud Sea planet, he would sense it. Then, the defensive system would react as fast as possible. However, this time, the Cloud Sea Saint hadn't sensed anything wrong. That earth-shaking threat had already demolished his palace. Had a supremacy-level entity attacked him? As the Cloud Sea Saint got puzzled, his first thought was to flee. After all, he hadn't sensed this attacker at all, which was really terrifying. However, when the Cloud Sea Saint used his mind power to sweep the area, he discovered Luo Yunyang within the void, as well as galaxy-grade martialists all around him. The instant he saw Luo Yunyang, the Cloud Sea Saint calmed down quite a bit. Just Luo Yunyang alone wouldn't be able to create great waves. He simply didn't believe that Luo Yunyang would find a supremacy to aid his attack this time. However, if it wasn't a supremacy, then who was it? It was also at this moment that the Cloud Sea Saint saw the situation on the Cloud Mist planet. Mountains and rivers were collapsing, while the earth was crumbling. The clouds and mist that were the foundations of the Cloud Mist planet were diminishing frantically. The Cloud Mist planet was finished. The foundation of the Cloud Mist planet was finished. The Cloud Sea Saint could sense that crazy destructive power. Although it wouldn't hurt him, that immense destructive force could turn this huge world into nothing. Luo Yunyang, what are you doing? The Cloud Sea Saint stared furiously at Luo Yunyang as killing intent emanated from him. Luo Yunyang grinned as he watched the livid Cloud Sea Saint. What do you think of this skill called the Shattering Heavens, senior brother? You are asking for it. The Cloud Sea Saint made a clawing motion and a wave of majestic power shot out of his hand. This energy instantly enveloped the void-splitting power. A universe grade would have already evolved a universe within their body. However, what the Cloud Sea Saint did was absorb the Cloud Mist planet into his internal universe. Although his internal universe couldn't be compared to the actual universe, absorbing a planet wouldn't be too difficult. Even though the position of Luo Yunyang and the others didn't change, in just a moment, they had already entered the Cloud Sea Saint's internal universe. Inside this internal universe was the Cloud Sea Saint's ultimate will. Those who submitted would prosper, and those who resisted would perish. Suddenly, waves of majestic power came from all directions and pressed down where the cloud mist planet had been, thoroughly suppressing that destructive force that felt like Judgment Day. A faint smile appeared on the Cloud Sea Saint's face. When he waved his sleeves, the many cloud mist martialists that were struggling for their lives rapidly flew behind him as he flew over the cloud mist planet. Xianxia, my dear little junior brother. I really don't know whether to call you foolish or hot-headed. The Cloud Sea Saint pointed to Luo Yunyang as he spoke. I don't know what sort of methods you used to cause such great damage to my planet. Do you really think you can leave, my dear junior brother? By now, the Cloud Sea Saint's voice was icy and filled with malice. I wouldn't have dared to kill you. However, since you have appeared at my doorstep, you can't blame me for doing so. The Cloud Sea Saint then turned to Yun Rushui and the others and ordered them, don't leave a single one of Luo Yunyang's subordinates alive. Yun Rushui and the others also stared furiously at Luo Yunyang and his forces. Although Yun Rushui was rather sympathetic towards Luo Yunyang, right now, she was way more enraged. She was still a member of the Cloud Mist tribe after all. Luo Yunyang had basically destroyed the entire Cloud Mist planet with his attack. The devastating powers that shattered heaven and earth had made Yun Rushui feel terrified. If the Cloud Sea Saint had not reached out and pulled them out of that destructive force, perhaps they might have already fallen due to that increasingly damaging power. Die, a regional lord with a red crystal between his brows rushed over at the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others frantically. He was the third strongest celestial domain grade entity in the Cloud Mist tribe. The sudden shattering heavens had nearly obliterated him, so he still felt a lingering trepidation. He might not have the ability to deal with Luo Yunyang, but he was very confident about handling Luo Yunyang's subordinates. After all, he was a celestial domain grade Emperor Lord. However, the instant he reached the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others, two flashes of light, one blood red and one white, shot out from behind the Bloody Blade Monarch. This celestial domain grade Emperor Lord hadn't even reacted when the blood red and white sword lights shattered the crystal between his brows. Boom! The celestial domain grade Emperor Lord started crumbling immediately. At the same time, a surging sea of blood enveloped his body. FCKU. The livid Cloud Sea Saint moved his fingers to make a light tap and handle that bloodied sea. Inside the Cloud Sea Saint's own universe, all rules would comply with the Cloud Sea Saint's will. Even though that bloodied sea was very strange, it still wouldn't work that well against the Cloud Sea Saint's power. However, as he tried to halt that bloodied ocean, a huge five-colored tree appeared in the void instantly. The instant this five-colored tree appeared, the Cloud Sea Saint felt the origin source law of the five elements within his own self-formed universe converging frantically towards that huge tree. Immediately, cracks started to appear in that small universe. This is the five-element world tree. As a disciple of the celestial world's supremacy, the Cloud Sea Saint had some understanding of the five-element world tree. He was aware of the value of the five-element world tree, as well as its offensive and defensive capabilities. More importantly, he knew about its ability to absorb the power of the five elements from the sky and earth. Even though this was the celestial world supremacy's own little internal universe, the power of the five elements within it would be extracted by the five-element world tree. Under the circumstances, it could be said that the Cloud Sea Saint's little universe was no longer as effective as it should be. You have indeed come prepared. However, you are still a long way off if you are relying on this. The Cloud Sea Saint bellowed as his palms made a clawing motion in the air. A sword came flying from the depths of the position where the five-element world tree had taken root in this universe. It was a snow-white sword. By the time the sword light appeared, the Cloud Sea Saint had already swung his sword downwards in Luo Yunyang's direction. Although this strike was really fast, the instant it was unleashed, a remarkable might was contained within it. As the sword light zipped forward, the void and origin source laws in the surroundings were all sliced in half. This was the attack of a saint that contained his own extremely powerful will. As he faced this attack, Luo Yunyang reacted instantly and gathered all the accumulated power of the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron on his twin hammers. Powers of fire and water gathered as the twin hammers were swung towards that white sword light. At the same time, Luo Yunyang gathered all his mind power into the shattering heavens and blasted this technique at the Cloud Sea Saint. To top all this, Luo Yunyang also adjusted his space-time eye mystic ability. This time, he used the attribute regulator to adjust the intensity of the space-time eye rather than its duration. 100 purple mystic ability attribute points were added onto the space-time eye. What his space-time I wanted to do was lock the Cloud Sea Saint in place for a moment. The Cloud Sea Saint already had a slightly bad feeling when the long sword in his arm clashed with the twin hammers, as he could sense that the power coursing through Luo Yunyang's twin hammers wasn't inferior to his own in any way. Furthermore, the power of the laws within seemed to be even more frenzied than his own. How could that be? Just as the Cloud Sea Saint was preparing to use other methods, Luo Yunyang's space-time I ability had already enveloped the Cloud Sea Saint's body. Thanks to the over 100 points added, the space-time I's ability was currently a massive restriction for the Cloud Sea Saint. At the moment, he found it difficult for his body to even budge. Luo Yunyang gathered all the various attributes, as well as the chaotic four-origin beast's Ming power, into the Shattering Heavens and unleashed it once again. The Shattering Heavens contained some information that Luo Yunyang had picked up from the blood-colored divine sky source. It was an absolute top mystic ability gained by comprehending the universe getting destroyed. Although what Luo Yunyang had learned and comprehended right now was only a small portion, this massive destructive ability wasn't something that the Cloud Sea Saint could block. An apocalyptic power shrouded the Cloud Sea Saint's body. The void was breaking. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea Saint's body also started to crumble. If the Cloud Sea Saint could still move, he would have been able to deal with this power. However, he had been frozen in place by Luo Yunyang's space-time I for an instant. His body was disintegrating and his skull was being split. His long sword was also floating in midair at the moment. Although the accumulated power of the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron had been totally consumed, Luo Yunyang could quickly adjust the attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast into his own body. The power and laws of the great chaotic whole path were all gathered within Luo Yunyang's twin hammers right now. A faint flicker of fear flashed across the Cloud Sea Saint's eyes as he watched the huge hammers containing a surging black vortex head for him. Even when his body had started crumbling a moment ago, the Cloud Sea Saint hadn't felt this fear. After all, as long as he could regenerate properly, he could reform his body in an instant. However, Luo Yunyang's hammers simply didn't give him such a chance. Junior brother, if brothers like us mutually hurt each other, wouldn't Master not let you off? The Cloud Sea Saint howled loudly. At the moment, his consciousness could already move, so his voice reverberated frantically in this small universe. Young Rushui and the others, who were fighting against the primeval underworld monarch's clone, had unsightly expressions on their faces. They couldn't do anything in time, so they could only watch with wide eyes as Luo Yunyang's twin hammers smashed towards the Cloud Sea Saint heavily. I wouldn't let you off, sister. Luo Yunyang's eyes were bloodshot as the hammers crashed against the Cloud Sea Saint's head. Chapter 573, Universe Flower, an extinguishable body. The twin hammers shattered the Cloud Sea Saint's head to pieces in the void. However, just as the Cloud Sea Saint was disintegrating, a flower appeared in the depths of the Cloud Sea Saint's little universe. The flower appeared fake yet real. The instant that flower appeared, the various origin source laws in the entire little universe gushed towards it frantically. It was like the origin of thousands, like the ruler of the land. Protect the Cloud Sea Saint. Young Rushui shouted as she shot towards that flower. She knew that this universe flower only needed a short time to help the Cloud Sea Saint get reborn. Any powerhouses that entered the universe realm considered this universe flower a priority. With this universe flower, one could negate death. Even if their body was destroyed, a new body could be derived from this universe flower again. However, although young Rushui was fast, Luo Yunyang was even faster. With just a step, he had already arrived before the universe flower. His twin hammers didn't strike right away. Instead, he urged on the big 5-element world tree. 5 colored rays swept out from the 5-element world tree. In an instant, the origin source laws all around that had gushed towards that universe flower were swept away. Luo Yunyang's water fire sky quake hammers used this opportunity to bludgeon over hard. Although the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron's accumulated power had nearly been used up, Luo Yunyang's power within his own body was still extremely strong. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant hammers smashed down furiously, cracks started to appear on that universe flower, which was only about 3 meters long. The universe flower was the master of this small universe, so it could produce another Cloud Sea Saint after the Cloud Sea Saint's body was dead. However, the special characteristics of the 5-element world tree had obstructed its process. Thus, even the defensive capabilities of the universe flower were currently falling frantically. Uncle Master, even if Master is in the wrong, he is still Grandmaster's most senior disciple. If you kill him behind Grandmaster's back, Grandmaster won't let you off. Young Rushui, who was being held at bay by the primeval underworld monarch, shouted loudly. Young Rushui no longer had the elegance or poise she'd had in the past. She hoped to use this flower to save the Cloud Sea Saint this once. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had already made up his mind, so he wasn't worried about the celestial world's supremacy. Luo Yunyang simply didn't say anything as he waved the water fire sky quake hammers and struck the universe flower, creating a series of spiderweb cracks. Boom! Ultimately, the universe flower that the Cloud Sea Saint had spent many years forming was destroyed in the void. As the universe flower crumpled, the small universe that had appeared where Luo Yunyang and the others were crumbled too. However, this was a far cry from the universal destruction that Luo Yunyang had witnessed when he had used the blood-colored divine sky source that time. Luo Yunyang didn't care about the crumbling of the universe flower. The instant the Cloud Sea Saint's universe flower crumbled, he put his finger forth. World-engulfing finger. If the Cloud Sea Saint wasn't dead, Luo Yunyang's use of the world-engulfing finger would definitely have made the Cloud Sea Saint escape rapidly. However, the pieces of the fragmented universe flower were quickly absorbed by Luo Yunyang into the black hole. Master! Master! Young Rushui was filled with crazed intent. Right now, she couldn't care less about the primeval underworld monarch's dual swords. She just rushed frantically over to her own master. If young Rushui had still had some ounce of composure when her master had been struck by Luo Yunyang's twin hammers, she had now lost it completely. Her master was dead and the Cloud Mist tribe had been destroyed. Everything about this indicated that the Cloud Mist tribe, which was one of the 18 primary tribes, would be headed for a severe decline. Luo Yunyang frowned as he watched the onrushing young Rushui. Amongst the Cloud Mist people he had interacted with, young Rushui's attitude wasn't considered too bad. Therefore, he didn't have any intention of killing young Rushui. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang sensed that young Rushui's crazed attitude was dangerous. Although young Rushui wouldn't pose a threat to him, the things that an insane peak celestial domain grade could do couldn't be underestimated. With a thought, the primeval underworld monarch, who was behind young Rushui, waved his dual white bone and blood sea swords and the surging ocean of blood wrapped itself around young Rushui. After doing this, Luo Yunyang soared out of the small universe that was on the verge of breaking. There was a faint look of delight on his face as he observed the void that had lost the Cloud Mist planet. Let's go! At this shout, the Dragon Eagle spaceship appeared before Luo Yunyang. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the other subordinates all rushed into the Dragon Eagle spaceship. The spaceship zipped off quickly and disappeared from this expanse of space in 10 minutes. Casualties and injuries. Luo Yunyang asked the Bloody Blade Monarch, who stood before him. The Bloody Blade Monarch found everything that had just happened really shocking. Universe grade. Luo Yunyang had just brought them along to forcefully slaughter a universe-grade entity. This matter still shocked them to their very core, even though some time had already passed. How had that been possible? The Cloud Sea Saint had really died. Furthermore, this world flower had been forcibly shattered and his soul had been extinguished. Reporting, my lord, during this battle, 3 brothers were seriously hurt. Slightly over 30 men sustained light injuries, but no one died. The Bloody Blade Monarch reported to Luo Yunyang after taking a deep breath. Luo Yunyang nodded. Only slightly over 30 subordinates had been hurt. This was quite a good result. After all, the Cloud Mist planet was the main planet of the Cloud Mist tribe. Just as Luo Yunyang and the others left, countless figures gathered over from all directions. These figures belonged to the Cloud Mist tribe's members, who were all currently terrified. The location of the familiar Cloud Mist planet was now an expanse of blank space. Their important leader, whom they had all known well, couldn't be contacted. Sir Saint can't be contacted. Someone finally said while shaking. The people of the Cloud Mist tribe considered the Cloud Sea Saint the soul of the tribe. His sudden disappearance had sent the entire Cloud Mist tribe into a panic. This is not good. Luo Yunyang has invaded the Cloud Mist planet. Sir Saint seems to have been. A miserable-looking Cloud Mist tribesman rushed over. His body was riddled with injuries and half of his body had already turned to nothing. What did you say? How can that be? How could Luo Yunyang invade the Cloud Mist planet? How could he have moved against Sir Saint? A galaxy-grade powerhouse bellowed. As that person found it difficult to reply, a voice shouted maniacally, Sir Saint's small universe has been broken. I left an imprint in the small universe in the hopes that I would be able to rely on Sir Saint's small universe to travel. However, the imprint has now been shattered. Sir Saint's small universe is also gone. The small universe within a body of a universe-grade powerhouse was a far cry from the actual universe. However, it still possessed some characteristics of the universe. For example, besides the great increase in power, there was also the universe flower, that would prevent a universe-grade powerhouse from dying. However, the Cloud Sea Saint's small universe had now collapsed. In a day, the news of the Cloud Sea Saint spread throughout the virtual realm. In no time, the virtual realms revolted. Ever since the status of Samsara Star City's city lord had been stripped off of Luo Yunyang, any news about him had decreased. Even when he was mentioned in discussions, he would mostly be the butt of the joke. For example, the opportunity to receive the best Samsara tokens shouldn't have belonged to him. He had been bound to lose the title of the city lord. No one could change this. Some people who were sucking up to Blue Lotus Dowsy, Supreme Dowsy and the others would use Luo Yunyang in comparison to the Dowsies, who had been sealed up for many years. They would say that Luo Yunyang was also considered a genius. However, compared to the Dowsies, he was little more than a fart. Although there were all sorts of differing opinions, amongst all these thoughts was a general consensus. When it came to this matter, all Luo Yunyang could do was swallow his anger and endure. Some people even believed that he wouldn't be able to obtain one Samsara token. As far as revenge was concerned, that was simply out of the question in their opinion. Luo Yunyang was very impressive, but what could he do about a matter that was decided by the various supremacies? Did he want to turn the tables on them? Before these discussions could die down completely, news of Luo Yunyang killing the Cloud Sea Saint arrived. Who was the Cloud Sea Saint? He was the disciple of the Celestial World Supremacy, Luo Yunyang's senior brother, and the one who had put the final mark on stripping Luo Yunyang off of his city lord title. Although the Cloud Sea Saint had contemplated his own personal gains or losses, many people had disapproved of the Cloud Sea Saint's actions. After all, setting up one of your own was a despicable act too. However, the Cloud Sea Saint was still a saint. While the Celestial World Supremacy was in seclusion, Luo Yunyang, who had been kicked out of Samsara Star City, wouldn't have any other option, no matter how angry he was. After all, a saint was a universe-grade big shot. Unfortunately, the Cloud Sea Saint had actually been killed by Luo Yunyang. This news caused a commotion all over. How can that be possible? This was the first thought many people had when they heard this news. Meanwhile, some people who had dealt with Luo Yunyang before felt that this was totally Luo Yunyang's style when they heard. Although they didn't know how Luo Yunyang had slain the Cloud Sea Saint, this murder had really happened. That's crazy. The disciples of the Celestial World Supremacy are having a violent strife. Impressive, Luo Yunyang. As various discussions sprang out in the virtual realms, even the spotlight of Blue Lotus Dowsy and the others was squashed. However, among all these posts was one made by an anonymous user that made all these discussions die down. The title of this post was, "A Heavy Slap to the Face of the Various Supremacies." All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.